In the alternate realm where Ryosuke Mito finds himself, he unexpectedly engages in a scuffle with a classmate named Shogo Hazaki at the tender age of 13, only to realize he has traversed into the world of Kuriko's basketball. In Daiki, though Mito is quite the jerk, one cannot deny his strength. Murasakibara at Sushi. With Mito around, there are no surprises. Delinquent Asuka, Hinata. Hey, you stand up first. Everyone else here is trash. Shogo Hazaki. Encountering you around the corner is a lifelong nightmare. Hanamiya Makoto. Please, don't come any closer. Ryosuke Mito. Oh, so this is where I've ended up. Chapter 1. Ryosuke Mito. What did you say your name was? I didn't say anything. I bloody asked you what your name is? I really didn't say anything. Damn it. Asterisk slap. Star. Shogo Hazaki. The silver-haired boy, struck and sprawled on the ground, raised his head to behold the boy with yellow hair, his expression darkening with discontent. Today has been nothing short of disastrous. Expelled from the basketball club, only to be robbed on my way home. What's worse, the robber is not only shorter than me, but also around the same age. How could I possibly lose to him? And which school do you attend? The boy with yellow hair, his gaze icy, towered over Shogo Hazaki. Teikō Middle School, Hazaki replied, feeling utterly bewildered. Why has this guy acted so strangely since hearing my name? It seems that school shares the same name as mine. Wait, Shogo Hazaki. Teikō School, the world of Kuriko's basketball. The yellow-haired boy suddenly clapped his hands, realization dawning upon him. What on earth? The world of Kuriko's basketball. Is this guy insane? No, wait. Is he also from Teikō School? Why have I never seen him before? Shogo Hazaki regarded the boy before him, astonished. Since we are alumni, I shall spare you this time. However, should you lack funds tomorrow. Hith. The yellow-haired boy revealed a cruel smile, which quickly faded. I'll break your legs. With that, he turned and departed. What a weirdo. But that jerk's punches are surprisingly hard. Struggling to rise, Shogo Hazaki muttered as he watched the boy's retreating figure. At the Kinkaku isekai'd, a boy with yellow hair, adorned with earrings, sat alone in the empty establishment, nursing a drink. No wonder I've encountered so many delusional fools throughout my life. It turns out this is the world of anime. This boy, Ryosuke Mito, was once an ordinary being in the Dragon Kingdom. Unexpectedly, on a moonless night, after trimming his toenails at home and inhaling the scent of his fingers, he fainted. When he awoke, a woman stood before him. And there he was, drinking from a bottle. In that moment, he felt blissful, for he had a chance to start anew. But a man's words nearby shattered his happiness completely. Mariko, I've made my decision. Let's name him Ryosuke. Ryosuke Mito. Our little one has a name now, Ryosuke. What the hell? I am of the Huang lineage, a descendant of dragons. Alas, he was but an infant and could only emit wee cries. Ingji, our baby seems to like this name. Of course. I am a genius. The couple, seeing this, laughed joyfully. Thus, the still infant Ryosuke Mito had no choice but to accept his name in the land of cherry blossoms. Yet, deep inside, he resolved not only to change his name, but also to ascertain the current era. Then, upon reaching adulthood, he would return to the Dragon Kingdom and reclaim his former life, utilizing his past experiences to carve out a path for himself. What delighted Ryosuke was that, in the land of cherry blossoms, his surname was not merely ordinary, it was of noble lineage. His parents were not only influential, but also exceedingly wealthy, presiding over a vast conglomerate. Ryosuke had once contemplated living a quiet life as a wealthy second-generation heir in the land of cherry blossoms. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. When he turned 3, his parents met with a tragic accident. Rival families set their sights on his family's fortune. Over 5 years, through slow encroachment, only an izakaya and a modest villa remained for Ryosuke Mito. Yet, fortune smiled upon him. A system descended upon him. However, upon discovering the nature of his system, Ryosuke felt a pang of discontent, for his system was known as the troublemaker system. As the name implies, causing trouble and fighting would lead to empowerment. Yet, as a former citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, he held disdain for the delinquent youth and gangsters of the land of cherry blossoms. Thus, he first dyed his hair yellow, then utilized his remaining assets to craft a motorcycle adorned with shimmering lights. In his own words, rather than embodying a punk, he would transform into a demon rider to combat the delinquents of the land of cherry blossoms. Since this is an anime world, then, Ryosuke Mito lit a cigarette, listening to the system rewards being dispensed, a smile gracing his face. Asterisk ding. Rewards received. Body strength 1, driving skill 1, culinary skill 1, star. Hearing this, Ryosuke's smile faded as he checked his panel. Host, Ryosuke Mito. Age, 13. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Body strength, unparalleled 80. Skills, Sixth Sense, top. Perfect driving skills, chef-level culinary skills. Troublemaker system ongoing. Gazing at his panel, Ryosuke flicked the ash from his cigarette. Well, since I know what kind of world this is, I might as well visit the school tomorrow. Muttering this to himself, he rose, approached the door, and pulled down the shutter. Then he ascended to the second floor, retrieving the school uniform he had collected last year and placing it on a chair. As for the villa, naturally, it was rented out. The next day, the sun shone brightly to 8T, the entrance of Teikō Middle School. What class am I in again? Ryosuke Mito, clad in his school uniform, stared blankly at the school name. Last year, he had come to collect his clothing and subsequently arrange for a long leave with the principal. Given that the principal was his uncle, the process had gone smoothly. After all, the principal was also one of the relatives vying for the inheritance, thus feeling a tinge of guilt toward Ryosuke Mito. It's you. Just as Ryosuke wrestled with his thoughts, a melodious voice rang out. He quickly turned, spotting a familiar face and grinning lecherously. Oh, isn't this Hazaki-san? Are you truly a student here? Shogo Hazaki, startled by Ryosuke's lewd grin, shuddered. Isn't that obvious? Didn't I tell you yesterday? Ryosuke Mito wrapped an arm around Shogo's neck, a mild smile gracing his face. What are you doing? This is school, and I'm out of money. Look at you, it's not even time yet. No rush. I have a question for you. Answer correctly, and I won't ask for your money to go ahead. After struggling for a moment and realizing he couldn't break free from Ryosuke's grip, Shogo sighed. What class am I in? Classmates, this is Ryosuke Mito. Previously, due to special circumstances, Ryosuke has been unable to attend school for a year. Ryosuke, there are a few empty seats over there. Please choose one. That once the teacher concluded the introduction, he fell silent, smiling at Ryosuke Mito. Is he really our classmate? But he has earrings. Is he a delinquent? Hush. Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. However, he is quite handsome. Ryosuke Mito disregarded the cacophony below and made his way directly to the final seat in the center. For him, had it not been out of curiosity to glimpse the protagonists of this world, he would have paid no heed to this gaggle of youngsters. Chapter 2. Satsuki Momoi, All right, class is now in session, the teacher announced, his lips twitching slightly as he observed Ryosuke promptly reclining at his desk in slumber. After taking a deep breath, he attempted to compose himself. However, considering the connection between Ryosuke and the chairman, he soon adopted a more indifferent demeanor. After all, many students merely coasting through their studies were not uncommon. As for the final examinations, those with connections were hardly a concern for the instructors. After a pause, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Groggily, Ryosuke lifted his head, stretched, and rose to head to the restroom. Excuse me. Just as he reached the doorway, he felt a bump from behind, accompanied by a feminine voice. Wait a moment, what's your name? Ryosuke spun around, his expression fierce, but upon noticing the girl with pink hair, he abruptly softened his tone. I didn't. Before he could finish, the pink-haired girl, noticing his impatience, swallowed hard and bowed again. Ryosuke, I'm sorry. I asked for your name, Ryosuke replied, annoyance evident in his voice as he grasped her forearm, straightening her posture with a firm yet unintentional force. The motion caused her to sway slightly. Satsuki. Momoi. The girl stammered, retreating a step while clutching her chest, her tone quivering. The intensity of Ryosuke's earlier demeanor had left her rattled, especially with his gaze lingering on her. Ahem. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ryosuke said, awkwardly redirecting his gaze and feigning a cough. Oh, you know me. Ryosuke? Satsuki inquired, surprised. How could he possibly know her? Did he also share an affinity for basketball? I've heard of you. If you'll excuse me, I'm off to the restroom, Ryosuke replied, turning to leave, leaving Satsuki momentarily stunned. The second year. It seems like the miraculous era is blossoming. That person named Akashi must come from a wealthy family. In the restroom, Ryosuke mumbled while washing his hands, oblivious to the few classmates who had finished and were too timid to leave. Ding, ding, ding. After class, Ryosuke discarded his cigarette but in the restroom and strolled leisurely toward the basketball club. Although he was unfamiliar with the route, he had his voice. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the basketball club. Bang! The sound of a thunderous dunk echoed throughout the area. That Aemon Daiki from the anime world? Thankfully, he's not as handsome as I am. Ryosuke mused, observing the boy with azure hair and dark skin, flipping his bangs narcissistically. Who is he? Aemon Daiki queried, glancing at Ryosuke, who stood at the door with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing this, the rest of the team turned their attention to the boy adorned with ear studs at the entrance to a delinquent. This was the collective thought of the players present. Ryosuke. Upon hearing Aemon's voice, Satsuki turned around, her expression a mix of surprise and curiosity. Hi. Ryosuke greeted, a smile lifting the corners of his mouth as he raised his left hand in acknowledgement. Satsuki, do you know him? Akashi Seijiro asked, his brow furrowed as he emitted an icy aura. Although he had yet to fully succumb to darkness, he harbored a disdain for those who resorted to violence so casually. He's my classmate. He just returned to school today after a year away due to family circumstances. Satsuki explained, I saw him earlier. He was hugging Hizaki at the door, Akashi remarked. So, he truly is a delinquent? What's he doing here? Is he standing up for Hizaki? Is this the training ground of Sakura Country? It's certainly superior to the outdoor courts of Long Country. Ryosuke muttered to himself, ignoring the chatter around him and observing the environment. Ryosuke, are you here to find me? Satsuki asked, sensing Akashi's chilling presence and hastily approaching him. And oh, I'm merely taking a look around, Ryosuke replied nonchalantly. Even though he wasn't a basketball enthusiast, he had watched Kuriko's basketball in a previous life, albeit sparingly. May I remind you, Satsuki, that although he shares a class with you, this place is not open to just anyone, Akashi stated coldly, his gaze fixed on Ryosuke. What did you just say? Ryosuke retorted, tilting his head and glaring at the red-haired youth. Ryosuke. Satsuki attempted to intervene, but her pupils widened in shock. For in that fleeting moment, Ryosuke vanished from her sight. What the? Upon hearing this exclamation, Satsuki turned around, her expression one of sheer astonishment. The others in the gym were equally startled, their gazes fixed upon the unconscious Akashi Seijiro, who lay bleeding from the mouth, and the blonde youth who had just twisted his neck. How swift! What transpired? Tell him when he regains consciousness that if he barks again, I'll strike him each time I see him, Ryosuke declared, glancing down at the dazed Akashi with a chilling laugh before. Turning to leave, I'll see you tomorrow, he said, his tone cool as he passed by Satsuki. Wait, don't go. Are you leaving after hitting someone? The others finally reacted, voicing their protests. Is there something you need? Ryosuke turned back, his icy gaze sweeping over them. That single glance sent a shiver down the spines of all present, filling them with profound dread. Even Aemon Daiki and Ryota Kai's, who had considered intervening, faltered. Even Atsushi Murasakura narrowed his eyes, clenching his fists tightly. They were all reluctant to act, mindful of the Hizaki incident, and with the summer Inter-High tournament less than 2 months away, they were averse to any unforeseen complications. Nothing. Just stop barking at me. Ryosuke shot back, glaring at the other players before striding toward the exit. Phew. This person is incredibly dangerous. It's best to avoid him in the future. Stop talking. Call an ambulance. I'm going to report this to the teacher. Once Ryosuke departed, the basketball team exhaled in relief, rushing to check on Akashi's injuries. Faced with the earlier blonde youth, they found themselves devoid of the courage to resist. Satsuki, is that really our classmate who struck Akashi? How come I've never seen him before? After school, Aemon Daiki inquired while walking home alongside Satsuki. Daiki, I'm not sure. He just came back today, Satsuki replied, recalling how she had bumped into him earlier, feeling a pang of apprehension. Ryosuke Mido. Aemon murmured, no longer probing further, but contemplating the name, for he had indeed been taken aback by the boy's speed. Even he had failed to catch a glimpse of it. Chapter 3. Has he always been so brave? After school. Oh, it's you again. Huichi Xiangwu gazed at the boy blocking his path, his tone laced with despair. Indeed. He was about to be bullied again by Mido Ryasuke. Hey, Huichi, it seems we have quite the fate, Mido exclaimed, revving the throttle of his motorcycle, which emitted a low growl. This fate is better left unacknowledged. I must transfer schools tomorrow. Not even the Emperor could stop me. Did I not accompany you to find your classroom already? Huichi Xiangwu lamented, his face a mask of hopelessness. There was no escaping the troublesome boy before him. He was far too incorrigible to confront and now inescapable. He had even resolved to take a longer route in the future to avoid this path altogether. Why are you so flustered? I want to harm you. Really? Huichi Xiangwu replied, half convinced. Of course, just give me some money. The following day, a gentle breeze accompanied Huichi Xiangwu as he trudged to school, clutching his growling stomach. He felt utterly drained. The money for dinner and breakfast had vanished. If it weren't for the necessity of transferring schools today, he would never have returned. At Teikou Middle School, whispers filled the air. Look. He the delinquent, who fought Akashi. Keep it down. He might hear you. Mito Ryasuke, still bleary-eyed, cast a glance at the whispering group near the classroom door, yawned, and shut his eyes again. Meanwhile, Momoi Satsuki occasionally glanced in his direction. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and Midorima Shintaro made his way to the restroom. Upon entering, he immediately wrinkled his brow as an unpleasant odor assaulted his senses. Students are prohibited from smoking, he stated, adjusting his glasses and eyeing the boy in front of him, who was playing a game while smoking. Are you instructing me on proper conduct? Mito Ryasuke shot a displeased look at the green-haired boy at the door. He had no desire to deal with the protagonists after yesterday's incident. I will inform the teacher and request disciplinary action, Midorima replied flatly. At this, Mito Ryasuke put away his game console and approached Midorima with a cold glare. In an instant, Midorima felt tension grip his body. Realizing he had underestimated the situation, the boy before him resembled a demon awakened from slumber, hungering for flesh and blood. Midorima, are you here to use the restroom too? Came a voice from behind, belonging to Murasakibara Atsushi. Oh, you're the delinquent who fought Akashi yesterday, Murasakibara remarked, pointing an accusatory finger at Mito. None of your business, Mito retorted, momentarily taken aback before stepping forward, ready to confront him. Come on. Let us see what you've got. Mito beckoned with a finger. Murasakibara, don't act rashly, Midorima interjected, stepping in front of his friend. Are you trying to corner me? Mito questioned the two boys. If you wanted to fight me, why didn't anyone step up yesterday when there were so many of you? We're basketball players, Midorima said, feeling the sweat-soaked back of his shirt as he adjusted his glasses and sighed in relief. So what? If you can play basketball, come to the court after school and beat us. With that, Midorima turned and pulled Murasakibara away, wary of what might happen if they remained. Although he felt as if he had forgotten something. Midorima, why did you challenge him to a game? Murasakibara asked, ripping open a bag of chips and starting to munch. Today is not suitable for fighting, Midorima said, glancing back at Mito. Wait for me, Murasakibara called out, hurrying to catch up. Strange. Weren't they just here to use the restroom? Or did they simply come to issue a challenge because they knew I was here? Mito scratched his head in confusion. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. I forgot to set the stakes. As for winning or losing, Mito felt no anxiety, although he wasn't a legendary figure in his past life. He had played in several matches before, while they were merely middle school and high school tournaments. He was eager to test the strength of his enhanced body against the protagonists of this era. After all, he had never lost a fight. As for basketball, it was child's play. If he lost, he simply wouldn't acknowledge it. The school bell rang, its melodious chime resounding. The sound of hands clapping against the iron doors of the gym reverberated. Everyone turned to see Mito Ryasuke sauntering towards Midorima Shintaro, hands in pockets. The others ceased their training, eyes fixated on him. How dare you show up again? This time, you want to escape. Yes, let him have it. What do you want this time, Mito? Momoi Satsuki asked, her expression sour, especially since Akashi Sidra had shown up for training with half his face swollen. I'm here to play basketball. Mito approached Midorima, his expression devoid of emotion. And how do you intend to play? Midorima replied, equally expressionless. Wait a moment. Mito picked up a basketball, dribbled a few times, then retreated 5 steps and advanced 3 before stepping back again, lifting the ball as if to shoot. Observing the ball easily make its way into the hoop from 7 steps away, he thought, dribbling, check, shooting, check. All right, state your rules, Mito said, cracking his neck with a series of pops. 5 shots, in succession, Midorima stated calmly. Fine, who is going to go first? Mito asked after stretching his joints. Let me. Someone piped up, and the rest of the group looked incredulously at the speaker, noticing his swollen cheek. What? Want to reclaim your honor? Mito raised an eyebrow. Focusing on Akashi Sidra, he certainly recognized the red-haired boy. There were only 2 notable red-haired characters in basketball anime, Sakuragi Hanamichi and this boy, whom he had previously beaten. I'll give you 4 shots. If you lose, you must never show your face in front of me again. Akashi picked up a basketball, his tone icy. No need for that. I have a more entertaining proposition, Mito replied, eyeing the shorter redhead with a provocative look. Speak. You don't even need to let me shoot. Let us take turns, and let us wager a pack of cigarettes. Before Mito could finish, Akashi interrupted. We don't gamble. And you can't smoke until you're 20. Then there's no point in playing. If there's nothing to gain from winning, I'm not interested. Mito shrugged, feigning reluctance. It's not that I look down on you or doubt myself. It's about the stakes. Win against me, and I'll guarantee you a month's supply of cigarettes. Akashi inhaled deeply, suppressing the anger that threatened to erupt. Chapter 4 One-on-one. Who else? Fine. Mito shrugged indifferently. You serve. Otherwise, you won't get a chance to touch the ball. Akashi casually tossed the ball to Mito, his demeanor cold. You have the money. You call the shots. Mito caught the ball, bounced it a couple of times, and grinned. Let the one-on-one commence. Do you know what the greatest advantage of the strong over the weak is? Mito asked, gripping the ball without making a move, abruptly posing the question. Upon the utterance of those words, disbelief washed over the faces of all present. No, my friends, this is not a mere contest of skills. Moreover, do you truly believe that a delinquent like yourself could triumph over Akashi? Akashi Seijiro remained silent, adopting a defensive stance. Here I come, Mito Ryosuke sneered, exerting force on his wrist as the ball struck the ground and rebounded swiftly. In an instant, all eyes widened in astonishment. For in the next moment, the sound of the ball hitting the floor echoed beneath the basket as Mito executed a 3-step layup. The ball went in. A gasp resonated as the crowd regained their senses, only to find Akashi Seijiro sprawled on the ground. What just transpired? Akashi, are you all right? They rushed forward. Witnessing Akashi slowly rising, his right hand cradling his pained left shoulder as he spoke, I'm fine. Just moments ago, a flash had obscured his vision, and the opponent's figure had vanished. He had only instinctively stepped to the left, but the next moment, he felt as though a truck had collided with his shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. Is that all? Mito Ryosuke picked up the basketball, sauntering over to Akashi with an air of superiority. Indeed, he thought, recalling a past life spent watching the NBA. Does a strong man require skill to defeat the weak? No, one simply needs to bulldoze through for a layup. Had he not been apprehensive about failing to dunk earlier, he would have attempted it long ago. How is this possible? His speed is astounding. Are delinquents this formidable nowadays? The crowd was equally astonished. If he is not dead, shall we continue? Mito Ryosuke impatiently dribbled the ball, casting a disdainful glance at Akashi, who sat on the ground. Honestly, stop dawdling and finish this quickly. At these words, Akashi Seijiro slowly stood, approaching Mito, yet he remained silent. How could I lose to someone like him? Impossible. Such a thing can never come to pass. I must win, regardless of the circumstances. In this world, victory is everything. The victor receives validation, while the vanquished are condemned. I cannot afford to lose. Was this still the gentle Akashi Seijiro we once knew? What has befallen him? The change in Akashi was palpable to all. Thud, 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 thud. If you can't do it, then step aside. Mito Ryosuke dribbled faster, transforming into a mere crimson blur. The sound of the ball seemed to convey his growing impatience to the onlookers. This individual is exceptionally strong. Aomen Daiki paid no heed to Akashi's transformation, his gaze fixated on Mito Ryosuke, excitement radiating from him. Come on, next, you won't score a single point. When Akashi raised his head once more, his expression had shifted. The cold aura surrounding him intensified. Impossible. How can it be that Akashi has yet to score? What manner of monster are you? Kai's Ryota stared in disbelief at the boy with hair of the same hue as his own. Aomen's excitement was palpable. Aomen. Mito is incredibly strong. Momoi Satsuki echoed, her face a mask of incredulity. A person of such strength turns out to be a problem student? Kuriko Tetsuya shared a similar sentiment, unable to comprehend how Akashi could be losing. Murasakibara Atsushi squinted, lost in thought. His strength and speed are nothing short of perfection. Yet he can only perform a 3-step layup? Midarima Shintaro also gazed at the figure clutching the ball, murmuring. The issue lies in the fact that this opponent possesses but one technique, and yet Akashi has still faltered. Is there anyone else? As if sensing the gazes upon him, Mito Ryosuke turned slightly, addressing Midarima Shintaro with a calm voice. Mito, right? I'll take the next turn. Do you want to rest for a bit? Ayamon's eyes blazed with intensity, eager for action. All right, just give me a moment to find my rhythm. Upon hearing Ayamon's words, Mito Ryosuke shelved his earlier arrogance. After all, his opponent was unlikely to be as fragile as that red-haired boy. Thus, he closed his eyes, recalling the dunking maneuvers of players he had admired in a past life. Moments later, he opened his eyes, stepping back a few paces. Suddenly, he exerted force through his legs, launching himself towards the basket like an arrow released from a bow. With a resounding crash at the free-throw line, he leaped. And in the astonished gazes of all, Mito bellowed, "I can't believe this." As he crashed into the backboard shattered with a loud crack. The crowd bore witness to the fractured board and Mito Ryosuke collapsing to the ground simultaneously. Before anyone could react, 2 loud thuds followed as the boy and the backboard hit the floor. "Ah!" Momoi Satsuki exclaimed, hastily shielding her eyes with her hands, unable to behold the spectacle any longer. What terrifying leaping ability! Did he just jump from the free-throw line? If I'm not mistaken, his upper body collided with the backboard. Are you sure he launched from the free-throw line? This is undoubtedly a middle school student, not someone possessed by a monster. Shouldn't we check on that student's condition? I believe he might be injured. He shattered the backboard. Indeed, he hasn't moved. He can't be dead, can he? Call an ambulance. The crowd, now fully aware of the situation, rushed forward. Though they harbored disdain for him, he was still a fellow student. Their concern was certainly not born out of fear for a life lost in the basketball club. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Just then, Mito Ryosuke executed a swift recovery, rising with agility as he rubbed his body, inhaling sharply. This is absurd. What incredible physical resilience. Thank goodness he is not a member of the basketball team, and fortuitously, he belongs to our school. For reasons unknown, I find myself relieved that he is a delinquent. The onlookers swallowed hard. At that moment, 6 individuals remained silent. Akashi Seijiro wore a glum expression. Kai's Ryota muttered, "A monster." Midarima Shintaro thought, "I must never engage in physical contact with him." Murasakibara Atsushi munched on chips that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Ayamon Daiki pondered, "Can he still play?" Kuriko Tetsuya remarked, "This person is truly remarkable. Oh my." The 36 strategies. Mito Ryosuke glanced at his fellow students, then at the shattered backboard, and took off towards the exit with determination. "Mito, wait." Ayamon Daiki called out, trying to halt him. "I haven't had my turn yet." Hearing this, Mito quickened his pace. The surrounding players were taken aback by Ayamon's sudden ferocity, for he had unleashed his primal instincts to pursue that delinquent. And yet, he was unable to catch up. Chapter 5. Mito, would you do me a favor? How much for the jersey? 35,000, approximately 1,600 yuan. What is the cheapest? 13,000, around 600 yuan. All right, I'll come back in a couple of days. Moments later, Mito Ryosuke exited the sports store, his head hung low. He gazed up at the azure sky and sighed. Damn it, entrepreneurship is not going well. Under the sunlight, only a shadow of desolation remained. Night fell. Mito Ryosuke wandered the streets, burdened with a wounded spirit. The thought of whether the teacher would make him pay for the broken hoop weighed heavily on his mind. Thus, he sought refuge in the grass of the baseball field. Lighting a cigarette. Only a little over 6,000 left? Mito Ryosuke murmured, examining the meager coins he had extracted from his pocket. At that moment, the sound of a basketball echoed, causing him to look up abruptly, whereupon he beheld a figure akin to an angel. He quickly extinguished his cigarette and dashed towards the one shooting hoops, calling out, "Oni-chan." The figure, upon hearing that familiar voice, shivered and, without acknowledging the ball that had been thrown, sprinted away from the court. Regrettably, how could he possibly outrun Ryosuke Mizuho? In less than 10 seconds, he was firmly pushed back onto the court by a grip on the back of his neck. "Little Gray, why are you running?" Indeed, the individual in question was none other than Gaiki Xiangwu. "Brother, I didn't recognize you. I thought it was a ghost." At that moment, he gazed at Ryosuke Mizuho's charming smile, more delightful than that of a devil, and swallowed hard. "Oh, I didn't expect a grown man like you to be afraid of ghosts," Ryosuke scoffed, releasing his grip. "Ghosts are not as terrifying as you are. I'm truly afraid of you, big brother." Though Gaiki Xiangwu thought this, he dared not voice it, instead managing a smile that was more pitiable than a cry. "Yes. All right. How much money do you have on you? Just hand it all over as if you're lending it to me." Ryosuke waved his hand dismissively. "I just had a bowl of ramen. I only have a little over 300 yen left." Gaiki Xiangwu murmured, inwardly cursing himself for not eating 2 bowls earlier. I'm not saying this to criticize you, little gray, but you must learn the virtue of frugality. Sometimes, even a bun can fill you up. While rummaging through Geiki's pockets, Ryosuke imparted his wisdom. To hell with your frugality. If it weren't for you, this devil, I would have added an egg to my ramen. Geiki retorted. Why is it that I keep running into this plague everywhere I go? Indeed, next time I shall only eat buns. A promising student, Ryosuke noted, satisfied with Geiki's response. If there's nothing else, may I take my leave? Geiki, having been thoroughly emptied of his funds, wore an expression akin to a lost innocence. Wait, is there anything else? Take off your shoes. Oh, and your socks too. In a ramen shop, Ryosuke Mizuho pinched a season bill between his fingers and handed it to the proprietor. That's sufficient. I can sleep soundly tonight. Is this what it feels like to encounter a benefactor? I truly hope to see him again tomorrow. Savoring his ramen, he began to dream of the future. Meanwhile, on his way home, Geiki Xiangwu suddenly sneezed. Summer, have I caught a cold? Thus, a month of mundane days passed. Recently, Ryosuke Mizuho noticed that the school had not sought reparations from him. Moreover, Mayumi Momoi had been absent from classes. Upon inquiring one day, he learned that the Summer Cup was about to commence, and the basketball club members were diligently training. I remember their coach was supposed to be suspended during this time. Could it be due to the butterfly effect? Or am I misremembering? Bored from sleeping all day, Ryosuke absent-mindedly twirled a pen, muttering to himself. He had no friends here. Perhaps due to his mature disposition, he had no desire to engage with children, and the delinquents were equally uninterested in him. After all, he was still a minor himself. Smoking, drinking, and dyeing his hair were activities that his average peers could hardly fathom. Days passed in simplicity. During these months, Ryosuke Mizuho advanced to his 3rd year of middle school. His daily routine remained uncomplicated, consisting merely of attending classes and seeking out prey after school. Life continued in this unremarkable fashion. Alas, the angelic figure he once beheld never reappeared, nearly prompting him to file a missing persons report. Notably, it seemed that a tremendous transformation had occurred within the basketball club. However, for Ryosuke Mizuho, this mattered little. What concern is it of mine? I have yet to resolve my own issues of sustenance. Today, as usual, Ryosuke rose from his desk and stretched. Mizuho-kun, could you do me a favor? Mayumi Momoi's sweet voice rang in his ears, causing him to involuntarily clamp his mouth shut. Upon hearing his own voice, he immediately regretted it. Turning around, he was greeted by Mayumi's expression of disgust. Perhaps in a past life he would have relished such a response. But now he felt as though he were standing on the precipice of a 3-bedroom apartment. Are you insane? Why are you suddenly breathing in my ear? Don't you know that men's ears are quite sensitive? How could he address his own embarrassment? Naturally, he would first deflect the blame. I'm sorry. Seeing that she showed no sign of sympathy and wore a murderous expression instead, Mayumi resorted to her usual tactic, bowing and apologizing. Let's get to the point. I need to relieve myself. Upon hearing such crude words, Mayumi sighed inwardly but still pleaded with him. Mizuho-kun, could you please help me with something? No, I said Mizuho. Just help Mayumi out. At that moment, a boy with a buzz cut sitting in front turned around to persuade him. Why won't you help? What does Mayumi need? The boy immediately began to flatter Mayumi. Of course, she's my goddess. If I hadn't asked you first, Phone Jun-kun, this favor can only be done by Mizuho. Mayumi replied apologetically to the buzz-cut boy. What favor can only he do? What can he do? The boy scoffed. For the past 6 months, this guy has only been sleeping. He arrives later than anyone and leaves earlier than anyone else. You need to have him face off against Adai to wake him up. Mayumi said earnestly. Oh, if it's such a trivial matter, Mizuho can handle it. Upon hearing this, the buzz-cut boy turned back, no longer speaking. You must be joking. That's Aemon Daiki we're talking about. How could I possibly handle that? However, Mayumi's words would likely suffice. After all, he was a delinquent. He misinterpreted the situation, believing Mayumi wanted Ryosuke to fight Aemon. Of course, it wasn't only him who misinterpreted. Ryosuke Mizuho did too. Chapter 6. The Tragic Aemon Daiki. Aren't you his childhood friend? Ryosuke Mizuho exclaimed, wide-eyed in astonishment. Yes, the reason I've played with him since childhood is that I want to ask you, Mizuho-kun, to wake him up. I don't want Adai to continue down this path. Mayumi earnestly implored. Ryosuke Mizuho. Listen, is that even a coherent statement? What do you mean you've played with him since childhood, and now you want someone to hit him? Indeed, the saying holds true. the bamboo snake's mouth, the wasp stinger. Both are equally venomous. Ryosuke Mizuho was taken aback. The buzzcut boy also gazed at Mayumi with shock. Am I too late to switch my goddess? Yet. Upon seeing Mayumi's pitiful expression, the buzzcut boy's heart softened. Mizuho, just help Mayumi out, and I'll treat you to a meal. If you help me, Mizuho-kun, I'll treat you to a month of meals. Mayumi exclaimed, noticing the flicker of surprise in Ryosuke's eyes. She quickly added, let's go? Where's Aemon? Would breaking a leg be enough? Of course, if you add another month, I could break his other leg too. But I must clarify, you will be the instigator. And if caught, you must take responsibility. Upon hearing this, Ryosuke's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he swiftly stood up, seizing Mayumi's hand as they rushed out. All the while speaking of how much money he could save on meals. Compensation? For what? Why does Mizuho-kun need to break Adai's leg? Mayumi began to speak, only to realize that her hand was being held, a blush creeping onto her face, leaving her mind in a daze. Meanwhile, Aemon Daiki, who had been napping on the rooftop, suddenly shivered. Is it so cold that I can't sleep here anymore? Aemon muttered to himself before getting up and heading towards the stairs. However, just as he reached the doorway, a shadow suddenly lunged out. Bang! In that instant, Aemon was sent flying several meters away. In the second before he lost consciousness, he managed to utter one last query. What brand of truck can drive onto the rooftop? Mizuho-kun, is Adai all right? Shoo, I'm checking his pulse. Don't speak. In the Dragon Kingdom, there exists an ancient adage. Those who recognize the prevailing circumstances are not fools. This is akin to the principles of traditional Chinese medicine, which emphasize the importance of observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Upon hearing this, Mayumi Takamori immediately fell silent. Though her gaze remained fixated on the slender fingers of Ryosuke Mido resting upon Siren's wrist, she occasionally glanced at the expression of mild discomfort that flitted across his face, as well as the hand that occasionally brushed against Siren's nostrils. 15 minutes later, if I am not mistaken, he merely succumbed to unconsciousness. Ryosuke Mido nodded seriously, then slowly rose to his feet. When will he wake up? Mido-kun, where are you going? Mayumi inquired after a brief moment of staring at Daiki Aemon. Mayumi. There's another saying in the Dragon Kingdom. People have 3 urgent needs. Ryosuke, who had been bending slightly at the doorway, straightened up and turned around with an awkward smile. He had realized he had misunderstood the situation, and to avoid financial loss, he resorted to this tactic once more. Who am I? Where am I? At that moment, Aemon's weak voice reached their ears, prompting both Mayumi and Ryosuke to exclaim in unison, you're alive. Aemon, you've awakened. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class. I won't. Ryosuke-kun, how about 3 months' worth of meals? I'll cook for you personally. Mayumi pleaded earnestly. Sure. Daiki Aemon, sensing the urgency, began to sweat profusely, yet he was willing to engage in a match to prove his worth. Otherwise, he would truly lose all interest in basketball. Really? 3 months? Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Ryosuke inquired, leaning closer to Mayumi with a hint of skepticism. He was likely swayed by her offer, momentarily forgetting something important. But it mattered little. Food was paramount. With a beautiful woman cooking, the meals would surely be delectable and gentle on his stomach. Deal. As Mayumi reached out joyfully, she suddenly recalled something and blushed. Wait, what's in it for you? Ryosuke ignored her and focused intently on Daiki Aemon. For every point I score, you owe me 1,000 yen, he stated, raising a finger with utmost seriousness. Fine, as long as you can win. Daiki replied confidently. With the stakes established, the trio swiftly made their way to the basketball club. Due to the recent changes with Seijiro Akashi and Kozo Shiragene's illness, only Shintaro Midorima and a few second and third string players were present for practice. Thus, their astonishment was palpable upon witnessing Daiki's sudden appearance. Even more so when they recognized the blonde-haired youth at his side. Half a year prior, the delinquent who had rendered their captain mute. For them, the once gentle captain had transformed into this current version, all due to the boy standing before them. Their astonishment quickly morphed into anger. Ryosuke, warm up first. Shall we shoot a few? Daiki removed his jacket and began his warm-up routine. Let us start with 10, or perhaps 5 shots to test the waters, Ryosuke suggested, raising both hands but then retracting one with earnestness. During this period, he had managed to save a few thousand yen, and although he hadn't mentioned it, losing a point would still cost him. What if those few thousand yen weren't just money? They represented Ryosuke's very livelihood. without the habit of saving. How would he return to the Dragon Kingdom as an adult? Most importantly, he had lost sight of his angel. Otherwise, he would have played even more. What? That delinquent wants to challenge Aemon? How dare he? Who do you think will win? Isn't it obvious? Aemon will win. But our captain lost to him. Team captains matter, but in a one-on-one, it's Aemon. The chatter among the players escalated. Even Midorima stepped forward to whisper, "Today's Virgo horoscope is the best. I wonder what Ryosuke's star sign is." "Ryosuke-kun, aren't you warming up?" Mayumi exclaimed excitedly, clearly rooting for Ryosuke. Ryosuke nodded and gave his head a slight shake, producing a clicking sound, then twisted various joints before stretching his arms. "I'm ready." "Huh? Is this what you call warming up?" The incredulity in the room caused everyone to pause momentarily. "Aemon, are you ready? Let us get started," Ryosuke urged, ignoring the others as he focused on Daiki. Chapter 7. Ryosuke's truck. The match commenced. "Are you sure?" Ryosuke looked at the basketball in his hands, surprised. "Bring it on," Daiki replied, a smile fading from his face as he assumed a defensive stance. "Here it comes," Ryosuke exclaimed, and with a powerful motion, he slammed the basketball onto the ground. With a resounding thud, Daiki's pupils dilated. His opponent had vanished. With another echoing sound, Daiki managed to turn just in time. Yet, to his astonishment, Ryosuke was already soaring for a layup. Swish. 2 points. Ryosuke caught the descending ball, turned, and pointed at Mayumi with a grin, clearly indicating, "Keep score for me." Wow, his speed has increased. How is he doing this? I've figured out his weakness. What weakness? He only knows this one move, but Aemon can't defend against it. One trick pony? Ryosuke, you're truly formidable. Daiki snapped back to reality, astonished that someone could actually suppress his speed on the court. How intriguing. This is exhilarating. He felt a primal exhilaration coursing through him, akin to a beast unleashed, licking his lips. Bring it on. Wildness. Aemon had unleashed his primal instincts against this delinquent student? What star sign could he possibly be? Midorima, Ryosuke-kun is incredible, Mayumi exclaimed, watching the boy dart to the other side of the court, her admiration evident as she continued to jot down notes. Here it comes. Ryosuke's face lit up with excitement as he envisioned the silver coins beckoning to him. Thud. As the ball hit the ground, Daiki's right foot lifted, preparing for defense. But before he could react, another sound pierced the air. Thud. Swish. For points. Ryosuke caught the ball again, turned, and flashed 2 fingers at Mayumi, smiling. Is Aemon unable to respond even after unleashing his wild side? What kind of monster is this? If he wins, then this so-called miracle era. At the utterance of those words, the other players fell silent. Is this the strongest in junior high? Then why is a mere delinquent able to best him? How many wild talents lie undiscovered in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom? How many are there in the world? Ultimately, it was a frog confined to its well, ignorant of the vast sky above. In an instant, an oppressive atmosphere engulfed the entire basketball court. Ryosuke, whether it was right or wrong to have invited you, remained oblivious. Mayumi sensed the weight of the atmosphere and wanted to say something, yet her voice faltered. However, there was one individual unaffected by this heavy ambience. Ryosuke, let us switch it up. Daiki's face radiated joy and excitement as he waved vigorously at Ryosuke. He was now eager to test the defenses of his opponent. Yet, Daiki was unaware that he had just crossed Ryosuke's forbidden line. What? Change it up? No way. You seem intent on robbing me. How dare you? A chilling aura suddenly emanated from Ryosuke Mido, akin to a demon reaping lives. All present, including Aemon, found themselves paralyzed by this ominous presence. Devil. Monster. At that moment, these 4 words echoed in their minds. I understand now. I shall seize the ball myself. As Aemon's words fell, the mysterious aura dissipated, and Ryosuke Mido smiled. Then here I come. Aemon Daiki let out a bitter laugh, bracing himself defensively, his eyes fixed intently on his opponent. He had always believed that he alone could defeat Mido, but this newcomer, seemingly disinterested in basketball, proved to be a formidable adversary, rendering him unable to defend. Is the price of becoming stronger the loss of interest in basketball? In that moment, Aemon felt even more lost. Bang! Ryosuke Mido paid no heed to Aemon's inner turmoil. His focus was solely on the numbers, a mathematical leap from 2,000 to 3,000. Upon the sound of the ball, Aemon immediately pivoted and sprinted toward the basket. If he could not discern his opponent's moves, he would rely on intuition. He was betting that Mito would repeat the same tactic. Fortunately, he was correct. As Aemon reached the basket, he heard a second bang. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Excellent, he had kept pace. I knew Aemon's speed was the most reliable asset. His teammates shouted excitedly, as if Aemon were one of their own, and even Momoe May was elated for him. No, Aemon was merely gambling. And he had won this time. Midorima Shintaro furrowed his brow. Indeed, if Mito can only execute that one move, then he has lost. Aemon took a powerful step forward and leaped, his hands reaching for the ball in an attempt to block it. Given that a standard layup does not typically involve a high jump, Aemon had ample time. Just as everyone anticipated a successful block, Mito's right hand clenched the ball tightly, swiftly twisting it behind his back. With a slight exertion of his fingers, the basketball transitioned to his left hand, followed by a gentle flick. Swish. The ball went in. Such coordination. Could he still be human? Impossible, utterly impossible. This mere delinquent had scored 3-0. Surely he wouldn't be shut out? How could that be? He is Aemon. 3000. Ignoring the chatter from others, Ryosuke Mito cheerfully picked up the ball with one hand and gestured an okay sign to the still-dazed May. Are you all right? Turning, he noticed Aemon panting, and he inquired with concern. I'm fine. Aemon took a deep breath, managing a forced smile. Hearing this, Mito's anxious heart finally settled. He was genuinely worried that Aemon might not continue. Only 3,000 points. His stamina was woefully inadequate. It seemed necessary to score a few more points before his opponent became fatigued. After all, he hadn't finished watching the anime. So he was unaware that unleashing one's true potential required immense physical energy. He was also oblivious to the fact that Aemon had been enduring the pressure he had exuded moments ago. Here I come. Bring it on. Bang. A second before the sound of the ball echoed, Aemon had already dashed to the right of the hoop. Bang. Upon the second sound, he positioned himself in front of Ryosuke Mito. This time, they leaped simultaneously, their bodies colliding. Crash. Aemon was sent flying backward again. Why do I say again? He fell silent in the wake of Mito's declaration. 4,000. Aemon. Thus, as Mito picked up the ball and finished speaking, a crowd rushed toward him, calling Aemon's name, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Chapter 8. You should transfer schools. He was the one who collided with me. Outside the infirmary, Ryosuke Mito vehemently defended himself to Midorima Shintaro and Momoe May. Ryosuke, we understand. This is not your fault. May consoled him gently, her gaze shifting toward the infirmary door, filled with concern. That's a relief. I'll just use the restroom. Ryosuke Mito sighed in relief, knowing he would not have to pay for the incident. Before either of them could react, he had already disappeared. Don't worry, May. Today, as fortune favors Virgo, Aemon will be fine, Midorima reassured, glancing toward the restroom. It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on letting Ryosuke face Aemon, he wouldn't have been injured. I believe you made the right decision. Midorima adjusted his glasses and replied. Come in. He is fine now. Just as May was about to say something, the school nurse's voice emerged. The second collision wasn't that severe, it was primarily the first. Meanwhile, in the boys' restroom, smoke rings drifted lazily. Ryosuke Mito stared vacantly at the cigarette but in his hand, appearing utterly despondent. 5 minutes later, he washed his hands and shuffled out of the restroom like a zombie, making his way to the infirmary. Ryosuke, let us go grab a bite. Upon hearing a familiar voice, the fog in Ryosuke's heart lifted, and he laughed. Sprinting towards his friends, he extended his hand. I'm so glad you're okay. Of course, but you really pack a punch. Aemon laughed heartily, slapping Ryosuke's outstretched hand. Ryosuke, what's wrong? Weave said it's not your fault, and Aemon is fine, isn't he? May inquired, noticing Ryosuke's sudden silence. Yeah, Ryosuke, look, I'm fine. You don't need to feel so guilty, Aemon chuckled, thumping his chest to emphasize his lack of injury. Yet, Ryosuke maintained his outstretched hand, appearing as if his very soul had departed. Not only that, he radiated an aura of profound melancholy. They could almost see a tiny cloud hovering over his head, pouring down rain. Ryosuke, what's the matter? Are you all right, Ryosuke? In that moment, both Aemon and May were at a loss for how to console him. Aemon felt particularly moved. It shouldn't be because of me. May, I have a question. What did it mean when every time Ryosuke scored, the score went up by 1,000? Midorima adjusted his glasses, casually asking. Aemon. May. Midorima. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from a nearby barbecue restaurant. Ryosuke, you should join the basketball club. Ayaman grinned at the sizzling pork belly. Not interested. Ryosuke Mito pulled out a military canteen, took a sip of the white liquor inside, and let out a long breath. Ryosuke, don't you like playing basketball? May asked, placing a piece of freshly grilled pork belly in Ryosuke's bowl. Compared to basketball, I prefer money. Money? Ayaman questioned, chewing on the grilled meat. You can't play basketball for a lifetime, but money can be spent for a lifetime. Ryosuke took another sip of liquor and munched on the lettuce on the table. Upon hearing this, Ayaman and May exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Ryosuke, you're quite mature, May remarked, resignedly abandoning her earlier intention to persuade Ryosuke to join the basketball club. However, Ayaman Daiki held a different opinion. But I still want to play basketball with you, as you are the only one who can defeat me now. Sure, just pay me, Mito Ryasuke replied with a slight smile. Ryasuke-kun truly has an eye for money. Momoi Satsuki chuckled in agreement. I'm out of cash. I've already spent my meal money on you. Just play one more game with me. Ayaman Daiki persisted. No money. No talk, Mito Ryasuke retorted dismissively. All right, Ayaman, stop talking. If you say any more, it will cost us. Mito Ryasuke waved his hand with a look of disdain. Seeing this, the two ceased their banter. The trio quickly finished their barbecue and returned home. At Teikō Junior High, news of Ayaman Daiki's losses to the delinquent Mito Ryasuke had spread throughout the school over the past 2 weeks. Some students even uncovered that 6 months prior, Akashi Seijira had also lost to this troublesome student. Consequently, the gossip mongers were in a frenzy. Many began to discuss how the generation of miracles paled in comparison to the delinquent youth. Some students even started to mimic Mito Ryasuke's fashion style, such as unbuttoning 2 buttons of their uniforms or dyeing their hair blonde and getting ear piercings, among other things. Ultimately, it was the school's administration that intervened. Mito Ryasuke was summoned for a discussion by the chairman. In the chairman's office, Mito, I'm not criticizing you, but didn't you say you wouldn't affect your classmates? Look, the other stakeholders are voicing their concerns and are demanding disciplinary action against you, the chairman said, taking a sip of tea, clearly displeased. I only faced them in a couple of one-on-one matches. Who could have predicted it would escalate like this? It was merely a game, not a fight. Mito Ryasuke replied nonchalantly, crossing his legs. And what about those ear studs? What's with that tuft of blonde hair? Moreover, do you have any idea how many teachers have complained about you smoking in the boys' restroom? The chairman exclaimed, slamming his teacup down in frustration. Stop right there. The real issue is that I defeated those 2 members of the generation of miracles. If they're too weak to handle a loss, they shouldn't be playing. Mito Ryasuke complained. Why was it that no one said anything when I smoked, or when I wore ear studs, or when I slept in class? Just because I beat a couple of them, they won't stop whining. The chairman found himself momentarily speechless, realizing that his nephew had a point. Truly, he was a chip off the old block of Mito Akashi. Instead of blaming me, why not resolve the matter? Mito Ryasuke suggested, throwing up his hands. Resolve? You faced that Akashi kid. I haven't even given Akashi Seijira an explanation yet. If I hadn't intervened, you would have already been thrown into a ditch. The chairman's frustration grew, leading him to curse vehemently. Outside the office, a few teachers who had initially come to request a raise exchanged glances, deciding to return the next day. You dare say that? If it weren't for your relatives, I would still be the head of the Mito family. Mito Ryasuke shot back. Just because that red-haired kid's father is one of the 3 major conglomerates, does that mean our Mito family is any less significant? Mito Ryasuke slammed his hand on the table, standing up and raising his voice. Are you blaming me? If I hadn't stepped in, how much do you think the 3 or 4-year-old you could have protected? You would have been devoured by those wolves. Who do you think is taking care of you now? The chairman continued to vent. What do you suggest I do? Mito Ryasuke, realizing his fault, sat back down, resigned. Transfer schools. Just keep a low profile for a few months, and when you enter high school, I'll help you find a better place, the chairman sighed. Chapter 9. Rumors. The next day, the teacher announced, I have something to tell you all. Mito Ryasuke from our class has transferred. The students were astonished at the teacher's words. Had this been before, no one would have cared. But now, everything had changed. At least those who loved basketball or were part of the basketball team were abuzz with chatter. After all, this was the Mito who had triumphed over Akashi and Ayaman. Ever since the 3rd year of junior high, the generation of miracles had loomed over the basketball scene like a dark cloud. Yet now, a mere pawn had pierced through this cloud. Indeed, the generation of miracles was not money. It could not win everyone's affection. Thus, Various versions of Mito Ryosuke's redemption began to circulate. Numerous essays filled the school, plastered in every corner. Shocking. The Teikō basketball club's great authority. Mito Ryosuke is such a good person, diligent in studies, and always willing to help classmates. He was forced to transfer just because he defeated 2 members of the basketball club in a game. To divert attention, they exaggerated Mito's minor flaws. Getting to know Mito Ryosuke. The 287th time Mito Ryosuke helped an elderly person cross the street. The light of Teikō. Mito Ryosuke. Basketball club? What nonsense. When did I ever use my family's connections to force him to transfer? Are these people just bored? Akashi Seijiro ripped apart an essay in frustration. Soccer club. Who the hell is Mito Ryosuke? When did he carry me 100 kilometers to the hospital when I was injured? Am I so idle that I wouldn't call an ambulance? Soccer player Michael Owichi expressed his disbelief. Tennis club. Damn it. Let's not even discuss who this Mito Ryosuke is. When did I ever take a dump without bringing toilet paper? Did I need Mito Ryosuke to bring me chopsticks? The tennis captain indignantly declared this as slander. Of course, the subject of all these rumors had no idea he was standing in front of a school, seething with anger. What a shabby school. Clearly a gathering place for the impoverished. Mito Ryosuke fumed, staring at the large characters spelling out Meiku Junior High. After observing the students entering the school for a while, he realized that none of them appeared affluent. What? How can I tell who is rich or poor? I judge by shoes for boys and hair accessories for girls. Is that so difficult to understand? No, wait, I don't look at girls. After all, if a girl gets robbed and I'm accused of being a pervert, that is a serious crime. Sighing, Mito Ryosuke reluctantly walked into the school, heading towards the principal's office. Quiet down. This is the new student, Mito Ryosuke. After school, in an alley near Meiku Junior High, Mito Ryosuke gripped his arm, bitten by mosquitoes, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the entrance of the school. I've had enough. Mito Ryosuke finally turned away, hopped on his beloved motorcycle, and sped toward his family's izakaya. I say, if you 2 lovebirds want to date, do it somewhere else. Don't block the entrance to someone else's shop. The motorcycle glimmered brilliantly, illuminating a couple standing at the doorway. Excuse me, huh? Ryosuke-kun. Is that you? At that moment, they turned around, revealing Momoi Satsuki and Kuriko Tetsuya. Oh, it's you two? This isn't a dating spot, you know. After parking his bike and turning off the engine, Mito Ryosuke walked past them to open the shop door. Momoi Satsuki's face flushed. We're not. Kuriko Tetsuya, with a serious expression, added, Mito-kun, you should wear a helmet when riding. Got it. And don't block the entrance. What if a customer comes in? Mito Ryosuke waved his hand impatiently, then stepped behind the counter to pour himself a glass of cold beer. After downing it in one gulp, he lit a cigarette. Momoi, I asked the teacher for your address. Tetsuya came with me to find you. Kuriko Tetsuya, minors shouldn't smoke or drink. What do you need me for? Ryosuke Mito disregarded the short boy with blue hair and poured himself another glass of beer. I heard you transferred schools. Which one? Mayumi Momoi inquired. Miko, he replied, taking out a bottle of orange juice and pouring it into 2 glasses. Miko, huh? That's a good school. A strong contender for this year's National Junior High School League Championship, Mayumi remarked as she accepted the juice and took a sip. Miko, that's Achan's school, Tetsuya Kuriko interjected. Tetsu, who's Achan? Mayumi turned to ask. My friend, Kuriko said, taking a sip of his juice and displaying a satisfied expression. Oh, and why should I care? Ignoring Kuriko, Ryosuke looked up at Mayumi and asked, Ryosuke-kun, do you really not play basketball? You would be perfect for it. Mayumi began, but was interrupted by Ryosuke. Enough. I've heard that before. Mayumi paused. Who said that? Ryosuke replied nonchalantly, Haruko Akashi. Who is she? Mayumi asked. A girl. A classmate from Miko? No. Oh. After a long while, Ryosuke finally saw the 2 off and decisively shut the door. He was wary of acquaintances, especially those who came to take advantage. After closing the door, Ryosuke took a shower and went straight to bed, needing to wake up early due to the distance to school. Meanwhile, after seeing Mayumi off, Tetsuya Kuriko took out his phone and composed a text. I have a secret. Someone from our school transferred to yours. He is really good at basketball. After clicking send, Kuriko put his phone in his pocket, a faint smile on his face. He had barely taken a few steps when his phone rang. Huh. Kuriko paused for a moment before checking his phone. Seeing a reply, he quickly read, from Naruo Jahara. Really? What's his name? Does he like basketball? Can I invite him to join the basketball club? Kuriko looked at the message, his smile fading. He sighed and replied, I'm sorry, he doesn't like basketball. But once you meet him, you'll see he is quite easy to talk to. I believe if it's Achan, he could definitely convince him to join your basketball club. After replying, Kuriko put his phone away and looked up at the stars in the sky. Chapter 10. Naru Ojihara the next noon. Damn it, that scoundrel Aemon. Next time, I'll get him. Ever since Ryusuke Mido tasted the bento made by Mayumi Momoi, he would curse Aemon Daiki at every meal. After his first bite of Mayumi's bento, tears of excitement streamed from his eyes, and he hurriedly asked Mayumi if he could exchange it for cash. When told he couldn't, he approached Aemon Daiki, trying to sell Mayumi's bento at a ridiculously low price. The outcome was predictable. Aemon fled in haste. Desperate, Ryusuke devised a clever plan to auction off Mayumi's bento to her admirers. Ultimately, Kazuki Kazama won the bid for 500 yen and, under the envious gazes of the other admirers, eagerly took a bite, which led to an abrupt end of that idea. Thus, the indomitable Ryusuke resorted to his last card, asking for raw ingredients. Little did he know, Mayumi would respond, Then, Ryusuke-kun, I'll bring you the ingredients, and you can cook them together with mine. And that was the end of that. The scorching sun could not warm Ryusuke's icy heart at that moment. Excuse me, is Ryusuke Mido in this class? At that moment, he heard his name called from the doorway. Adhering to the principle that male students rarely had good intentions, Ryusuke frowned. Before long, a boy with orange hair approached him. Hello, are you Ryusuke Mido? Hey, Ryusuke raised an eyebrow. The boy paused, unsure of what the response meant, but politely continued, I'm Naru Ojihara, a good friend of Tetsuya Kuriko. Got it. I'm not close to him. Ryusuke waved his hand dismissively. Ryusuke-kun, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. If you're available, Ojihara was about to finish his sentence when Ryusuke interrupted, not available. All right, I see it's lunchtime. I'd like to invite you to lunch so we can chat. Since you're busy, I'll come back another time, Ojihara said, his expression somewhat dejected. What did you just say? Ryusuke suddenly stood up and asked. Oh, I said it's lunchtime, a bewildered Ojihara stammered, startled by Ryusuke's sudden movement. Not that, the previous part. Are you available? I want to available. Haha, absolutely available. Where to eat? Let us go. In the cafeteria? Ojihara replied. You want me to join the basketball club? Ryusuke asked while munching on a chicken leg. Yes. Tetsuya said you're amazing, Ojihara replied earnestly. What's in it for me? Ryusuke asked, swallowing his food. In it for you? Ojihara appeared puzzled, then recalled. He must be asking what benefits there are to joining the basketball club. Oh, I remember now. Tetsuya mentioned you don't like basketball. Oh, there are definitely benefits. If you're good at basketball, many girls will like you. Plus, playing basketball is really fun. Think back to the first time you played. Was it enjoyable? Not enjoyable. And I don't like younger girls, unless they're forever 18. Ryusuke continued eating without looking up. You prefer older sisters? Ojihara asked innocently. Ryusuke abruptly lifted his head, gazing at Ojihara as if he were a fool, chuckling derisively. So, Ryusuke-kun, was your second time playing basketball enjoyable? Ojihara persisted. Hearing this, Ryusuke initially didn't want to entertain such foolish questions. But alas, one cannot refuse a meal, can they? So, he recalled his second time playing basketball since arriving in this world. In an instant, Aemon's figure surfaced in his mind. To be honest, it was indeed enjoyable. Ryusuke nodded and replied, that was fun. What about the third time? Ojihara coaxed step by step. There wasn't a third time. You only played basketball twice. Ryusuke nodded and counted on his fingers. The first was against Seijiro Akashi, the second against Aemon Daiki. Wow. The Aemon Daiki and Seijiro Akashi from Teikō Jr. High-S Generation of Miracles? Ojihara asked excitedly. What do you think? Ryusuke regarded him as a fool at this point. Wow. Did you win or lose? Ojihara asked cheerfully, then suddenly remembered something and continued. I'm sorry, Ryusuke-kun. I didn't mean to touch a sore spot. I won. Ryusuke popped the last meatball into his mouth and stood up. It's fine, Ryusuke-kun, don't take it to heart. Besides, they are the miracles, right? What? You won. Who did you beat? Both of them lost to you. Stop asking, I'm full. And can you stop being so jumpy? This is the cafeteria. Observing the expression of the other party was akin to the skies of June, and Mido Ryosuke, feeling somewhat irritable, remarked. Having said that, he turned on his heel and departed. After playing just 2 rounds of basketball, he found himself exclaiming, This is unacceptable. I must consult Kuriko. Ojihara Narahiro hastily retrieved his phone and dialed Kuriko Tetsuya. A stroll after a meal adds years to your life. Mito Ryosuke mused as he strolled towards the boys' restroom, firmly affirming another saying. A post-meal cigarette is superior to the immortals. The smoke rose and ash fell, a delightful indulgence. Meanwhile, on the other side, after the call, Ojihara Narahiro suddenly bellowed. Mito-kun, I absolutely must have you join the basketball club. Hurry up and eat. This classmate has lost his mind. What? You don't believe me? What normal person would shout in the cafeteria? Did you not see how his companions fled just now? After school, at the basketball club, not all members had arrived yet. Mostly, those who came early were engaged in warm-ups or practicing their shots. At that moment, a figure darted in. Captain Takagawa, I have something important to discuss. Ojihara Narahiro rushed to Takagawa Toro's side, hands on his knees, breathless. Takagawa Toro, captain of the basketball club at Akira High School, stood at 188 centimeters tall and weighed 78 kilograms, a third-year student, still capable of growing taller. What is it? Take your time, he said with a gentle smile. Ojihara straightened himself, took a couple of deep breaths, and began, I've discovered someone extraordinarily talented at basketball. Chapter 11. Hinata Ayaka. A few days later, Mito Ryosuke, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and yawning, entered the school. For the past few days, Ojihara Narahiro had been persistently clinging to him, as if under the influence of some spring elixir. He pondered whether to give him a beating, considering that the other had treated him to a meal, but refraining from violence left him feeling somewhat at a loss. Upon entering the classroom, Mito habitually placed his backpack in the drawer, only to shift from a languid demeanor to one of surprise as a pink envelope fell out. Wow, Ryosuke, you've only been here a few days and already received a love letter. How enviable, exclaimed his classmate, Takeuchi Matsudae, swiftly picking it up and shouting, immediately drawing the attention of their classmates. Hey, Mito-kun. Before Mito could finish his sentence, he heard the last voice he wished to encounter. That fool is back. Ojihara, why haven't you given up? None of us have seen Mito play. What if he is deceiving you? Takeuchi Matsudae laughed heartily. I trust Kuriko, Ojihara Narahiro asserted before dashing over to Mito Ryosuke, continuing, our captain wants you to come to the court today. He wishes to assess your skills. Ojihara, first off, I haven't agreed to join the basketball club. Secondly, is this how your captain seeks assistance? Mito Ryosuke snatched the love letter from Takeuchi Matsudae's hand and tossed it into the drawer, remarking coolly, Ojihara, let it go. Isn't the national tournament approaching? You should focus on training instead of pestering me daily. Besides, we have less than half a year until graduation, right? Takeuchi Matsudae returned to his seat, stating matter-of-factly, Mito, I won't give up, just as I won't abandon basketball. Ojihara Narahiro hastily left after the school bell rang, leaving behind a parting remark. What has gotten into him again? Mito Ryosuke murmured softly. Mito, are you truly not joining the basketball club? I think you should give it a try. You know, I envy you. I also enjoy playing basketball, but I was born with a curved spine. The doctor said I can't participate in strenuous activities. Takeuchi Matsudae suddenly spoke. But before he could finish, Mito interrupted. So we share a common affliction? Do you also? About the same. The doctor said my stomach isn't good. And I can only eat soft food from now on. Get lost. You rascal. On another front, Kuriko, I need your help. Ojihara Narahiro had skipped class and was hiding on the rooftop, making a phone call. After school, students like Mito Ryosuke, who hadn't joined any clubs, generally left the school early. When he arrived near his beloved motorcycle, he noticed several individuals gathered around it. Nice bike, Hinata, a youth wearing a baseball cap remarked, while another youth with long black hair, around 17 or 18 years old, grinned. The boy had waist-length hair and intricate tattoos covering his left arm. He was tall and had a bright, handsome appearance. Taki, why don't we take it apart? Hinata Ayaka chuckled, eyeing the motorcycle. They were all members of a biker gang, intrigued by branded or modified bikes. Beep beep. The motorcycle emitted an alarm, startling the group. The cap-wearing boy, named Cheetah Taki, revealed a ruthless glint in his eyes as he approached the motorcycle, preparing to kick it. Just as his foot was about to make contact, he felt a sharp pain in his right arm. The next moment, he was sent flying several meters away. Taki, Cheetah. The gang members reacted quickly, turning to glare at Mito Ryosuke, who had yet to retract his foot. Kid, are you looking for trouble? Don't act rashly. There are too many people here. Another member warned. Hinata Ayaka, wearing a scowl, approached Mito Ryosuke, asking, "Do you know who we are? Given your lowly attire, I presume you are either delinquents or part of a biker gang." Mito Ryosuke replied, mounting his motorcycle and sizing up Hinata Ayaka and the others. "We are the Kawasaki biker gang," a young member declared proudly. "I am the spirited youth, Aemon Daiki. This is my motorcycle, if anyone dares to oppose. Come find me at Teikō." After shouting, Mito Ryosuke twisted the throttle and sped away. "Stop. Damn it, don't let him escape. Aemon, if we don't catch up, you're finished." Seeing this, the Kawasaki gang quickly hopped on their bikes to pursue him. However, it wasn't long before they gave up due to the heavy traffic during the peak school dismissal time. They feared an accident. After all, most delinquents only dared to race at night. "Hinata, should we go find this brat in Teikō?" Chida Taki asked angrily, embarrassed to have been kicked by a middle schooler. "Teikō is in Tokyo. That kid's uniform is from Kanagawa," Hinata Ayaka replied, squinting. "But he is heading to Tokyo," Chida Taki remarked. "He is likely here to study in Kanagawa. Have the other brothers keep an eye out for which school that uniform belongs to." Aemon Daiki? Probably just a foolish name. "He certainly doesn't go by that," Hinata Ayaka concluded, turning his bike around and departing. The others followed suit. "We need to catch the train tomorrow, otherwise, we won't even have gas money." At the Kinkyu Izakaya, Mito Ryosuke placed a 1,000 yen bill into his piggy bank, contemplating the mere 600 yen left in his wallet. The next day, as expected, Ojihara Narahiro returned. This time, he appeared distinctly confident. "Ojihara, I told you that you can't persuade Mito. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet," Teichi Matsudaira remarked, glancing at the newcomer while copying homework. "This time I'm confident," Ojihara Narahiro proclaimed, stepping confidently towards Mito Ryosuke, covering his mouth with his hand. "Mito-kun, if you join the basketball club, how about I pay you 60,000 yen every month?" Originally wearing a disdainful expression, Ryuka Mito's eyes suddenly lit up upon hearing the words. "After school? In front of the basketball court. So, I just need to play a game against that guy, Tamakawa Toro, right?" Ryuka Mito confirmed once more, gazing at Narahiko Ajiwara. "Indeed. If you win, you might just become a substitute for the first team." Narahiko Ajiwara exclaimed excitedly. "No, it's me playing one-on-one. Why are you so worked up?" Ryuka Mito shook his head helplessly after glancing at Narahiko Ajiwara, then stepped into the court. Seeing this, Narahiko hurriedly followed. Chapter 12. Smoothly joining the basketball team, you must be Ryuka Mito, the one Ajiwara mentioned as a formidable player. Tamakawa Toro scrutinized the boy with the yellow and black streaked hair before him. Because Ryuka had grown out his black hair and was too lazy to dye it, he now sported this yellow-black mix. "That's me. I heard that if I defeat you, I can join the basketball team?" Ryuka replied nonchalantly, slightly raising his gaze to meet the taller black-haired man. Internally, he scoffed. "Are kids nowadays all on hormones?" "Yes, but let us begin. You set the rules. In the one-on-one challenge, 5 shots, and then switch." Tamakawa, unbothered by being interrupted, took the ball and moved within the 3-point line. "Who is this guy? Why would the captain challenge him one-on-one? I know him. Ajiwara is his shadow now, haha. The Ryuka that Ajiwara said was good at basketball is him, right? I heard he transferred from Teikou." As the crowd gathered, eager to witness the spectacle, Tamakawa said, "You go first." He tossed the basketball to Ryuka. With a decisive clap, Ryuka caught the ball with one hand, his fingers curling like claws, tightly grasping the basketball. "All right, here I come. Bring it on." Tamakawa adopted a defensive stance, eyes locked on the ball in Ryuka's hand. Bang! Ryuka slammed the basketball to the ground, producing a heavy sound. In an instant, his upright form bent, and with a powerful push from his toes, he leaped to the right like a bullet. Tamakawa's pupils dilated in disbelief. The person who should have been before him had vanished. Bang! The second sound of the ball echoed like firecrackers behind him. Startled, Tamakawa spun around to see Ryuka in a layup position. Swish. A score. "Your turn." Ryuka's expression remained impassive as he slapped the descending basketball into the chest of a stunned Tamakawa, who instinctively caught it with his muscular reflexes. A monster. A freak. The surrounding crowd fell eerily silent, all eyes wide with shock at their captain's grip on the basketball. "Ryuka is amazing." In the quiet court, Narahiko Ajiwara's voice rang out, breaking the stillness. The onlookers finally reacted, after navigating past his opponent step by step. What kind of leaping ability is this? His speed is incredible. This person is terrifying. The captain surely cannot lose. The match continued. Tamakawa, now mentally prepared, began to dribble slowly. It wasn't that he hesitated to attack. He was simply afraid. Though Ryuka stood there without any defensive posture, just facing him directly, Tamakawa felt an immense pressure. He had no doubt that if he attempted to break through, he would lose the ball. The two regarded each other in silence. Only the sound of the dribbling ball filling the air. Has he become addicted to dribbling? Ryuka wondered why Tamakawa hadn't made a move yet. Little did he know, Tamakawa was trapped in a mental loop. No matter the angle or approach, he would be intercepted. Cold sweat soaked his back. Finally, gritting his teeth, he leaped, disregarding all else, and shot towards the basket. What's wrong with the captain? He's shooting so suddenly. It's impossible for that to go in. The captain must be letting him win. Didn't you hear them say? Only if the opponent wins can he join our basketball team. Oh, you're right. The captain must see potential in him, hence the casual shot. The crowd buzzed again. In truth, if this shot missed, the ball would change possession. And Ryuka had no obligation to defend. But then thud. Ryuka abruptly landed, leaping high into the air. Although the ball had already left his hands, a massive shadow loomed before Tamakawa. Impossible. Watching the figure soar higher, Tamakawa felt his understanding of reality slipping away. What the bang? Blocked. But while others used their hands to block, Ryuka utilized his face. Is this even human? I ask you, is this human? One player exclaimed, gripping his teammate's shirt tightly, shaking him vigorously while shouting. This jumping ability is terrifying. Incredible. Meanwhile, Narahiko Ajiwara watched Ryuka, unharmed, murmuring in excitement. Kuriko wasn't lying to me. With you on board, Ryuka, I believe that Miko will certainly secure that position. In stark contrast to the noisy crowd, Ryuka gazed at the system panel, feeling an overwhelming shock. Host, Ryuka Mito. Age, 15. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 69 kilograms. Physical strength, unmatched 6. Skills, Sixth Sense, top. Coordination, top. Perfect driving skills, chef-level culinary skills, troublemaking system active. Impossible. Even if the system has modified my body, I shouldn't be unable to adapt to it. Is there something amiss? Is this world to blame? Superpower basketball? Suddenly, Ryuka seemed to recall something, a smile creeping onto his lips as he murmured, "Continue?" He raised his hand to wipe his nose, confirming no blood was flowing, then bent to pick up the basketball, standing tall and inquiring. I can't possibly defeat a monster like him. Even if I appear like a novice, his physical prowess is too terrifying. Tamakawa offered no response. His internal turmoil was a tempest. However, with so many eyes upon him, he could only steel himself. No need, I concede. Welcome to the Miko basketball team. That is fantastic, Ryuka. I knew you could do it. Narahiko rushed over, brimming with excitement. Wait. Ryuka bypassed Narahiko, fixing his gaze on Tamakawa. I've met your condition. Now, it's time for me to state my demands. Dusk. The sun dipped below the horizon. Tamakawa stood in the waning sunlight, dazed at the school gate, oblivious to his classmates' farewells. His mind was consumed by Ryuka's demands. I want to participate in collective training. I'll practice alone. Also, for this national tournament, I'll only play in the finals. If you lack confidence in reaching the finals, then so be it. If you think it's impossible, I will withdraw. Chapter 13. National Tournament. 2 months had passed since Ryuka Mito joined the basketball team, and indeed, he had become a substitute player for Miko. Throughout these 2 months, he diligently practiced the techniques from the videotapes. The tapes featured games from the NBA of this world, leveraging his formidable physique and exceptional coordination. Ryuka continued to hone his skills. In just a span of 2 months, Ryosuke Mito has nearly mastered the skills of several NBA stars. Last month marked the time for the national preliminaries, which all his teammates attended, except for him. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, as a mere substitute, there was little necessity for him to accompany them. Secondly, he had training to attend to. Fortunately, Miko Junior High School performed admirably, advancing smoothly to secure a spot in the national competition. In celebration, their coach, Shota Kubota, treated the entire team to a gathering. However, today, the basketball team enjoyed a day off, for they were collectively heading to Tokyo tomorrow for the opening ceremony of the national championship. Indeed, when one transforms their cherished hobby into a profession, that passion can swiftly turn into a source of disdain. As dusk fell, Ryosuke Mito strolled through the bustling streets, lamenting. In his previous life, he had relished playing video games until adulthood turned that pastime into a mere means of making a living. He once enjoyed drinking. until he became a liquor tester. His friend took to basketball, eventually becoming a coach for children's basketball training. Another childhood friend became infatuated with a popular game, ultimately persuading him to become a booster. As he walked, Ryosuke Mito spotted a familiar figure and made his way into a convenience store. "Welcome, Mito. What brings you here?" The young man behind the counter looked taken aback upon seeing him. "Higashihara, what are you doing here?" Ryosuke inquired, surprised. "Hee, just part-time work. Today is my last day." Higashihara Masahiro replied, obviously flustered, scratching his head awkwardly. "What is your pay?" Ryosuke, already aware that this fool was working part-time to earn 60,000 yen a month, was not one to rely solely on guesses. 1,000 yen an hour, Masahiro said, though somewhat dazed. "Really? That means in a day you could earn 24,000 yen. So, in 3 days, you'd have enough to support me for a month?" Ryosuke exclaimed, astonished, while inwardly cursing himself for not considering part-time work sooner. 15 years. 24,000 a day, that's 72,000 in 3 days. I have lost out on a staggering 131 million yen. Mito, that's not how it works. I only work 4 to 5 hours after school each day. Besides, no one can work 24 hours straight, Masahiro replied, still bewildered by his teammates' nonsensical remarks. "Oh, that makes sense, but 1,000 yen an hour is good. In my country, the highest you could earn is just 16 after agency fees. Good heavens. I've missed out on billions." Upon hearing this, Ryosuke felt a decade older. "Are you all right, Mito?" Masahiro asked, noticing Ryosuke's sudden despondence. "Is accommodation included?" Ryosuke inquired, slurping his instant noodles. "Yes," Masahiro answered, also enjoying his noodles. "I have one last question," Ryosuke said, chewing thoughtfully. "If I don't stay with you all, can the accommodation fee be converted to cash? By the way, I've heard that there are many delinquents loitering around our school lately. They're apparently looking for someone." Masahiro changed the subject. "What does that have to do with me? They're not looking for me. Right now? I'm just concerned about whether the accommodation fee can be converted to cash," Ryosuke replied, sipping his noodle broth. The following day in Tokyo, at the opening ceremony of the National Junior High School Championship, Miko Junior High stood in the second position from the right. All members, except the rather lethargic Ryosuke Mito, attentively listened to the promotional speech. Meanwhile, Teikō Junior High occupied the central position. After the ceremony concluded, the first match was announced: Teikō Junior High versus Dojima Junior High. The other schools cast sidelong glances at Teikō, relieved that they were not facing them, for the era of miracles had instilled fear in many teams. Thus, the 8 teams present mostly lingered to watch Teikō's match. Ryosuke, however, chose not to stay with his teammates but instead decided to collect rent and purchase a mobile phone. Over the past 3 months, combining the rent with the wages Masahiro had given him, he had saved enough for a phone. After acquiring it, he planned to return home for a nice, restful nap. As for the match, he had trained adequately and was preparing for high school afterward. So the outcome of the game held little significance for him. After all, high school girls were all JKs. As dusk descended, the streets were filled with hurried pedestrians, their fatigued silhouettes growing distant in the setting sun. At the Kinkyu Izakaya, Masahiro exclaimed excitedly, "Teikō is incredibly strong." But then, recalling something, his expression turned somber. "What's wrong? You look deflated," Ryosuke said, munching on the hot dog bun Masahiro had bought. "I saw Kuriko starting, but he didn't seem happy," Masahiro recalled, his gaze distant as he thought back to Teikō's match that afternoon. Perhaps he is experiencing heartbreak. Heartbreak? I've never heard Kuriko mention liking anyone. Who are you facing tomorrow? Ryosuke sought to shift the conversation. Shokichi Junior High, Masahiro replied, excitement returning to his voice. Got it. Is Mito not participating this time? Did you reach the finals? Ryosuke asked, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from beneath the liquor cabinet, taking one and placing it in his mouth. Not yet, but... Masahiro trailed off, choosing silence as he watched Ryosuke exhale smoke. A few days later, at a sports arena in Tokyo, Miko Junior High faced off against Shokichi Junior High. The audience was nearly at full capacity even before the match commenced, as this was the final match of the semi-finals of the National League. Upon entering, the cheers for Miko echoed throughout the stands. This was expected, as Miko was also a favorite to win the championship. Miko, come on, Ojihara. Tanagawa, you're the best. The cacophony of encouragement filled the air, prompting Ryosuke, who lagged behind, to reflect, I never imagined middle school matches in Sakura country would draw such a crowd. It's nothing like my country. Indeed. Ryosuke Mito had finally decided to attend the match. Chapter 14. The first match. Mito, since it's your first match, just observe for now, Coach Shota Kubota said, watching Ryosuke young while seated on the bench. Although he had heard much about Ryosuke's prowess as a coach, he found himself disliking such a nonchalant attitude. Had it not been for exceptional circumstances, he would not have considered allowing him to play. All right, Ryosuke replied without a hint of concern for the coach's words, yawning before closing his eyes for a brief nap. Meanwhile, the players from both teams began their warm-up routines. Soon, the players gathered, bowing in unison. Let us have a good match. And the game officially commenced. With Inoue having been stifled by Aomen Daiki the previous year, the current team found Miko to be a formidable challenge. Under the collaborative offense of Masahiro and Tomohiro Tanigawa, the first quarter concluded with the buzzer sounding, and Miko led by 7 points, 24-17. Good performance. Let us maintain this in the next quarter. Coach Shota nodded in satisfaction at the departing players. Mito, can you still sleep under these circumstances? Masahiro sat beside him, taking several sips of water before commenting. Is it over? Let us go then, Ryosuke said, awakening with a slightly dazed tone. The first quarter has just concluded, and we are momentarily in the lead. Takagawa Tomohiro approached him and encouraged him. Keep it up. Mito Ryosuke replied nonchalantly, then closed his eyes again. Before long, the second quarter commenced. Due to a change in the opponent's strategy, they managed to take the lead twice. However, when the final whistle blew, they were still down by 2 points. As the third quarter began, Ajiwara Narahiro received the ball, immediately confronted by the opposing small forward, who fixed a serious gaze upon him. After 2 quarters of competition, he was well aware of Ajiwara's abilities. With a rhythmic dribble of the basketball, Ajiwara suddenly smiled and said, "Here I come." At his words, the small forward's expression darkened, as he had often heard that phrase before each of Ajiwara's breakthroughs. In the next moment, Ajiwara swiftly broke through the defense, opting for a jump shot near the free throw line instead of attacking the paint. Swish. The shot was good. Wow. Number 7 from Meiku has scored again. He is Ajiwara Narahiro, the ace of Meiku. The audience in the arena erupted with excitement. For a match with a narrow scoreline, this was the most thrilling spectacle. Well done, Ajiwara. Keep it up. Takagawa Tomohiro ran over, slinging an arm around Ajiwara's shoulders with a grin. Nice work, Ajiwara. The point guard chimed in as well. Don't celebrate too early. The game isn't over yet. Ajiwara lightly tapped Takagawa's chest and chuckled. Beep. With the sound of the whistle signaling the end of the third quarter, the score settled at 64-47. Soon, the fourth quarter began. With a 17-point lead, Kotobuki Shoyuta allowed Takagawa and Ajiwara to rest. Time passed swiftly. Only 5 minutes remained in the match, with a score of 82-75. Mito, warm up, Kotobuki instructed. Turning to Mito Ryosuke, who was engaged in conversation. That is great, Mito-kun, Ajiwara exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before expressing his joy. What is so great about it? You and Takagawa should also prepare for a perfect finish, came the reply. Yes. Beep. Meiku requests a substitution. Mito Ryosuke entered the game for the first time, displaying no signs of the nervousness typical of a debutante. Instead, he lazily adjusted his jersey. Number 13 is a new face. He must be the substitute for the previous player, someone noted. Look, number 7 is on the court. The game resumed, and Meiku inbounded the ball. After dribbling past half-court, Ajiwara passed the ball to Mito Ryosuke. Show me what you've achieved during this time, Mito-kun. Ajiwara grinned. Upon receiving the ball, Kotobuki narrowed his eyes in anticipation. Let us see what you can do. As Mito dribbled, a light laugh escaped him. The next moment, his smile vanished. His right hand executed a behind-the-back dribble, instantly evading his defender. Observing this, 2 players from the opposing team rushed to double-team him. With a quick crossover dribble, Mito burst through. Before the 2 defenders could react, he found himself behind them. Can that number 13 teleport? What incredible speed! The crowd erupted with astonished murmurs. After maneuvering past the 2 defenders, Mito charged towards the basket. With a powerful leap, he pushed off the ground. The opposing center, realizing the impending threat, rushed up to contest the shot, determined to stop this audacious player. Jumping from the free throw line? What does he think he is doing? No way, shouted the center, desperately raising his hands to block the shot. But in the next instant, a thunderous sound echoed throughout the arena. The rim trembled violently, emitting a mournful cry. The opposing center flew backward, colliding with the backboard before collapsing to the floor. Mito Ryosuke hung onto the rim, looking down upon his adversaries. What? What just happened with that number 13? He actually dunked over the opposing center. The spectators were in a frenzy. Is that number 13 drunk? What is his name? Why have I never seen him before? In the stands, a tall, voluptuous woman excitedly exclaimed, Seiji, after the game, let us interview Maiku. Beside her, a young man with a bowl-cut hairstyle, who was shorter than her, replied in confusion, but, Matoi-san, aren't we supposed to interview Teikō? They belong to the editorial team of the Basketball Weekly. Seiji, you must understand. A qualified journalist possesses the eye for discovering hidden treasures, Matoi May declared. She was someone who would sacrifice her rest to witness matches firsthand and gather exclusive information. Is this what you call a monster? Kotobuki Shoyuta mused from the mica bench as he observed Mito Ryosuke. What a pity, this treasure was discovered late. Had it been 2 years earlier, I'm certain Maiku would have been dominant. Even the current Teikō might not have been able to stop them. On the court, the referee blew the whistle, timeout requested by the opposing team. That number 13 is too powerful. I can't keep up, lamented the opposing small forward. Noda, you and Taro double team that number 13, the coach urged, rallying the team. Everyone, the game isn't over yet. This is just the beginning. Chapter 15. The finals approach. Beep. The game has concluded. The referee's voice rang out, plunging the audience into silence, as they were still processing what had just unfolded. The score was 124-75. The players from the opposing team stared despondently at the scoreboard. They had just witnessed Micah score an astonishing 42 points against them in 5 minutes. During that time, they had not only failed to score, but also lost several key players to injuries. That number 13, he is a monster. Despair took root in their hearts. A stark contrast to the dominance Teikō had instilled in them last year, while this year Maiku had ignited a new hope. Mito, come sit here. In the locker room, Kotobuki Shoyuta beckoned eagerly to the space beside him. Hurry up, Mito Ryosuke retorted as he changed his clothes. Where are you going? Kotobuki asked. Of course. I'm leaving after the game. What else would I do? Mito shot back. How about lunch together? If you're free this afternoon, you could join us to watch the matches. That way, you'll know who our opponents are for tomorrow's finals, Kotobuki suggested cheerfully. Due to the butterfly effect, the finals have been postponed to tomorrow, Mito retorted. Are you not looking forward to our next opponent? Ajiwara inquired, approaching with a smile. The others eagerly anticipated Mito's response. While they may have had their doubts in the past, witnessing today's performance had instilled in them a sense of security. I'm not particularly excited. If there's nothing else, I'll just head home. Wait, Kotobuki called out, continuing, Mito, have you decided which high school you want to attend? I have a good friend who is a coach at a private high school. Although the school has only just opened, you needn't worry. Enough. Do you really think my grades are that poor? If I set my mind to it, there's no high school I can't get into. With the level of education here, I can easily manage. Mito declared, slamming the door behind him as he left. His nonchalant demeanor inspired admiration among the basketball team's underperformers. After a moment, the question lingered. Is Mito's academic performance truly that impressive? Hobu Jingtai, recovering from his stupor, turned to the bewildered crowd and inquired. Shuamito is in my neighboring class, and I heard he only scored 49 points in the last mock exam, said a bystander, scratching his head uncertainly. That can't be true. I scored over 100. But with Shuamito's confidence, just now, I would believe it if you told me he was recommended to Kyoto University, replied another. Hobu Jingtai, upon hearing this, stroked his mustache and sighed in resignation. Hello. We are reporters from Basketball Weekly. Do you have a moment for an interview? The perpetual underachiever remains just that, regardless of their origins. Clearly, Shuamito Ryuka embodies this archetype. For otherwise, he would not have been relegated to menial tasks in his previous life. After leaving the gymnasium, Shuamito Ryuka mounted his motorcycle and navigated the streets, soon arriving at the Jinswan izakaya. Thankfully, last night's meal had not been fully consumed. I missed the days when takeout was an option, he lamented while washing vegetables. A good afternoon nap can restore your energy for the day, provided you aren't disturbed, he muttered, glaring at the empty-handed Ajiwara Narihiro. You'd better have a good reason for this. Ajiwara, I can't see Kuriko because the captain won't allow it, Ajiwara Narihiro said, looking a bit disheartened. I'm not inclined to welcome you since you didn't bring a gift, Shuamito retorted angrily. It's one thing to disturb my nap, But who visits someone's home empty-handed? Huh? Ajiwara looked confused. Is that really the issue? Realizing this, his disappointment lessened. The game against Teikō has concluded. We face them tomorrow, he said, walking past Shuamido and entering the house. Wait, did I invite you in? Don't treat my home so casually. Shuamido slammed the door shut, then dashed upstairs. You can rest down there. I need to catch a few more winks. Ajiwara said nothing and sat on a stool. His mind occupied with Akashi Shijiro's words, the opponent in the finals. Regrettably, Tetsuya will not be able to play in the upcoming match, though the outcome may not change. I hope you all fight to the end. As night fell, Shuamido Ryuko awoke to find Ajiwara had already left, and the place was much tidier. Observing a bowl of vegetarian noodles on the bar, he muttered, that fool. After eating, he not only smokes, but also needs to buy groceries. With his life improving, Shuamido no longer needed to scour the market for cheap ingredients, though he still hesitated to purchase anything overly expensive. Daiki, I've been looking for you, he said as he finished his shopping and prepared to return to the izakaya, only to find several figures blocking his path. The next day, at the gymnasium, it was the day of the All Japan League Finals. The venue was packed, with seats filled to capacity. Many high school coaches and players had also come to watch. Their intentions clear, scouting for promising talent ready to ascend to high school. Teikou is here. Teikō, 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 Aemon, Kais, Akashi, Teikō champions, Teikō champions. As the players from Teikō entered, the audience erupted in cheers. Kozo Hakushin, leading the era of miracles, exuded an overwhelming aura as they stepped onto the court. Mayumi Momoi was absent, staying at the hospital with Kuriko Tetsuya. Aemon and the others appeared unfocused, while Aozora Atsushi looked as if he had just awoken. As Teikō took the floor, the roar of the crowd intensified. Where have you been? The game has started. Hobu Zhengtai exclaimed, having made numerous calls until someone finally answered. What did Ryuka say? Takagawa Tomio asked anxiously after the coach hung up. That fool said he just woke up and is on his way. Let's just go in first. Hobu Zhengtai replied, rubbing his temples to suppress his frustration. Meanwhile, Ryuka leaped out of bed after hanging up, hastily brushing his teeth, washing his face, and searching for clothes. Grumbling to himself, I'm late. It's all those idiots' fault from last night. On the court, the game had already commenced. The players were preparing for the tip-off. The referee stood between Aozora Atsushi and the center for Miko, tossing the ball into the air. Both leapt, but despite the center's effort, Aozora effortlessly won the jump. Chapter 16. Shuamido is parking Aemon Daiki caught the ball and charged toward the opposing basket. Ajiwara Narahiro rushed to defend him. Aemon's expression remained unchanged as he executed a behind-the-back dribble to effortlessly pass his opponent. Seeing this, Miko's forward immediately intercepted his path. Come at me if you can. Aemon taunted. With a swift spin, he easily bypassed Miko's forward. How fast? The Miko forward gasped in disbelief. After getting past the defender, Aemon found himself unopposed beneath the basket. He leaped high, swinging his arm back before emphatically slamming the ball into the opponent's hoop. Clang. Score. Aemon. Aemon. Teikō will win. Teikō will win. Teikō will win. The era of miracles was terrifying. No one in the league could stand in their way. After the ball went in, the audience fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into applause and cheers. Impressive. The game has only just begun. The players from Miko encouraged each other beneath the basket. As the match continued, Ajiwara dribbled past half-court, but Aemon confronted him head-on. After several attempts to get past Aemon proved futile, Ajiwara made a behind-the-back pass to Takagawa. Midarima Shintaro simply spread his arms, and Takagawa felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. What a chance! In a split second, he saw the power forward unguarded, and after a quick dribble, he forcefully passed the ball through Midarima's legs to the power forward. Suddenly, a hand intercepted the pass. Impossible. The players for Miko were stunned to see Akashi Shijiro score with a three-step layup. Wow. When did that number 4 appear there? What number 4? That is Teikō's captain. Akashi Shijiro. Teikō will win. Teikō will win. The cheers from the audience were deafening. Next came Aemon Daiki's unpredictable shooting, Kais Ryuta's consecutive breakthroughs, Akashi Shijiro's relentless steals, Aozora Atsushi's rebounds and dunks, and Midarima Shintaro's outrageous three-pointers. The aura emanating from the era of miracles deeply overshadowed Miko's resolve. At that moment, Takagawa, panting heavily while clutching the basketball, felt the weight of exhaustion. The others were similarly out of breath. We can't win. They're all monsters. The The center murmured, his eyes vacant. The others nodded in agreement, seemingly contemplating conceding the match. The game isn't over yet. Don't give up. Ajiwara urged them. What are you talking about? We can't possibly win. Ajiwara. Indeed, the outcome is already evident. Yes, Teikō's offense and defense are flawless. We don't even belong in the same league. Against such opponents, is there really any hope? Listening to his teammates, Najihara Narahira clenched his teeth tightly. Just as he was about to speak up, the referee blew the whistle, signaling a timeout for Micah Middle School. At that moment, Kubo Seda quickly called for a pause. He intended to inject some enthusiasm into his despondent players. With 4 minutes remaining in the second quarter, he urged them to do their utmost to hold the score steady during this brief period. As they left the court, the coach's voice resonated sharply. Coach, the score gap is too great. The center was evidently disheartened by Atsushi Zahara's performance and stared hopelessly at the scoreboard, 66-4. I understand that no matter what strategy one propose, you cannot win, Kubo mused, pausing briefly before continuing, but I have good news. Mizuhito is parking. A collective gasp echoed among the players. Right. Haha, we still have that monster Mizuhito. They realized there were still 2 quarters left and an opportunity to turn the tide. If the opposing team was filled with monsters, they would let a monster handle the situation. As the glum atmosphere dissipated, Kubo clapped his hands together, seizing the moment. So don't let the score widen too much. Takagawa, you and Najihara must closely guard number 7 on the opposing team. It's better to concede 2 points than to allow a 3-pointer. Understood. Takagawa and Najihara replied in unison. On the other side, how about we celebrate with barbecue if we win? Proposed Kai's Ryota. Sounds good. Atsushi Zahara readily agreed. I have no objections, said Ayaman Daiki, a smile gracing his lips. Midorima, are you joining us? We'll see after the game, came the response. Well, that won't take long. They observed the relaxed atmosphere of Teikō Middle School, filled with laughter and chatter. With the referee's whistle, the match resumed, and as Kagazu Hakujin noticed the determined gazes of Micah's players, he felt a sudden unease. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? If they were truly playing, the score would already be over 100, he remarked to his assistant coach. I hope I'm just overreacting, he muttered. On the court, Ayaman observed Najihara dribbling the ball with a smirk. He appreciated players who refused to give up easily. I hope you can still laugh in the second half, he mused. Seizing a moment of distraction from Ayaman, Najihara swiftly passed the ball to Takagawa, who, instead of rushing to attack, calmly assessed Akashi's position and continued dribbling. Are they stalling for time? Hakujin frowned at the unfolding situation. They likely want to avoid a greater loss, suggested the assistant coach. No, if that were the case, Kubo wouldn't be grinning like that. The assistant also glanced at the bench of Maiku. I sensed something is amiss. Upon seeing Kubo's confident smile, he too frowned. As the violation was about to be called, the point guard threw the ball out of bounds. The Maiku players immediately rushed back on defense. They aimed not only to stall time, but also to conserve energy for the second half to support Mizuhito. What is going on with Maiku? Are they giving up? It seems so. Otherwise, why play like this? Murmured the audience, their discussions buzzing. Teikou regained possession. As Akashi crossed the half-court line, Takagawa and Najihara closely marked Midorima. Though I don't understand why you suddenly want to stall, it's merely futile resistance, Akashi stated, executing a feint that left his opponent off balance before passing to Atsushi Zahara. Upon receiving the ball, Zahara leapt and executed a powerful dunk. The Micah center, intent on blocking, found himself utterly powerless, watching helplessly as he was overshadowed. Is the score really that large? Kubo, glancing at the time and occasionally stamping his foot in frustration, was interrupted by a lazy yet exhilarating voice from behind him. Chapter 17, The Light of Teikou? Humph, so you finally decided to show up? Mizuhito Ryusuke remarked disdainfully at Kubo, whose expression was filled with grievances. I don't care, you're responsible. Kubo retorted, gesturing toward the scoreboard with a look of exasperation. The Maiku substitutes, witnessing this exchange, were dumbfounded. Is this really our decisive coach? What happened since yesterday's interview? Meanwhile, on Maiku's side, the arrival of Mizuhito shifted the focus away from the ongoing match. With 1 minute remaining in the second quarter, despite their efforts to stall, the score had escalated to 78-4. I truly don't understand the purpose of your time stalling. Ayaman pressed Najihara, his eyes fixed intently on him. Although they had numerous ways to intercept, he was curious about the strategy at play. As for losing? Apologies, but Teikou had never entertained the thought of defeat. Without addressing Aemon directly, Najihara glanced at the bench and smiled before hastily tossing the ball out of bounds ahead of the violation. Even a mudman possesses a spark of fire. He too could not endure such a frustrating game. Teikou's possession ensued. What is their strategy? Their actions seem like surrender. Yet their competitive spirit is undeniable, mused Aemon. Boom. Zahara's dunk reverberated through the gym once more, but this time, no cheers followed. As the atmosphere was cloaked in an unusual tension. Enjoy the upcoming match. Let you witness the true Teikou. Takagawa smiled at Midorima before swiftly tossing the ball out of bounds. 15 seconds left. Teikou's possession continued, the score now standing at 80-4. Hey, you all know how to play, Mizuhito remarked, turning to Kubo with a hint of dissatisfaction. What can we do, Mizuhito? Without you, they wouldn't even score on offense. It's better to conserve energy for your support, Kubo replied helplessly. If we played normally, the score would only widen further. The whistle for the end of the second quarter sounded, prompting both teams to exit the court. What is going on with them? Don't they want to avoid a humiliating defeat? Aemon expressed his frustration. I sense it's not that simple, Akashi replied grimly, sensing an unusual vibe. Do your best. And let fate decide, Midorima said, lifting his water bottle to drink. Meanwhile, the audience murmured among themselves. This match feels so suffocating. It's just the finals. Indeed. Teikou clearly isn't the opponent. They might as well send in the substitutes and concede. I agree. I initially thought Teikou was persistent. But now I feel today was a waste. Back at Teikou Middle School, Mizuhito, you finally made it? The starting five exclaimed cheerfully. Haha for points? Are you all trying to exhaust me? Mizuhito joked. Alright, you can take a break for now. Mizuhito will take over. Kubo instructed as he prepared to strategize for the second half. As the third quarter commenced, Teikou regained possession. The moment the players stepped onto the court, gasps erupted from the audience. It's that number 13. What number 13? The number 13 from Mingguang is the young lad who executed a dunk from the free throw line yesterday. I wondered why he wasn't on the court. It seems he was a secret weapon. But isn't it too late for him to enter the game now? Indeed. With a 76-point gap, it has almost been declared that Teikō is victorious. What a load of nonsense. That is the brilliance of Teikō. Isn't he from Mingguang High? No. He is indeed our Teikō's light. Alas, they ultimately succumbed to the financial powerhouse, Mito. Say Aemon and Rado Horai gazed at the familiar figure in astonishment. Atsushi Shirari squinted. His fists clenched tightly. Shintaro Midorima merely adjusted his glasses. Seijiro Akashi glared fiercely at Ryosuke Mito. Well, long time no see, Ryosuke Mito said with a smirk. Swiftly passing the ball to his point guard, then raised his hand in greeting to the Teikō players. As he dribbled slowly across half-court, Rado Horai approached to defend. You're called Horai, right? I didn't expect you to recognize me, Mito. Rado smiled. All right, we can catch up later. You've certainly left my school in shambles. Ryosuke's smile faded, and before Rado could respond, he continued. Here we go. Upon hearing this, Rado instantly shed his nonchalant demeanor, adopting a defensive stance. He could afford to play around with others, but this individual before him had easily defeated someone he could not. The pressure was palpable. How infuriating. They had merely been toying with them earlier. As the players of Mingguang High realized the gravity of their opponents, the familiar sound of a ball striking the floor echoed. In the blink of an eye, Ryosuke Mito had appeared behind Rado Horai. What? Such speed. How did he achieve that? The brilliance of Teikō. The brilliance of Teikō. Rado ignored the taunts from the audience and stood frozen. Previously an outsider, he now understood the terror of facing Ryosuke Mito directly. Such a frightening burst of speed. Come on, Mito. If you can get past me, say Aemon began, but before he could finish, Ryosuke's voice rang out from behind him. Oh, Aemon. Your reflexes remain as sluggish as ever. How is that possible? Aemon exclaimed, realizing Mito's speed had increased. By the time Aemon turned around, he saw Ryosuke leaping high, his entire body crashing toward the rim. Humph. Atsushi snorted, taking 2 steps forward before leaping high to block Mito. In the next instant, they collided. Bang. The resounding noise of a slam dunk echoed. Atsushi was sent flying, landing beneath the basket. What? How is that possible? The crowd gasped, astonished at the sight of the figure hanging on the rim. To have toppled Atsushi Shirari, this person must possess incredible strength. Laughter erupted from the bench as Shota Kubo witnessed the spectacle, his earlier grievances from the first half vanishing. Are the Teikō players all rare monsters? Then what is my Mito? Chapter 18. Monsters versus monsters. I will crush you. After landing, Ryosuke Mito looked down at Atsushi with a light chuckle before jogging back on defense. He held a grudge against him for blocking him in the restroom. Atsushi's pupils constricted as he glared at Mito's retreating figure. I'll crush you. Who would have thought you'd become so strong in just a few months? Ayaman remarked, excitement evident as he gazed at the figure from Minkwang. Is that still the boy who could only break to the right and perform a three-step layup a few months ago? Reito's expression reflected shock. Is that number 13 your secret weapon, Kubo? Kozo Hakuba murmured, looking toward the Minkwang bench. Atsushi, are you alright? The Teikō players opted not for a fast break, but instead rushed to check on Atsushi's condition under the basket. I'm fine. Atsushi accepted Ayaman's hand and stood. But his expression changed. My chest hurts. Teikō initiated the throw-in. Seijiro Akashi received the ball and began to advance, but as soon as he crossed half-court, Ryosuke was already in front of him. Get lost. Seijiro's gaze was icy as he started to dribble aggressively. In the next moment, fool, Ryosuke declared, suddenly sprinting past him while snatching the ball away. As he dribbled down the court, the basket was unguarded. Seijiro snapped out of his daze, turning his head just in time to witness. Ryosuke halted at the three-point line, leaped with the ball held high. Seijiro halted his dribble, disbelief etched on his face. That shot cannot go in. Kozo's pupils widened. With a swift dribble and immediate shot, there was no time for aiming. There's no one guarding him. Mito, why are you rushing? Even Shota Kubo was skeptical that the shot would succeed. Swish. The basketball traced a perfect arc, sinking through the net. What? Look. I told you Minkwang's number 13 must be under the influence. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Is he bluffing? The crowd erupted into cheers. I want all the information on Minkwang's number 13. If he is a senior, I'm reserving him for Haichong. Who is that number 13? Meanwhile, numerous high schools began dispatching scouts to investigate. Maya Mito is incredible, Tamura Masakazu exclaimed, astonished, but after a moment without response. He turned to see Maya's eyes transformed into heart shapes. Beep. Teikō High requests a timeout. Oh dear, why call a timeout now? This is getting exciting. Wow. Is this Teikō's first timeout? Laughter erupted. Teikō is panicking. What are you laughing at? Aren't you from Teikō? What do you know? Though I am at Teikō, my heart will forever be with the brilliance of Teikō. Score, 89. On the Teikō bench, Kozo instructed, Ayaman, Horai, you two will double-team their number 13. Akashi, pass to Mitarima if you have an open shot. We need to widen the score gap. He began to feel that a 70-point lead was too narrow in the face of an unpredictable variable. Can you pass the ball to me? Atsushi suddenly spoke up. The others paused, turning to see Atsushi's eyes filled with determination. Yet he said no more, instead focusing earnestly on Seijiro. I understand. Seijiro nodded. Meanwhile, on the Minkwang bench, hey, Mito, have some water. Kubo handed a water bottle to Mito, grinning at the incredulous expressions around him. Just like before, Captain. You and little Oji keep an eye on that green-haired turtle. Leave the rest to me. After 2 sips of water, Ryosuke declared, what a small Oji. Call me Ajiwara. Ajiwara, Naruho protested. Laughter filled the air, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere when Ryosuke first arrived. Mito, don't attempt that kind of shot again. It could injure your knee. Tamakawa Fumero nodded in agreement. No worries. I'm here to cover for you, right? We must seize every second. Ryosuke placed the water bottle down, instinctively reaching for a cigarette from his pocket, only to find it empty. Without pockets in his shorts, he had to leave his essentials behind in the locker room. As for the cigarettes, they remained in his cabinet, untouched. Beep. The game continues. As the whistle blew, both teams took their positions. After Akashi Seijiro received the ball and crossed half-court, he noticed that Murasakibara Atsushi had pushed Ayaman Daiki behind him. Meanwhile, Mitarima Shintaro found himself surrounded by Ajiwara Seihu and Tanagawa Tamaharu. Observing the situation, Ayaman rushed forward to block Mito Ryasuke. A screen. Without hesitation, Akashi swiftly passed the ball to Murasakibara. Little Ayaman, you're being a bit bothersome. A voice echoed in Ayaman's ear, and sensing danger, he turned around. But it was too late. On this side, Murasakibara received the ball and made a powerful move. With a surge of strength, he shoved Ayaman aside. In the next instant, he leapt into the air like a colossal beast, turning his back to the hoop. Suddenly, he twisted mid-air, completing a 180-degree turn, and slammed the ball towards the basket with both hands. Get out of the way. As Ayaman prepared to leap, a voice rang in his ears. Just then, He was forcefully shoved aside, landing abruptly on the ground. In the next moment, he glimpsed the owner of that voice soaring high above him. Smack! Mito Ryasuke held the ball firmly with one hand in midair. Ah! Murasakibara roared in fury, exerting all his strength. Does shouting even help? Mito casually remarked, exerting a powerful force with his right hand. The basketball was forcibly snatched away, and with a resounding clap, it hit the ground. Murasakibara was nearly staggered by the unexpected strength. Crush you. Thud, 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 thud. Instead of passing, Mito declared, I'm going for it, and accelerated towards the opposing basket. Quick, fall back. Ayamin and Kai's Ryuta immediately gave chase. Can't catch up. Ayamin saw Mito's figure growing distant and unleashed all his speed. A shadow of a Black Panther seemed to emerge behind him. Fortunately, Akashi stood in front of Mito, ready to defend. Mito did not respond, but continued dribbling towards the opponent. With narrowed pupils, Akashi reached out to swipe at Mito's ball. Bang! Mito slammed his right hand down, causing the ball to bounce away quickly, slipping past Akashi's defense. Bang! The sound of the ball echoed again as Mito accelerated, leaving a blur behind him. Nanny! Akashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 19. Kobu. Mito is my brother, what is this? Platinum Kuzu suddenly stood up, seemingly relieved of his ailments. Not only him, but many experienced spectators also rose, their eyes fixated on number 13 from Ayamin's team. No way you're scoring. Just as Mito passed Akashi and reached the three-point line, a figure swiftly blocked his path. Ayamin Daiki. See, little Ayamin, you're quite bothersome, Mito said, coming to an abrupt halt, holding the ball in both hands. With his right foot as the pivot, he spun back, creating space away from Ayamin. Not so easy. Ayamin quickly positioned himself to block, but Mito spun back and prepared for a jump shot. Dream on. Ayamin, thrown off by Mito's footwork, leaped to defend. However, upon seeing Mito's grin, he thought to himself, it's over. Indeed, Mito swiftly pulled back his outstretched hand and executed a grand turn, slipping past the airborne Ayamin and launching a quick jump shot. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark. The score was 80-12. How is this possible? What kind of footwork is that? Incredible. The light of Teikō. The light of Teikō. Wait, what is the name of your Teikō light? A nearby spectator asked the Teikō students. Mito Ryasuke, said Endo Masaki, led S guard Ayamin's locker room during the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. May. What's wrong? Aren't you going to watch? Endo asked, puzzled. Regardless of who wins or loses, Mito Ryasuke's name will undoubtedly grace every basketball magazine. Muto May declared seriously. She had already seen a new star rising. Dreamlike footwork and pull-up jump shots. This monster. Platinum Kuzu's face displayed disbelief as he trembled while uttering those words. Coach, what are you talking about? A substitute inquired. The dreamlike footwork and pull-up jump shot are signature moves of NBA legends Hakeem and McGrady. The dreamlike footwork involves deceptive moves combined with rapid rotations, making it nearly impossible for opponents to defend. McGrady's pull-up jump shot is a quick leap for a shot after faking out the defender. And this small forward from Ayamin has managed to master both. Is he truly a middle school student? After taking a deep breath, Platinum Kuzu explained. On the other side. Ha ha ha, Mito. You truly are my brother. Kobu Shoyuta suddenly laughed loudly, startling the players around him into shifting positions. On the court, Ayamin grinned as he watched Mito retreat. Mito, it's only you who deserves my full effort. Ayamin felt an overwhelming surge of passion within him. A flash of blue lightning flickered in his eyes. Seeing Ayamin filled with fighting spirit, Kai suddenly felt his own blood begin to boil. However, upon recalling Mito's footwork, he was astonished to realize he couldn't imitate it. After all, he couldn't enter the zone at that moment. What kind of monster is this? The thought of the next 3 years, if this guy continues playing basketball, sent a chill down Kai's spine. Teikou gained possession. As Akashi dribbled past half-court, he noticed Ayamin, filled with fighting spirit, calling for the ball. Thus, he promptly passed it to Ayamin. With Ajiwara and Tanagawa guarding Midarima, Mito naturally came to assist in defense. Mito, I'm going serious now. Mito's expression faltered. Then he calmly replied, 68 points. Ayamin paused, then suddenly burst into laughter. A moment later, his smile vanished. Taking a deep breath, the blue lightning returned to his eyes. Zone. Platinum Kuzu displayed an expression of utter disbelief. Huh? Again? Coach, what is the zone? A substitute asked. It is nearly impossible for athletes to perform at 100 capacity during a game. Even top-tier players, when fully focused, can only achieve about 80. However, the zone makes that impossible 100 attainable, Platinum Kuzu explained. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly turned their attention to Aemon on the court. I wonder how you will respond to such a formidable Aemon, Platinum Kuzu murmured while gazing towards Aemon's bench. However, Kobushoyuda's actions at that moment made him facepalm. Bro, get him. Kobushoyuda waved his water bottle, fervently cheering alongside his teammates. Here we go. After Aemon filled his energy, he said to Mito, you better keep up. Mito simply replied blandly. For these overly enthusiastic individuals, he couldn't muster any excitement. It was akin to a past life when his nephew boasted about winning a trading card, totally unrelatable. Upon hearing this, Aemon suddenly accelerated, moving like a streak of lightning, the sound of his shoes screeching against the wooden floor resonating loudly. He chose to break through on the right side, but in the next moment, Ryosuke Mito reappeared before him. Ha ha ha, as expected of you, Mito. Daiki Aemon displayed an exuberant expression, feeling immensely at ease. It had been a long time since he had played with such fervor. He finally understood the essence of Mito's defense. Everyone on the court watched the two with bated breath. Aemon continuously dribbled, employing feints to break through. Mito, however, remained focused on the basketball, defending with unwavering determination. Despite Aemon's various feints and attempts to back him down, he could not breach Mito's defense. Intuition. Mito was not overly serious, relying solely on his formidable instinct to guard. Finally, with only 2 seconds left before a violation, Aemon leaped fiercely, his body angled backward. His eyes locked onto the hoop as he swung forcefully. A no-form shot. Unfortunately, a massive hand accurately intercepted the ball's trajectory. Slap. Mito did not swat the ball away but instead clutched it tightly in his hand, landing with a thud. Before Aemon could react, Mito dashed towards the opponent's basket. My goodness, that was incredibly fierce. That was a no-form shot. The light of Teikō. The light of Teikō. Why do I feel as if the match has just begun? As the audience erupted in fervent cheers, Mito disregarded the pursuing Aemon. He leaped again from the free throw line, this time executing a double-handed windmill dunk. Crash. The ball went in. This is unbelievable. Is this really a skill that a middle school student can possess? That brother was right. He must have been drinking fake liquor. Number 13 from Miko is so impressive. The light of Teikō. The light of Teikō. The crowd erupted once more in enthusiastic shouts. The light of Teikō. The light of Teikō. Wait, coach. Why are you shouting along? Mito is from our Miko Middle School. On the sidelines, the substitute players looked at the standing Kobushoda, speechless. The ensuing moments were nothing short of a personal showcase for Mito, single-handedly neutralizing Teikō's ball handler's offense while his own attacks went undefended. When faced with the unreasonable three-pointer from Jintaro Midorima, he leaped in an instant to block it. Even against Ryota Kai's and the zone defense from Aemon, he effortlessly broke through into the paint. Then, he delivered a powerful dunk over at Sushi Shihoin, adding insult to injury by declaring, I will crush you. Chapter 20. The Grudge of Mito. Before long, the score reached 80-43. Beep. Teikō Middle School called for a timeout. Kozo Hakujin, witnessing the situation, had no choice but to pause the game to devise a new strategy. There was no other option. In just 7 minutes, they had conceded 39 points without scoring a single one. What kind of monster is that number 13? Most importantly, the opposing team showed no signs of fatigue. At most, they were slightly out of breath. In contrast, Aemon appeared far from well. The aftermath of the zone was evident. He slumped on the bench, gasping for air. Sweat poured from him as if he were in a sauna, and even while seated, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Ryota Kai's was not in a better state. Although he could not activate the zone, he had been sprinting relentlessly to defend Mito, and his stamina was depleted. Was even the zoned Aemon no match for him? Kozo Hakujin muttered weakly, in the next match, Aemon and Kai's, take a break. Players A and B, you will substitute for them. Although the two were reluctant, they had no choice. Kai's wanted to protest, but Hakujin's remark, can you keep up in the fourth quarter, made him sit down obediently to rest. 3 minutes remained in the third quarter. On the other side, the Miko Middle School bench. Mito, are you tired? Do you need a break? Kobushoda asked, handing a water bottle to Ryosuke Mito amidst the astonished gazes of Narihiko, Ajiwara, and others. Coach, the game isn't over yet. Ajiwara complained. Only to face an unexpected backlash. You still have the gall to speak. When our Mito wasn't here, you lot lost 80-4. I could have played better with my feet. What happened? Didn't you always say basketball isn't a one-person sport? Why are you just running alongside now? Can't you be of any use? Look at how exhausted Mito is. After finishing, Kobushoda pressed his hand on Mito's shoulder a few times. Haha, coach, drink some water. Ajiwara, drenched in saliva from the retort, quickly seized the opportunity to fetch the coach's water bottle, realizing it was not the best moment to argue with him. Humph. Kobushoda replied, taking the bottle with a haughty snort. Mito, do you want to take a breather? Don't worry, we will hold the score. Tomioka Takuro. Seeing Mito close his eyes and enjoy the coach's exclusive shoulder rub, approached with a smile. In the previous match, he and Ajiwara hardly broke a sweat. In fact, by the end, they hadn't even had the chance to run before Mito scored again. They were still down by 37 points. Mito did not respond, his tone neutral. Beep. The game continued. With 3 minutes remaining, Teikō, without Aomen and Kai's, could no longer withstand Mito's assault. Mito ceased attacking the paint and began launching three-pointers with fervor. Even if they attempted to delay time like Miko had before, they could only watch in frustration as Mito sank three-pointers with astonishing speed. As the third quarter buzzer sounded, the score settled at 80-79. That number 13 from Miko is incredible. Yes, the match has turned into his personal showcase. Ha ha ha. Teikō wanted to stall for time. But now they must be bewildered. The light of Teikō. The light of Teikō. How unfortunate. If it weren't for that number 13 from Miko, Teikō Middle School would have surely claimed a third consecutive championship. In the stands, the number of supporters for Miko Middle School steadily increased. Meanwhile, Mayumi Momoi stood in the corridor of the infirmary, covering her mouth in disbelief as she watched the television hanging on the wall. Ryosuke-kun. After both teams took a break, Mayumi walked back to the hospital room of Tetsuya Kuriko, looking as if she had lost her soul. How's the game? Kuriko asked eagerly upon her return. The fourth quarter has just begun, Mayumi replied absent-mindedly. What's the score? Not much of a difference. In response to Kuriko's anxiousness, Mayumi remained distracted. Her mind filled with thoughts of that black and yellow-haired youth. This was her first time witnessing a match that pressured Teikō to such an extent. I'll go take a look. Kuriko, sensing the situation, suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly got up from the bed. You're not supposed to get up, Kuriko. Mayumi hurriedly stopped him. At least, I want to witness the outcome with my own eyes, Kuriko said with utmost seriousness. Observing his determination, Mayumi sighed inwardly, acquiescing to accompany him to the corridor. As the two raised their heads to glance at the television, they saw Mito dunking alone under Teikō's basket. What on earth is happening in this game? Kuriko asked in disbelief. Meanwhile, the Teikō players, panting heavily, stared at the figure standing just outside the half-court, a presence that left them feeling powerless. With this score, we have lost, Mayumi murmured with a heavy heart. Score, 82-102. Those 2 points were scored by Aomen using a no-form shot after activating the zone. However, mere moments later, he retreated to rest. Akashi Sejiro, too, succumbed to fatigue and left the court. Although his Eye of the Emperor allowed him to glimpse the future, his speed could not keep pace, compounded by Mito's extraordinary coordination, which enabled him to evade Akashi's interceptions time and again. At this juncture, Mitorima Shintaro had yet to secure a comprehensive grasp of the three-point shots across the court. Even if he could, it was of little consequence with Ajiwara Narihiko and Tanigawa Tomo guarding him relentlessly. This strategy had been proposed by Mito Ryosuke and fervently endorsed by Kobori Shoyuta, leaving Ajiwara and Tanigawa with no choice but to comply. A profound sense of helpless despair enveloped all members of Teikō. Only 2 minutes remained in the game. Observing the situation, Kuriko Tetsuya hurried toward the court. Asia, Matoi Mayu quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, on the court, which high school do you wish to attend? Mito Ryosuke inquired of the ball handler, Kai's Ryota. Isn't it a bit premature for idle chatter? Kai's replied, narrowing his eyes. Go ahead then. I've played enough and feel somewhat fatigued now, Mito Ryosuke said, straightening his posture and stepping forward with a gesture that invited Kai's to take the lead. Wow, what's number 13 doing? Is he letting the ball go? What is going on? Murmurs of confusion echoed from the stands. Coach, what is Mito doing? Aren't you going to intervene? A forward from Miko glanced anxiously at Kobori Shoyuta. The next moment, he was disheartened by his coach's response. Mind your own business regarding Mito. What are you doing? Kai's Ryota, seeing no option but to initiate an attack, dribbled slowly, his expression cold. Don't you all enjoy playing games? Coincidentally, I do as well, Mito Ryosuke shrugged. Hearing this, Teikō's players clenched their fists in frustration. Esteemed guests, I apologize for the interruption. A quick survey. Do you prefer a female lead or not? Click here for a female lead. Click here for no female lead. For neutrality, please click the gift section. Chapter 21. The match concludes. The troubled youth is a source of endless vexation for every teacher. Yet, each problematic student possesses an inexplicable charm that evokes both love and ire from their instructors. Currently, Kobori Shoyuta felt this duality regarding Mito Ryosuke. On the court, time's running out. Mito Ryosuke remarked with a smirk while observing Kai's, who was hesitating with the ball. He was aware of the personalities of these anime protagonists and aimed to temper their egos. Otherwise, he would have betrayed the relentless training he had undergone over the past few months, where countless shots had been practiced. Of course, his prowess was significantly bolstered by a body nurtured by the system, establishing muscle memory with each successful shot, leading to an 80% success rate from that position. Kai's Ryota, silent, merely grunted and passed the ball to Murasakibara Atsushi. This scene left not only Murasakibara baffled, but also Mikos Nakagawara in disbelief. Murasakibara, should I still shoot? Nakagawara, should I still defend? Ultimately, Murasakibara executed a symbolic dunk, while Nakagawara made a token defense. The score stood at 84-102. No one in the arena rejoiced. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly tense. At that moment, everyone sensed the inevitability of the outcome. Seiji, prepare yourself. We need to head to Miko's locker room now, or we won't secure the first position. In the stands, Mutame suddenly turned to induce Seiji. She had noticed several journalists gasping in awe after Mito Ryosuke's shot, snapping photos while conspiring about something. Could it be that exaggerated? It's merely a middle school match, Indu reassured her, but the next instant, he was met with a dangerous glare from Mei and promptly fell silent. What do you know? This is the instinct required of a reporter. Besides, have you seen any middle schoolers so extraordinary? You're still too young, Indu. Yes, Mei. Mutame frowned and quickly pulled Indu toward Miko's locker room. I will not let Mito Ryosuke's debut slip through your fingers. With that, their pace quickened once more. On the court, only 50 seconds remained in the game. Miko had possession. After Mito Ryosuke's last shot, the score was now 86-102. Thud, 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 thud. Mito Ryosuke advanced the ball slowly over half-court. Kai's Ryota immediately stepped up to defend. You need to watch closely. This shot will mark the end of your basketball journey in middle school. Mito Ryosuke declared before darting left. Kai's pupils constricted as he quickly followed suit. Suddenly, Mito Ryosuke slammed the ball behind his back to the right side and swiftly broke to the right. Kai's Ryota, suppressing the awkward sensation in his body, rushed to defend. Bam! Mito Ryosuke, seeing the opportunity, smiled and swiftly tapped the ball from his right hand to his left. The moment the ball touched his left hand, he darted left again. Kai's Ryota cursed inwardly, intending to keep up, but his feet betrayed him. Losing his balance, he fell to the ground. Before Teikō's teammates could rush to assist, Mito Ryosuke halted abruptly and executed a jump shot. Swish! That move, no way. Shirogane Kuzu expressed disbelief as he gazed at the descending figure in astonishment. Wow. Quickly send him for a test. What was that move? Teikō's brilliance. Teikō's brilliance. The entire arena erupted with deafening cheers. Journalists in the venue swiftly raised their cameras, clicking away incessantly. Coach, how do you interpret that shot? Teikō's supportive bench players re-entered the fray. That was a behind-the-back change of direction. Only a handful of players in the NBA can achieve that. The master of this move is none other than Kuriko. Shirogane Kuzu elaborated in disbelief. On the other side, I want to apply for a high school basketball coaching position. Kobori Shoyuta could no longer remain seated, springing to his feet. His eyes sparkled with fervor. It was not only a passion for basketball, but also a fervent admiration for Mito Ryosuke. The nearby players subtly shuffled their seats as only 30 seconds remained in the match. Yet, in everyone's hearts, the outcome was already settled. Even Teikō's players felt the weight of inevitability. With such a prodigy on Miko's side, they were an insurmountable presence in middle school basketball. 30 seconds, 18 points. Not even MVP time could achieve that. Beep. The match concluded. As the referee announced the end of the game, the audience erupted in a chorus of cheers. We won. We actually defeated the Miracle Generation. The players from Miko embraced one another in excitement. Fools, it's not you who won. It's him, Kobori Shoyuta muttered. Gazing at the jubilant Miko players, his eyes fixed on Mito Ryosuke. We lost the match. Next time, I will surely defeat you. Aemon Daiki clenched his fist tightly, sighed, and stood up from his seat. All players, line up. At the coach's command, the players from both schools formed a line to shake hands. Yet, all eyes from Teikō were drawn to Mito Ryosuke, who was shaking hands with Aemon Daiki. Next time, I will certainly triumph over you, Aemon Daiki smiled. This time, it's not your fault. Your teammates were simply too weak. Once you left the court, I lost all desire to continue. Especially that one with purple hair, who falls down with just a touch. I thought he was here to cause trouble. Mito Ryosuke chuckled. Upon hearing this, Aemon Daiki felt a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, several sharp, murderous glances instantly shot over. What did you say? Azora Atsushi erupted in fury. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Azora, let go first. Those words weren't mine. Miko Nakamine cried out in pain, looking at the hand gripped by his opponent. What? Can't hear clearly? If you have the guts, let Aemon treat us to barbecue later. And I'll compete with you on something else. Mito Ryosuke stood with his hands on his hips, looking smug. Azora, don't be impulsive. Aemon Daiki rushed forward to embrace the approaching Azora Atsushi. But Azora suddenly halted, looking down at Aemon Daiki. Aemon, where are we eating? Aemon Daiki. When did I say I would treat you to barbecue? This is slander. He's slandering me. Seeing Aemon Daiki cast a questioning glare, Mito Ryosuke scratched his head, pretending not to notice. Faced with Mito Ryosuke's antics, Aemon Daiki could only soothe Azora Atsushi, gritting his teeth. I'll send you the location later. Is it over? After a moment, Kuriko Tetsuya surveyed the scene, incredulous. Tetsu, wait a moment. Momoi Satsuki arrived late. Chapter 22. The secret to playing basketball well outside the Minko locker room corridor. When a swarm of eager reporters arrived, they saw Muto Mei and Endo Masakazu waiting. They bent over, panting, regretting their tardiness. Sister Mei, you're amazing. Endo Masakazu swallowed hard upon witnessing the scene. Minko Junior High is here. Just then, the Minko basketball team approached them. Mito, are you really not coming back to Kanagawa with us? Ajiwara Narahiko asked, somewhat dejected. I live in Tokyo, and besides, don't we have school tomorrow? Mito Ryosuke rolled his eyes at him. Are you kidding? Accompanying you all the way to Kanagawa for a meal, and then back. How boring would that be, sitting on a train for over an hour just to eat with you? Just as Ajiwara Narahiko was about to argue further. Miss Mei, hello. We meet again. At that moment, the leading Kubota Shoyuta spoke. However, Muto Mei did not respond to him. Instead, she quickly approached Mito Ryosuke, extending her microphone. Mito Ryosuke. Hello, I am Muto Mei from Basketball Weekly, and I would like to interview you. What are you doing? Mito Ryosuke frowned, blocking the microphone that was about to poke his mouth, feeling somewhat exasperated. May I ask, Mito, what are your thoughts on today's match? They were all pretty nice to me. Mito Ryosuke replied awkwardly. It was his first interview, yet he did not wish to waste time. He only wanted to have a smoke, go home, take a shower, and then lie on the couch playing video games. Muto Mei was somewhat speechless, but for the sake of professionalism, she continued. How do you evaluate your performance in today's match? Basic skills, nothing more. What kind of nonsensical answer is that? But Muto Mei, being a seasoned reporter, managed to handle Mito Ryosuke's nonsensical reply. Huh? I didn't expect you to be not only skilled, but also have a great sense of humor, Mito. So, Mito, you play so well. Do you have any secrets? Upon hearing this, everyone present became curious. Mainly relies on talent. One sentence extinguished the curiosity of the eager teammates and the reporters alike. How absurd. Basketball mainly relies on talent. Even Muto Mei, with her wealth of interview experience, was momentarily taken aback. Haha, Mito is truly humorous. So, do you have any words for the readers of Basketball Weekly? Muto Mei took a deep breath and asked again. Read more books, read Basketball Weekly, eat fewer snacks, and sleep more. Is he pointing at me? Just as Azora Atsushi walked out from the locker room, he glared angrily at Mito Ryosuke, who was answering the interview. Azora, calm down. He is not talking about you. Aemon Daiki quickly patted his back, attempting to soothe him. In front of the barbecue restaurant. Wait, why did you all come too? Aemon Daiki frowned at the approaching Horai Ryota and Mitarima Shintaro. Little Aemon, it's more lively with more people. It's a pity Akashi didn't want to come. I haven't had barbecue in ages. Horai Ryota complained playfully to Aemon Daiki, while Midorima Shintaro adjusted his glasses, holding a baseball bat in one hand. You all can cover your own costs. I didn't bring that much money, Aemon Daiki warned the two. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Meanwhile, outside the gym. What? You're saying Aoda and Ryosuke went to eat barbecue? Momoi Satsuki repeated incredulously. Kuriko Tetsuya was at the bus door, bidding farewell to Ajiwara Narihiko. Inside a barbecue restaurant, after choosing a spot, the group sat down. After completing his order from the menu, Aemon Daiki raised his gaze and asked, Mito, how have you become so impressive after just a few months? Everyone pricked up their ears at this. Talent. If he doesn't want to say, then so be it. After all, I will defeat you one day. Aemon Daiki declared with fervor. Others nodded in agreement, except for the purple-haired one drooling over the barbecue at the next table. Before long, the ordered dishes arrived. Mito Ryosuke stood up first, slamming the table. Is this enough for anyone? If the neighboring table sees this, they'll think Aemon Daiki can't afford a meal. Waiter, bring several portions of everything on the table. There are a few of us, one for each. Aozora Atsushi's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of the meager ingredients on the table, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, Mito is right. From that moment on, Mito Ryosuke's image had grown significantly in Aozora's heart. You idiot, shut up. Aemon Daiki, sweating, stood up and covered Mito Ryosuke's mouth. Then turned apologetically to the owner. Excuse me, I have no money. After letting go, Aemon Daiki whispered to the others. TCH, what is the big deal about money? If you're short, you can ask Horai. Mito Ryosuke scoffed before sitting down. Why ask me? Why not ask Midorima and Aozora? Horai Ryota pointed to himself in confusion. I bet Midorima spent all his money on those so-called mascots. Aozora probably doesn't have enough for snacks either. Besides, didn't you say you're a model? Where's your money? Don't say you don't have any. Then you should reflect on why you're not working harder to take on more advertisements. Ryosuke, I think you're absolutely right. Hearing Mito Ryosuke's analysis, Aozora Atsushi was the first to support him. Mito, I don't oppose you treating me, but I don't want to be called Little Green. Midorima Shintaro protested. What nonsense, Little Aozora, which side are you on? Horai Ryota turned incredulously to Aozora Atsushi. Don't ask, he is really on the side of truth. Shut up. Mito, I just think Ryosuke is right, Aozora muttered quietly. In the end, Horai Ryota bore the brunt and ordered a portion for everyone. Looking at the food before him, he sighed inwardly. Didn't I come to mooch? How did I end up footing the bill? Ryosuke, why are you drinking? Midorima Shintaro asked in surprise, noticing the strong smell of alcohol when Mito Ryosuke opened his military flask. Shoo, since you have discovered my secret, I must candidly reveal to you the reason behind my exceptional basketball skills. Mito Ryosuke immediately covered Midorima Shintaro's mouth, glancing around before whispering. Upon hearing this, the four fell silent. To excel in basketball, one must indulge in smoking, drinking, and hairstyling. Hee, you little thief. Mito, you scoundrel. That was just grilled to perfection. Kuriko Daiki was taken aback. Then, realizing his meat had been snatched and shoved into his mouth, he abruptly stood up, shaking Mito Ryosuke's shoulders. It is not over yet. At that moment, a mischievous hand stealthily reached towards Kuriko Daiki's bowl. Aemon, keep your hands off my grilled meat. Chapter 23. My fate is my own. Not the heavens. Soon after, the flavors of the meal dissipated. Mito finished the last drop of liquor from the flask, furrowing his brow. Are we heading to the next venue? Let me show you my culinary skills. It's rather late. We aren't delinquents. Just as Kuriko Ryota finished speaking, Kuriko Daiki quickly covered his mouth. Kuriko Ryota seemed to remember something, casting an awkward glance at Mito Ryosuke. Note, in the land of cherry blossoms, minors returning home late are often labeled as delinquents. At that moment, not far away, two young men sat at a table. Which one do you think is Mito Ryosuke? The shortest one with the flamboyant speech. Got it. Mito, is your cooking delicious? Aozora Atsushi inquired after finishing the last bite of meat. Hey. Take that ma away. Wait here. I need to use the restroom. I'll be back to take you. It's not far. Mito Ryosuke declared, staggering towards the entrance without waiting for the four to respond. Once he turned the corner, he quickly regained his composure and approached the counter to settle the bill. Did you buy it all? Who paid? Kuriko Ryota, who initially intended to pay, exclaimed in surprise. I did. Now let us go. Mito Ryosuke waved his hand impatiently, dismissing the matter. Mito, how can I let you do that? Kuriko Ryota protested, but he laughed and stepped forward, throwing an arm around Mito's shoulder. Let's go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients. You're covering it. Fine, but I can't eat anymore. Midorima Shintaro adjusted his glasses. Then just watch me eat. Aozora Atsushi chimed in. Thus, the five of them noisily departed from the barbecue restaurant, unaware that a few little shadows were following behind them. At the entrance of the izakaya, Mito, we minors aren't allowed in an izakaya. Indeed, and it's not even open. Click. What are you all discussing? Mito Ryosuke inserted the key into the lock, turned it, and asked as he turned around. Nothing, Mito. Did you open this? Kuriko Daiki and the others looked on in astonishment. Come in. Just find a seat and wait for me. I'll treat you to a late-night feast, free of charge. After Mito finished speaking, he entered the kitchen with the ingredients he had just purchased. The spacious izakaya left the four in a daze, looking at each other. Kuriko Ryota remarked, I wondered why Mito loves drinking so much. Aozora Atsushi found a seat and said, I'm more concerned about whether Mito's cooking is any good. Midorima Shintaro asked, Aozora, can you still eat? Kuriko Daiki replied, as long as it's not like Mei's cooking, I can eat anything. After a while, the dishes are served. Mito Ryosuke emerged from the kitchen with a tray, placing the dishes in the center of the table before pouring 4 large cups of frozen juice. Lastly, he retrieved a case of beer from the freezer. Mito, Waterboy, what are all these? Grilled eggplant, mapo tofu, cold pig ears, smashed cucumber, last night's marinated beef, and fried peanuts. Try these. They're tasty but won't fill you up, so even if you just had dinner, you can still eat them. After Mito Ryosuke finished the introductions, he opened a bottle of beer, poured it into glasses of the same size, and raised his cup. Let me find a reason for a toast. Come, let us celebrate Aomin's birthday in advance. Everyone exclaimed, Kuriko Daiki, my birthday has already passed. Mito Ryosuke, then let us celebrate next year's birthday in advance. The other 3, is that even allowed? Thus, everyone raised their cups. Cheers to Aom and me, on my birthday. Gulp, 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 gulp. Everyone drained half a cup in one go, all exhaling deeply. Following this, Kuriko Daiki's birthday banquet officially commenced. In truth, the reason they could be with Mito Ryosuke like this was entirely due to their mindset. It's akin to drinking. If your drinking capacity is similar to that of your companion, you might think, tonight, it's a fight to the finish. This is the lock, hee. I've locked my legs. This is the key, hee. I've lost it. However, if you exhaust your drinking capacity and can only leave the other person slightly tipsy, you would say, brother, let me tell you about a person who can drink like a fish. What? You don't believe me? Next time, I'll arrange a gathering where you can challenge each other. Mito, your cooking is incredibly delicious. Hey. Aozora, why did you take the pig ears and beef away? Mito, what is your zodiac sign? Midorima Shintaro elegantly placed a piece of cucumber in his mouth, chewed a couple of times, swallowed, then picked up his cup for a sip of juice. Finally, he took a tissue to wipe his mouth and asked, Oh, I'm a Sagittarius. Mito Ryosuke opened the last bottle of beer, responding with a dazed look. Today's Sagittarius horoscope is as Midorima Shintaro murmured. Mito Ryosuke immediately grew impatient. Little green hair, I detest your constant talk about leaving it to fate. Have you heard the saying, my fate is my own, not the heavens? My fate is my own, not the heavens? Midorima Shintaro was taken aback. Yes, first let me explain. One must possess the courage to question the heavens. Like me, I have always viewed life and death with indifference and openly rebel against fate. My fate is my own. I shall become a demon, not a god. In the land of cherry blossoms, they know not of immortals, only of gods. Mito Ryosuke suddenly stood up, waving his arms and striking poses. All right. Kuriko Daiki and Kuriko Ryota transformed into supportive characters, promptly applauding. The All Japan tournament had concluded a month ago. Everyone had returned to the frenzied stage of cramming for exams. The days leading up to high school were drawing closer. Notably, the 5 from the Miracle Era received numerous invitations from various high schools, except for Mito Ryosuke. He believed these individuals were human traffickers, hence he had bullied them all. After all, after Ajiwara Narahiko finished the national tournament, he ceased to provide support. 2 months later, at the basketball club of Miko Middle School. Mito, which high school do you wish to attend? Ajiwara Narahiko asked while packing his belongings. Upon hearing this, Kubo Shota leaned in, eavesdropping. I'm not sure yet. Mito Ryosuke stretched lazily, responding languidly. Ahem, Mito, if you're uncertain about which high school to attend. The coach has a few commendable options. Kubo Shoda pretended to cough a couple of times. Coach, didn't you say you came today to assess the next captain? Why are you still in the lounge? Ajiwara Narahiko asked in confusion. If you have questions, go study. If you truly cannot find answers, ask the teacher. Not the coach in the basketball club. Kubo Shoda shot a glance at him, speaking loudly. Mito Ryosuke did not respond, as he was intently observing the panel. Host, Mito Ryosuke. Age, 15. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 73 kilograms. Physical strength, unmatched 9. Skills, 6 senses, top. Coordination, top. Weapon proficiency, beginner. Perfect driving skills, chef-level culinary skills. Troublemaking system ongoing. Advanced prediction, preemptive explanation, may be deleted. I have been catching up on Kuriko's basketball. But it requires a membership. Unable to do otherwise, I can only glean insights from short videos. I shall interpret the various characters according to my personal understanding. Should there be any discrepancies, my esteemed readers may voice their objections. Not that I would heed them, haha. Regarding the 998-foot massage, I can say a bit. But the $30 video membership? I apologize, but I simply cannot manage that. By the way, this is my first attempt at writing. Please be gentle with your criticism. Chapter 24. The boy of ghost fire. As the bell chimed, Kobu Shoyuta fell silent, for it was the ringtone of Mito's phone. He gestured for Ojihara Narahira to be quiet. Ojihara Narahira remarked, Coach, you've changed. You used to call me your ace. What's up? Mito Ryuka was tidying his belongings when he switched to speakerphone. Ryuka, do you have a dream school in mind? The voice on the other end belonged to the president of Teikou Academy. Anything is fine, as long as it's not too far from home. After all, I need to return to the shop in the evening, Mito replied nonchalantly. All right then, with that rundown shop of yours, just breaking even would be a miracle. You probably won't even have enough customers for a drink, the president retorted. Old man, are you instructing me on how to run my business? I am your uncle. By the way, the president of Yukai High School asked me to inquire if you'd be interested in attending there. He'll cover your food and lodging. Upon hearing this, Kobu Shoyuta and Ojihara Narahira exchanged glances. Goodness, how far is that from Tokyo? Mito Ryuka finished packing, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and picked up his phone, turning off the speaker. Akita Prefecture is about 450 kilometers from Tokyo, the president stated after pondering for a moment. Suddenly, the line went dead with a series of beeps. Baka, the president exclaimed, raising his phone high in disbelief. After taking a deep breath, he slowly lowered the device. After some contemplation, he dialed another number. As the call connected, he muttered, that brat must have rejected because he thinks it's too far from home. On the speeding train, Mito Ryuka sat in his seat, engrossed in a beauty magazine, more precisely, merely reading the text. As he was the type who would take his phone even to the restroom in his previous life. Have you chosen a school? Yes. I'm planning to attend Suzerain High School. At that moment, the conversation of two students nearby caught Mito's attention. Suzerain High School. What s with the sudden excitement? Curious upon hearing the familiar name, Mito Ryuka glanced over at the two. Excuse me, could you tell me where Suzerain High School is located? In Osaka. Thanks. Oh wait. You too? Just kidding. Osaka is even farther from Tokyo. 50 minutes later, Mito Ryuka returned to Kinzen Izakaya. Upon arriving, he spotted an unexpected guest, Momoi Satsuki. Why didn't you call me when you came over? He inquired as he approached her from behind. Ah, Ryuka-kun, do you walk without making any sound? Momoi Satsuki exclaimed, visibly startled. She relaxed upon realizing it was him and patted her chest, feigning annoyance. Is that my fault? Mito responded, bemused. You mean to say that Dakuen was training? So no one could accompany me shopping, and I just happened to come here? With his hands in his pockets, Mito Ryuka appeared half asleep. Exactly, Momoi Satsuki pouted. Then why not look for Kun-kun? He asked with Kuriko, he yawned. Zekuen said he was busy too. Upon hearing this, Momoi Satsuki's expression turned somewhat melancholic. Let us go. I'll take you out, but you're paying for dinner. Mito Ryuka felt a twinge of reluctance, considering she was indeed a head taller than him. Thus, he reconsidered. Also, I don't feel like walking. I'll drive. Ryuka-kun, are we really taking that bike? Momoi Satsuki frowned as she glanced at the ghost fire and then at Mito, who was rummaging through the storage room for a spare helmet. If you don't want to ride, I want to go. Mito emerged from the storage room with a white helmet, feigning impatience. On the road, the ghost fire sped ahead. At that moment, Mito came to understand the essence of the ghost fire. It required a girl. As the speed increased, Momoi Satsuki transitioned from nervously clutching her clothes to wrapping her arms around his waist and shouting joyfully. In a cafe, Mito chuckled. What's wrong? Haven't you ridden a motorcycle before? There's no one who drives as fast as you do. Momoi Satsuki turned her head away in annoyance. However, as she did, a flush of crimson crept across her cheeks. Regardless of nationality, for someone like her, who is typically obedient, the rebellious charm of Mito Ryuka was undeniably captivating. Initially frightened, she found herself exhilarated as she sensed his adept riding skills, an excitement that neither Aomon Daiki nor Kuriko Tetsuya could provide. Don't worry, I'm skilled at this. By the way, Satsuki, what's on your mind? Seeing that he had fallen silent, Momoi Satsuki quickly turned to him. I've been wanting to ask you something. Go ahead. Feeling a surge of anxiety, she unconsciously began to chew on her straw. Do you like basketball? Yes, she replied, taken aback. But if you like basketball, why don't you play it yourself? Why do you watch others? I love basketball, but that doesn't mean I have to play it. It all started with Delinquent. Mito listened patiently to her explanation without interruption. After a moment, she added, Ryuka-kun, actually, I have a question for you. She lowered her head, stirring her coffee. Ask away. Would you like to join Delinquent and me at Toho Academy? As night fell, a vibrant ghost fire raced down the road. Ultimately, Mito Ryuka did not respond to Momoi Satsuki's question. Perhaps due to a sudden craving for alcohol, they mistakenly stumbled into a street racing competition on their way back. In the midst of Momoi Satsuki's astonishment, the ghost fire surged ahead. That was close. I thought they were going to kill us. Outside Kinzen Izakaya. As soon as they disembarked, Momoi Satsuki patted her chest in relief. Haha, it's fine. They can't catch my ghost fire. Why do you call it ghost fire? Momoi Satsuki inquired, puzzled. Mito removed his helmet and struck a flamboyant pose. Because I'm a spirited young man now. What does that even mean? It means I'm a very handsome youth. Ryuka-kun, you're so self-absorbed. Haha. As the night deepened, two silhouettes strolled along the street. Ryuka-kun, the cold chicken feet you made were delicious. Momoi Satsuki reminisced. I'll make them for you again next time, Mito replied, hands in pockets. Having had a few drinks earlier, he was concerned for her safety walking home alone, so he decided to accompany her. Meanwhile, Momoi Satsuki occasionally stole glances at his profile. Wondering, is this considered a date? As they passed a baseball field, the sound of basketball echoed within. Chapter 25, Kawamura Ryuichiya. It seems I don't need to go too far after all. Spotting a familiar figure on the court, Mito Ryuka turned to Momoi Satsuki with a smile. The evening breeze stirred her pink locks. No, not quite. It was her hair. Wait, that's Aomon. In the pitch-black night, Aomon Daiki, shooting hoops alone, appeared so very solitary. Well then, I shall take my leave. Ryusuke Mito turned his head to look at Mayumi Momoi, a charming smile gracing his face. Teikou, did you not say you would take me home? Mayumi said after a moment of hesitation, raising her head earnestly. I do not wish to disturb Ada while he practices. After escorting Mayumi home, Ryusuke returned to the izakaya. At that moment, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz was parked at the entrance. Why are you back so late? Grumbled the chairman of Teikō High School as he stepped out of the car. Old man, do you manage the heavens and the earth as well as my curfew? I am your nephew. Who knows? The two began to bicker upon meeting. Much to the amusement of the driver hiding in the car, this uncle-nephew duo had not changed at all. Hello, Ryusuke Mito. Another middle-aged man emerged from the opposite side of the car. This man, dressed in a tailored suit, exuded an air of distinction. Who is he? Ryusuke inquired of the Teikou chairman, noticing the presence of an outsider. What is it to you? Do you think this is a place for idle chit-chat? Hurry up and open the door. Are we still in business? The chairman snapped irritably. Fine, as the Almighty decrees, Ryusuke retorted quickly. Let us have 6 or 7 of your best appetizers, along with 5 bottles of sake and 2 crates of beer. Once seated, the Teikou chairman urged them on. Just as the middle-aged man beside him was about to speak, a glance from the chairman silenced him. Old man, Ryusuke began, but was interrupted. This time, you will pay. All right, please wait a moment, esteemed guests. Ryusuke quickly changed his expression, smiling as he served the two. Ryuta, what do you mean by this? The middle-aged man, watching Ryusuke leave, directed his question at the Teikou chairman. What else? Just say your name is Ryoma Kawamura, and he will completely disregard you. But if you have Yuans, then it becomes a different story. This kid may be a rascal, But as the saying goes, some awkward matters are better discussed over drinks. Ryusuke Ryuta glanced toward the kitchen, speaking earnestly. Doesn't he enjoy playing basketball? Ryoma Kawamura asked, puzzled. Who told you that? Ryusuke Ryuta replied, equally astonished. Isn't he on the basketball team? They even won the championship in the National League. Although he did not receive the MVP. That was only because he participated in 2 games. Ryoma fell silent for a moment before speaking. You do not understand my nephew. He was told by Qingping that a child invited him to join the basketball club. If I am not mistaken, Ryusuke has begun to treat basketball as a job. Ryusuke Ryuta remarked, lighting a cigarette for the other man with a smile. As a job? Does he not realize how talented he is at basketball? Moreover, with his current situation, how much can you truly assist him? If he wishes for a better life in the future, basketball is his only path. Ryuma slammed the table. Frustrated. Let me keep this under wraps for now. You will see his culinary skills shortly. I can assure you, my nephew will undoubtedly have a bright future ahead. It is merely a matter of which path he will choose. Ryusuke Ryuta took a drag from his cigarette, speaking enigmatically, but with a hint of pride. Upon hearing this, Ryuma was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. After a while, Ryusuke returned with a grilled fish, a pot of escargot and duck feet, and a serving of sauced beef. Of course, fried peanuts and pickled cucumbers were also included. Soon, all the dishes and drinks were served. Gentlemen, everything is ready. Ryusuke announced with a beaming smile as he stood before the table. Well, you may go now. Ryusuke Ryuta waved him off. By the way, there are no bones in this fish. Eat without worry. Ryusuke continued to serve. It's fine. I've had it before. You can go about your business. Ryusuke Ryuta poured them each a cup of sake and spoke. If you do not drink the beer now, there won't be enough to chill later. It's fine. I can have you replace it with chilled ones later. Sir, as this is your first visit, you may not know what this dish is. Shall I introduce it to you? Ryusuke suddenly turned to Ryoma. The latter was taken aback, wondering why he was involved. However, upon seeing the starry-eyed Ryusuke, he decided to respond. How about Ryusuke also has a taste? Certainly, Ryusuke exclaimed, promptly taking a seat and instinctively reaching for a bottle of beer. He opened the cap, with Ryusuke Ryuta's lighter with a pop. Hey, hand over that lighter. Ryusuke Ryuta frowned at Ryusuke, who naturally returned the lighter to his own pocket. This kid, trying to steal my lighter again. Isn't it mine? Ha. Ryusuke chuckled, caught in the act, then turned to Ryuma with a smile. What should I call this esteemed boss? At that moment, a bewildered Ryuma regained his composure and revealed a mysterious smile. Ryoma Kawamura. Ah, nice to meet you. This is grilled fish, and this one is duck feet and escargot pot. Seeing Ryusuke introduce the dishes, Ryoma was somewhat astonished. He does not even know who I am. Ha. I told you this brat probably doesn't know you. Ryusuke, let me introduce you. This is Ryoma Kawamura, the chairman of Yukawa High School. Ryusuke Ryuta interjected, unable to hold back his laughter. Oh, it is an honor. Ryoma replied. Ryusuke, do not jest. Ryoma was once the first guard of the national basketball team. Ryusuke Ryuta continued, unable to contain his pride as he released a puff of smoke. Oh, I see. Well, everything is in the drink. I shall take my leave. You are free to enjoy. After tasting the grilled fish, Ryusuke raised his beer and clinked it against Ryuma's cup before downing it in one go. Ryoma was left in a state of bewilderment. Should he not be excited? After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, Ryusuke excused himself under the pretense of needing to use the restroom, sneaking out for a smoke. Ryoma, how is it? Ryusuke Ryuta asked, popping a peanut into his mouth. A bit too casual? Who asked you to comment on others? I wanted your opinion on his culinary skills. Ryoma finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, delicious. I've never had such exquisite cuisine in Sakura country. Chapter 26, Graduation Season. You say he will not pursue further studies and become a chef instead. Is that a viable path? Ryusuke Ryuta chuckled. Too much, As the conversation progressed, he certainly understood the underlying meaning. Moreover, my nephew is not limited to just this. His motorcycle skills are also top-notch. Even the fiercest motorcycle gangs today would struggle against him. Before Ryusuke Ryuta could finish his thought, Ryoma urgently interrupted, earnestly asking, Ryuta, what can truly captivate him? He was determined to win him over, no matter the cost. Yuans. He has a fondness for money. Sagasu and I. Just as the 2 middle-aged men were conspiring, Ryusuke returned from his smoke break and approached them from behind. Are you two in a romantic discussion? Your lips are almost touching. Get lost. I did not expect your tolerance for alcohol to be so low. Did you just throw up? Ryusuke Ryuta shouted. Nonsense. Come on, rock, paper, scissors, one bottle at a time. I will not let you outdrink me, Ryusuke declared, one foot on the chair, pointing a finger at the other. Bakayuru, I am your uncle. That Ryusuke, Ryoma began, but was cut off by both men in unison. Shut your mouth. After a pause, Ryusuke exclaimed, What did you say? I said, I wish to invite you to join our school's basketball club. An annual salary of 10 million. Approximately 500,000 Rikoku coins. Kawamura, you are indeed generous. This is nearly equivalent to the annual salary of the national basketball team. Mito Ryota chuckled lightly, savoring a sip of sake. Upon finishing his statement, both he and Kawamura turned their gazes towards the now dazed Mito Ryuka. Today is a splendid day, marking the graduation season for third-year students at Teikou Junior High School. The Grand Gymnasium is already filled to capacity with students. Today, Teikou Junior High School celebrates its annual graduation ceremony. Allow me to extend the school's heartfelt wishes to the graduates as they embark on their journeys to their dream universities. Congratulations to the graduating third-year students. Mito Ryota concluded, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Next came the farewell address, delivered by the student representative, Takasaka Yukaina. Seniors, congratulations on your graduation. Listening to the heartfelt words of her junior, Momoi Satsuki, who stood backstage, felt a mix of nervousness and overwhelming emotion. For she too was about to take the stage to deliver her speech. This scene unfolded in various junior high schools throughout Sakura Country. Meanwhile, at the basketball club's first team court, the generation of miracles stood facing each other. From this moment on, we shall be adversaries. Let us meet again on the national stage of high school basketball. Akashi Seijiro spoke first. That said, it is unnecessary to draw such clear lines so soon. Kai's Ryuta felt a twinge of discomfort. It's merely a temporary separation, isn't it? and Daiki chimed in. Temporary? Not quite. Few schools can be considered as formidable as ours. Yet none of us have ever contemplated attending the same institution, have we? Upon finishing, Akashi Seijiro surprised everyone, drawing their attention. After all, we do not appreciate being collectively referred to as the generation of miracles. The others looked at Akashi with solemn expressions. He smirked and continued, Once we compete, a hierarchy will undoubtedly emerge. None of us will accept being inferior to the others. To prove this point. However, before he could finish, Murasakibara Atsushi interjected. Then why not continue to defeat Mito Ryuka together? The other four responded. Of course he must be defeated. But I doubt you all wish to do so under the banner of the generation of miracles, do you? Akashi Seijiro replied, his smile fading. That is a fair point. Kai's Ryuta conceded. Indeed, it cannot be denied, and Daiki added. However, I doubt Kuriko would share that sentiment, Murasakibara remarked casually. No, while our goals may differ entirely, I am certain that Tetsuya will also partake in this contest. The outcome remains uncertain, yet even so, he seems resolute in pursuing his unique style of basketball. Akashi Seijiro said, regaining his smile. After all, Ryuka is just like us, believing that basketball is an individual sport. and Daiki stated. Then let us disperse. Our next meeting shall be as rivals. With that, Akashi Seijiro concluded, and the five of them turned in different directions. At Meiku Junior High School, the search for Mito Ryuka continued. Where is he? Did he not come? On such a significant day, where could he possibly be? Has he answered his phone? Not only his classmates, but even the members of the basketball club were looking for Mito Ryuka, who at that moment sat on the balcony, lost in thought. Glancing at his phone, which had been on silent yet persistently ringing, he turned his gaze to the distance. The words of Kawamura Takashi echoed in his mind. Moreover, if you come, I will not only renovate your shop, but also manage it for you. I will cover the wages of the staff I hire, and the profits will belong to you. How does that sound? This offer was undeniably tempting. Mito Ryuka gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself. Initially, he intended to attend Seishin Academy, the closest school to his home, but after hearing Momoi Satsuki's words, he began to consider Kurosaki High School as well. Unfortunately, the offers from Yuzen High School were too appealing. He was not an international student, and this was not Rikoku. Why should he be entitled to such treatment? Thus, he lit a cigarette, the wisps of smoke curling gently into the air. Following the graduation season came the holidays. During the break, Mito Ryuka completely indulged himself. With his shop undergoing renovations, he moved back into the single-family villa left to him by his parents. Consequently, he spent his nights reveling in festivities. having already evicted the previous tenants. As for the compensation for the contract, well, he had Kawamura Takashi to back him. One morning, Mito Ryuka groggily answered the phone that had been ringing for quite some time. As soon as he picked up, a sweet voice greeted him. "Run. Would you like to go shopping?" "Huh? Who is this?" "It's Satsuki. Have you moved?" "I just went to Kinkyu Izakaya, and the workers there said you no longer live there." "Yeah, I'm not going." Hearing the drowsy tone of the other person, Momoi Satsuki, who stood at the entrance of the izakaya holding breakfast, felt a pang of sadness. Nevertheless, she took a breath and gently asked, "Can I come over to your house? I brought you breakfast." "I'm not living there anymore. I currently live." Listening to the disjointed conversation, Satsuki's sorrow transformed into a smile as she silently noted the address Ryuka had just mentioned. "I'll head over now, so remember to open the door." Though the call ended, Mito Ryuka continued with his eyes closed, asking, "So, did you buy the breakfast? Are you sure you didn't make it?" Chapter 27. Wishing the single men a happy Valentine's Day. At Mito's villa, he was still talking to himself while holding his phone. After a while, the doorbell rang. Ryu-kun. Ding dong. Ryu-kun. The sound of the doorbell, accompanied by the girl's voice, reached Mito Ryuka's ears as he lay on the bed, eyes shut, still talking to himself. Ryu-kun must have fallen asleep again, Momoi Satsuki murmured, pulling out her phone. Damn it. The sudden ringing jolted Mito Ryuka awake, causing him to toss his phone aside in shock. With a thud, the phone met its untimely demise. After struggling for a while in bed, Mito Ryuka finally rolled out of his warm cocoon. He rose as if carrying a heavy burden, stumbling down the stairs with his eyes still closed like a zombie. "What brings you here?" Mito Ryuka asked, his hair in disarray and his gaze hazy. "I just want to sleep until I wake up naturally," Momoi Satsuki sighed, observing her friend clad in a light red outfit and a deep red scarf. "Ryu-kun, it's time for breakfast." Seeing Mito Ryuka's disheveled appearance, Momoi Satsuki couldn't help but laugh. And then she slipped into his house wearing his slippers. "Wow, Ryu-kun, your house is so spacious. Do you have porridge?" Upon arriving in the living room, Mito Ryuka yawned and asked, "Morning drinks and porridge are the best for health." I didn't buy any porridge. If you want some, I can cook it for you right now," Momoi Satsuki replied, rolling up her sleeves. Kitchen? What kitchen? I don't have a kitchen," Mito Ryuka exclaimed, suddenly wide awake and waving his hands in denial. "Did you come here for something?" Noticing Momoi Satsuki about to speak, he quickly redirected the conversation. "Nothing much. Just thought that during the holidays, one should embrace the essence of a vacation. You can sit here for a bit while I go take a shower and change." "Okay." Momoi Satsuki responded obediently, taking a seat on the sofa. Mito Ryuka yawned again and headed upstairs to wash up. Ryu-kun's house is so big, yet why does he always seem to lack money? Momoi Satsuki pondered as she admired the decor in the hall. This movie is quite good. In the afternoon, the two emerged from the cinema, and Mito Ryusuke stretched lazily, remarking, "Mayo, you were asleep the entire time." To which Momoi Satsuki retorted, "You were the one who insisted on watching the movie. How could I sleep if we weren't watching it?" After exiting the shopping mall, Ryusuke turned to Satsuki, a hint of guilt in his voice, asking, "Where shall we go next?" "Let us visit the school," she suggested. "That's too far. I don't want to go." "You silly. I meant Teikou," she clarified. "Oh, that is fine then." Once they had settled on their destination, they headed towards Teikou Middle School. The warm sunlight graced their faces, prompting a nearby photography enthusiast to instinctively snap a picture of the pair. "Wait, Ryusuke." As they passed a baseball field, Satsuki suddenly froze in her tracks. "What's wrong?" Ryusuke asked, turning to her. However, Satsuki remained silent, her gaze fixated on the baseball field, specifically on a blue-haired boy clad in a sports uniform. "Why is Kuriko here? Should we go say hello?" "Sure," she replied, and together they approached Kuriko Tetsuya. Unbeknownst to Satsuki, Ryusuke, trailing behind her, had a sudden smirk appear on his face, revealing a rather intriguing smile. Swiftly, he took out his phone, fingers flying across the keys. "Tetsuya," Satsuki called out, waving as she drew closer. "Oh, Ryusuke, Satsuki. What brings you here?" Kuriko responded, holding a basketball and turning towards them. Just as they were about to speak, Ryusuke's phone rang. "Moshi Moshi, Nanny. All right, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Ryusuke wore an apologetic expression. "Sorry, Satsuki. I have to rush back to the store. There's a situation." "Kuriko, could you keep her company?" Without waiting for a response, he dashed away, leaving the two in surprise. Ryusuke is as fast as ever, Kuriko remarked, turning to the equally bewildered Satsuki. By the way, who is Kubo? Do you know? And why does his ringtone sound just like my alarm? Meanwhile, around the corner in a narrow alley, Ryusuke cautiously peeked back, breathing a sigh of relief. Finally free. Aemon Daiki, I found you at last. You've got quite the playfulness, don't you? Remarked a group of intimidating youths as they observed the somewhat sleazy figure before them. You are the abnormal bikers, Ryusuke exclaimed, turning to the tattooed leader sporting a pompadour hairstyle in astonishment. We are the Kawaki bikers, they replied in unison. Yes, I understand you're the Kawaki bikers. You may leave now, Ryusuke said, waving his hand impatiently. Humph, good to know. Just don't make that mistake again. The group began to turn away. But then one of them shouted, Do you think we're just hanging around to correct you? We're here to teach you a lesson. The leader exchanged glances with his companions, who understood the signal and began to encircle Ryusuke, blocking all possible escape routes. Are you trying to extort me? I don't care what you're called, but remember this. My name is Hinata, the leader declared, his anger escalating as he observed Ryusuke's casual demeanor. Seeing this, the others pulled out iron rods and rushed at him. In the next moment, screams resembling that of a slaughtered pig echoed from the alley, startling passers-by. After a while, a bloodied Hinata stumbled out of the alley, and just as he opened his mouth to call for help, a hand suddenly seized his hair and yanked him back into the alley. Brother, you've successfully made me remember your name, Ryusuke said, his left hand gripping Hinata's hair as he flashed a sunny smile. Yet, this smile sent shivers down Hinata's spine. The others? They lay motionless on the ground, their faces swollen and bruised. Chapter 28. The essence of Longwa. Who on earth are you? Hinata managed to ask, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His expression twisted in pain. What kind of monster are you? I put all my strength into that blow, and yet, the iron rod bent while you seemed unscathed. As Ryusuke released his grip, Hinata crumpled to the ground like a deflated shrimp. Without acknowledging the bikers behind him, Ryusuke continued walking, casually stating, Me? Didn't you already know? I'm Aemon Daiki. Meanwhile, at Sushi. Summer? Am I catching a cold? Aemon Daiki, standing in line to purchase a photo set of Horikita Mai, suddenly sneezed. A month later, pink cherry blossoms gently fell with the wind, landing on the ground, buildings, and the heads of students at Yukon High School. In the campus, many seniors were enthusiastically promoting the bright future of their clubs. On a bench beside a pathway, a student wearing sunglasses lounged, his gaze appreciating the long legs of various girls in identical JK uniforms, occasionally revealing a lewd grin. The senior girls have really blossomed. In the office of the head of Yukon High School, a beautiful woman in a black uniform with long straight hair entered after knocking. President, you summoned me? Yamazaki. This is the person I told you about, Kawamura Ryoichi said, pushing a photo he had secretly taken that night towards her. He doesn't look like it. And you actually went drinking with him? Araki Yako remarked, scrutinizing the photo of Ryusuke pointing at the principal of Teikou. Don't mind the details. Just know one thing. He has someone we paid to keep in the basketball club. We cannot let him leave, Kawamura insisted solemnly. What if he hasn't provoked me? Yako began, but was interrupted by the principal. Even if he has, you cannot drive him away. Who is this person? You must know that this year, the basketball club has not only welcomed one of the generation of miracles, but also a scorer we invited from abroad. What if they clash? Yako reminded him subtly. Don't say just one generation of miracles. Even if the entire generation of miracles came, none would surpass him, Kawamura asserted, locking eyes with her, fully aware of her intentions. Who on earth is he? Yako gasped, astonished. How can someone be so valued by the former national basketball team's top point guard? The back of the photo, Kawamura pointed out. Upon hearing this, Yako flipped the photo over, her pupils widening as she read the words. Name, Mito Ryusuke. Height, approximately 1.8 meters. Huh, why do I suddenly feel a chill? Ryusuke, lounging on the bench, sensed an abrupt coldness and quickly sat up, adjusting his school uniform while muttering to himself. Consequently, he shifted to another spot to continue lounging. Since the morning was dedicated to new student orientation, the entire school was engaged in a motivational ceremony, followed by personal introductions in their classes. It was only in the afternoon that they would report to their respective clubs. In the basketball club's gym, a second-year student called out, All right, have all the first years gathered? Is that our coach? It is said that she was once a national competitor. However, she appears rather fierce. The new students whispered among themselves, gazing at Araki Masako, who held a practice sword in hand, emanating an aura that discouraged approach. Isn't it simple to ascertain attendance? Just take a roll call, Araki Masako remarked with a slight smile. Feeling particularly cheerful today, she planned to merely take attendance and organize a friendly match. As for the evaluation of the team members, that could wait until tomorrow. Understood, coach. A towering figure, over 2 meters in height, produced a stack of forms and began reading names. Takagi Kohei. Passerby A. Passerby B. Murasakibara Atsushi. As soon as this name was uttered, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Is that Murasakibara Atsushi, the strongest center from the generation of miracles? He is so tall. Wow. With Murasakibara on our team, we're destined for victory this year. Didn't you know that the generation of miracles has dispersed to different schools? Have you heard of the light of Teikō? Silence. If you keep making noise, I'll have you all thrown into the pond. Araki Masako threatened, brandishing her practice sword at the older students. The crowd promptly quieted, fully aware of how fearsome their coach could be when angered, not to mention the sheer number of her loyal subordinates who could easily overpower them. Coach, everyone is here. After a while, Lu Wei finished reading the last form and turned to address the coach. Wait, is there anyone whose name hasn't been called? Araki Masako scanned the assembled students coldly. No one responded. Although she had seen photographs, the images from Dojkowa village had only captured side profiles. Is there anyone by the name of Mito Ryasuke? Araki Masako inquired again, her threatening aura palpable. At the mention of this name, Murasakibara Atsushi, who had been dozing off, suddenly sat up, his expression turning serious. Is Ryasuke transferring to the same school as me? Who is Mito Ryasuke? I don't know. It seems like the captain's list doesn't include this person. What is going on? Don't ask me. With the crowd growing increasingly noisy, just as Araki Masako was about to lose her temper, a languid voice drifted in from the entrance. Excuse me, is this the basketball club? Kenichi, go bring that person at the door to me. Yes, coach. Okamura Kenichi sprinted outside. Moments later, he returned with a student whose hair was a striking blend of yellow and black. The next instant, Mito Ryasuke, sporting ear piercings and that distinctive hair, stood before everyone. Who is he? Could it be? Before the two upperclassmen could finish their sentence, the new students erupted in cheers. The light of Teikō? Ha ha. It's really the light of Teikō. One from the generation of miracles plus one from the light of Teikō. I can almost guarantee that for the next 3 years, the championship title is ours. Ha ha ha. I can already picture the despair on my former teammates' faces if they were to face our school. Listening to the first year's raucous excitement, the upperclassmen were left bewildered. You are Mito Ryasuke? Hello. I'm Lu Wei, an international student from Long Country. As Mito approached, Lu Wei stepped forward confidently, having witnessed that legendary match. I never expected that monster, Murasakibara, would become my teammate. An international student from Long Country? Yes. Noting the skeptical look on Mito's face, Lu Wei paused. Mito squinted, scrutinizing Lu Wei for a moment before questioning. What do you mean? Damn. Lu Wei momentarily transformed into a professional mage, tossing the forms aside and charging toward Mito Ryasuke. Seeing this, Okamura Kenichi quickly restrained Lu Wei. What's wrong? The onlookers were puzzled by the sudden commotion, as the two exchanged rapid words in a foreign language, with Lu Wei appearing ready to unleash fury. What is going on? Senior Yang Wei. I just wanted to see if you're really from Long Country. Why did you get angry? Mito scratched his head, looking perplexed. Damn it. My surname is Lu. Lu Wei erupted again, and even Okamura Kenichi struggled to intervene, thinking to himself, when did Lu Wei become so powerful? Speak in Sakura language. Araki Masako struck the ground with her practice sword. Although she couldn't comprehend their conversation, she could intuitively grasp the situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei calmed down, realizing, right, he is a fellow from Sakura country. He probably doesn't even understand the long language, given how it's taught. With this thought, he quickly regained his composure and bent down to retrieve the scattered forms. Murasakibara, what is wrong? At that moment, Takagi Kohei turned to Murasakibara Atsushi, who wore a contemplative expression. Nothing. Murasakibara replied nonchalantly, his thoughts racing. What should I do? The very person we had planned to defeat now stands as my teammate? This is so troublesome. Is it too late to transfer now? Ha ha ha, it's all good. With you and Mito here, we'll be invincible. Takagi Kohei laughed. However, Murasakibara did not respond, his gaze fixated on Mito Ryasuke. Akashi Sejiro had once advised them that if they encountered other members of the generation of miracles in their first-year matches, they should refrain from participating. But what if, despite his own decision to sit out, Ryusuke ended up playing? Murasakibara felt overwhelmed. Are you Mito Ryusuke? Araki Masako approached, scrutinizing the laid-back youth before her. Upon hearing her, Mito turned to face her. His eyes sparkled with newfound interest. Care to make a deal? Before he could finish his sentence, Araki Masako found herself in an unusual position. Mito had grasped her practice sword with his left hand and pushed it back, causing her to nearly lose her balance. Fortunately, Mito quickly wrapped his right arm around her waist. Araki Masako raised her left foot, and time seemed to freeze in that moment. The entire gym fell silent, all players astonished by the sight. Astonishingly, a circle of pink appeared around them. Promise me you won T-strike first. Mito smirked, looking down into Araki Masako's eyes. Agreed. Upon her agreement, Mito steadied her, and with a swift motion, he dashed out of the gym. I'll return tomorrow. I have matters to attend to. What a jerk. Araki Masako cursed under her breath, turning to face the new students. The newcomers looked on, perplexed. The upperclassmen were delighted. Looks like we have a show to watch. Masako, this is what the chairman asked me to show you. A male teacher entered the gym, handing over a disc. Let us go watch it together. Araki Masako took a deep breath and addressed everyone. I wanted to assess the newcomer's abilities, but the one who looked like a delinquent ran off. I suppose we'll have to wait until tomorrow. As she finished speaking, the upperclassmen cheered. Hooray! No training today? The newcomers, bewildered, asked, why are the seniors so excited? In the projection room, look, that's me. How do I look on camera? That was just the camera panning to you. Calm down and look at that person drinking soda. Silence. Araki Masako maintained order for a moment and glanced towards the television. The match in question was none other than the finals of the National Inter-School League, Teikō High School versus Miko High School. Before long, many upperclassmen slumped over their desks, succumbing to drowsiness, for the match had proven overwhelmingly one-sided. Do you all actually watch such a match? An upperclassman inquired of the two freshmen who had just appeared on screen. The first half is indeed lackluster, but, senpai, who do you think will win in the end? One of the freshmen responded mysteriously. Need I even say? It must be Teikou, the upperclassman began, but before he could finish, Lu Wei interrupted, exclaiming, It's Miko High School, Aru. What? How is that even possible? Araki Masako was taken aback, having previously thought that such a match would hardly capture Kawamura's attention. She then turned to the purple-haired boy munching on potato chips, and asked, Murasakibara, is it true that you lost this match? There's no helping it. The score is already 72-4, and it's clear Miko is merely dragging things out, he replied, chewing on his chips. When Suezai took the court in the second half, it startled us quite a bit, Murasakibara reminisced. Kawamura, fast forward to the second half. Araki Masako commanded, growing increasingly curious about how such a significant point disparity could be overcome. Kawamura Kenichi complied promptly, pressing the fast-forward button. In no time, a figure appeared on the screen, Miko's number 13. As soon as he entered the game, the previously lackadaisical Murasakibara's demeanor shifted to one of fierce intensity. He crushed the potato chips in his hand into crumbs and angrily consumed the remnants. On the television, Suezai Ryusuke suddenly accelerated, deftly dribbling past Kurai Ryuta on the right, who failed to react in time. Next came Aomen Daiki, followed by Murasakibara, who leapt forward, only to be forcefully collided with by Suezai, who dunked from the free-throw line. The resounding thump of the dunk reverberated not only through the arena, but also struck a chord of shock among the members of the Yukai basketball team watching on screen. Goodness, is that a monster? I think the passerby was right. He must have drunk some fake liquor. Is that height and such terrifying leaping ability even real? His speed is astonishing. No wonder he vanished in an instant earlier. After a brief moment of chaotic murmuring, everyone turned their sympathetic gazes towards Murasakibara, who had completely obliterated the potato chips in his hand. At that moment, he was using his mouth to gather the crumbs from the bag. Chapter 30. The new assistant coach. After a while, the freshmen exited the screening room, their excitement palpable, while the upperclassmen were still in shock. Thank goodness there's no scrimmage scheduled for today. If there were, wouldn't our boys be too disheartened to play? Oh wait, that monster is one of ours now. The dunks from the free throw line, the two-handed windmill dunk, the dreamlike footwork, the jump shot, the fadeaway three-pointer, and the fadeaway jumper. Heavens! What kind of luck have I stumbled upon? However, this little brat truly gets on my nerves, Araki Masako thought uneasily as her excitement grew. Hello. I am the new assistant coach, Tobu Shoyuta. A middle-aged man in a suit approached the delighted Araki Masako with a smile, extending his hand. Wow. Isn't that the coach from Miko High School? Why is he here as our assistant coach? How would I know? Hello, I'm Araki Masako. Hearing the murmurs among the players, Araki Masako hastily shook his hand. Meanwhile, Suezai Ryusuke had returned to his residence, a traditional Japanese house quite close to the school. The following day, Suezai Ryusuke was once again the last to arrive at the gym. Just as he stepped into the venue, he was greeted by a chorus of enthusiastic voices. Hey, Suezai-kun, you're here. Those ear studs look fantastic today. Suezai, your outfit is really nice. Faced with a group of unfamiliar classmates, Suezai Ryusuke instinctively took a step back, ensuring he had entered the right place before proceeding further. Did everyone collectively lose their minds last night? Why are they suddenly so warm towards me? And the one who complimented my clothes, does he not have a uniform? Suezai, long time no see. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Suezai Ryusuke's ears. Following the sound, he spotted Tobu Shoyuto waving with a broad smile. Coach, what are you doing here? Did Miko expel you? Upon hearing this, Tobu Shoyuto's expression darkened, the joy of their reunion dissipating instantly. All right, gather around. Freshman on the left, upperclassmen on the right. Araki Masako's voice rang out. She had already swapped her baton for a wooden sword, fearing that someone might attempt to block her with one hand again. However, with the wooden sword, there would be no issue. Even if the opponent could disarm her, it would require both hands. Soon, everyone was in position. Now, freshmen, please introduce yourselves, stating your names, heights, weights, and preferred positions from left to right. After Araki Masako finished speaking, the first person on the left confidently declared, I am a passerby. My height is 186 centimeters, weight is 73 kilograms, and my preferred position is power forward. Next, Araki Masako called, I am a passerby B. After each team member introduced themselves, Liu Wei recorded their details in a notebook. Next, I am Suezai Ryusuke, height 183 centimeters, weight 76 kilograms, and my preferred position is center. Wait a moment. What did you just say your preferred position is? Araki Masako's expression darkened as she fixed her gaze on Suezai Ryusuke. Even Liu Wei, who was jotting down notes, frowned helplessly at the word center he had just written. Tobu Shoyuto beside him slapped his forehead in disbelief. If you're the center, what does that make me? The point guard. Kawamura Kenichi laughed heartily. However, in the next moment, Araki Masako shot Kawamura a peculiar smile. I believe I could play center, Suezai Ryusuke stated earnestly. He wasn't too foolish, based on past experience. He knew they would surely devise some scrimmage to test the freshman's capabilities. For him, the center position was the easiest one. All right, we'll let you try it out later. Next, Araki Masako replied, exasperated, yet with no choice, given that he was currently the team's pet. I am Murasakibara at Sushi. Height 208 centimeters, weight 99 kilograms, and my preferred position is center, Murasakibara lazily replied. All right, freshmen, from here on, you must train diligently. I believe you will soon become starters. After Araki Masako concluded, she turned her gaze to the upperclassmen and continued, Now, please introduce yourselves. Hello, juniors, I am Kawamura Kenichi. The captain of the basketball team, my position is power forward. An elder-looking individual stepped forward to speak. I am Fukui Kensuke, also the vice captain, and I play as the point guard. A golden-haired youth with lifeless eyes spoke next. I am Liu Wei, and I play as the small forward. After all the basketball team members had introduced themselves, Araki Masako and Tobu Shoyuto exchanged glances and nodded. Now, we will commence a scrimmage, with Murasakibara joining the upperclassmen's lineup. All right, change your clothes and warm up, Araki Masako instructed. Before long, everyone had completed their warm-up and gathered together. Now I announce the upperclassmen's lineup. Shooting guard, Fukui Kensuke. Power forward, Liu Wei. Center, Murasakibara at Sushi. Small forward, passerby. Point guard, Kawamura Kenichi. After Masako Araki finished the allocation, Kenichi Okamura immediately spoke up. Hey coach, why am I a point guard? Am I not a power forward? Didn't you just claim to be a point guard? Laughed someone. The others joined in the laughter, leaving Kenichi standing in a daze at the point guard position. The game commenced with both sides taking their places. Ryosuke Mito and Atsushi Aomon stood at the jump ball position. As the referee tossed the basketball into the air, Atsushi leaped up and directed the ball into Kenichi's hands. At that moment, everyone, including Atsushi who had just landed, was taken aback. Ryosuke hadn't jumped at all. He merely yawned and ambled towards his own basket, beckoning Atsushi over with a gesture. You, come here. What is going on? Why didn't he jump? I have no idea. Why isn't the captain dribbling? I don't know either. Kenichi stared incredulously at the basketball in his hands. Have I really become a point guard? Kenichi, why are you just standing there? Lu Wei shouted. Only then did Kenichi respond, dribbling the ball. As he crossed half court, he quickly passed the ball to Lu Wei, feeling a sense of relief. Unexpectedly, this year it was my turn to educate the newcomers, Lu Wei thought to himself. Meanwhile, beneath the basket, Ryosuke was chatting with Atsushi. What are we having for dinner tonight? Rice. What kind of rice? White rice. Oh, are we having vegetables? Yes. Chapter 31. Turnaround fadeaway shot. Why are you always pushing against me? Ryosuke asked, feeling the pressure from Atsushi. Without a word, Atsushi exerted force, but was astonished to find he couldn't budge Ryosuke at all. How is that possible? Defeated. He pivoted on his right foot and stepped in front of Ryosuke. He won pass to you, Ryosuke remarked lazily, observing Atsushi. As expected, Lu Wei effortlessly maneuvered past the freshman forward and took a jump shot. Swish. The ball went in. Possession changed hands. The freshman point guard brought the ball over half court, scanning his teammates' positions. Although he yearned to pass to Ryosuke, he was blocked by Atsushi behind him. Do you prefer more tasty sticks or more chips? Both. I'm different. I don't like snacks. Just then, the freshman point guard was intercepted by Kenichi, who secured the ball. Lu Wei seized the opportunity and launched a fast break. After bypassing the freshman forward under the basket, he leaped and executed a dunk. Bang. The score was now 4 o'clock. Is this how Ryosuke practices regularly? Masako Araki inquired, observing the leisurely figure. No, he never participates in collective training, Shoyuta Tobu replied. Why? Masako was taken aback. If I'm not mistaken, he probably doesn't take his teammates seriously, Shoyuta pondered before speaking. Really? Masako mused, lowering her head in thought. On the court, with the freshman forward having the ball stolen, it ended up in Kenichi's hands. Noticing that Atsushi had already blocked Ryosuke, he passed the ball over. After all, he couldn't take the newcomer seriously. Atsushi received the ball, facing away from Ryosuke. He attempted to back him down, but found he couldn't push against him at all. How can this be? Atsushi felt a surge of anger as he quickly turned, raising the ball with his left hand and executing a hook shot. Swish. The ball went in. After scoring, Atsushi lowered his head to retreat, seemingly lost in thought. Ryosuke, what's wrong? The point guard asked. Nothing, just find them quite amusing, Ryosuke replied with a smile. Observing the older students already in defensive posture, he realized their offense was weak, but their defense was decent. Given the popularity of Kuriko's basketball, Ryosuke had worked hard in his past life, but after some time off and playing games at home, he had only briefly watched the series and remembered the characters vaguely. I mean, it's just a scrimmage. Is it really necessary to be so serious? Ryosuke remarked, rolling his eyes at Atsushi. Because we agreed to defeat you. Atsushi gritted his teeth, pushing against the player in front of him. You're so petty, Ryosuke replied nonchalantly, catching the basketball passed to him by the point guard. Thud. Thud thud. As Ryosuke began to dribble and back down, the others grew tense. After all, the footage they had seen yesterday of Ryosuke had left a significant impact on them. Indeed, as long as the opponent was Ryosuke, he didn't have to hold back. Atsushi felt the most discomfort, struggling to withstand the weighty backing. Realizing he was no match for Ryosuke's strength, he used his height advantage to slap the basketball. Seeing this, Ryosuke smiled. Suddenly, he pivoted sharply to the left, bringing the ball together, and assumed a shooting posture. Atsushi, unable to jump in time, could only step forward and raise his hands to block. Observing this, Ryosuke grinned, stepped back, and executed a fadeaway jump shot. Bang swish. The ball ricocheted off the backboard and went in. The score was now 6-2. Tobu, what was that? Masako Araki turned in surprise to Shoyuta, who nodded slightly in response. Hey, is that really the level of a first-year student? Kenji Fukui said incredulously. He hasn't even tried hard yet, Lu Wei added. He's that strong without even trying? Kenichi marveled. At that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the gymnasium. He had a handsome poker face, causing passing female students to glance back. It seems there's a game going on inside, the man murmured, listening to the sounds from the gym. On the court, the seniors had possession. Ryosuke, what was that you just did? A turnaround fadeaway shot. Oh, impressive. Want to learn? I can teach you. Under the basket. The two casual chatterers resumed their banter. Forget it. It sounds too complicated. Just as Atsushi was about to finish his sentence, Ryosuke interrupted. Forget it. You can't learn. I can't learn? You're just scared to teach. Atsushi retorted, clearly provoked. What a pathetic attempt to provoke me. However, I accept. Ryosuke chuckled lightly. Outside the court. Hello, coach. I'm Tatsuya Himuro, here to report for duty. The handsome poker-faced man approached Masako Araki. You're Tatsuya Himuro? She asked, shifting her gaze to him, while Shoyuta also looked on. Yes, Tatsuya replied with a smile. Then you should stay and watch this game, she suggested, turning her focus back to the court. Due to Ryosuke's sudden appearance, Masako almost forgot they had recruited a formidable scorer from America. All right, Tatsuya replied, watching the game with keen interest. On the court, Ryosuke received the ball again. Bang! Atsushi felt tremendous force and stumbled back a step. This guy? Anger flickered across Atsushi's face, and a fierce aura enveloped him. Is he getting serious now? Masako was equally taken aback by the intensity of his presence. What a terrifying aura. Beside him, Ice Room Tatsuya expressed his astonishment. Bang! The sound of the ball echoed once more, and Atsushi Zahara felt that peculiar force of impact again. However, he had now held his breath, refusing to retreat even a single step, instead driving his weight into his opponent. Suddenly, at that moment, Ryosuke Mito made a sharp right turn, brought the ball to his chest with both hands, and executed a backward jump shot. Swish! The ball went in. Yet, with his balance disrupted and devoid of his opponent's body for support, Zahara fell straight down. As he turned over, he saw a hand reaching out to him, quite strong, able to withstand 2/10 of my strength. I only resisted with 1/10. As Zahara spoke, he grasped the offered hand. Mito, with a grin, pulled the indomitable purple-haired player up. All right, I actually used 6/10 of my strength just now. Then I only used 5/10. Chapter 32. Ice Room Tatsuya. These two are remarkably strong, Tatsuya murmured, watching Mito and Zahara. Following this, the seniors began to exert themselves. On the freshmen's side, due to Mito's lackadaisical play, the score remained stagnant. He would only shoot when the ball was passed to him. As for retrieving the ball, that was not the concern of a center. The seniors were aware of this, thus they rarely passed to Zahara, mostly opting for outside shots or attempting to intercept passes meant for Mito. Consequently, Mito and Zahara continuously conversed back and forth beneath the baskets. The scrimmage lasted a mere 15 minutes, and time passed swiftly. The score settled at 43-18. You've won, Mito congratulated. You weren't even serious. This match doesn't count, Zahara replied, somewhat displeased. Little Purple, let me impart a piece of wisdom. It's not a competition. Why are you going all out? I know, but I'm still unhappy. Then I shall treat you to dinner tonight. I'll cook myself. Upon hearing this, Zahara's eyes sparkled with countless golden stars. Mito, I'm delighted. After all, it's Mito's cooking, much better than snacks. As they gathered, the voice of Araki Masako rang out. Everyone quickly assembled. Allow me to introduce a new team member. Please introduce yourself. Hello everyone, I am Ice Room Tatsuya. He stepped forward. What is your measurements? Tatsuya momentarily hesitated, somewhat perplexed, and continued. Seeing this, Araki immediately interjected. Mito, be quiet. Tsubaki Shota slapped his forehead in response. At Siren High School, Kuriko Tetsuya encountered Kagami Taiga yesterday. Today, they participated in a freshman scrimmage. After their chance meeting at McDonald's, Kuriko and Kagami strolled leisurely down the street. Just how formidable was that miracle era? What would happen if I faced them now? Kagami suddenly asked. Since arriving in Japan, everyone has been speaking of the miracle era. Naturally, there is also the light of Teikō, which surpasses even the miracle era. They would annihilate you, Kuriko replied flatly, sipping his drink. Upon hearing this, Kagami's head filled with words. Can't you say something nicer? Even these 5 prodigies have entered different prestigious basketball schools this year. It's certain they will rely on their own strength to conquer that man. You mean the light of Teikō? Indeed. Ha ha ha, splendid. My fighting spirit ignites. It's decided. I shall defeat them all and become the best in Japan, Kagami declared with a laugh. In response, Kuriko remained silent, sipping his drink, quietly observing the red-haired boy. After a moment, he spoke. I believe that's impossible. Kagami, bewildered, looked at him. What? When considering latent abilities, I cannot say. However, your current skill level cannot possibly match theirs. Kuriko quickened his pace. crossing the zebra crossing as he continued. There's only one person who cannot achieve this. I have also made my decision. Huh? Kagami stared at him, baffled. I am the shadow. However, the stronger the light, the deeper the shadow. I will make your brilliance more pronounced. As your shadow, I shall assist you in becoming the best in Japan. Kuriko fell silent for a moment, seemingly resolved, before he spoke again. Upon hearing Kuriko's words, Kagami smirked, chuckling. You're quite bold. Do as you wish. I will do my best. Kuriko also broke into a smile. On the other side, at Mito's residence. Little Purple, do you really drink juice and keep fish? The amount left in your cup could wash my underwear. Mito pointed at the minuscule amount of juice in Zahara's cup. Mito, let us make a bet. The loser treats the winner to barbecue. Zahara replied, mouth full of grilled meat, his words muffled. Are you a starving ghost? How can you not choke? Playing rock, paper, scissors without liquids has no soul. Mito exclaimed, popping open a beer with a loud crack. But Mito, your grilled meat is simply too delicious. Zahara exclaimed, transferring all the freshly grilled meat to his bowl. He picked up a piece, dipped it into Mito's secret sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth, his face instantly lighting up with bliss. No worries, I'll treat you again next time. Mito gazed at Zahara with affectionate eyes. No chef dislikes praise for their culinary skills. The greatest compliment is an empty plate. Really? Zahara's eyes sparkled. Of course. As long as you handle the grocery shopping and dishwashing, that's all. After some time, as usual, Mito arrived at the classroom early, dropped his backpack, and resumed his nap. After class, he returned home, awaiting Zahara to finish training and buy groceries. As for training, with Tsubaki Shota providing cover, Araki could only turn a blind eye. Yet, she had one request, for Mito to face Yonquan's main players, excluding Zahara, once. The outcome was predictable, as Okamura Kenichi and others were completely shut down. However, during this time, Mito occasionally appeared on the court, taking Zahara to practice shooting. In his words, to master the turnaround jump shot, one must first hone their shooting percentage. At Yonquan High School, after training, Zahara walked towards the school gate, gazing at the words in his notebook. Noticing Zahara's face brimming with happiness, Ice Room Tatsuya hurriedly chased after him. Zahara, would you like some chips? Oh no, I want to eat. I'm saving room for the mouth-watering chicken made by Mito tonight. Zahara withdrew his outstretched hand, resolutely stating. Tatsuya was taken aback. Is Mito's cooking really that delicious? Even Zahara, who can't live without snacks during class, would refuse a snack? What's written in that notebook? Why do you keep staring at it and grinning? Oh, it's the ingredients Mito asked me to buy, Zahara replied dreamily. Can I join you? I'll buy the ingredients this time. Tatsuya asked curiously. During this time, he became familiar with Zahara, knowing he was an impressive player, and it was challenging to score against him. As for Mito, aside from the last time he was completely shut down, there seemed to be nothing particularly special about him. Then I must ask Mito, Zahara said without hesitation, pulling out his phone from his pocket to call Mito. I'm afraid my pocket money has significantly dwindled during this period. Oh, my dear friend, I am off to procure some ingredients. By the way, I have something to tell you. Moments later, Aoi Azuma hung up the phone and turned to Toshiya Himuro, saying, my friend agreed, but he asked you to purchase 2 more crates of beer. Chapter 33, Distribution of Jerseys. Mizuhito, it's no wonder Azuma visits you every day. Your culinary skills rival those of professional chefs, exclaimed Himuro, his eyes sparkling after savoring a piece of chicken. Hurry up and eat, for we shall engage in a game of poker shortly, urged Ryosuke Mizuhito, taking a sip of beer. Hey, why don't you play rock, paper, scissors with Himuro? Azuma suggested, expressing little interest in the game. Mizuhito, does your coach know you drink every day? Besides, isn't it illegal for minors to consume alcohol in Sakura country? Himuro remarked, showing disinterest in the game and shifting the topic. After all, he had just traversed many places to buy alcohol, ultimately finding it in a concealed alley. He had even lied to the shopkeeper, claiming it was for his father. Mizuhito, smoking and drinking, had long since made this secret known. Yet what could he do? His prowess on the court provided his teammates with an unparalleled sense of security, perfectly embodying Masako Araki's phrase, love and hate intertwined. Do you have a mentor? Mizuhito, wishing to veer away from these trivial discussions, redirected the conversation. How did you know? Himuro replied, astonished, as he had never mentioned his mentor to anyone. What if I were to be your mentor? Mizuhito teased. Huh, my mentor is considerably older than you, retorted Himuro. That's perfect. I have no inclination towards underage girls, Mizuhito quipped. Aren't you underage as well? Let us not dwell on such trivialities. My mentor is not easily pursued. Many have tried. Before Himuro could finish, Mizuhito interrupted. I never employ any tactics when pursuing girls. You'll see. But my mentor resides in America, Himuro insisted, unwilling to have a peer as his mentor. I foresee she will soon arrive in Sakura country, Mizuhito declared cryptically. Although he couldn't recall the plot precisely, he recognized all the female characters. After all, there were only 4 named female characters. As Azuma indulged in his meal, he listened to their conversation, continuing to eat without lifting his gaze. You can continue your discussion, if you wish for me not to be your mentor. Let us play rock, paper, scissors. The loser shall drink half a cup. Seizing the moment, Mizuhito quickly added. I don't drink, Himuro declined. Thus, Mizuhito rose, retrieved 5 bottles of cola from the refrigerator, and said, You may have cola instead. Ultimately, Himuro drank so much cola he felt ill. As night deepened, Azuma and Himuro cleaned up before departing. Casting a glance at the drawer, Mizuhito took out his phone and dialed a number. I'm running low on supplies. Where are you? Soon, the other party's voice responded, Big brother, I'm at Hokushu. Procure the goods and await my arrival. After noting the location, Mizuhito hung up and left. Before long, Mizuhito arrived at a late-night diner named Hokushu. The establishment was clean and orderly, but what caught his eye was a poster on the wall featuring isekai'd beauties. The poster displayed 3 lovely young women, alongside a pompadoured youth gazing at the poster while snacking. Yamashita, where's the stuff I requested? Mizuhito inquired, taking a seat beside the youth. Big brother, it's right here, the youth, Yamashita Jiro, said, promptly handing over a black plastic bag with a nervous smile. He was a delinquent from Akita who had encountered Mizuhito during a bullying incident, only to find himself not only bullied back, but also becoming Mizuhito's subordinate. How come I've never seen these isekai'd beauties? Mizuhito asked, glancing at the 5 cigarettes in the bag and pointing at the poster. They're not ordinary girls. Yamashita scratched his head, replying, Is that so? Mizuhito responded. The following day at the basketball club, Mizuhito attended practice after receiving a phone call the previous day. Ahem. Once everyone had gathered, Shoyuta Tobu cleared his throat and spoke. I have summoned you all today to discuss 2 matters. The first concerns the newcomers. Your jerseys are ready. When I call your name, please step forward to collect them. After speaking, Kenji Fukui approached with a cardboard box, setting it down to reveal the new jerseys inside. Jersey number 1, Ryosuke Mizuhito, Fukui announced, glancing at the list. At this, the crowd gasped. When did our team acquire a number 1 jersey? And why do you ask me? The captain wears number 4. This number 1 must have something special. Of course, for he is Mizuhito, the others chimed in. Mizuhito, go collect your jersey, nudged Himuro, who had elbowed Mizuhito back to reality. Number 9, Aoi Azuma, continued Lu Wei after Mizuhito had collected his jersey. Number 12, Toshiya Himuro. Soon, all the newcomers had collected their jerseys, and Tobu addressed them again. You may step aside. Now, on to the second matter. The schedule for the national tournament's preliminary elimination rounds has been released. The first round is an elimination match. Lose once, and you are out. Thus, you must give your all in every game. The Tokyo preliminary rounds are divided into 4 groups, A to D. Only the first place from each group will advance to the final league. Out of over 300 participating schools, only 3 will be selected. Only that 1% of high school students will stand on the dream stage. This is the National High School League. You have just 2 short weeks to prepare. After 2 weeks, we will head to Tokyo to compete. After Tobu finished speaking, he glanced at Masako Araki beside him, seemingly inquiring if she had anything to add. Newcomers who have received their jerseys, you have 2 minutes to settle in, then assemble for practice. Araki commanded, her expression icy as she turned to Mizuhito. Mizuhito, come here. I have something to discuss with you. What does the coach want with me? Mizuhito asked lazily, carrying his backpack. You are not participating in training. Araki noticed his bag, aware that as soon as she spoke, he would likely slip away. Did I not mention? When I participate in collective training, you shall accompany me on a date. It was you who initially refused. Mizuhito replied, arms crossed behind his head, exuding an air of indifference. I have reviewed our opponents for this round. Our strongest competitor is Loshan High School, Araki stated seriously. And then, Mizuhito responded nonchalantly. Be serious. I understand they have the captain of the Generation of Miracles, Seijiro Akashi, joining this year. Frustrated by Mizuhito's flippant demeanor, Araki felt her blood pressure rise. Chapter 34. The opening ceremony. Chunhee. And then what? Mizuhito yawned, inquiring. Who is Chunhee? Araki questioned. It's just little Akashi. Isn't it normal for him to attend high school? Should I suggest he forego education and return home to inherit his family fortune? Behave yourself, Araki exclaimed, unable to tolerate his antics any longer, lifting her wooden sword and swinging it toward Mizuhito. All right, I understand. Mizuhito sidestepped to the right, narrowly avoiding the strike. Since its establishment, Losan High School has achieved numerous victories, earning the title of Emperor of Innovation after dominating 3 major competitions for 5 consecutive years in recent times. Now, it boasts a Miracle-era player and 3 crownless 5. Observing Masako Araki's serious demeanor, Ryosuke Mito's expression darkened. So, you lack confidence in me? I know you once defeated the Miracle-era, but after a year, we cannot ascertain how much they have improved, while you have not trained at all. Masako Araki's tone escalated. She was not entirely wrong. Others have been training relentlessly while he has remained stagnant. Both effort and talent are indispensable. However, unbeknownst to her, Ryosuke Mito does not require effort. He is a man of extraordinary capabilities. Do not worry, those I have defeated cannot possibly triumph over me. Ryosuke Mito declared as he turned to leave, raising his hand in a casual wave. What an arrogant little brat, Masako Araki muttered, watching his retreating figure. Yet, doesn't he always instill a sense of security in us? Shoyuta Tobe suddenly appeared behind her, chuckling. Though that may be true, I still want him to lose once. Otherwise, he will never take the game seriously, Masako replied, turning to face Shoyuta. Will there ever be another Ryosuke Mito among high school students? Shoyuta remarked cryptically before making his way to the gymnasium. Indeed, in all these years, I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Masako whispered as she gazed in the direction Ryosuke had departed. Time flew by, and a month later, during this period, the Yanchuan team, relying solely on Himu, managed to win both the preliminary and semi-final matches. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the National Championship Finals, with Yanchuan set to face Oita's Yamana Commercial School in the first match. Meanwhile, Siren's hopes were dashed after losing to Kiryu, and due to Daiki Ayaman's injury and Tetsuya Kuriko's shattered spirit, leading to consecutive defeats against Narukami and Izumamakwan High School, thus missing the national competition. Tokyo, Yanchuan's designated resting area. Where's Mito? He went home 2 weeks ago after arriving in Tokyo. Has he not returned yet? Damn it. Call him quickly. The opening ceremony is tomorrow. The group turned their gazes toward Atsushi Shihoin, who was munching on snacks. Atsushi looked up, After a brief moment. He hung up the phone, and the others quickly surrounded him. Atsushi, what did Mito say? Is he coming tomorrow? Oh, he said he knows and will be there. Atsushi replied nonchalantly, biting into a corn stick. At this, the group's worries eased. They couldn't pinpoint when it began, but as long as Ryosuke Mito was present, they felt unperturbed regardless of the opponent. Even though Ryosuke had not attended a single match since the preliminaries. The next day, Tokyo Gymnasium. The venue was packed with people, both inside and outside. The National High School basketball finals were about to commence. Inside the venue, 50 selected schools stood in neat rows, listening to the announcements. After the opening ceremony, how astonishing. Although the junior high league venue was impressive, this one is even larger. Indeed, and everywhere you look, there are renowned schools and powerhouses I have read about in books and magazines. Are we really going to compete against these monsters? Several newcomers gaped at the various schools in the expansive arena. Fools, don't forget that Yanchuan is also considered a basketball powerhouse. Kenichi Okamura exclaimed as he slapped the back of the heads of a few newcomers. Right, and if we're talking about monsters, who can rival him? Lu Wei remarked. And everyone's gaze turned to Ryosuke Mito, who was whispering with Atsushi Shihoin behind them. Mito, where are you heading later? Atsushi asked while enjoying the white rice cakes Ryosuke had prepared for him. Me? I want to watch Ayaman and Kai's battle. Mito, do you want to join me? Sure, I'll accompany you. Afterward, we can buy groceries on the way home. Ryosuke replied with a smile. You too, planning to sneak away for lunch again? Masako Araki shouted from the front. Coach, it's not just the 2 of us. It's 3. At that moment, Himu raised his hand awkwardly. Just kidding. Ever since I tasted Mito's cooking, do you think I would want to eat anything else? You. Fine. Just remember to return for the meeting after dinner. Masako glared at Himu for a long moment before sighing. Understood. Subsequently, without any surprises, even without Ryosuke Mito, Atsushi Shihoin, and Himu on the court. Yamana Commercial School could not withstand the onslaught. The final score was set at 102-86. When Ryosuke Mito and Atsushi arrived at the court, Kiryu Academy and Kaijo High School were just entering as well. Himu had already been persuaded by the two to go by ingredients first. This is quite lively. There are even more people here than at our matches, Ryosuke remarked lazily. Of course, Mito, this is Aemon and Kai's match. Atsushi responded matter-of-factly. All right, let us find a spot, preferably close to the exit, Ryosuke suggested. Got it, Mito. Convenient for you to sneak out for a smoke, right? Atsushi teased as they searched for a suitable location. Wow, look, that guy with purple hair is so tall, wearing our Yanchuan uniform. Indeed, how did they make it here? Didn't they have a match? They already finished. I just arrived, and Yanchuan won. Upon hearing the discussion, Tetsuya Kuriko abruptly turned around. His initially calm expression now one of shock. Chapter 35. The Monster Among Monsters. How could he be here? Hearing Kuriko's words, the Siren players turned to look. That's Atsushi Shihoin. Reiko Ida exclaimed in surprise. Wait, is that the Miracle Era Center, Shihoin? I can't believe he joined Yanchuan. Kuriko was incredulous. Kuriko, are you referring to the blonde guy next to Shihoin? Who is he? Reiko asked, puzzled, as it was no secret that Atsushi had joined Yanchuan. However, someone who could elicit such a reaction from Kuriko must be extraordinary. Yes, Kuriko, do you know the person besides Shihoin? Daiki Aemon inquired, intrigued, as it was the first time he had seen Kuriko exhibit such emotions. His name is Ryosuke Mito. Kuriko looked at the others, once again adopting his usual stoic demeanor. Ryosuke Mito? I haven't heard of him, Reiko contemplated. Yes, Kuriko, who exactly is he? The others echoed. He is known as the Light of Teikō, Kuriko explained. The Light of Teikō? The one who single-handedly defeated the Miracle Air Monster. The Siren players were instantly stunned. Moments later, Junpei Hinata swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Kuriko, are you saying that Ryosuke Mito is the Light of Teikō who defeated the Miracle Era? Kuriko nodded. It is over. An era of miracles has laid bare all our cards. Now, an even more formidable force than the era of miracles has emerged, the Light of Teikō. With the combination of Ziyuan and Mito, the Yanchuan team is bound to soar. How are we to compete? Upon hearing this, the members of Siren were engulfed in despair. But what is there to fear? I shall defeat them all. Just as the weight of anxiety settled upon everyone, Daiki Aemon suddenly spoke up. He was right. Though the opponent is powerful, we shall not concede easily. Reiko Ida snapped back to reality and quickly encouraged her teammates. Indeed, when the Winter Cup arrives, we will only grow stronger. Hearing their words, Junpei Hyuga smiled, feeling reassured. If it's you too, perhaps victory is within reach. Tetsuya Kuriko gazed at his determined teammates, a smile gracing his face. On the court, players were already warming up. This time, I will not lose to you, Aemon. Ryota Kais declared as he approached Daiki Aemon. Oh, Kais, you seem quite spirited today. But remember, you've never won against me. Aemon chuckled lightly. This time I will win, for I refuse to lose to you again, Aemon. Kais asserted earnestly. If you manage to win today, I shall marry you. Aemon replied teasingly. Haha, the only one who can marry me is Ziyuan, for my heart belongs to him. Kais retorted. Impossible. Ziyuan only cares for snacks. You are the one he chose, idol. Mito chimed in. What nonsense are you spouting, Mito? Ziyuan shot a glare at the two-faced Mito, his tone somewhat irritated. I'm not speaking nonsense. That is what they said. I can read lips, you know. But you don't believe me, Mito said, turning his head away with a huff. Next up was the second semi-final match, featuring Kaijo High School against Teikō Academy. And the game was about to begin. The announcer's voice rang out, invigorating the audience. A moment later, thunderous applause erupted. Soon after, the match commenced. Koji Kobori and Takafumi Wakamatsu jumped for the ball. The match concluded with a score of 110-98, and Teikō Academy emerged victorious. Teppei Kiyoshi remarked, once again, I am reminded of the era of miracles. In winter, we will face these opponents again. Can we win? Junpei Hyuga pondered. No, we must win. Kiyoshi insisted. That said, the gap is still too wide. To triumph, we must become stronger. The Siren players communicated through their thoughts. We have no time to waste. Let us return and begin practicing. Reiko Ida suddenly declared. Huh, are we leaving already? Aren't there other miracles set to play? Aemon expressed his surprise. Moreover, I want to see the Light of Teikō play at least once. Daiki Aemon exclaimed. If possible, I wish to witness the finale as well. Teikō added, arms crossed, her tone slightly impatient. Then how about we find a nearby inn? Ayaman suggested. Before he could finish, Junpei Hyuga quickly stood up, adjusting his glasses, and chimed in, yes. An inn, Ayaman. He then playfully pulled Ayaman's cheeks. We'd better have the funds for that. Are you a rich kid? You must have some money, right? Winter has arrived. Let us hurry back to practice. Teppei Kiyoshi stated. All right. The group responded in unison. Meanwhile, wearing sunglasses, the complex emotions of Shintaro Midorima stirred as he walked through the corridor. This match was truly spectacular, Midorima, said Naru Teikō, leaning against the door with his arms crossed. Eyes closed. Huh, how did you know I would be here? Midorima asked, somewhat taken aback. I figured you'd show up. By the way, that half-hearted casual wear of yours isn't fooling anyone, Teikō remarked. I don't need your unsolicited opinions. With that, Midorima turned to leave. Teikō, noticing this, hurried after him. Kais and Ayaman are indeed both monsters. Teikō marveled. Did you need me to point that out? Plus, there's another monster right in front of you. Midorima adjusted his sunglasses. Just as Teikō was about to respond, two voices echoed in the hallway. Hey, isn't that little green hair? Oh, it's Midorima. Midorima was taken aback, staring incredulously at the approaching figures, especially at the boy with the striking yellow-black hair and his school uniform. Ziyuan, Teikō exclaimed, surprised at Midorima's expression. How many times must I say it? I do not have green hair. After a moment, Midorima regained his composure and adjusted his sunglasses, albeit with trembling hands. Hey, little green hair, want to grab a meal? Mito asked with a smile. No thanks. I have to return to practice with my team, Midorima declined. Then it's settled. Little Ziyuan, let us go cook. Mito replied cheerfully. All right, see you, Midorima. As the two departed, Teikō curiously asked, Hey, Midorima, who is that delinquent-looking guy? Midorima inhaled deeply and replied, He is the monster among monsters. Chapter 36, The Fiery Coach. When Mito and Ziyuan returned to the villa, Chihiro Himuro had already prepared the ingredients. Your keys are on the table. By the way, the coach has arrived, Himuro announced upon their arrival. Did she pay for it? Did she bring any gifts? How dare she show her face here? Mito grumbled while changing his shoes. I can hear you, came the icy voice of Masako Araki from the sofa. I was worried you wouldn't. Mito retorted nonchalantly. I'm off to play video games, Ziyuan said, staring blankly at Mito as he entered the kitchen. Moments later, wow, Mito, I didn't realize your cooking skills were so impressive, Masako exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she tasted a piece of braised pork. Who told you to touch my liquor? Mito rolled his eyes. I'm fine. There's no match this afternoon, so relax. I don't care if you're fine. I'm asking why you drank my liquor. Did you pay for it? As the two began bickering again, Ziyuan and Himuro shared a knowing glance, tuning out the commotion and focusing on their meals. With no matches in the afternoon and pleasant weather, Ziyuan and Himuro decided to go out for some fun. Meanwhile, Mito and Masako, having drunk together at noon, were now napping, one in the bedroom and the other on the sofa. On the other side, at Shihoko High School, a lone figure tirelessly practiced shooting. Accompanying him was another figure, Naru Teikō. After a while, Teikō paused to watch Midorima shoot and inquired, Hey Midorima, what has driven you to train so hard all of a sudden? Is that guy really that formidable? Yet. The only response he received was the sound of Midorima's basketball. As dusk fell, two figures strolled under the setting sun. I say, why couldn't you just tell me whatever you had to say back home? Why drag me to a meeting? Isn't that just overkill? Mito grumbled, hands in pockets, trailing behind Masako with a reluctant expression. What's the difference? She replied. Why would it be different? Mito began to retort, but was interrupted by a voice. Araki-san? As the words fell, a dozen figures swiftly surrounded Araki Masako. It was Hinata Asuka, how long it had been, and they had all grown so much. Araki Masako looked at everyone with a sense of satisfaction. Sister, we've missed you terribly. Hinata Asuka and the others resembled a group of tadpoles who had finally found their mother. All right, you're all grown up now, don't scare my students, Araki Masako said in a stern tone. Although she was aware of Mito Ryosuke's mischief, he was still only a first-year student. Encountering these tattooed delinquents would likely frighten him. At that moment, Hinata Asuka and the others turned their gazes in unison towards the figure behind Araki Masako. Shocked, they collectively bowed and exclaimed, Hello, big brother. Araki Masako. Mito Ryosuke glanced at the group, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, long time no see. So, after being educated by me with love a few times, you all now recognize me as your big brother? After hearing the explanation from his younger brother's underlings, Araki Masako finally understood the situation. It turned out that Hinata had called several times to confront Mito Ryosuke, only to find themselves not avenging but rather extorted for a considerable sum. Not just that, sister, we even bet on a race with Big Brother, Hinata Asuka said, scratching his head in embarrassment. And you all lost? Araki Masako asked incredulously. Big Brother is amazing, and sister, your record has been surpassed by him. Hinata Asuka gazed adoringly towards the bushes, seemingly able to see Mito Ryosuke smoking through the foliage. Oh, by how much? Araki Masako inquired, feeling a tinge of competitiveness. After all, that was her record during her peak. A full 47 seconds. Big Brother is impressive, isn't he? Hinata Asuka declared proudly. But what awaits you is not just a loss that brings you joy, but a beating as well. Half a month later, today, the opponents of Akita Yusen in the top 8 are Kumamoto's Senbo. What? That scoundrel Mito's excuse today is that he went with Miura Sakibara to gather information on the opponent? What kind of nonsense is that? Araki Masako's voice echoed in the Yusen locker room. Coach, that's what Mito said, Okamura Kenichi said timidly. Call him and tell him to bring Miura Sakibara back to me immediately. Before long. Coach, he answered, but he said, Okamura Kenichi looked hesitant. What did that scoundrel say? Araki Masako asked, her patience wearing thin. Meanwhile, Himura Tatsuya looked over with curiosity. He said the phone you dialed is turned off. Beep, 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 beep. After the automated message, he hung up. However, he forgot to say that English part, Okamura Kenichi added. Just then, with a loud bang, the table in front of Araki Masako was split in two by a wooden sword. Ryoshi, weren't we supposed to gather information? Miura Sakibara at Sushi followed Mito Ryosuke around various arcade shops, clutching snacks. However, he was not allowed inside. Although he was curious about how Mito could emerge with money soon after entering, he refrained from asking, as the other had treated him to snacks. Yes, I did go to gather information, Mito Ryosuke said, shaking the fresh bills in his hand. Ryoshi, this ISNT information, let us go, I can buy you more snacks. You've worked hard gathering information. Here, have a delicious stick. I don't want it, you eat it. As the two strolled through the streets of Tokyo, suddenly, the sky darkened. Before long, heavy rain began to pour. With no other choice, they dashed to the nearest convenience store to escape the downpour. Where are we going after this? Miura Sakibara at Sushi asked, holding a large bag of snacks in his arms as he watched pedestrians with umbrellas on the street while munching on corn sticks. We'll wait for the rain to stop. It's difficult to catch a taxi from here, and with you looking like that, it wouldn't be easy to hold an umbrella, Mito Ryosuke replied, casually tearing open a delicious stick and placing it in Atsushi's mouth after he finished the corn stick. Then you can help me hold the umbrella. No, you're too tall. It would be tiring for me to hold my hand up the whole time. Oh, that is true. Hey, Ryoshi, that seems to be Mei. Following Miura Sakibara's gaze, Mito Ryosuke spotted Momoi Mei running in the rain, holding an umbrella, wearing a red bear t-shirt. Wait for me, Xiaoziji. Seeing this, Mito Ryosuke immediately entered the convenience store, buying 2 raincoats before emerging. Where are we going? Miura Sakibara at Sushi asked, now clad in a raincoat. To watch the show. Mito Ryosuke replied, a mysterious smile on his face. But aren't watermelon sold here? Not watermelon, just follow me. Chapter 37, the semifinals at Siren High School. Ace. At this moment, as the group returned to the gymnasium, still in their uniforms, they were suddenly approached by a girl who shouted excitedly. Mr. Bear, Hinata Junpei exclaimed, surprised at the girl's shirt, adorned with a swaying bear pattern. Momoi-san. Kuriko Tetsuya recognized her and was immediately tackled by the girl. In any case, Kuriko die? Observing the scene before them, the 2 single men, filled with resentment, silently cursed. What happened, Momoi-san? Kuriko Tetsuya asked, handing her a can of coffee. Oh, what should I do, Ace? I think Ayamin Kuin dislikes me, Momoi Mei said with a worried expression. Seeing her look of distress, Kuriko Tetsuya momentarily was at a loss for words. These past few days, Ayamin Kuin hasn't shown up for the matches, she continued. That's his usual style, but why? Hinata Junpei inquired. Injury, mainly to his elbow, Mei replied, her face filled with concern. I think I understand. It probably stems from the match against Kai's, Ida Riko said, resting her chin on her hand. Yes, it's really unfortunate. It was clearly AB, Momoi Mei said, staring intently at her chest. What does that have to do with anything? You brat. Ida Riko quickly crossed her arms, covering her chest and scolding her. If the generation of miracles had any weaknesses, it would be their outstanding talents. But because their bodies have yet to fully develop, they cannot keep up with those talents, or else their bodies would suffer. Kuriko Tetsuya explained. Kuin was already out of control when he played against Kai's. So, I asked the coach not to let him participate in future matches. However, Kuin threw a huge tantrum, but the coach still excluded him from the starting lineup midway. But just now, when Kuin found out, we had a big argument. He even told me to mind my own business and called me ugly. That's how it is, Momoime said, feeling dejected. By the way, don't you like Kuriko? Aomen's dislike shouldn't matter to you, right? Kai's Taiga interjected. That's the case, but it's not the point, is it? It's not the same kind of like as A's. It just makes me uneasy. In short, I can't just stand by. After saying this, Momoime covered her eyes with her hands, crying. I'm so sorry. Kai's Taiga waved his hands, quickly apologizing. I made her cry. The others chimed in unison, looking at Kai's Taiga. It's all right, Momoe-san. Aomen wouldn't dislike you for something like this. He knows how much you care about him. You should go back. Aomen is definitely looking for you, Kuriko Tetsuya said, comforting her with a gentle pat on the head. Ace, with tears in her eyes. Momoime immediately threw herself into Kuriko Tetsuya's arms. Sorry to interrupt, but I have one more question. Ida Riko spoke up. I have come to understand the reason why Aomen did not participate in the national competition. However, before Ida Riko could finish her thought, Momoe Satsuki interjected. I suspect that Kuin only listens to Akashi's words. He merely wishes to play against Akashi, not against anyone else. Ida Riko interrupted, stating, that's not the case. Taken aback by this, Momoe Satsuki hesitated, and Kuriko Tetsuya chimed in. What she meant to ask was about Mido Ryosuke. Mido-kun, you don't know? The Mido Ryosuke, the light of Teikō, has already joined Aomen's school. Ida Riko exclaimed in astonishment. She didn't know? What? Mido-kun has joined Aomen's school. Momoe Satsuki's emotions began to rise as disbelief washed over her. Indeed, Satsuki, we witnessed it ourselves. He and Aomen both donned the uniform of Aomen High. As for whether he has joined the basketball team, I believe he has. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been seen on the court with Aomen. Kuriko Tetsuya stated matter-of-factly. If that is true, then Aomen High is bound to win the championship this year, Ida Riko asserted, eyeing Momoe Satsuki's conviction. How can you be so sure? She queried. Is the man who makes Momoe Satsuki decide at the mere mention of his name truly that formidable? It seems all 6 individuals emerging from Teikō Middle School are indeed monsters. Kai's Ryota mused internally. Absolutely, Momoe Satsuki nodded, her mind conjuring the image of that boy with yellow hair, adorned with earrings and a carefree demeanor. So he has gone to Aomen High. My apologies. I must escort Momoe back now, Kuriko Tetsuya remarked, observing Momoe Satsuki's distracted state. Hey, Mizuki, are you eavesdropping? At the entrance of Siren High, Aomen Atsushi munched on chips while observing the 2 distant figures. Haven't you heard? Satsuki just declared her fondness for Koen. He replied. Moreover, it seems they have a keen interest in me as well. For the first piece of gossip, we are all aware. As for the second, if you weren't my teammate, I too would find you quite intriguing, pondering how I might seek revenge on you. Aomen Atsushi reflected seriously. After extinguishing his cigarette, Mido Ryosuke headed in the direction of the departing figures, stating, but I hold no interest in them. They are far too weak. Upon hearing this, Aomen's previously languid expression shifted as he quietly observed Mido Ryosuke's retreating silhouette. Mizuki, wait for me, he exclaimed, quickly returning to his indifferent demeanor as he jogged to catch up. Meanwhile, Kuriko Tetsuya and Momoe Satsuki arrived at the baseball field. At last, the top 4 teams for the national competition have emerged. Today marks the first match of the semifinals, Aomen High versus Kiryu first. On match day, the Tokyo Sports Arena was teeming with spectators, the stands filled to capacity. There are so many people today. Look, Aomen Daiki from Toho Academy is here. It's Midorima Shintaro from Shitoku. Why are they all here? They must be here to watch Aomen Atsushi. The first to enter were the players of Aomen High, led by Araki Masako. The players from Aomen are also tall. Indeed, several have surpassed 2 meters. Truly the strongest shield. Himuro Tatsuya is so handsome. You ladies are so loud. Wait, that boy with purple hair is carrying someone. That purple-haired player is Aemon Atsushi from the Generation of Miracles. But who is that person sleeping on his back? I can't see his face, so I cannot answer you. As soon as the Aemon players entered, the audience erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Chapter 38. Kiryu first Atsushi, will you be playing today? Himuro Tatsuya nudged Aemon Atsushi seated on the bench. I promised Akashi I wouldn't play in this national competition. However, if you choose to play, be cautious of them, Aemon replied in a hushed tone, seemingly worried about awakening the person beside him. Are they that formidable? Himuro Tatsuya asked, surprised. They are dangerous. I detest them, Aemon declared, his tone turning slightly irritable as if recalling something. Aemon was correct. Since the start of the national competition, any team that faced Kiryu first had incurred several injuries. Araki Masako struck the ground with her wooden sword, her expression stern. This is Hanamiya's true style. He has been this way since middle school. That is why we all despise him. Hanamiya Masaki, the Crownless Five. His style of play is notorious for its brutality, and in every match he participates in, the opposing team invariably suffers an injury, particularly among their star players. So, you all must be cautious. Now, go warm up, Araki Masako advised solemnly. Moments later, Tsubaki Shoyuta observed his players warming up, their faces radiating joy. Suddenly, his smile faded, his countenance darkening as he murmured toward Kiryu first. You better play this game without incident, otherwise, I will make you regret it for a lifetime, even if it means sacrificing my savings. With the referee's whistle, both teams assembled at the center line. Let us all play well together. With those words, the match commenced. As the basketball soared into the air, the centers of Aemon High and Kiryu first leapt simultaneously. Due to his height advantage, Aemon's center tipped the ball to Fukui Kensuk. Fukui swiftly dribbled past half-court, executing a crossover to bypass Kiryu's point guard. He then quickly passed the ball to Himuro Tatsuya, who, upon receiving it, performed a feint to get past Kiryu's small forward and took a shot. The basketball traced an elegant arc through the air. Swish. A score. 2 o'clock. Aemon. 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 This basket ignited the fervor of the Aemon supporters. That number 12 is quite formidable, and Aemon Atsushi hasn't even taken the court yet. Aemon truly is powerful. Heh. So what? Hanamiya Masaki smirked slyly, glancing at Himuro Tatsuya. I always say, whether you are a genius or a scholar, if you falter, you are merely a pile of trash. It is truly pitiable. The more effort they exert, the harsher the outcome. Kiryu's small forward spoke flatly. Kiryu's possession. Hanamiya Masaki dribbled across half-court, with Kiryu's shooting guard sprinting toward the right side of the three-point line. Himuro Tatsuya followed suit, but before he could take 2 steps, he was blocked by Kiryu's large forward, Seto Kintaro, who collided with him forcefully. What a brutal screen. Is that not a foul? Himuro Tatsuya thought, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. At this moment, Hanamiya Masaki had already passed the ball. Kiryu's shooting guard received it and took a shot. Swish. Score. Possession changed. Fukui Kensuk dribbled past half-court again, scanning his teammates' positions. Okamura Kenichi was being tightly guarded by Seto Kintaro, who continually struck his shins with his knees. Frustrated, Okamura was about to retaliate when his teammate suddenly collapsed. Aemon's center felt a sharp pain in his knee and crouched down. What on earth is the referee doing? Are they just here to laze around? Aemon's substitute exclaimed in exasperation. The other side is deliberately obstructing the referee's view. In some respects, their technique is quite impressive. Araki Masako remarked with a serious expression. On the court. Rebound. Liu Wei was unable to jump as he was stepped on by an opponent during his shot. Under the basket, the center from Wazaki stepped on the foot of the center from Yangchuan to snatch the rebound. What? The play wasn't over yet. As the Wazaki center landed with the ball, his elbow struck directly towards the face of the Yangchuan center. Bang. Beep. The game was halted. The players from Yangchuan rushed forward to check on their teammate, who lay motionless on the ground, seemingly unconscious. You have gone too far, Kenji Fukui exclaimed. You are despicable, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Liu Wei shouted, confronting the Wazaki center. I'm sorry, how was I supposed to know he wouldn't jump? It was an accident. An accident. The Wazaki center raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Can you get on the court, Ziyuan? Masako Araki asked, clenching her fists as she glanced at the unmoving center being carried off the court. Ziyuan Outyan hesitated, feeling torn as he truly wanted to step on the court and confront the Wazaki players. You go, just be careful, Masako sighed, not wanting to press him further. In the ensuing match, Wazaki continued to employ underhanded tactics, disrupting the players from Yanchuan, causing them to sustain injuries. Even Shinichi Himuro received an elbow to the abdomen. Fortunately, they all persevered, with the score tightly contested at 26-29. The referee seemed oblivious, his whistle as ineffective as his vision. On the Yanchuan bench, Hoda Kubo's expression darkened as he watched the game unfold, but internally, he wrestled with his emotions. Ultimately, as Lu Wei and Kentaro Sito battled for a rebound, they were met with relentless elbows and knee collisions from the opposing Sito and center. With a cry, he half-kneeled on the court. The referee finally blew the whistle. But it was merely to call for a timeout. Ziyuan, could you attend to Lu Wei for a moment? Hoda asked, looking at Lu Wei being taken to the medical room, his face a mix of indifference and concern. Oh, sure, Ziyuan replied, observing the serious demeanor of the assistant coach before following Lu Wei off the court. Why did you let him go? If a passerby, Masako Araki frowned and questioned, although she respected Hoda's authority as the first coach of Mito. Trust me, just follow my lead from here on out. I may not be virtuous, but vengeance must be served immediately, Hoda declared, then turned his gaze toward the injured players, continuing, if you seek revenge, you will heed my instructions. All right, Masako agreed, noting the fierce expression on Hoda's face. The other players, enduring their pain, nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Hoda suddenly approached Ryosuke Mahito, who was sound asleep. Taking a deep breath, he grabbed Mahito by the collar and shook him awake, exclaiming, Mahito, wake up. Ziyuan is in serious trouble. He has been taken to the medical room. The doctor said he might never play again. Chapter 39, The Delinquent Youth. Ryosuke Mahito, the Yanchuan team gasped. What? What happened to our Ziyuan? At Hoda's words, Ryosuke jolted awake and firmly grasped Hoda's collar, demanding, what happened? They're playing dirty, stepping on shoes, throwing elbows. Many of us have been hurt. Just look at your teammates. Hoda pointed out. Ryosuke glanced around and noticed that indeed, his teammates bore injuries. Ziyuan he. Seeing the moment was right, Hoda pressed on. He's injured too? I need to check on him. Ryosuke's demeanor shifted to calm, the initial shock wearing off. No. I have a task for you right now. Hoda exhaled heavily. It seems I can't fool you after all. Then it's settled, I'll go. Before Ryosuke could finish, Hoda interrupted. I'll put up 1,000,000. Get rid of those Wazaki brats. Is this the infamous act of hiring a hitman? From this, not only were the Yanchuan players astonished, but even Masako, as both coach and leader, was taken aback. This guy is definitely not a good person. Deal. Ryosuke's eyes lit up as he quickly shook Hoda's hand. Moments later, Ryosuke grasped the situation. Was this merely a simplified version of a martial arts football match? Ryosuke, be careful. If you commit 4 fouls, you'll have to leave the game, Masako cautioned. Just sit tight and await the victory whistle. The rest is in my hands. Dealing with such underhanded tactics is a breeze for me. After all, I am a delinquent, Ryosuke declared, leisurely making his way onto the court. I knew this kid would provide a sense of security, Hoda mused, observing Ryosuke's retreating figure, his expression a blend of relief and concern. He won't get into trouble, will he? Masako pondered, still uneasy. As Ryosuke stepped onto the court, all eyes were drawn to him. It's him. Xiaojun. That monster has entered the game. What monster? Is it the number 1 from Yanchuan? On the Shido side, Seijiro Akashi remained silent, his gaze solely fixated on Ryosuke. Adele, look. It's Agia. Like Seijiro, everyone else in the arena became a mere background to Ryosuke's presence. They all instinctively clenched their fists. Has Yanchuan made a substitution? Who is this person? I feel like I've seen him before. Doesn't he resemble that guy? Which one? The monster from Minkwang Middle School last year. Regardless of whether they recognized Ryosuke, the audience turned their attention toward him, simply because he bore a striking resemblance to the number 13 from Minkwang Middle School. Beep. The game resumed. Wazaki had possession. Hanaka Shin passed 2 defenders and scored, but before they could return to defense, Ryosuke stood before them. He approached Hanaka with a disdainful expression. So you are Hanaka Shin? Hanaka was momentarily taken aback, but as he tried to respond, Ryosuke shrugged and interrupted. It doesn't matter. Just enjoy your last moments on the court. His voice was soft, yet reached the ears of the Wazaki players effortlessly. Hanaka, did you hear someone speaking? Kentaro Sito smirked, adjusting his hairstyle. Didn't he hear anything? Must be some dog that isn't leashed properly, he laughed, along with his teammates, as they returned to position. You don't need to pass to me later. If I want the ball, I'll take it myself. Also, you're not allowed to score, Ryosuke said with a cryptic smile. In the stands, Ryosuke. What will you do against such unscrupulous players? Seijiro murmured. On the court, Shinichi Himuro received the ball, dribbled low, zigzagging past two defenders before being stopped by Kentaro Sito. Himuro frowned and quickly leaped to shoot. No, that shot is too forced. Is he doing it on purpose? Seijiro observed, watching Himuro intently. At that moment, the Wuzaki center sprinted alongside Ryosuke toward the basket, preparing to contest the rebound. Bam! You stepped on my foot. That's fine, but I'll return the elbow. So you better spit out that gum. Ryosuke whispered to the Wuzaki center, feeling the impact of the elbow against his abdomen. No way. The center, Mistuki, felt a tingling sensation coursing through his entire arm, as if his elbow had struck a steel plate. Due to Ryosuke Mito's instructions, Tatsuya Himuro deliberately refrained from making the shot. With a chorus of shouts from both teams, Mistuki realized he was unable to leap. Mito had gripped his shirt, swiftly pulling his foot away just as the opposing player had risen on tiptoe. Then, he soared into the air, expressing gratitude to his teammate for obstructing the referee's view. As he landed heavily after securing the rebound, he bellowed in his native tongue, "Elbow incoming." Thud. The spectators witnessed Mito's elbow crashing down onto Mistuki's crown. A sickening crack echoed in Mistuki's ears, and darkness enveloped him. He collapsed straight backward with a resounding thud, blood gushing from his head. What just happened? A pause in the game ensued. Is he dead? I'm curious about what elbow incoming means. The crowd erupted into chaos. Quick, call a doctor. Soon after, Mistuki was carried off by medical personnel for urgent care. Thud. Mito tossed the ball into the air, and as it descended, he smacked it down with both hands, startling the bewildered Mistuki's teammates. My apologies, I didn't mean for that to happen. I thought he would contest the rebound with me. Mito released the ball, which bounced a few times before hitting the ground. You brute. You're a killer. Hanamiya stared incredulously at Mito's innocent facade, raising an eyebrow and pulling his teammate aside. All right, it was merely an accident. As they retreated, he shot a piercing glance at Mito. I'll remember this. On the bench, Shoyuta Tobe chuckled heartily, glancing around before quickly covering his mouth to suppress his laughter. On the court, Kensuke Fukui dribbled the ball, recalling Mito's earlier request for a high pass. Meanwhile, Mito sprinted towards Kentaro Sito, whispering as he passed Hanamiya, "You're the first. Don't worry, you're the last." Is that so? I feel honored, replied Hanamiya with a chilling expression, licking his lips. Chapter 40. Villains meet their match. After Hanamiya spoke, he exchanged glances with Sito, who nodded in understanding. That hair wax is impressive. What brand is it? Mito inquired with a smirk as he approached Sito. Mind your own business, Sito retorted. Mito shrugged. You're just too hot-headed. But since it's your last game, I won't hold it against you. I could say the same to you. Sito snapped. Just then, Fukui's pass soared above them. Mito, seizing the opportunity, stepped on Sito's foot and nudged him backward with his shoulder. What strength? Sito exclaimed incredulously, unable to move his lower body while his upper half leaned back in response. Fukui, where are you passing that? Mito shouted, leaping to catch the ball. As he descended, he shifted his weight onto his backside. Thud. Crack. Sito's agonized scream pierced the air. The game halted once more. What happened this time? Another accident? The crowd gasped collectively as they realized the severity of the situation. Ignoring the fallen Mito, everyone's attention was drawn to Sito's right calf, which bizarrely appeared to bend in unnatural ways. Oh, my leg. It's broken, Sito shrieked, gazing in horror at his shattered limb before fainting from the pain. The stark white bone was a shocking sight, causing some to feel nauseous. Doctor. Quick, call a doctor. The scene erupted into chaos. The Yangchuan players, witnessing the grim spectacle, instinctively swallowed hard as they glanced at Mito, who was struggling to rise. This is murder. Mistuki's shooting guard shouted, pointing accusatorily at Mito. Me? Mito feigned surprise, raising his hands in innocence. Stop playing innocent. It's clearly you. Mistuki's guard yelled back. Hanamiya, can you control your dog? This was clearly an accident, Mito stated, but Hanamiya fell silent, caught in Mito's fierce gaze, which resembled that of a predator sizing up its prey. Who's next? No, I need to get out of here. His movements are not playful. He could genuinely harm someone. The thought struck Hanamiya, transforming his anger into fear. But what about Sito's revenge? As Hanamiya pondered this, he looked up to see Mito giving him a thumbs up. Still somewhat dazed, It became clear when he read Mito's lips. "You're next." A wave of dread enveloped him. "Sito, I'm sorry. I can't do this." With the game paused, unease settled over the entire bench of Mistuki. They had just received dreadful news. Their center had a fractured skull. Even if he recovered, he would face lasting consequences. They recalled Mito's earlier words about enjoying their last moments on the court. How long had it been? They hadn't even taken 2 shots. And one teammate was incapacitated while another suffered a broken leg. Who would be next? A heavy, oppressive atmosphere blanketed everyone on the Mistuki team. Meanwhile, on the Yanchuan side, the referee, obstructed from seeing the incident, merely warned Mito to tone down his actions before stepping away. In the corner of the bench, 2 figures crouched together. "Mito, you're impressive, but that was a bit harsh, wasn't it?" Shoyuta gave Mito a thumbs up. "No one can stand firm without being ruthless. Rest assured, even if they review the footage, it will only appear as a series of unfortunate events." "I have experience with this," Mito replied confidently. "Just be careful when the game resumes. Don't overdo it. A few more incidents, and you might face scrutiny. By the way, the school will cover for you." Tobe whispered. "That sounds good." "Ha ha ha," Mito grinned. "Right? I think this school is quite accommodating." He chuckled. "What are they talking about?" "I don't know, but I feel a chill running down my spine." The Yanchuan players exchanged bewildered glances at the 2 crouching figures in the corner, chuckling ominously. "Hey, that Mito is terrifying," Mayuzumi said, covering her mouth with her palm. As she recalled the figure that had shattered the backboard during middle school, Aim Daiki seemed oblivious to her comment, gazing toward the Yanchuan team with a sense of dread. "Mayu, let me see the profile on Yanchuan's number 1. Koki Yamaji adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. "I'm starting to feel sympathy for those 2. They want to be playing again." Takao Kazunari remarked with a hint of pity. "Evil begets evil. Such is the nature of retribution." With an air of indifference, Midorima Shintaro's lenses turned opaque, as various individuals were preoccupied with their own thoughts. The whistle pierced the air. Beep, the match resumes. Soon, both teams found themselves at their respective baskets. "Play normally. Let's see how it goes for a few plays," said Mito Ryosuke, as he moved to the half-court. The expressions of the players from Kazaki were filled with disbelief as he extended his finger, counting the number of substitutes on the bench. "What is he doing? Is he counting something? No way," Hanamiya Makoto exclaimed, turning to his teammates with a face that resembled laughter mixed with tears. "He is counting how many substitutes we have left." Although their style of play was lacking, they were still merely high school students. Encountering a truly ruthless delinquent like Mito Ryosuke would naturally instill fear. With the rhythmic sound of dribbling echoing, the players of Kazaki jolted in fright. Fukui Kensuke maneuvered past Kazaki's shooting guard, his expression one of confusion. What is going on? Not only the shooting guard, but the others remained frozen, lacking any defensive posture. Swish! The ball went in. As the sound of the basketball hitting the floor faded, the realization struck the onlookers. What is Kazaki doing? Have they surrendered? They seem utterly paralyzed. It's only the beginning of the second quarter. A chorus of boos erupted from the stands. What is wrong with them? Fukui Kensuke returned to the basket, his face a mask of questions. They must have been frightened into submission by Mito, said Himuro Tatsuya, finally allowing a smile to break through, as he had felt stifled during the first quarter. The possession changed. Kazaki now had the ball. As Hanamiya Makoto crossed the half-court line, he hastily passed the ball to the shooting guard, as if the ball were a hot potato. Watching the opposing team's panic, Mito Ryosuke flashed a toothy grin. "You need not be so afraid. I told you. You are the last." Chapter 41. Don't come near me. Upon receiving the ball, Kazaki's shooting guard saw Mito Ryosuke charging toward him and swiftly passed the ball to the power forward, terrified of being a second too late. Mito Ryosuke? Yosen player? Kazaki's power forward glanced at Mito Ryosuke's position and, instead of driving to the basket, opted to shoot from where he stood. However, he cast a glance at Mito Ryosuke's position while shooting. Upon realizing that Mito remained stationary, he sighed in relief. Naturally, such a shot would not find its mark. As soon as Yosen's center grabbed the rebound, he quickly passed it to Fukui Kensuke. "Don't come near me." As he dribbled past the half-court line, he heard Hanamiya's shout. Mito Ryosuke was relentlessly pursuing the opponent's defense. Hanamiya had already been unsettled by Sito Kintaro's earlier actions. Upon seeing Fukui with the ball and Mito charging towards him, he instinctively darted toward Fukui. "I'll guard him," Hanamiya proclaimed as he shoved aside the shooting guard on his side. "He is too formidable." Hanamiya, We must defend together. Yes, that cold-eyed one is a primary scorer. We must guard him well. I will assist you. Thus, Fukui Kinsuke looked upon the 5 defenders positioning themselves before him, pondering, am I truly that impressive? Did I miss something? Why is Mito on the court? And why is everyone from Kazaki focused on guarding me? The dazed Atsushi Shihoin just returned to the bench, shared his confusion. Not just him, but the entire arena was thrown into a state of disbelief. What are you doing back? Shouted Tobu Shota, springing into action. Mito Ryosuke also appeared somewhat bewildered and turned to the bench, contemplating whether to consult Tobu Shota about activating Plan B. In the next moment, he spotted Tobu attempting to shield the diminutive Atsushi with his considerable bulk. Their eyes locked instantaneously. Mito Ryosuke? Tobu Shota, you didn't see anything, right? Meanwhile, Fukui Kinsuke immediately passed the ball to Himuro Tatsuya. He had no illusions about surpassing 5 defenders. That sharpshooter. How despicable. Charge. Don't let him shoot. Yozen's number 12, don't underestimate the bond we share. As he observed the 5 charging towards him, Himuro frowned. What is wrong with these guys? Afraid of their potential underhanded tactics while he attempted a shot, he called out to Mito and tossed the ball away. Mito Ryosuke didn't even glance at the ball. His gaze remained fixed on the embarrassed Tobu Shota. Watch out. The basketball approached, and as everyone anticipated it would collide with Tobu's head, Mito Ryosuke remained unfazed, raising his left hand to seize the ball with a resounding thud. Damn it. I lack the strength to run. Me too, damn it. Can this shot truly not be defended? The Yozen players listened to the words of Kazaki's team, then looked towards Mito Ryosuke, still at midcourt. A collective swarm of crows flew through their minds, calling for a timeout. Mito Ryosuke paid no heed to the others, his focus solely on his bench. However, Tobu feigned ignorance, quickly turning away and whistling. I won't let you leave the court to trouble me. Witnessing this, Mito Ryosuke's anger flared. He felt deceived. Had he just been outsmarted by this old fool? You're not calling a timeout, huh? Fine, I'll take matters into my own hands. Mito Ryosuke turned to face everyone. The players of Kazaki gasped in horror, dread washing over them once more. Faced with his fiery gaze, they collectively swallowed hard. Could he have discerned our intentions? Impossible. My acting was flawless. It must be the center. Yes, he is the one who exposed us. Thud. The sound of the ball hitting the floor resonated as Mito Ryosuke slowly advanced towards Kazaki's basket, clearly intent on passing to number 12. The shooting guard surveyed the scene, noticing that Himuro Tatsuya was furthest away, and hastily declared, I believe he aims to pass to number 4. I'll cover the center. Number 5. It must be number 5. Seeing this, the Kazaki players rushed to their respective targets. Yet, the bewildered center asked, what about me? You've chosen everyone else. Gazing at the fierce Mito Ryosuke and his accelerating pace, the Kazaki center gritted his teeth. One person cannot guard against their sharpshooter. I will assist you. The Yozen players, now desensitized, murmured among themselves. What is Kazaki up to? Are they joking? Do they think we are fools? This is utterly absurd. It was just 2 unforeseen incidents. Yet they collectively faltered? Disdainful murmurs rose from the audience. Thud, 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 thud. Mito Ryosuke's dribbling quickened as he approached the free throw line, leaping with one hand clutching the basketball, forcefully driving it through the hoop. Bang! Crash! The glass backboard shattered into pieces. But it wasn't over. Creaking and groaning, the backboard swayed as if in agony. Mito Ryosuke landed gracefully and turned to face the crowd. A demon. A monster. I'm done. Mommy. I want to go home. This slam dunk obliterated any hope left in the hearts of Kazaki's players. The backboard trembled violently, seemingly in a desperate struggle for survival. Kazaki, watch out. Danger. Run. The Yozen players' pupils quivered, and they shouted in alarm. In the moment, the basketball hoop collapsed ominously towards Mito Ryosuke. Many in the audience shielded their eyes, unable to bear witness. Bang! A tremendous sound left the onlookers utterly astonished, their trembling pupils fixated on Ryoichi Mito, who raised his right hand to block the impending slam dunk. He did not even lift his head, his gaze unwaveringly locked onto a single direction. A monster. Is he even human? This scene rendered the arena in profound silence, as the crowd stared in disbelief at the figure effortlessly supporting the basketball hoop with one hand. A true aberration. In the stands, Shogo Kinjo stammered while observing the scene. Is Aki all right? His expression mirrored that of Mayumi Momoi, whose cherry lips could now cradle a goose egg. You were right. He truly is a monster among monsters, exclaimed Kawaii Kazunari in astonishment, acknowledging the sheer terror of his opponent's prowess. Makoto Hanamiya gazed at Ryoichi Mito with fear, a palpable aura of death enveloping him, as he muttered, "What kind of freak is this number one from Aoyama? This cannot continue. If it does, someone will genuinely perish. I must withdraw. Yes, I will withdraw." Chapter 42. The Timeout Beep. The game was momentarily paused. The referee, casting a resentful glance at Ryoichi Mito, finally blew the whistle. Just as the players from Mizuki breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the whistle, a loud crash startled them again. They turned to see Ryoichi Mito take a step forward and release his hand. The basketball hoop, no longer supported, crashed directly to the ground. "Tsukahara, I need to use the restroom. You guys don't have to wait for me after the game," said Shoyuta Teikō, a hint of dread creeping into his heart as he instructed Daisuke Tsukahara. By the time Daisuke Tsukahara realized what was happening, Shoyuta Teikō had already left. In the audience, disbelief rippled through the crowd. Is this a joke? Did he just shatter the basketball hoop with one hand? Are we sure this is a high school student? Honestly, the fact that he can single-handedly catch the basketball hoop is even more terrifying. "Where are you going, Daiki?" Mayumi Momoi asked as she noticed Daiki Aomon getting up. "Back to practice." Daiki Aomon turned to leave. The players from Tuu exchanged incredulous glances, understanding each other's astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, they hurriedly followed suit. Meanwhile, Midorima also stood up. "Sho, aren't you going to watch?" Kawaii Kazunari inquired. "Mizuki has already given up. We should return to practice as well." With that, Shintaro Midorima turned and departed. On the Aoyama bench, "Mito, what's wrong?" Daisuke Tsukahara asked quietly, observing Ryoichi Mito's haunted expression. "There's nothing to be done. The aura he exudes is far too unsettling. It's best for children not to pry into adult matters." Ryoichi Mito's voice was laced with an icy chill. Daisuke Tsukahara stood frozen, dwarfed by Ryoichi Mito, who was preoccupied, staring at the panel receiving rewards. Host, Ryoichi Mito. Age, 16. Height, 184 centimeters. Weight, 79 kilograms. Physical strength, unparalleled 19. Skills, Sixth Sense, Advanced. Coordination, Advanced. Weapon proficiency, Intermediate. Perfect driving skills, chef-level culinary arts. Incident system ongoing. Soon, as the staff hastily brought a new basketball hoop from the adjacent court, the game resumed. However, it was evident that Mizuki, as Shintaro Midorima had predicted, had conceded the match, with only substitutes taking the court. Night fell, devoid of stars. At the Kinju Izakaya, Ryoichi Mito pushed the door open, greeted by a bunny girl. "Welcome to Kin." Upon noticing the boy in school uniform, she quickly corrected herself. "I'm sorry, young man. But minors are prohibited here," Ryoichi Mito replied. The bar manager, witnessing the scene, hurriedly approached. "My apologies. This is our new employee, Yasa Makura." "Yasa, this is our owner, Ryoichi Mito." "Owner, you're the boss." Yasa Makura exclaimed in disbelief. "No worries. Ignorance is bliss." "It seems quite a few changes have occurred here," Ryoichi Mito remarked, surveying the establishment's decor. "Is this what cherry blossom culture entails?" He mused. Hearing this, Ryoichi Mito's expression shifted to one of appreciation for the cherry blossoms. He even began to imagine entering the private room and playfully asking the previous bunny girl, "You wouldn't want to lose your job, would you?" Hee. Just as Ryoichi Mito indulged in these thoughts, the manager announced, "Boss, everything has been arranged. We've set aside a private room for you. Since you participated in the game today, you have a chance for a complimentary meal." The manager smiled, gesturing towards Yasa Makura, who quickly stepped away. As a boss, I still have to pay? Is there no law? Who is in charge here?" Ryoichi Mito pondered, his mind conjuring the image of Takashi Kawamura. As he was led to the private room by the manager, a graceful figure followed closely behind. Inside the second-floor private room, a single wall-to-wall one-way glass allowed a panoramic view of the bar below. A set of luxurious golden sofas faced a massive screen, while the table was adorned with various game instructions. Next to a karaoke machine stood a beautiful girl in uniform. The ceiling's ambient lights dazzled in a myriad of colors, exuding simplicity and charm. However, the only blemish was the advertisements for Aoyama High School plastered on 3 walls. "Boss, do you require a complimentary meal tonight?" the obsequious manager queried. Ryoichi Mito responded, "The prize for the free meal is my participation in the game? Indeed, more specifically, it is for your participation in an official match," the manager clarified. One last question. Can I replace these ads on the walls? I'm sorry, boss, but that cannot be changed. Fine. Tonight's meal is on the house. You may leave now, Ryoichi Mito concluded, settling onto the sofa. Boss, would you like something to drink? The uniformed beauty eagerly approached with a menu. This damned capitalist lifestyle. Although Ryoichi Mito wore a smile, his inner thoughts were filled with resentment. Let go of me. I am a friend of your boss. Just as Ryoichi Mito ordered his drinks, a female voice called from outside. Moments later, a suited bodyguard entered. Boss, there's a woman outside claiming to be your friend. Should I let her in? A friend? A woman? Could it be Mayumi? Ryoichi Mito, assuming it was Momoi, replied nonchalantly, let her in. Understood. The bodyguard exited promptly. Soon after, a stunning woman, approximately 1.8 meters tall, entered the room. Ryoichi Mito sized up the unfamiliar blonde beauty, who sported red-framed glasses, a green fur-collared top, and black knee-high boots. Her appearance and figure were nothing short of extraordinary. Friend, what is your name? Gazing at the captivating woman, Ryoichi Mito was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Alex Garcia. Get out. Ryoichi Mito coldly replied immediately after her self-introduction. Yes, boss. The bodyguard promptly gestured for Alex to leave. I am the master of Tatsuya Himuro. Seeing that Ryoichi Mito was not responding as expected, Alex quickly interjected. Wait. You all can leave, Ryoichi Mito commanded, waving his hand at the bodyguard, who nodded and exited the private room. At that moment, the uniformed beauty returned with drinks. 3 bottles of Black Ace limited edition and 4 packs of Asahi beer. You are Himuro's master? Ryoichi Mito asked, opening a beer bottle and handing it to Alex. Hey, kid, that's rather impolite. Alex gazed at the opponent as he unveiled the ace of spades, yet only offered himself a beer, which instantly irked him. I ask, you answer. If you refuse, kindly exit to the right. Thank you. After taking a sip of the ace of spades, Mizuto Ryosuke wore a blissful expression, proclaiming, truly worthy of its exorbitant price. It feels splendid. Indeed. Alex looked at the insufferable brat before him and gritted his teeth, enduring the annoyance. I've heard you're quite the kiss enthusiast. Great. This book has received its first critique. Yang Jihao, classmate. I've noted your name. Humph. Chapter 43. Come stay at my place, what? You know Hashigami too? Alex exclaimed, surprised, for as far as she knew, Yang Quan had yet to compete against Chung Lin. Moreover, Ichino's was such a well-behaved kid, he certainly wouldn't boast about being a kiss enthusiast. Don't know him. But do you know me? Mizuto Ryosuke raised an eyebrow. Not really, but I noticed your bag at the entrance. It's the basketball team's. Alex pointed towards the bag and inquired. Then how did you end up here? Mizuto Ryosuke asked, only to realize that the other seemed to be a fellow drinker. Don't you know? Alex exclaimed in astonishment as she accepted the drink he offered. Should I? Mizuto Ryosuke replied, taking a sip of his ace of spades. The Kinzen izakaya is quite renowned nowadays. Alex took a sip, savoring the taste, then continued, I heard the previous owner was terrible at business, leaving the place devoid of customers. Now that a new owner, namely you, has taken over, look around. It's packed. Mizuto Ryosuke replied. I seem to be the former owner you mentioned. He quickly attempted to shift the topic. So, why did you seek me out? Because you have a private room. And tonight's drinks are on the house, Alex explained, glancing down at the vibrant nightlife below. On the house? Mizuto Ryosuke murmured, recalling that the next complimentary offer would be in 2 days. The opponent was yet to be determined, either Loshan High or Darren University, as the two would only face off tomorrow. What is your name? Alex began to ask, but was distracted by a striking host below. A host with six-pack abs was leaning close to a girl clad in a revealing black outfit, who playfully bit the lollipop he held. The girl's friends chimed in with cheers. Alex turned back to Mizuto Ryosuke, noticing his pale, almost sickly handsome face, which bore a roguish charm. This kid was far more attractive than the host below, but regrettably, he was too young. A smirk graced Alex's lips as she teased. I haven't asked your name yet. Do you need to know it? Mizuto Ryosuke countered with a smile, rising to approach Alex. Of course, especially since you're treating me to drinks. Mizuto Ryosuke, he replied, standing beside Alex, both gazing down at the lively scene below. You're also a basketball player? Alex feigned ignorance. I play occasionally, Mizuto Ryosuke stated, sipping his drink nonchalantly. Care for a few tips? I was quite adept in the past. Alex flashed a bright smile, but her expression shifted to surprise. Wait, do you smoke? Do you? Mizuto Ryosuke pulled a cigarette from his pack, placing one in his mouth before offering her another with a soft chuckle. I don't smoke, Alex declined, waving her hand. Why not go talk to a few hosts? Mizuto Ryosuke lit his cigarette, inhaling deeply before releasing a cloud of smoke. I wouldn't approach them. You're better company, Alex leaned closer, teasingly tracing her finger along his chin. So, how much are you willing to bet? Mizuto Ryosuke asked, leaning in. 1 centimeter, the distance between two people, Alex replied, momentarily taken aback by the youthful scent that wafted from him, causing a faint blush to rise on her cheeks. She stepped back, breaking the tension and shifting the conversation. Mizuto, how can you compete after drinking? She recalled hearing the manager mention a competition, piquing her curiosity. The competition is in 2 days. Are you interested in watching Ichino's match? Mizuto Ryosuke returned to his seat on the couch. Can I? I want to see Ichino's Tatsuya, Alex beamed, eager to witness the game. Then I'll take you with me. By the way, do you have a place to stay? Just at the inn next door. Come stay at my place. What? What did you just say? Alex's face turned to one of refusal, though she was open-minded. It was only towards those she knew well. This kid, while handsome and a classmate of Tatsuya, was still too young. What am I thinking? The inn next door charges over 20,000 a night. You might as well let me stay. I have a spare room available. Mizuto Ryosuke extinguished his cigarette, smiling. Having experienced financial ruin, he seized any opportunity to earn money. Even the smallest gain was worthwhile. As for investments, that required brainpower and luck. Fine, but I've already paid for today. I'll come to see you tomorrow, Alex contemplated before agreeing. The next day, the previous day's match between Yongquan High and Kirizaki First shook the high school basketball scene in Sakura Country like a tempest. The revelation of Yongquan's mysterious number 1, who caused 2 players from Kirizaki First to sustain injuries and shattered the basketball hoop with a single-handed free throw, spread swiftly among other schools. Moreover, prominent magazines such as Basketball Weekly and Basketball Monthly reported on the incident. The truth soon surfaced. Yongquan's enigmatic number 1 was none other than the 13th player from Ming Huang Middle School, the same individual who, during middle school, single-handedly dismantled the miracle-era monster Mizuto Ryosuke. In no time, various high school basketball teams began to focus intently on Yongquan's basketball squad. At Chunglin High's basketball team, currently, they were training on the beach, diligently preparing for the winter selection tournament. Just then, Ida Riko, who had taken a call outside, returned. What happened to the coach? Why do you all look so drained after just a brief absence? Muki Tetsuhira inquired. Ida Riko remained silent, her expression a mix of anguish as she glanced at everyone. What's wrong? Hinata Junpei asked, concerned. Why, with the same surname Mizuto? Is there such a disparity between you all? Ida Riko sighed, pointing at a typically reticent team member. Why am I being dragged into this? Mizuto Rin Nosuke pointed to himself, exasperated. Ida Riko sighed again before producing several magazines from her hands. Take a look. At Kaiju High, everyone was engaged in their usual training. At that moment, a plump figure entered the gymnasium. It was none other than Kaiju's coach, Takuchi Jinta. His expression was grave as he approached the center of the court and shouted at the practicing players, "Gather round." At Losan High, inside the training room, Akashi Sejiro was sweating profusely on the treadmill. Beside him were the uncrowned 5, Shibuzaki Ryo, Hayama Kotaro, and Nezumiya Nagayoshi. Just then, the team manager rushed in, clutching several magazines. Akashi, there's a monster emerging in this national tournament. Chapter 44, Defeating Mizuto Ryosuke. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Alex stepped into the villa adorned with the nameplate Mizuho. Like others, he was initially taken aback, only to subsequently jest about the affluent. You must be staying in the guest room on the far right. Once you've settled your belongings, come down to prepare for dinner, Mizuho Ryosuke stated nonchalantly, sitting on the sofa with a cigarette dangling from his lips while engaged in a video game. An hour later, Alex, clad in a white bathrobe and with disheveled hair, descended, exclaiming, "Your bathroom is enormous, and the bathtub is incredibly comfortable." He plopped down beside Mizuho Ryosuke. "Just remember to clean up after you're done." Alex playfully stuck out his tongue in response. In the next moment, the doorbell chimed. "They're here. Hurry and change your clothes," Mizuho Ryosuke urged, setting aside his game and extinguishing his cigarette, glancing at Alex, who was lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed. Yes, Mizuho, you're quite the nag." As Alex stood, Mizuho Ryosuke had already opened the door. "Ryusuke, we've arrived," came the voices of Aoi and Hinomaru. Upon hearing the familiar voices, Alex, who had intended to dash upstairs, paused and turned to face the three newcomers, their eyes locking. In an instant, her pupils dilated. "Teacher? Hinomaru," they exclaimed in unison. Alex quickly ran to Hinomaru, wrapping her arms around his neck. "I've missed you so much. You startled me. When did you return to Sakura country?" Hinomaru smiled in reply. "Ryusuke has a girlfriend? But why is she so close to Hinomaru? Could it be a love triangle?" Just as Alex was about to plant a kiss on Hinomaru's lips, he expertly raised a finger to block her mouth. "No kisses allowed, Alex. We can't kiss casually in Sakura country." "How cold?" Alex pouted. I almost forgot. This is from Coach Kubota for you." Aoi remembered and handed an envelope to Mizuho Ryosuke. Upon receiving the envelope, Mizuho Ryosuke weighed it in his hand and, noticing its heft, opened it. "Wow, so much money," Alex exclaimed, still clinging to Hinomaru's neck. The envelope contained a stack of 10,000 yen bills, precisely 100 in total. "That old man is quite generous," Mizuho Ryosuke smirked, his lips curling in satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the exclusive conference room of Yosen, Kubota Shoyuta checked the time, took a few deep breaths, and dialed Mizuho Ryosuke's number. "Hello, Ryosuke. It's me, Kubota Shoyuta." Mizuho Ryosuke replied curtly, "Speak your mind." Shortly after the call connected, Shoyuta recognized the calm tone on the other end, indicating that the money had been accepted, and continued, "The results for tomorrow are in regarding the match against Rikuzen." And Mizuho Ryosuke inquired, "I want you to play?" Shoyuta announced. "All right, but I'll only play one quarter. You can arrange the rest," Mizuho Ryosuke responded. Upon hearing this, Shoyuta felt a surge of joy but restrained his excitement, even though the call had ended. "This is my command. However, considering you were a bit tired yesterday, I'll make an exception and allow you to play just one quarter. No need to thank me. After all, I am your coach." With that, Shoyuta hung up, wearing a smug expression as he turned to face his companion, his demeanor suggesting, "I've got this." "Impressive work, Shoyuta. You truly are Mizuho's first coach," said Araki Masako, sitting across from him, giving him a thumbs up. It's a minor matter, but this kid's temper is indeed troublesome. I'll have to address it another time," Shoyuta remarked, sitting back and taking a sip from the cup of tea Araki had just handed him. Meanwhile, inside the Mizuho villa, the four were gathered around the dining table enjoying dinner. Since Mizuho Ryosuke had acquired a new drinking companion, he spared Hinomaru. Observing the two engaged in a drinking game, Hinomaru and Aoi shared a knowing glance and continued eating in silence. As the evening progressed, the drinks flowed, and conversation became lively. "Hinomaru, how is your basketball team? Have you become the ace? Did you embarrass your teacher?" "Mizuho, Aoi, this is my teacher, Alex Garcia, a former state champion in college basketball in America and a player in the WNBA." Faced with Alex's probing questions, Hinomaru hastily shifted the topic. He was well aware of his own limitations. Against these two formidable individuals, he knew he could not prevail. That was all in the past, due to illness. My vision has significantly deteriorated, and I have since retired. Now, I coach basketball at a club in the U.S., Alex said proudly, taking a sip of her drink. "Aoi, eat this, it's delicious." "Thank you, Ryusuke. Are you even listening to me?" Alex exclaimed, noticing the two engrossed in their affectionate display. "Got it," and then Mizuho Ryosuke replied, placing a piece of fish on Aoi's plate. "Thanks, Ryusuke. But Aoi is really big. He must be excellent at basketball. I wonder if he can outplay my Hinomaru?" Alex remarked, smiling at the focused Aoi. "Teacher, I can't compete with Aoi. I can't even surpass Mizuho," Hinomaru admitted candidly. "How is that possible?" Alex exclaimed, astonished. "That's the reality," Hinomaru said with a wry smile. Having once underestimated Japanese basketball, he had come to realize, after witnessing the miracle generation, that there were indeed greater talents. As for Mizuho Ryosuke, apologies, but he was not merely human. While he still held some confidence in catching up to the miracle generation, the thought of surpassing Mizuho Ryosuke left Hinomaru feeling despondent. "Hinomaru, don't lose heart after your match tomorrow. I'll teach you a secret technique that will surely help you outplay Mizuho," Alex declared, thumping her chest confidently. "Ha. Aoi, what are you laughing at? You don't believe me?" Alex said, slightly annoyed. "No, my Aoi has received professional training and usually doesn't he laugh unless he can't help it," Mizuho Ryosuke quickly clarified. However, this explanation only prompted more laughter. "Ha. Hinomaru, Your teacher is hilarious. She says you can defeat Ryusuke. Haha. Chapter 45. The finals commenced the following day marked the grand finale of the National High School Tournament. Outside the Tokyo Sports Arena, a myriad of characters gathered. Shudo, Kaijo, Tuu, Siren, and others. What splendid weather. Who would have thought Aomen would come to watch the finals with us? Is it going to rain red? Kiyoshi Sho, hands shoved in his pockets, turned to Aomen Daiki with a grin. You're quite noisy, Aomen Daiki replied with a frown. I wonder if Kageyama will play today. Mayuzumi Satsuki, walking behind Aomen, chimed in. It's Tuu, and I can't believe even Aomen showed up, Takao Kazunari remarked from a short distance away. I wonder if Akashi and Mizuho will play today. Midorima Shintaro adjusted his glasses and mused. I know about Akashi, but is this Mizuho Ryosuke truly that formidable? Taisuke Oba, sporting a hedgehog hairstyle, spoke up. Oba-senpai, please remove the character Ma. Kazunari Takao, with his hands crossed behind his head, responded. Before long, the two teams met. Oh, it's the players from Shudo, greeted Shuchi Kamiyoshi, eyeing the Shudo members. Kamiyoshi? Last time was in winter, right? It's been a while. Yet, both our teams have lost, said Kiyoshi Miyagi, his blonde hair catching the light. What a coincidence. Kaizoku, you all came too? We felt today's match would be quite thrilling, so we decided to attend, excitedly declared Mitsuharu Hayakawa. Don't kid yourself, it was clearly the coach's insistence, whispered Koji Kobori. As they spoke, the Kaizoku members approached. I never expected Mito would actually join Yuzen. That guy, Zahara, didn't he even give a hint? He had previously mentioned defeating the opponent through sheer effort, Daiki Aomen mused, gazing at the ground as he walked. There must be a story behind it that we're unaware of, Shintaro Midorima remarked indifferently. Hey, which team do you think will win today? Ryota Kai's inquired as he strolled over. We're uncertain if they all play, which is why we came to see for ourselves, right? Aomen replied lazily. Aomen makes a valid point. It's not just them. Virtually every top high school basketball team capable of attending has arrived, added Hayakawa. In the gymnasium, the Yuzen bench buzzed with excitement. Is she really Himuro's mentor? So beautiful. And a former WNBA player? I feel she is even more impressive than Coach Araki. One player exclaimed. But why is she here with Mito? Shut it, shouted Masako Araki at her chattering team. Turning to Alex, she introduced herself. Hello, I'm Masako Araki. Alex Garcia, he replied. You'll be sitting here to watch the game. She gestured to the seat beside her and then approached Atsushi Zahara, asking, Zahara, will you be playing today? Me? I'm not sure. If Koji plays, I will, Zahara answered blankly. With that, Araki tossed her hair and declared. Then our starting lineup is confirmed. Point guard, Kenji Fukui. Power forward, Kenichi Okamura. Center, Random Gaie. Small forward, Wei Lu. Shooting guard, Toshiya Himuro. Mito. What is your relationship with him? Fukui murmured to Ryusuke Mito after arranging the lineup. Hearing this, the Yuzen members perked up their ears. We're not related. We just happen to live together, Mito replied with a yawn, appearing quite nonchalant. The team was struck with shock. Mito was the first to become single. How can this be? He is just a first year. I've never even spoken to a girl. Kenichi Okamura cried out in disbelief. Is that really your motivation for joining the basketball team? The other players thought collectively. Seeing their reactions, Fukui quickly reassured, that is not it. Regardless of basketball, you wouldn't be popular. How rude. The others retorted. The astonishment wasn't limited to the players. Mito, you sly one. When are you handing out candies? Shoyuta Tobu teased, approaching Mito with a mischievous grin. Huh, Mito replied. Bewildered. Just then, an announcement echoed. Los Angeles High School and Yuzen High School, please take the court for warm-ups. The audience erupted in cheers. All right, go warm up. Araki commanded her team. On the other side, the bench of Los Angeles High School was taken aback. Akashi Sejiro was actually playing. Zahara, you should warm up too. Araki urged. All right, Zahara conceded, stepping down from the starting lineup. Oh, quite impressive. I didn't believe what Toshiya said about Japanese basketball, but it seems he was right. Alex remarked, observing the Los Angeles players warming up. Indeed, while they're merely practicing basic dribbling and layups, they maintain a consistent rhythm. And not a single shot has missed, Araki added. True, layups have the highest success rate, but I've never seen a team achieve a perfect score, regardless of their strength. This is beyond a solid foundation. They must have practiced countless times to reach such an astonishing level, Tobu interjected. No wonder they're referred to as the Emperor of Development. Araki nodded in agreement. But why do you both appear so calm? Alex asked, puzzled by their unruffled expressions. Shouldn't you be nervous facing such formidable opponents? The cheers from the audience indicate that Los Angeles has far more supporters than Yuzan. Because we have your boyfriend. Tobu chuckled, turning to Alex with a playful smile. Faced with this overly cheerful older man, Alex felt speechless. Yet, her gaze shifted to Ryusuke Mito, who was dozing off in a chair, her expression turning serious. Is this impudent breath the source of Yuzan's calmness? I truly await the sight of your performance on the court. On the court? Ugh, have you been burping for too long? This must be the longest ever, complained Reina Shimizu, observing Nagayoshi Negi with dissatisfaction. That's because my opponent today is the center from the generation of miracles. I can't help but feel charged with energy. Negi declared, clenching his fist. Where's Reina-ne? Kotaro Hayama asked, glancing at the sighing Shimizu. I'm guarding that guy, Himuro Toshiya. Though I'm unsure of his true strength, I'll take good care of him, she replied. But you're up against that giant named Wei Lu, aren't you? She continued. Yeah, it's not looking good, is it? But I'll find a way. Basketball isn't solely about height, Hayama said, tossing the ball with a smile. You're still as carefree as ever, but thankfully, that monster from Yuzan isn't playing, Shimizu remarked. Don't worry. I'll widen the score gap before that monster steps onto the court, Hayama proclaimed, balancing the basketball on his head, exuding a fierce aura. Akashi, you'll be starting today, right? Negi asked Akashi Seijiro. The latter, eyes closed, replied coolly, of course. They're strong, and Los Angeles cannot afford to lose. Thus, we must remain vigilant. However, I will not lose again. Suddenly, Akashi opened his eyes, revealing his diamond-shaped pupils. The winners will be Los Angeles. Our basketball is absolute. After a moment, the warm-up players exited the court, and the announcement rang out again. Before the match begins, let us introduce the two teams. First, the team in white jerseys, Los Angeles High School. Coach, Nagaharu Hirakawa. Now, let us introduce the starting players. Number 8, Nagayoshi Negi. Number 7, Kotaro Hayama. Number 6, Reina Shimizu. Number 5, Chihiro Dai. Captain Akashi Seijiro of the 4th team. Wow. With the captain of the era of miracles alongside the uncrowned 5, this lineup appears unbeatable. Indeed, the mere presence of such a team secures victory halfway. Rikuzen, Rikuzen, Rikuzen. The audience erupted in cheers. The announcement continued. Next up is Yanshuan High School, adorned in purple striped jerseys. The supervising teacher is Kobu Masataka, and the coach is Araki Masako. Now, let us introduce the starting players. Number 5, Fukui Kensuke. Number 11, Lu Wei. Number 12, Himuro Tatsuya. Number 9, Murasakibara Atsushi. Number 4, the captain, Okamura Kenichi. The players from Yanshuan are remarkably tall. Why does someone always mention this? A newcomer, perhaps? I came to see the light of Teikō. Why isn't he on the court? Brother, what a coincidence. So did I. Yanshuan. 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 The audience erupted once more in applause. The announcement continued. Thus, the finals of the National High School Basketball Championship officially commence. With Rikuzen High School facing off against Yanshuan High School, the referee, holding the ball, approaches the center court between both teams, a salute from both sides. Let us have a good match. The game begins. Murasakibara Atsushi and Nagoya Aikichi position themselves at the center line. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, both centers leapt simultaneously towards the floating basketball. Despite Nagoya Aikichi's muscular build, his height and wingspan proved to be a disadvantage. The outcome was predictable. Murasakibara Atsushi effortlessly guided the ball into Fukui Kensuke's hands. Fukui Kensuke executed a quick pass, sending the ball to Himuro Tatsuya, who was dashing towards the opponent's basket. In the next moment, he went for a layup. Just then, a hand swiftly appeared from behind him, reaching for the ball. The sound echoed as the basketball was knocked out of bounds. Number 6, such incredible speed. Alex from the Yanshuan bench exclaimed in disbelief. Shibuzawa Ryo, known as Yasha, is praised as Rikuzen's sharpshooter, yet his speed is astonishing as well, Araki Masako marveled. That was close, you almost scored. After landing, Shibuzawa Ryo glanced at Himuro Tatsuya with a smirk. The latter snorted dismissively, retrieving the basketball and stepping out of bounds. In the next moment, the ball found its way into Murasakibara Atsushi's hands. As soon as he obtained the ball, a hand slapped down on it with force. Akashi Seijiro felt as though he had struck a steel plate rather than the ball, sending pain through his palm. He had forgotten one crucial fact. Murasakibara Atsushi could not be intercepted while cradling the ball, unless he began dribbling. A sneak attack? Murasakibara Atsushi felt a surge of anger at Akashi Seijiro's unsportsmanlike conduct. In the next second, he backed against Nagoya Aikichi, white gas swirling around his feet. Suddenly, he leaped with a 180-degree rotation in midair. The tremendous force caused Nagoya Aikichi to stagger back, and in his gaze, the purple-haired behemoth soared high above. Crash! The rim shook violently, emitting a painful sound. Murasakibara Atsushi landed gracefully, looking down at Nagoya Aikichi with a smirk. "I'll crush you." Faced with the fierce glare of Murasakibara Atsushi, Nagoya Aikichi furrowed his brow, contemplating. Did my training really fail to prepare me for this monster? At that moment, the other players on the court shouted, "Run!" Nagoya Aikichi, upon hearing this, scrambled backward in a frantic retreat. Meanwhile, Murasakibara Atsushi took a few steps back. Creak. Boom. Ultimately, the basketball hoop trembled before collapsing with a thunderous crash. After a few moments of silence, the crowd erupted. Could it be the legendary destruction hammer? My goodness. Is Yang Chuan the Terminator of basketball hoops? I must ask, did they destroy one yesterday and another today? But how impressive. Number 1 from Yang Chuan yesterday. Number 9 today. I believe any future matches involving Yang Chuan will require the organizers to prepare several basketball hoops. The audience gasped in astonishment. Who would have guessed Murasakibara was so fearsome? Even in the national team, few centers possess such prowess. Judged by the strength of this world, Alex marveled. I truly underestimated the basketball of Sakura country. Poor Tatsuya, returning only to face such a monster. Thankfully, this monster is his teammate. Indeed, Murasakibara's strength earns him the title of the top center in Sakura High, and even in college, few can rival him. Araki Masako concurred. Oh my, he truly is a monster. No wonder he and Seijiro are collectively known as the Era of Miracles. Shibuzawa Ryo shrugged, commenting, how impressive. Hayama Kotaro gazed in awe at Murasakibara Atsushi's retreating figure. I nearly had a heart attack just now. At that moment, Nagoya Aikichi stood up, glancing nervously at the fallen basketball hoop. Beep, the game is paused. The referee, blowing the whistle, cast a resentful glance towards Yang Chuan before running to the main referee's table to discuss matters. Chapter 47. The match against Rikuzen, 1, shortly after. The referee approached the Yang Chuan bench. If you break the basketball hoop again, you will have to pay for it. Yes, we apologize. Apologies. Araki Masako and Kobu Masataka from the opposing team bowed apologetically. Murasakibara, as the referee departed, both shouted towards Murasakibara Atsushi. Murasakibara turned, feigning innocence. Why didn't you mention Mizuhito when he broke the hoop yesterday? Due to the events of the previous day, the organizers were now prepared. Soon after, a brand new basketball hoop was erected on the court. The staff efficiently replaced the damaged hoop, and the game resumed. Where's Mizuhito? Araki Masako suddenly turned to ask, glancing towards the spot where Mizuhito Ryo had been dozing. Coach, Mizuhito said he had a stomachache and went to the restroom to get paper, a substitute quickly replied. The three exchanged glances. That guy went to smoke again. On the court, Rikuzen had possession. After Akashi Seijiro crossed half-court, he passed to Hayama Kotaro. In the next moment, Hayama Kotaro faced Lu Wei's defense. Though he continuously probed for openings, Lu Wei's terrifying wingspan posed a significant challenge for the 180 centimeters tall Hayama Kotaro. It seems I will need 4 fingers to deal with you. 4 fingers? Lu Wei thought in astonishment. Bam! 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 Hayama Kotaro's dribbling suddenly became loud and jarring. What? The booming sound of his dribble caused even the audience to cover their ears, illustrating just how loud it was. This is how it is depicted in the anime. And I am equally bewildered. The force of the dribble increased the ball's speed, making it harder to steal. Not far away, Himuro Tatsuya thought, but a moment later, a smile crept onto his face. Unfortunately, this sound pales in comparison to his. That's excessively loud. What a shame, Fukui Kensuke remarked, adjusting his ears. Upon hearing this, Akashi Seijiro's expression shifted to one of shock. In the next second, Hayama Kotaro transformed into a blur, swiftly bypassing Lu Wei. An impressive breakthrough. Such incredible dribbling. Did he just vanish while dribbling? This individual is remarkably quick. He is Hayama Kotaro, known as the Thunder Beast, and this is his signature move, Thunderous Dribble. As the audience watched in astonishment, Suddenly, a large hand appeared and swiftly knocked the basketball from the hands of the thunderous beast, Hayama Kotaro. What? A look of disbelief spread across his face. I've heard that you once lost to Mito from my team. I wonder whose dribbling is louder and whose speed is swifter, your teammates or Mito's. Fukui Kinsuke smiled at Akashi Seijiro, then turned and sprinted for a fast break. Swish. Lu Wei quickly hurled the basketball towards the opponent's basket, where it landed directly in the hands of Ice Room Tatsuya. He dribbled a few steps, moved beyond the three-point line, lifted the ball, and shot. Swish. It was a perfect shot. When did he get to that position? Could it be? Did he run there while Kotaro was using his thunderous dribble? But how could he have known that the tall player would intercept? Rimu Michiru watched Ice Room Tatsuya in astonishment. But the next second, Akashi Seijiro provided them with an answer. Kotaro's thunderous dribble is impressive, but it pales in comparison to that monster. What? The crowd gasped in surprise. There's no need to be astonished. That monster can execute this move as well. Or rather, back then he could only do this move. However, his speed and strength are unmatched. Akashi Seijiro recalled those difficult past experiences and stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Hayama Kotaro's expression immediately fell. No wonder that tall player could easily intercept my ball. Kotaro's thunderous dribble is indeed remarkable, but he is up against Mito's Aoyama. Aemon Daiki murmured. Indeed, the gap is too vast. Kuriko Ryota chimed in. This year's Aoyama is exceptionally strong. Miyoshi Sho glanced towards the Aoyama players and remarked. On the other side, in the Aoyama exclusive lounge. Oh, it seems today will not be as exhausting as it was against Maiku, but if Aoyama scores high, I might consult that red-haired fellow and persuade him to invest a few million for a championship. Hearing the cheers for Aoyama from the audience, Mito Ryosuke paused his game, flicked off the ash from his cigarette, and murmured, As for me, honor? Achievements? Huh, of course, they cannot compare to money. It's like that video I encountered in my past life. Would you choose 8 million or an admission letter from Chinbei? No need to think. Any hesitation is a waste. Just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he frowned. How ironic. Speaking of the devil, and he appears. Beep. The first quarter has ended. With the sound of the whistle, the score remained fixed at 29-21, with Aoyama leading by 8 points. On the Aoyama bench, everyone, do not let your guard down. Akashi Seijiro has yet to make a move. Araki Masako admonished, observing the starters laughing and resting. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Yes, that most troublesome opponent has yet to take a shot. Indeed, Akashi has yet to use his vision. Aemon Daiki said, picking up a water bottle to drink. I too believe they have not revealed their true strength. Thus, the genuine contest is only just beginning. Ice Room Tatsuya concurred. When Akashi gets serious, his abilities are unlike anything usual. He renders all skills ineffective, whether on offense or defense. It's akin to foreseeing the future. Aemon muttered, lowering his head. The others, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of disbelief. Alex this time did not pester Tatsuya, but appeared to be deep in thought about something. At this moment, Araki Masako stood up, exchanged a glance with Kotobuki Shota, and addressed everyone. Aemon and Ice Room are right. We must not let our guard down. Now then, let us prepare the strategy for the second round. On the other hand, Aemon Daiki indeed proves to be a formidable opponent. Nakanishi Aikichi said while sipping water. You're lucky. I have no way to deal with that fellow Lu Wei. Hayama Kotaro's expression was somewhat forlorn. I have been completely outmatched by him. If you say so, that Ice Room Tatsuya's feints are giving me quite a headache too. Rimu Michiru added. Indeed, everyone from Aoyama is quite exceptional. Even the 5 generals without a crown find it challenging to contend. Kotaro, in the next match, I will handle Lu Wei. And you all should reveal some of your strength, right? Akashi Seijiro looked at everyone, his tone calm. Upon hearing this, the 4 displayed relaxed expressions. Chapter 48. Facing Rokuzan, 2, Beep. The second quarter began. Aoyama possessed the ball. What? Unable to compete with Lu Wei, you come to find me? Fukui Ryosuke said with a smile as he dribbled past half-court, eyeing Hayama Kotaro. Hayama did not respond, his eyes filled with determination as he focused on the basketball. After unsuccessfully attempting to break through on both sides, Fukui quickly passed to Ice Room Tatsuya. Ice Room Tatsuya jumped for a quick shot. Unfortunately, Rimu Michiru leaped swiftly, grazing the basketball with his fingertip. Bang! Rebound. Nakanishi Aikichi and Lu Wei leaped simultaneously, but in the end, it was Okamura Kenichi who tipped the ball in. Swish. Another score. These guys are indeed tough to handle, Nakanishi Aikachi thought, observing the three towering figures across from him with a wry smile. Due to the height of Dai Chihiro and Akashi Sejiro, they were unable to contribute to the rebounds. Thus, the burden of rebounding fell entirely on Nakanishi Aikachi. Rokuzan possessed the ball. Dai Chihiro quickly passed the ball to Hayama Kotaro. Such a swift fast break. The Aoyama players were momentarily stunned, quickly returning to defense. Just as Hayama Kotaro reached beyond the three-point line, Aomon Daiki appeared before him. In an instant, an immense pressure surged toward Hayama Kotaro. A commendable fast break, but regrettably, no matter how fast, it is of no use. Even if it's just Aomon, he covers the entire area within the three-point line, Araki Masako remarked. Observing the situation on the court, Hayama Kotaro frowned, attempting to break through twice, but seeing no success, he quickly passed the ball back to Akashi Sejiro. The latter swiftly passed the ball to Rimu Michiru, who had already reached beyond the three-point line. You are quite the handful. He smiled at the icy-faced Ice Room Tatsuya. As soon as he finished speaking, Rimu Michiru leaped into the air. Ice Room Tatsuya, noticing this, jumped as well, aiming to block the opponent's three-point shot. Suddenly, Ice Room Tatsuya's pupils constricted, realizing, a feint? Oh no. Rimu Michiru smiled at the leaping Ice Room Tatsuya, and just as the latter descended, Rimu leapt high. Only when he made contact with Ice Room Tatsuya did Rimu Michiru release the shot. Swish. Another score. Can he really score a three-pointer while drawing a foul? Ice Room Tatsuya thought, somewhat astonished. Don't be deceived by my appearance. I can be quite greedy. Rimu Michiru smiled broadly. Beep. A foul on Aoyama number 12. The three-pointer counts, and an additional free throw. The referee blew the whistle at that moment. A three-pointer counts, plus a free throw? Is this for real? That shot is worth 4 points. Is this the Night Demon's ultimate move? Rokuzan. 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 The audience erupted in exclamations. On the court. Wonderful. Nakanishi Aikachi suddenly appeared behind Rimu Michiru, shouting, and then gave a high five. Unfortunately, Rimu Michiru dodged. You hit hard. I'd rather not. Hey Rimu. You should have played like this from the start. Hayama Kotaro reproached somewhat. I've said it before. This ISNTA technique I can use anytime. Rimu Michiru shook his hand and, having said that, walked to the free throw line. Swish. The ball went in. In the ensuing moments, the sudden surge from Rei Obuchi swiftly equalized the score. 33-33. With possession in hand, Fukui Kensuke slowed the pace, guiding the ball across the half-court line before passing it to Liu Wei. The instant Liu Wei received the ball, he found himself face-to-face with Aomon Daiki's striking heterochromia. Assessing his opponent's height and his own position, Liu Wei deemed the situation favorable. In an instant, he leaped to shoot. No feints, merely a direct attempt. The audience gasped in astonishment as Ryota Kai's remarked on the audacity of number 11, believing that his height would thwart any chance of being blocked. However, Liu Wei's expression changed to one of disbelief as he gazed into Aomon's piercing eyes, now flashing a crimson hue. The ball in his hand had already been intercepted before he even left the ground. What? This is absurd. To snatch the ball mid-jump is astonishingly quick. The crowd erupted in collective astonishment. After seizing the ball, Aomon swiftly dribbled toward the opposing basket. Upon reaching the three-point line, he encountered Atsushi Shihoen. Come on, Shihoen. Aomon halted, calmly assessing the figure before him. The audience's tension escalated. It's a showdown between Aomon and Shihoen. Mayuzumi Satsuki exclaimed. Is this a duel from the Miracle Era? A one-on-one between the two teams' aces. Who will prevail? On the court, Aomon taunted. Do you remember our previous one-on-one? You cannot defeat me, Shihoen. With that, he accelerated, dribbling the ball with remarkable speed. Shihoen, narrowing his eyes, focused intently on defense. Yet, under the intense pace, he twisted his ankle, collapsing to the floor. Do you think I lead the Miracle Era for nothing? Ignoring the fallen Shihoen, Aomon calmly dribbled past him, asserting, even you from the Miracle Era cannot defy my command. With that, he executed a layup. Swish. The crowd erupted in a fervor of applause and cheers. Yet, the expressions of Aomon's teammates remained grave. As long as Aomon possesses those eyes, it will be exceedingly difficult to see him lose, Mayuzumi murmured. At her words, Kimura Sho and others displayed expressions of disbelief. The remainder of the match predominantly showcased the prowess of Rokuzan. Aomon's ankle-breaking moves and Kuriko's layups racked up points, while Obuchi's Earth and Void left Himuro Tatsuya at a loss. Additionally, Murasakibara Atsushi's perplexing and unpredictable passes caused significant distress for the players from Yosen. Ultimately, the first half concluded, the score frozen at 58-38. A 20-point deficit, Kasamatsu Yukio remarked incredulously. Since the second quarter, Yosen has been toyed with like children by Rikuzen. Kimagari Sho felt as though a boulder had lodged itself in his throat. During halftime, on Rikuzen's bench, "Let us maintain this momentum," Hayama Kotaro declared enthusiastically. It's unclear who it was, but the dribbling ended before it even began, Obuchi scoffed. "Ray, you shouldn't mock like that." Hayama appeared deflated. "When did I ever suggest that you could relax?" Ayamin stated with an impassive demeanor. Observing Ayamin's serious countenance, the trio stowed their smiles. "Is a mere point difference worthy of your delight?" They pondered. Ayamin's gaze sharpened, a powerful aura radiating from him, rendering the four silent. "Have you forgotten that within Yosen's cage lurks a beast?" Chapter 49. Facing Rikuzen 3. On Yosen's side. "Hey, Shin, what did you just say?" Fukui Kensuke asked, a hint of frustration evident as he looked at Shin, whose face was half covered by a towel. "I said I'm done. I don't want to play anymore." "Sub me out," Shihoin replied earnestly. "Do you even realize what you're saying?" The other teammates pressed, their voices filled with anger. "Because the game has become dull," Shihoin replied nonchalantly. "Bring me my wooden sword. I'm going to take care of this guy." Araki Masako cast a flat gaze at the nearby substitute. "If we sub you out now, we'll have even less of a chance to win. Do you really not care even if we lose?" Okamura Kenichi stood before him, gritting his teeth. "Exactly, because no one can stop Ayamin," Shihoin languidly responded. "Hey ladies, would you care to grab a coffee after the game and gossip?" Just then, Mito Ryusuke's voice drifted from above. The group turned to see Mito flirting with two girls seated in the front row. "Forget the wooden sword. Go find me a kitchen knife instead." "Before I deal with Shin, I need to take care of Mito," Araki replied calmly, yet a murderous intent lingered in the air. "How did Mito end up there?" "It's unbelievable. Weavie lost so many points, and he remains so relaxed." Lu Wei found himself momentarily stunned. "But isn't his girlfriend sitting right here?" Fukui began to speak, but he was promptly silenced by a gesture from Tsubaki Masato, who urged him to remain quiet. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Shihoin's expression shifted. Himuro, noticing this, swallowed his words. "Hey, Masako," Shihoin exclaimed, pulling down the towel covering his face as he stood. "Didn't I say to call me coach?" Araki halted her approach to the audience, turning back with a cold glare. "Could you give me a hair tie?" Beep. The second half commenced as the whistle blew, and the game continued. "Oh, their momentum has shifted," Hayama noted, astonished at Yosen's players. "They're getting serious." Obuchi observed Shihoin, now with his hair tied back, and wiped the smile from his face. "It appears this will indeed be challenging." Nejitani Nagayoshi, scrutinizing Shihoin's intense aura, frowned. "It's all right. The eventual victors will surely be us." Ayamin regarded Shihoin with a faint smile. The game resumed with Yosen in possession. Fukui cautiously dribbled past half-court as Hayama rushed forward to defend. Meanwhile, Obuchi matched up against Himuro. In the next moment, Nejitani sensed impending trouble. "Block him." Okamura stood in Obuchi's path, while Himuro dashed left. Observing this, Fukui promptly passed the ball to Himuro. The moment he received it, the recovering Murasakibara closed in. With an expressionless demeanor, Himuro executed a feint, effortlessly bypassing Murasakibara's defense before leaping for a shot beneath the opposing basket. Just then, Nejitani rushed in, also leaping high. Upon seeing this, Himuro quickly tossed the basketball downward. Thud! The ball ricocheted straight to Shihoin. "Good pass," Alex praised, but before she could finish her sentence, Ayamin had already intercepted the ball with one hand, blocking the pass. Shihoin and Himuro's pupils trembled in disbelief as they beheld Ayamin's figure. "I have already stated, no one can defy my command." As the words fell, Seijiro Akashi executed a swift three-step layup, scoring effortlessly. The ball landed, and the players from Aoyama looked on in astonished disbelief at the red-haired figure beneath their basket. "Your current scoring methods rely heavily on Murasakibara, don't they? But with me here, you shall not pass the ball to him under the rim," Akashi remarked, glancing at the Aoyama team as he returned to the court. "Truly, a terrifying ability," Himuro Machi Chinatsu mused silently. Murasakibara Atsushi, observing Akashi, remained silent, his fists clenched tightly. No matter how cautiously Aoyama played or how meticulously they passed, Akashi would intercept any ball intended for Murasakibara. After all, without possession within the three-point line, Murasakibara posed no threat to them. Furthermore, Aoyama was not only forced to play with utmost caution but also had to assign an additional defender to watch over Himiromachi, which made their efforts considerably strenuous. Beep. Aoyama called for a timeout. With the score frozen at 70-46, Masako Araki could no longer hold back and requested a pause. There were less than 3 minutes left in the third quarter, yet everyone had exited the court. Murasakibara, however, remained rooted in place. Although he faced away from the direction of Rikuzen, he kept casting sidelong glances at them, his teeth clenched tightly. A flicker of purple lightning flashing at the corner of his eye. In the next 3 minutes, I do not demand you to score, but I implore you to keep the score difference within 30 points, Hobu Shoyuta spoke, breaking the silence. At his words, the team's expressions turned to one of reluctance, and a heavy tension enveloped the atmosphere. Even Masako Araki tightened her grip on the knife handle in her hand. Alex remained silent, understanding the inappropriateness of her comments in such a daunting situation, as their opponents were formidable, far beyond the level of typical high school students. The players, too, were silent. For Hobu's words merely conveyed that they had already lost. If they continued to be obstinate, the score would widen even further, sealing their defeat. Though Hobu held immense faith in Mito Ryasuke, believing he would not succumb to the red-haired imp, it was evident that this imp had grown significantly stronger since middle school. If one were to compare, the Akashi of middle school resembled a mere puddle of water, while the current Akashi was akin to a vast pond. Coach Hobu, while your words bear truth, I still wish to fight one last time, Fukui Kinsuke said through gritted teeth, his eyes beginning to mist. So do I, Liu Wei declared defiantly, having already been intercepted by Akashi multiple times. Liu, glancing at his similarly tall teammate, Okamuri Kenichi, took a breath and continued, Coach, we have yet to give in. Hobu Shoyuta remained silent, directing his gaze at Murasakibara and Himiromachi. The time has not yet expired. We have not lost, Murasakibara declared, breaking his usual silence. Upon hearing his words, a barely perceptible smile appeared on Hobu's face. Araki noticed Murasakibara's hands forming a thumbs-up gesture directed at her, bringing her a sense of calm. Murasakibara's declaration startled Himiromachi, who exhibited an expression of disbelief. Just as he contemplated interjecting, a languid voice emerged. If my purple-haired friend wishes to play, let him play. It's merely a club activity. With that, everyone turned to see Mito Ryasuke approaching with a white rabbit-shaped lollipop in hand. Chapter 50. Murasakibara's zone. The match resumed. Observing the players on the court, Hobu Shoyuta turned to inquire, how did you acquire that? This. 2 young ladies gave it to me just now, Mito Ryasuke replied, his lollipop dripping with saliva. Then held it up before Araki. Are you interested? Scram. All right. On the court, Liu, give it to me. Just as Liu Wei prepared to pass the ball, Murasakibara approached him, requesting the ball. This scene left everyone utterly astounded. Atsushi, are you serious? Liu Wei, meeting Murasakibara's fierce gaze, ultimately refrained from finishing his sentence and passed the ball to him. Boom, 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 boom. Murasakibara's eyes sparkled with violet lightning, and like a flash of lightning, he dashed to half-court zone. To everyone's surprise, Murasakibara had entered that state. In the stands, Ayamin Daiki silently acknowledged. A monster. Alex on the bench was equally taken aback. Akashi, observing Murasakibara rushing towards the three-point line, furrowed his brow. He inhaled deeply, his orange-red irises shifting slightly. Wildness. A golden aura encircled his pupils as he intently monitored Murasakibara's movements. Just as Murasakibara crossed the three-point line, Akashi sensed an opening. In an instant, Akashi made his move. At that moment, Murasakibara, with eyes crackling with violet electricity, seemed to sense something. He swiftly clasped the ball to his waist, charging toward the basket like a frenzied rhinoceros, taking 2 mighty strides. In the next heartbeat, Akashi's expression twisted as he dodged Murasakibara, who had already leapt towards him. There was no choice, if he did not evade. Murasakibara could easily draw an offensive foul. However, his body could not withstand such an impact. Murasakibara had already soared towards the hoop, exuding an aggressive aura. His right hand hoisted the basketball high, aiming directly at the rim before slamming it down. Bang! The ball swished through the net. Wow, Aoyama! 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 From the sidelines, Ayamin Daiki fixed his gaze on Murasakibara, exhilarated. Murasakibara not only entered the zone, but has awakened as well? Murasakibara landed, but did not pause. He dashed towards his basket. To the others, it appeared as though he crossed the entire court in mere strides. The Aoyama players finally snapped back to reality, hastening to defend. The possession had shifted. Yet, upon receiving the ball, Akashi hesitated, suddenly gripped by a sense of impending danger. He, along with Ayaman, Midorima, and Kais, who were training, all heard a sound, the sound of a door opening. Ayaman was particularly familiar with that noise. In an instant, they witnessed Murasakibara forcibly thrusting open that door. Show. Seeing Akashi lost in thought, Himuromachi called out to him. It's fine, leave Murasakibara to me, Akashi replied, regaining his composure and slowly bringing the ball across half-court. Just then, Fukui Kensuke hurriedly stepped up to defend. Get lost. Fukui found himself seated on the ground, a look of shock etched on his face. As Akashi prepared to continue his advance, his pupils trembled as a massive figure loomed before him. Just as he contemplated his next move, Murasakibara unexpectedly shifted as well. Incredible. He exhibits no openings. In the stands, Ayaman marveled at how swiftly Murasakibara had reached that level. What level? Imaisho turned to ask. He entered the zone and awakened his wildness. He is now akin to a true beast, Ayaman explained. On the court, damn it, Akashi still cannot make a move, Yamakotaro thought, watching Akashi dribble in place. In the next moment, Akashi took action, abruptly pushing the ball to the left. The ball curved mysteriously, landing directly in the hands of Negishi Nagayoshi. Huh, the ball curved. Is my vision deceiving me? No way. A multitude of inquisitive spectators filled the stands. Isn't that a pass from Kuriko? Exclaimed Ayaman Daiki, number 5, in astonishment. As Kanemitsu Yoshiyuki received the ball, he leaped instantaneously, raising the ball high above his head, aiming to slam it into the hoop. With a resounding smack, Akashi Sejiro appeared beside him, springing into the air and deftly swatting the ball into Lu Wei's hands. How is that possible? When did he arrive? Yet, the only response to Kanemitsu Yoshiyuki was Akashi's eyes, glimmering with an electric purple light. Upon landing, Akashi surged forward, dashing toward the opponent's basket. Lu Wei, observing the situation, promptly made a long pass. However, the ball was intercepted by Akashi Sejiro, as he initiated a fast break. Just as he was about to score, he sensed an ominous presence behind him. Akashi, how could he be so swift? Consequently, Akashi had no choice but to abandon the layup and pass the ball to Shibutani Ryo. Hayama Kotaro swiftly blocked the attempt of the defensive Ice Room Tatsuya. With a misalignment of positions, Shibutani faced Fukui Kensuke, who had initially defended Hayama. With rhythmic dribbles beneath his legs, Shibutani retreated a step and made a shooting motion. Fukui leaped to block, but as soon as he did, regret washed over him upon seeing Shibutani's smile. Indeed, the next moment, Shibutani leapt again, colliding with Fukui in midair before releasing the basketball. Swish. Score. Foul on Yangchuan number 5. The basket counts, plus an extra free throw. Echoed the referee's voice. Nice shot, Ryo. Hayama Kotaro cheered, pumping his fist in delight. The free throw proceeded without a hitch, resulting in another point. For the next minute and a half, even with Akashi in the zone, the score only narrowed slightly to 78-60. The third quarter concluded with the sound of the buzzer. Akashi returned to the bench, plopping down and panting heavily. Akashi, take a breather, said Araki Masako, approaching him with a water bottle. Akashi nodded gratefully and gulped down the water. Even in his current state, he could not maintain the zone and wildness for long. While the Yangchuan players lounged on the bench, hydrating and recuperating, a rather sly figure stealthily approached Mito Ryosuke, who was dozing off while munching on a lollipop. Hey, 18 points, nudged Kotobuki Shoyuta with his elbow. Host, Mito Ryosuke. Age, 16. Height, 187 centimeters. Weight, 87 kilograms. Physical strength, unmatched 23. Skills, Sixth Sense, top. Coordination, top. Weapon mastery, intermediate. Perfect driving skills, chef-level culinary skills, ongoing mischief system. Ah, got it, Mito Ryosuke replied, snapping back to attention. In the next moment, he bit down on the lollipop, then walked over to Akashi, offering him a bear-shaped lollipop. Here, a gift from that girl earlier. I'm not fond of sweets. Mito, would you like to take revenge on Akashi later? Kotobuki inquired. If they play clean. I want to stoop to their level, Mito replied resolutely. I have a strategy that suits you perfectly. Care to hear it? Sure, if we lose, it's your fault. Mito replied, tearing open the plastic covering of the lollipop and, regardless of Akashi's willingness, shoved it into his mouth. In the ensuing moments, as the final quarter approached, Kotobuki and Araki exchanged glances, and after receiving a nod, he began to outline the strategy. Next, we need to teach that red-haired brat a little lesson. You must contain him. Regardless of whether he passes or shoots, all of Roshan's offense initiates from him. After Kotobuki laid out the plan, Araki and Alex curiously approached to glance at the strategy board. Since they were unable to contain him, Lu Wei, Okamura Kenichi, Fukui Kensuke, and Ice Room Tatsuya were tasked with standing in a compact area beneath the basket, forming a tight zone defense. If he breaks through from the front, you four must immediately surround him. Kotobuki emphasized, encircling the red circle with 4 purple ones, his expression turning serious. We must restrict all his movements. At this juncture, the two women furrowed their brows, recognizing the critical flaw in the strategy, yet refrained from voicing their concerns. However, one individual, Okamura Kenichi, could not contain himself and urgently asked, Kotobuki, if 4 of us lock him down, won't the perimeter be left open? Kotobuki nodded affirmatively. The group fell silent in surprise. Rest assured, while he faces 4 of you, we have others facing 4 as well. I intend to exhaust him. Let us see whose stamina holds out longer. And Mito, your primary task is to guard their 3-point shooter, Shibutani Ryo. Casting a glance at Akashi, who was dutifully munching on candy, Kotobuki's expression darkened. But coach, that's the perimeter. Even if Mito is skilled, he can't cover all of them, can he? Fukui Kensuke queried. In response, Kotobuki looked up and directed his question at Mito Ryosuke. Can you handle it? Upon hearing the inquiry, all eyes turned toward Mito. I can give it a try, he replied, affirming his capability. Kotobuki turned to Fukui Kensuke. Speaking earnestly, Mito, can you? The group exchanged puzzled looks. Damn, I can't argue with that. Fukui muttered. This candy is so sweet, Akashi remarked playfully. I was just joking. I observed that only Shibutani and Akashi are accurate from 3-point range. The other 2 prefer driving inside. Regardless of where they bring the ball, your respective positions should intercept them. You might struggle initially before they score, but once they do, you'll adapt. Ultimately, our goal is to frustrate Akashi. He claims to see the future, so I wish to see how he counters that. Seeing his teammates lost in thought, Kotobuki smiled. What if he figures it out? Ice Room Tatsuya asked. If he does, you all must react just as you would during our offense. At all costs, pass the ball to Mito. But when you pass, ensure it's a high one. The match commenced. No sooner had Kotobuki finished speaking than the whistle blew. Araki waved her wooden sword at the team, declaring, all right, it's game time. If we win the championship, tonight's on me. The crowd erupted in cheers as all eyes turned to the figure just stepping onto the court. Look, it's him, exclaimed Momoe, pointing. He's south really on the court. Ayaman Daiki remarked, he is indeed playing. The monster is unleashed. Chimed in Iamura Shoichi. He won't perform like he did against Kurosaki, right? Questioned Takao Kazunari. He won't, assured Mitorima Shintaro. Yangchuan's number 1 is on the court. What number 1? That is our light of Teikō. What light of Teikō? Weren't you at last year's National Basketball Championship? I wasn't. I was a sophomore then. Attending the practice match between Shudu and Seihu. Oh, well, you better pay attention now. Come on, go, go. The audience erupted in a fervor of encouragement as the players took to the court. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Akashi Seijiro, with a solemn expression, murmured as he gazed at Mito Ryosuke leaning against the basketball hoop. I'll handle him for a moment, but if he gets past me, you all must rush in to defend. Akashi turned to his teammates, imparting his instructions. This was the first time the trio witnessed such a serious demeanor from Akashi. Is that person truly that formidable? Hayama Kotaro inquired. Is that guy who can dribble like thunder coming? Hunamiya Nagayoshi added. Has the opponent finally arrived who can earn Akashi's seriousness? Fear not. He won't pass, came the response. Beep. The match commenced. Los Angeles had possession of the ball, as Akashi Seijiro dribbled past the half-court line. He was astonished to discover that the one defending him was not Mito Ryosuke. You hold me in too high regard. Misuzumi Ryo remarked with a smile as he faced Mito Ryosuke. Mito Ryosuke did not answer immediately. Instead, he stared at his opponent for a long moment before sincerely asking, Are you a sissy, Misuzumi Ryo? Bang, 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 bang. Seeing that Mito Ryosuke was not defending him, Akashi Seijiro let out a sigh of relief. However, the next second, as he stepped into the three-point line, four players swiftly surrounded him from the corners. What is this? This scene bewildered everyone. Are they leaving the perimeter open? Shirakawa Yuji exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, even more shocked was Akashi Sejiro, though he could momentarily glimpse the future. Having four players surrounding him in tight defense, two of whom were tall, rendered him unable to dribble at high speed. There was no space. Helpless, Akashi Sejiro quickly steadied his turbulent heart, searching for a breakthrough. He could pass to Misuzumi Ryo for a three-pointer, but he knew that if he did so, there would only be two outcomes. Either it would be intercepted or blocked. Chapter 52. He so bad, because that man was standing right in front of Misuzumi Ryo. Even though he currently held no defensive stance, with no time to ponder, he could only force a pass to the left. As Dai Chihiro caught the ball, she swiftly tapped it, sending it to Hayama Kotaro. Upon entering the paint, Lu Wei came up to defend. Teikō and Naraharu exclaimed, "What a speedy defense!" Midorima Shintaro explained, "Of course, that number 11 is tall. He can close that distance in just 2 or 3 steps." Hayama Kotaro, with a serious expression, glanced at Lu Wei before noticing that Kunimiya Nagayoshi was unguarded. He immediately passed the ball. However, just as Kunimiya Nagayoshi received the ball, Okamura Kenichi was already in front of him. This defense could only be described as an impregnable fortress. The audience, including Momoi Satsuki, gasped in awe. "Your strategy is indeed effective, but there is one flaw." Kunimiya Nagayoshi, unfazed, grinned and said, Okamura Kenichi, though puzzled, kept his eyes fixed on the basketball in Kunimiya's hands. "Our three-point shooter is not just Misuzumi Ryo." With that, Kunimiya Nagayoshi swiftly released the basketball. Dai Chihiro, expressionless, caught it, steadied herself, and leaped for a shot. Swish. The score was now 81-60. Wow, that number 5 can shoot three-pointers so accurately? If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized they had a number 5. You're not alone. You're the one who's not human. The audience began to discuss among themselves. The perceived weakness of that number 5 seemed to diminish. Did you already know how to counter him? Araki Masako looked at the back of Kotobuki Shoyuta in disbelief. I was just blindly guessing, Kotobuki Shoyuta replied with a subtle smile. When a shadow transforms into light, its weakness vanishes. Thus, this number 5 will forever be incomparable to Kuriko, Aomen Daiki remarked. Now, with the ball in possession of Aoyama, Fukui Kinsuke passed the ball to Mito Ryosuke, who was positioned beyond the three-point line as he crossed half-court. Upon receiving the ball, Mito Ryosuke glanced at Akashi Sejiro, smirking as he began to initiate a shooting motion. The latter's pupils contracted, remaining unfazed. Noticing this, Mito Ryosuke lowered his left hand, holding the ball with his right in front of him. How could this be? How can he evade me? Akashi Sejiro foresaw the future. No matter from which angle he attempted to seize the ball just inches away, he would be toyed with like a monkey. How can I endure such provocation from the number 1 of Aoyama? Why isn't he going for the ball? Is he scared? What is happening? Someone tell me. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. The bewilderment was not limited to the audience. The players on the court were equally puzzled. Why isn't Akashi moving? What is that idiot Mito doing? Is he giving away the ball? But what is going on with the opponent? Everyone quietly observed the two on the court. Mito held the ball, raised in front of Akashi Sejiro. What is he doing? Alex turned to look at the two, confused. Hearing this, Araki Masako also turned to Kotobuki Shoyuta, her expression mirroring his, as if to say, "I don't understand either, can you explain?" Cough, cough. "That kid Mito just loves to play. Ha ha," Kotobuki Shoyuta said, somewhat dazed. "You're asking me? Who should I ask? He lacks confidence." At this moment, Murasakibara Atsushi, pulling a lollipop from his mouth, spoke up. As he finished, the three looked at him with curious eyes. Akashi lacks the confidence to snatch that ball. So he wants to make a move, Murasakibara continued to explain. On the court, Mito Ryosuke waited for a few seconds. Noticing that his opponent had no intention of snatching the ball, his smile faded. How boring. With that bang, the sound of the ball hitting the ground echoed. Wow. That was loud, even louder than the dribbling just now. Are you a foreign exchange student from Korea? How do you know? Just a guess. Hearing the sound of the ball hit, the remaining 4 from Los Angeles displayed expressions of shock, especially Hayama Kotaro. How could this be? Bang. A second sound rang out, and Akashi Sejiro narrowed his eyes, swiftly moving to defend on the right. Bang. Mito Ryosuke executed a behind-the-back dribble, instantly changing direction and breaking to his left. Seeing this, Akashi Seijiro gritted his teeth and dashed to the left. The next moment, bang. Mito Ryosuke performed a between-the-legs dribble, swiftly returning to his right. Just as Akashi Seijiro realized what was happening, his pupils trembled violently. His ankle twisted, and he fell to his left. Though he could glimpse the future, his speed could not keep up. Bang, 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 bang. To everyone's astonishment, Mito Ryosuke did not shoot or continue his offensive. Instead, he dribbled in place, seemingly waiting for something. He was waiting for Akashi. Many began to realize, displaying expressions of disbelief. Just this, Mito Ryosuke remarked, looking at the fallen Akashi Seijiro with indifference. How could this be? I can't possibly fall down. No way. Then I'll shoot? Noticing that his opponent showed no intention of getting up, Mito Ryosuke casually said. He then brought the ball together with both hands, preparing for a shot. Dang! Suddenly, Misuzumi Ryo dashed to Mito Ryosuke's right, leaping high. Don't get too arrogant. What incredible speed. Can he block it? At this moment, even if someone were to stab a knife into the hearts of Aomon Daiki and others, they would not perish, for their hearts had risen to their throats. Oh! Mito Ryosuke, gazing at Misuzumi Ryo soaring above him, calmly uttered a single word. With his right hand firmly gripping the basketball, he swiftly retracted it. His expression impassive as he gazed at the leaping Rei Shibuchi, who was soaring to his left. How is this possible? Rei Shibuchi stared incredulously at the ground below. There was Ryosuke Mito, his left hand lowered, right hand clutching the basketball to his right side, looking directly at him. How could this be? Ha ha ha, this is our Emperor's Light. The Emperor's Light. The Emperor's Light. The Emperor's Light? That renowned #1 from Yosen? Is he truly that famous? You should buy a magazine detailing the basketball team of Sakura High. Please. Such an impressive grip. This little brat is indeed a monster. On the bench, Alex stood up in astonishment, her small mouth agape as if it could accommodate her fist. Beside her, Masako Araki wore a similarly stunned expression before turning to Shoyuta Kobu. Meanwhile, Shoyuta maintained an air of indifference, yet internally he thought, what on earth? How does Mito have such a move? This is infuriating. Are you toying with me? After clearing the jump over his head, Rei Shibuchi quickly spun around to reclaim the ball. However, Ryosuke Mito blocked him with his body, holding the basketball behind his back. In the next moment, he lifted it high above his head. No matter how hard Shibuchi tried, he could not touch the basketball. Witnessing this scene, laughter erupted from the audience. Ha ha! Though it is cruel, I cannot help but laugh. Brother, you are not alone. This is akin to playing with my newborn baby. That #1 from Yosen is quite mischievous. He is so wicked, yet I find him utterly delightful. Chapter 53. I hold grudges starting next month. I will attempt 3 updates. From now on, I shall update during the day, so the gentleman need not stay up late. What a peculiar monster. Taihei Utsubo from Shudo High exclaimed. That uncrowned 5 Yasha seems like an infant in comparison to that monster. Ryu Sakurai from Kurosaki also gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding on the court. You are becoming stronger and stronger, Kaikuen, Mayumi Momoi murmured. Her eyes fixed on Ryosuke Mito's figure, scribbling in her notebook. As expected of you, Ryosuke Mito. Daiki Aomon exuded an overwhelming fighting spirit as he spoke. I can only imagine how formidable this monster will be if I face him in the Winter Cup. As Shuchi Kamiyama began to speak, he turned to the fiercely determined Daiki Aomon and chuckled softly. Thank goodness for you, Aomon. On the court, Ryosuke Mito wore a subtle smile as he lifted the basketball high, then reached behind his back, eliciting more laughter from the audience. Suddenly, a white figure materialized behind him. You better know when to stop, you first-year brat. Ryosuke Mito swiftly raised the basketball high, pivoted sharply to the left, evading the ambusher, then quickly turned back and casually tossed the ball towards the hoop. Without even glancing at the ball, he turned to the assailant, Chihiro Daitu, and said, What did you just say? Swish. As the words fell, the ball swished through the net. Oh, Emperor's Light. This #1 is incredibly skilled. Is that not your unpredictable shot, Aomon? Even from beyond the arc. Shuchi Kamiyama exclaimed, turning to Daiki Aomon in surprise. Daiki Aomon did not respond, his fists clenched tightly. The pivot, the dreamlike footwork, and that casual shot. One must admit, this little brat possesses the most extraordinary basketball talent I have ever witnessed among high school students. No exceptions. Alex marveled at the boy with the yellow and black hair approaching Seijiro Akashi. You made my purple-haired friend fall, and now it is my turn to make you fall. After all, I am quite vengeful, Ryosuke Mito remarked, glancing at the still-seated Akashi before jogging back towards his basket. Akashi, Reine, are you both alright? Kodoriyama asked, noticing their unusual expressions. Can we truly defeat that monster? Rei Shibuchi was the first to speak, his tone filled with frustration and a hint of suppressed anger. Just moments ago, he felt as if he had been toyed with like a child in front of so many people. Moreover, while he was being mocked, that rascal had whispered in his ear, "Brother, you smell delightful." Upon hearing this, aside from Noyuki Kajinuma and Kodoriyama, the expressions of the other three turned somewhat despondent. Bip, Rokusen requests a timeout. Eiji Hakuba swiftly called for a pause. What is wrong with you all? As they reached the sidelines, Kodoriyama shouted at the two, who seemed lost in thought. In the next moment, he turned to Rei Shibuchi and yelled, "Reine, it was just one shot." The two remained silent. At that moment, Eiji Hakuba approached them, stating softly, "Once you give up, the game is effectively over." Hearing this, Seijiro Akashi and Rei Shibuchi lifted their heads. The flickering light in their eyes rekindled. Purple-haired, do you want to play when you get on the court? Ryosuke Mito asked, sitting down beside Atsushi Shihoen, holding a water bottle. If you need me, I can step in, Atsushi replied, chewing on a lollipop seriously. Shoyuta Kobu, overhearing, grinned and said, "Why is it that you are always around?" Ryosuke Mito shot him an impatient glance. "You should be a paparazzo." Hee, I am just concerned that Atsushi might tire out. Mito, can you take over for Kenji Fukui as the point guard? Shoyuta Kobu asked with a sly smile. Ryosuke Mito shrugged. I cannot. All right, everyone gather around. Shoyuta Kobu said. After several people approached, he continued, Fukui, take a break, and Mito will substitute for you. Mito, Liu Wei, Okamura, and Himuro. You three must put in extra effort to keep an eye on Seijiro Akashi. A cruel smile crept across Shuta's face as he regarded the now-recovered Akashi. Before the astonished crowd could react, he added, Atsushi, you will handle the defense within the three-point line. As for beyond the arc, do not worry. Mito will take care of that. Can you manage that? Ryosuke Mito asked. I cannot. Atsushi glanced at Ryosuke Mito, then nodded. Neither can I. All right, it is decided. Let us proceed. Everyone responded. Bip, the match continues. Rokusen now held possession of the ball. The moment Rei Shibuchi got his hands on it, he was taken aback. Seijiro Akashi was surrounded by three defenders. What is happening? Why is Yozen sending three players to guard Rokusen's number 4? Who are you? Have you been asking me since the game began? Do I know you? It feels like Yozen is attempting to have those two take on 4 players. How is that even feasible? Bakayuru, though I sit beside you, I do not know you. The audience murmured amongst themselves. With no other option, Rei Shibuchi passed the ball to Kodoriyama. Boom. As Kotoru reached the three-point line, he found himself facing Ryosuke Mito and thought, 5 fingers. Bang. The sound of the dribble echoed loudly. Thump, thump, thump. With each bounce growing louder and faster, he burst past Ryosuke Mito, intending to score when suddenly his pupils quivered in disbelief. The sound of dribbling continued. Yet, before him, Atsushi Shihoen wore a dazed expression, failing to initiate any defense. Why is this? Kotoru could not comprehend, but in the next instant, he understood. What are you doing? Atsushi stared blankly at Kotoru, who was poised to shoot the ball into thin air. Upon hearing this, Yamakotaro gazed in astonishment at his own hands. Where did that massive basketball go? He paid no heed to his teammates' calls, only hearing the sound of the ball bouncing ever further away. Bang. Bang 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 bang. Clang. Wow. It has appeared. Taking off from the free throw line, the dazzling hands of Teikou executed a windmill dunk. How spectacular. It was almost on par with the legendary players. Teikou. 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 As he watched Ryosuke Mito hanging on the rim, the audience erupted in cheers, due to a last-minute change in the release time. Let this chapter serve as a treat for those who have managed to stick with it until now. Your lordship, you suddenly bestow such a grand gift? Are you not living? Chapter 54. National Champion. What about you, Silver Moon Trail? Are you not living? What are you doing? Ryo Shibuchi approached the still-dazed Yamakotaro and gave him a light smack on the back of the head. Hey, Ryo, Yamakotaro began, but was interrupted by Ryo Shibuchi. Isn't it just one shot that got through? Hurry back on defense. Akashi is still waiting for us. Don't forget, we are still leading the score, but if you give up now, it would mean the end of the match. Yamakotaro fell silent, gazing at Ryo Shibuchi's retreating figure before turning to glance at the score, 81, 65. Yes, we still lead by 16 points. Next, the ace of Rokubin, Akashi Sejiro, was thoroughly contained. Meanwhile, Nekatani Nagayoshi had no means to deal with Ado Tsukahara under the basket. Ryo Shibuchi, facing the relentless defense of Ryosuke Mito, also failed to score. His heaven was ruthlessly blocked every time, and Earth could not deceive Mito even slightly. Chihiro Dai could not score after hitting 2 3-pointers, as the remaining attempts were met with one block from Mito and another from Ado, leaving him scoreless thereafter. Yamakotaro, seemingly affected by the earlier setback, had a dismal 3-point shooting percentage. The situation was essentially 2 against 4, and those 4 were still losing, as time dwindled to the final 2 minutes. Ryosuke Mito's 8th 3-pointer brought the score to 87-89. They had taken the lead. How formidable, that number 1 from Aoyama. Indeed, since he took the court, Rokubin had been overtaken despite leading by over 10 points. Wow, that boy is incredible, exclaimed one of the short-haired girls who had been approached by Mito. I think Ado is impressive too. He just blocked several shots, countered another girl with long, straight black hair, her cherry-like lips pouting defiantly. Hearing this, the short-haired girl revealed a knowing smile. On the court, Nagayoshi looked towards Aoyama's bench, furrowing his brows, and took a final timeout. Beep. Rokubin requests a timeout. Akashi, are you all right? Nagayoshi inquired, observing Akashi Sejiro, who was panting heavily. With 3 players tightly marking him and 2 tall ones as well, he could barely receive the ball. Despite his efforts to reposition himself, I'm fine, just, Akashi glanced at the other 3, excluding Nekatani. Seeing them, Nagayoshi sighed inwardly. Since the opponent's strategy was implemented, we have had no means to counter it. Aoyama's number 1 and number 9 are too formidable. One defends beyond the 3-point line, while the other guards inside. And they still have stamina, especially that number 1. He seems hardly like a high school student. He had no doubt that if there were more time, the score would not only have reversed, but also widened significantly. Contrasting the tense atmosphere in Rokubin, Aoyama's side was more relaxed. Coach, what are we having for dinner tonight? Kenichi Okamura said, sipping water and glancing at Araki Masako with a smile. The game isn't over yet. Araki scoffed, thinking, these kids are getting ahead of themselves. They're already planning to pop champagne at halftime. What are we having? Mito asked as he handed a water bottle to Ado. Barbecue, replied Araki. Without any surprise. The game concluded with Mito's dunk, causing the basketball hoop to topple. Beep. The referee blew the final whistle. The score settled at 87-100. Thank you for the guidance. A collective roar erupted from the audience. Aoyama, 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 Teikou, Teikou, Teikou. The Aoyama bench, teary-eyed, rushed onto the court. Embracing their teammates, we won. We won. We are the national champions. I never expected in my final year to claim the trophy that even the graduated seniors could not obtain. This year, Aoyama reigns supreme nationwide. On the bench, Araki Masako turned away from the jubilant players, wiping away her tears of joy. Even Alex covered his mouth, feeling moved for his disciple. Yet, one figure was conspicuously absent, specifically, the rather lecherous presence of Kubo Masato. My dear, the high school I just coached this year has effortlessly claimed the national title. Indeed, they could not manage without me. By the way, that pocket money, from the last stall in the restroom, a shout suddenly echoed. A nearby gentleman, caught off guard, was so startled that he abruptly halted his business. While some rejoiced, others lamented. On the court, Akashi Sejiro stood frozen, staring blankly at the glaring scoreboard. Have I lost again? Since the day he finished middle school, the goal he had relentlessly pursued had once again eluded him. On the court, I absolutely cannot lose to you again, Ryosuke Mito. You all cannot defeat him. The only one who can is me. Has he not joined the basketball club? Or has he ceased his studies? Why can I not find any news about him? Memories from Teikō's graduation season flashed before Akashi's mind like a revolving lantern. Looking at the quietly sobbing Yamakotaro, no one from the starting 4 of Rokubin offered comfort. After a moment, Nagayoshi said, let us go. We'll reclaim victory in the Winter Cup. He clapped his hands with a wry smile and led the Rokubin team away from the court toward the locker room. Soon after, sports journalists flooded the basketball court like a pack of wild dogs, eagerly clamoring to interview the new king of the Cherry Blossom High School basketball scene. Aoyama High. How do you all feel after winning the national championship? In front of the gym, the Aoyama players gathered, but Ryosuke Mito was notably absent. He said he was using the restroom and would take a moment, Otto remarked, staring blankly at the crowd. Impossible, unless he smoked half a pack of cigarettes. Kubo said incredulously, glancing at the time. However, as soon as he spoke, he caught sight of Ryosuke Mito and continued, "Why are you all so impatient? Wait a moment for Mito." "Mito, who are they?" Araki Masako inquired, ignoring Kubo and the raucous teammates. For behind Ryosuke Mito were two shy girls. "Oh, let me introduce. This is Li Jiangang, an exchange student from the Dragon Country," Mito said, pointing to the short-haired girl in Aoyama's uniform. Then he pointed to the girl in the Yangshuan school uniform with long black hair. "This is Mikami Yua. No, it's Mikami Yulu." Chapter 55. The meticulous Mito Ryosuke. "What? You say you want to take them to celebrate with us?" Hobo Shota exclaimed in disbelief. He then stealthily glanced at Alex, who was standing next to Himuro Tatsuya, before leaning closer to Mito Ryosuke's ear and asking, "What is your relationship with her?" "Oh, just ordinary classmates," Mito Ryosuke replied, moving over to sit beside Aoi Haruto. The two girls, upon seeing this, shyly greeted everyone before taking their places behind them. At the Kinkaku Izakaya, within the exclusive booth, "Mito, where did you find such a place?" Araki Masako marveled at the lavish decor of the booth. "This is..." Mito Ryosuke quickly covered Aoi Haruto's mouth and said, "I'm quite familiar with the owner here. Tonight's bill is at a 20 discount, or rather, 30. Upon finishing his sentence, he felt an inner sense of triumph. "Hee, a free meal for me while collecting the payment." "But Mito, why are there so many ads for our Yangshuan school on the walls?" Luwei asked, puzzled by the advertisements. The group nodded in unison. "That's because he likes us. Yes, he truly appreciates our Yangshuan high school," Mito Ryosuke explained with an awkward laugh, casting a resentful glance at Lu Wei. "Uft." Alex nearly burst out laughing but was silenced by Mito Ryosuke's sharp glare, as if to say, "If you keep talking, the rent will go up." He quickly shifted his attention to the two girls, changing the subject. "By the way, Aoi, you'll sit next to Yulu in a bit. Jingang, step out for a moment." "Huh?" Aoi Haruto looked confused. Before long, the waiter began bringing in various grilled meats. "Outside, bring it here." Mito Ryosuke coldly addressed Li Jiangang. "Here, take it." Li Jiangang replied with a sneer as he took out 2,000 yuan, 1,000 Dragon Country coins, from his wallet and handed it to Mito Ryosuke, adding, "Remember what you said. If Aoi doesn't take Yulu home later, you owe me 1,000. Don't worry, who would Aoi be with? If you need me to help with this kind of betrayal again, the price goes up." He swiftly pocketed the money and entered the booth. At this moment, everyone was seated around the large round table brought in by the waiter. "Mito, why did you make me sit next to her?" Aoi Haruto asked blankly, looking at Mito Ryosuke, who had just taken a seat beside him. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, their attention directed toward the two, while Mikami Yulu quickly flushed with embarrassment. The atmosphere in the booth became tense. "From now on, don't call me Mito anymore," Mito Ryosuke suddenly said seriously, staring at Aoi Haruto. "Why?" Aoi Haruto asked, puzzled. "You wouldn't understand. If I introduce you to girls, do you know what you would call me in the Dragon Country?" Mito Ryosuke nudged Aoi Haruto, wearing a knowing expression. "Everyone." "Mito, I don't understand. What should I call you then?" Aoi Haruto transformed into a curious child. Lu Wei couldn't hold back and chimed in, "Call him foster father." "Hey!" Mito Ryosuke responded loudly. "What the heck?" Lu Wei shouted furiously, springing to his feet to confront Mito Ryosuke. Thankfully, he was held back by the others. Internally, everyone thought, "Can it really be played this way?" Li Jiangang remarked. "Boys are so immature." But in the next moment, Mito Ryosuke looked at Lu Wei innocently. "Senior Yang Wei, look at you, so anxious." "Ugh, damn it." Lu Wei shouted and used all his strength to break free from his teammate's grasp. After struggling for a while and realizing he couldn't escape, he bellowed, "Yang, let me go. I want to duel him." As soon as he finished speaking, his teammates released him, and he naturally returned to his seat. Lu Wei, "Fine. Considering your good performance today, I'll let you off this time," he said, angrily sitting back down. Before long, the aroma of grilled meat filled the air in the booth, enhanced by the ventilation system. "Smells great. Everyone, let's dig in." After exercising, they were already ravenous, and now, seeing the sizzling grilled meat, they could no longer contain themselves, grabbing their chopsticks and devouring the food. Everyone was enjoying the meal, except for Mito Ryosuke, who sighed, "Are you out of your mind? I didn't mean for you to eat it yourself. I meant for you to serve it to Yulu." He glared at Aoi Haruto, who was munching on grilled meat. Huh, but this was given to me by Mito. Aoi Haruto protested. Then stand up and serve her from Gang Mu's plate. Oh, Aoi Haruto replied. Then stood up. In the end, amidst Gang Mu's incredulous stare, he snatched the chopsticks and the grilled meat from his hand. Aoi, I'll serve myself. Thank you. Mikami Yulu smiled at Aoi Haruto, who had placed the meat on her plate. The other three girls, except for Mikami Yulu, chimed in, straight man. Mito Ryosuke remarked. Should I ask Asuka to bring some sleeping pills? Never mind, that girl is too shy. She probably isn't one to take the initiative. With that thought, he let out a long sigh. The night was as delicate as silk, casting a soft glow on the four figures strolling down the street. That's enough for now, Aoi. You need to safely escort Yulu home, Mito Ryosuke stated, pulling the burping Alex along and hastening to the left. Alex, burp. Aoi Haruto. Mikami Yulu. Suddenly, a cool night breeze swept by, causing the flowers and grass beside them to sway gently. The night sky was filled with a faint mist, softening the stars above them. Aoi. Thank you, Mikami Yulu said, blushing as she turned to Aoi Haruto, nervously speaking. Upon hearing this, Aoi Haruto, looking at the adorable girl around 170 centimeters tall, said earnestly, You go first, your legs are shorter. Huh, you're too tall, Aoi. Mikami Yulu exclaimed, her face reddening as she anxiously tiptoed and pouted. Seeing Mikami Yulu, who was tiptoeing yet still not reaching his shoulder, Aoi Haruto gently pinched her cheek. Sankei? So soft. Aoi Haruto's action left Mikami Yulu momentarily stunned, her face visibly heating up. On the other side, did you just sell out Aoi? Alex asked with a smile as they walked down the street. You don't get it. As brothers, reaching this point means I can become his foster father. Mito Ryosuke yawned lazily. By the way, we're out of beer at home. Alex suddenly stopped, glancing at the convenience store nearby. Bye. And we're out of juice. Bye. I'm craving ice cream. Bye. Chapter 56. Basketball Weekly. These three words warmed Alex's heart throughout the day. The next day, a photo of the Yangchuan High School basketball team appeared on the covers of numerous sports magazines. The six main players, Mito Ryosuke, Aoi Haruto, Himuro Tatsuya, Fukui Kensuke, Gang Mu, and Lu Wei, were seated prominently on the floor. Standing behind Mito Ryosuke were Araki Masako, Hobo Shota, and Alex, who had been invited to take the group photo. To their left stood several substitutes, while to the right were substitutes holding the Yangchuan High School flag. Even the majority of the interviews with the Yangchuan players appeared in the magazine. At the guest house, Pacheswang, the Siren basketball team was engaged in mutual massages. Surprisingly, beach basketball proved to be remarkably effective. Indeed, everyone's movements had become more agile. Such is the power of beach basketball. Ouch! You're too rough, you fool. Kai's Taiga suddenly exclaimed, feeling the intensity of Kuriko Tetsuya's massage technique. Ah, my apologies, Kuriko Tetsuya replied, halting his actions. Are you troubled? Are you contemplating new plays? Taiga inquired, lifting his head. I feel a bit anxious, as I have yet to find my direction, Kuriko admitted with a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Taiga fell silent. The national tournament champion has been announced. Ida Riko entered the room. The team paused, murmuring, Who is the champion? Could it be Aoyama High? Judging by the coach's expression, Kuriko turned his head, his face calm. Yes, Mayuzumi guessed correctly. However, Ida glanced at Kuriko, then lowered her head, her expression troubled. Did Ryuka only play the second half? Kuriko asked. No, he played just one quarter and scored 40 points. The final score was 100-87. A resounding victory over Rokuhu High. Just take a look, Ida said, her tone somewhat disheartened as she placed the Basketball Weekly on the table. She had seen many prodigies, but none as fearsome as that monster. Wow, was that match really that thrilling? Kobayashi Shinji exclaimed, quickly flipping to the page about the national tournament. Tell us, what happened? Urged his teammates. Kobayashi, hurry. Continuing to read, Kobayashi noted, in that game, Aoyama's number 1 and number 9 broke a basketball hoop. How is that even possible? These two are terrifying. He continued. That's exactly what it said, Kobayashi confirmed. Taiga's expression shifted to one of shock. Let me see. Kagami Kataru snatched the magazine, exclaiming. Wow, that player not only broke the hoop at the end, but also toyed with Akashi Sidra and Mibuchi Ryo. His dribbling was more formidable than a thunderstorm. Yes, he even made Akashi stumble. Kobayashi added. With each revelation, Taiga's fists tightened. What? Kagami shouted suddenly. Kagami, don't be so dramatic. What is going on? The other teammates asked eagerly. That light of Teikō and Murasakibara at Sushi completely shut down the other 4 players on the opposing team. Excluding Akashi, Kagami said, closing the magazine. Looking as disheartened as Ida. Furthermore, Akashi was marked by 3 players in the final quarter and failed to score a single point, Kobayashi supplemented. The group fell silent, staring at the magazine adorned with the image of the Aoyama basketball team, specifically at the center, where Mito Ryuka donned the number 1 jersey. The following day, Mito Ryuka awoke with closed eyes and made his way to the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of running water filled the air. Honestly, the match is over. Why are you still practicing? He grumbled while brushing his teeth, recalling Alex's words from the previous night. Alex, wearing a t-shirt and only shorts, said, Ryuka, starting tomorrow. I want to be eating at home. I'm going to train with Tatsuya and will return at night. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Mito shouted, coming, then took a sip of water, gargling loudly until he finished brushing his teeth and washed his face. Dressed in pajamas, he leisurely descended the stairs to open the door. Creak. Murasakibara, what's going on here? Mikami Yuru asked, staring at the door that had just opened and quickly closed. I have no idea, Murasakibara replied, then shouted, Ryuka, open the door. The ingredients are quite heavy today. As soon as the door opened again, Mito stared at the duo holding plastic bags and asked, what is going on? Meanwhile, at the Pochi Manor, Taiga was also brushing his teeth when he noticed Kuriko mimicking his actions beside him. Ah, you always appear out of nowhere. Are you doing this on purpose? Taiga exclaimed, startled. Good morning, Taiga, Kuriko replied, expressionless. Seriously, hey? Your hair is all messy, Taiga sighed. Kuriko raised his hand, obliviously adjusting his hair. Just then, a voice broke in, but this place is really shabby. We can't possibly be staying in this dump, right? I can't shake the feeling that there might be ghosts. Taiga and Kuriko turned to see Midorima Shintaro and Takao Kazunari approaching from behind. Takao, stop being so chatty. Taiga scolded. Suddenly, the two halted and turned around, locking eyes with the trio. Hello, long time no see, Kuriko greeted first. What are you doing here? Midorima exclaimed, pointing at Taiga with his bandaged finger. That's what I was about to ask. Taiga retorted. Siren has held their training camp here for years. It's our tradition. Takao explained. I can't believe you're vacationing here. How leisurely. You've even tanned, Midorima remarked. Who said I'm on vacation? You too. Everyone else is already waiting for dinner. Ida's voice called from behind Midorima. Upon hearing this, Midorima and Takao turned, and the 3 of them instantly displayed expressions of fear. For in their line of sight stood Ida, drenched in blood and wielding a kitchen knife, glaring furiously at them. Chapter 57. A chance encounter inside the Mito villa. Ryuka frowned at the overflowing refrigerator. So you're saying you just happened to meet and decided to buy lunch ingredients to come to my house? Yes, Ryuka, Murasakibara said, seated on the sofa. Engrossed in his video game, a bear-shaped lollipop stuffed in his mouth. My apologies for the intrusion. Mikami quickly bowed. Ryuka. Yuru said it was her first time here and didn't know what to buy, so she helped me get everything for these few days, Murasakibara explained nonchalantly. Ryuka asked. You bought all this? Yes, Yuru bought this bag of snacks for me as well, Murasakibara replied. Oh, Yuru, why are you just standing there? Come sit, Ryuka exclaimed, suddenly changing his tone as he moved to sit beside Murasakibara, picking up the other controller on the floor. I'll just add a bit of water for you, Murasakibara replied. Even if you're serious, you won win against me. Haha, bring it on, green hair, Murasakibara challenged. I'll crush you. Watching the 2 boys banter, Mikami couldn't help but giggle, covering her mouth with laughter. 1 month after the national tournament concluded, summer had arrived, coinciding with autumn break. The once bustling school gates now lay eerily quiet. In the land of cherry blossoms, there are 3 holidays: spring break, summer vacation, and autumn leave. Today, however, the gates of Yangshuan High School were bustling with around 20 individuals, accompanied by a large coach. They were eagerly awaiting the arrival of 2 specific individuals. Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle pierced the air, revealing the reason for this early morning gathering. Ryuichi Kawamura had generously decided to treat the basketball team, rewarding their hard work and preparing them for the upcoming winter selection trials by treating them to a relaxing soak in the renowned Noborabetsu Onsen, known as the first hot spring in the Cherry Blossom Nation. Within the male bath, several individuals were already enjoying the soothing waters. Hey, Aemon, you can't bring a towel into the water, Yoshinori Sakurai reminded. Oh, is that so? Daiki Aomen replied, eyes closed. Ah, this feels wonderful. Takafusa Wakatsuki exclaimed. It's a rare opportunity to enjoy a hot spring, especially the first one, Kanataka Kasaka said. The coach really thought this through, using the hot springs for relaxation. But tomorrow when we return, we must resume our training, Wakatsuki lamented. Look over there, the butterfly stroke. Kasaka exclaimed, splashing playfully in the water. Wow, that's impressive. Others chimed in, while laughter erupted from the adjacent female bath. It seems quite lively over there, Shuchi Kimiyoshi remarked, turning his gaze towards the women's side. I just remembered. There was a large group of female university students at the front desk, Aomen observed casually. Nanny. Kasaka's eyes lit up, but before he could continue, a commotion arose outside. Hey, hurry up. What is the rush? It's not like we're heading to a mixed bath. Mito, what kind of nonsense is that? Oh, Senior Yang, your idioms are quite impressive. Why say such things? Because the one who is shy is the one who is embarrassed. In the female bath, Mayumi Momoi chose to close her eyes and relish the moment, when a sultry voice interrupted. May I sit beside you? Of course, she replied, but before she could finish, her eyes widened as a voluptuous woman, even more curvaceous than herself, appeared. You were sitting on the bench during the national tournament, right? Hello, beautiful. My name is Alex Garcia. Mayumi Momoi, she responded, slightly taken aback. Ah, this is delightful. Alex sighed as she settled into the hot spring. You know me? I was a classmate of Ryasuke Mito and Atsushi Shoen. I noticed you sitting on the Yangshuan bench during the national tournament. What is your connection to Aji and Shoen? Suppressing her urge to embrace Momoi, Alex stretched lazily. Oh, it's nothing special, just living with Mito. Please don't say things that might mislead. Just then, Masako Araki entered the area. Meanwhile, back in Yangshuan High School, Sakurai was incredulous. Yangshuan High School, he exclaimed. At the mention, Aomen, who had been resting with his eyes closed, quickly opened them, narrowing his gaze at two familiar, yet unfamiliar figures, Ryasuke Mito and Atsushi Shoen. Hey, isn't that from Teikō Academy? Kenichi Okamura remarked, surprised. Oh, Aomen, you're here too? Shoen turned to Aomen. Hey, can I borrow some money? Mito asked, glancing at Aomen's blue hair. How much do you need? Shoen inquired. Not much, just enough for a hair dye, Mito replied, styling his hair into a mohawk. Are you planning to go green, Mito? Shoen asked earnestly, staring at Mito's new hairstyle. Before long, the members of both teams gathered in the lobby after their soak. Aji. Long time no see. Momoi greeted. Likewise. Are you all here for a vacation? Mito smiled at Momoi, who was clad in a bathrobe. Yes, just relaxing before training. What about you? Upon hearing this, the Teikō members fell silent, instinctively perking up their ears. After all, the man before them had once been interviewed and boldly declared, who was your greatest rival? Who? Shrug. Though brash, everyone knew they could not compete against the era of miracles, let alone the light of Teikō, which surpassed even that. However, unbeknownst to them, Mito had been preoccupied with thoughts of finishing the interview quickly to earn some money. Afterward, Mito stuffed a peeled egg into Shoen's mouth and turned to Alex and Araki, asking, would you like some? They both shook their heads. How about a practice match against us from Teikō? Aomen suddenly stood, his voice filled with competitive spirit. Oh, not interested, Mito replied, twisting open a bottle of juice and handing it to Shoen. The two women continued to shake their heads. Thanks, Mito. Are you afraid of losing? Aomen taunted. At this, the Yangshuan members grew agitated, signaling Mito with their eyes to agree. You want to play against us? Mito finally turned to Aomen, inquiring. Absolutely. Aomen grinned, while Momoi, observing the exchange, felt a sense of exasperation. 1 ball 1,000? The others looked perplexed. In the end, the anticipated match never materialized. As dawn broke, both teams parted ways, each preparing for the final training for the winter tournament. Chapter 58. The training avoidance duo at the headquarters of Basketball Weekly, the manager, seated in his office, stared at Mayumutu, who sported a glamorous wave hairstyle. Have you made up your mind? He asked. Yes, manager. I wish to apply for the position of high school basketball reporter. Meanwhile, at the Yangshuan High School Gymnasium, Masako Araki was conducting the training mobilization, with Shoyuta Tsubaki standing solemnly beside her. The team members stood before them, their expressions serious. Araki gazed at her upright team and gently stated, though you have secured the national championship, do not let your guard down or neglect your training. The battles determining the champions of high school basketball are not solely the summer national tournaments, but also the Winter Selection Trials. This is the grandest competition to establish the strongest team of the year, collectively known as the Winter Selection Trials. Upon hearing this, the team members grew solemn. All right, if we win this battle, I can graduate happily, Kenichi Okamura declared. If we don't perform well, will you have to repeat a year? Kenji Fukui responded. Don't celebrate too early. The Winter Selection Trials are on par with the high school league. Wei Lu interjected. Moreover, I've heard that Siren and Shitoku have already begun joint training, Araki continued. Siren, the team that defeated Kaijo? A substitute player asked, astonished. They're not exactly new. Although they were established only last year, they possess an impressive player, Araki explained. Are you referring to one of the 5 uncrowned kings, Tetsuya Kuriko? Another player inquired. Correct. And this year they have also added a prodigious talent in basketball who rivals even the era of miracles, not to mention that dreamlike 6th man. This year, Siren is indeed formidable. Coach Araki Masako remarked with a stern expression, casting a glance at Kubo Shoyuta. You're right, coach. If Maki Tetsuhira were present on the court, Koko Academy might have faced defeat in this national league, Kubo Shoyuta added. Indeed, we faced him last year, and he truly is an exceptional center, Okamura Kenichi stated, evidently addressing the first-year students. By the way, there have been some changes to this year's winter selection tournament. The champions and runners-up of the National High School League are guaranteed unconditional participation. However, this also means that the number of available spots will increase. Kubo Shoyuta stated with a hint of pride. Thus, this year's Winter Cup allows Yosen High School and Rosen High School to bypass the preliminary rounds. Speaking of which, Okamura. What about Mito and Murasakibara? Araki Masako seemed to recall something and inquired. Himuro Tatsuya hasn't shown up either. Fukui Kinsuke raised his hand, ready to report. Himuro asked for a leave, claiming he was training a formidable new technique. Araki Masako interjected. Well, I called Mito this morning, and he said. Okamura Kenichi hesitated to continue. What did he say? Araki Masako's voice turned ominous. Mito told me not to worry. As long as I don't say anything, he won't either. So no one will know he hasn't shown up, Okamura Kenichi finished, and an aura of menace enveloped the basketball court, sending shivers down everyone's spine. In the next moment, Araki Masako, wielding a wooden sword, strode toward the exit. Kubo coach, today's training is in your hands. I'm going to deal with that rascal. Meanwhile, Mito Ryasuke was driving with Murasakibara at sushi on a road outside of town. Mito, could you slow down a bit? I'm already going slow. It's only 80, Mito replied. Where are we going today? Murasakibara asked. To spy. Before long, the two arrived at a baseball field. The sound of basketballs echoed in their ears, causing Murasakibara to pause. Following the sound, he spotted Himuro Tatsuya, who was drenched in sweat, repeatedly executing the same shooting motion. Alex sat on a stone step beside him, observing. I've taught him all the moves, techniques, and precautions. Now it's just a matter of practice, Alex commented. Mito, are you sure we won't be discovered? Murasakibara inquired, one hand holding a leaf to shield his face while extending another leaf to Mito. Don't worry, I've studied plenty of soap operas. Compared to couples who can't be recognized due to moles on their faces, this is the best disguise, Mito assured him. Upon hearing this, Murasakibara took the leaf and placed it on his face, asking softly, Mito, what is a soap opera? If you want to watch, just come out openly. Don't stand there like a fool, Alex called out without looking back. It's not that her eyesight suddenly improved. She is just not deaf, Mito remarked. Mito, I think we're being noticed, Murasakibara whispered. It's your fault, you big oaf. You're too tall. Mito grumbled. That is not something I can control. Murasakibara retorted. What? You want me to teach Murasakibara how to shoot? Alex exclaimed, glancing at Murasakibara, who was chatting with Himuro. Yes, Mito nodded. Then why don't you teach him? Aren't you good at shooting? Alex refused. Mito stood up, stretched, and proudly declared, I won T. What are you proud of? Alex sighed. I'm proud because you said I was great at shooting. Alex was momentarily speechless, and they exchanged glances. After a while, she sighed again and said, I can teach you, but you'll have to waive my rent for a month. No way. Hey, what were you discussing with Mito? You've been sighing a lot. Himuro queried. Alex looked up at Murasakibara and Himuro, then sighed heavily again. Oh, meanwhile, in a concealed corner not far away. Are you out of your mind? Mito exclaimed, shaking off ash from his cigarette in surprise. On the other end of the line was his uncle, Mito Ryuta. You brat, still so rude, Ryuta replied. I'm not interested, Mito exhaled smoke, declining. There was a long pause before Ryuta's voice returned. They made a high offer. Chapter 59. The sunlight shot. When Mito returned to the basketball court, Alex was already teaching Murasakibara how to shoot. Mito, would you like to defend against me? Try my new move? Himuro was eager to showcase his skills, akin to a child boasting about a new toy. Boring, Mito replied dismissively. If you can defend against me, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Although Himuro maintained a stoic expression, confidence radiated from his tone. Dinner on the line? Mito regarded Himuro's poker face with intrigue. Fine. Nearby, Alex and Murasakibara paused, curious about the commotion. Murasakibara was intrigued, while Alex was keen to see if this monster could hold his ground against her secret move. Let us begin. Himuro dribbled the ball twice, noticing Mito standing with his hands in his pockets, looking disinterested. How dare he underestimate me? With this thought, Himuro executed a feint and swiftly broke to the left. Seeing Mito follow, Himuro quickly gathered the ball and leaped for a shot. In that instant, Mito raised his right hand and jumped as well. Gotcha, Himuro thought gleefully. Moments later, the ball left his hand, soaring toward the hoop. To Murasakibara's astonishment and Alex's smug satisfaction, the ball passed through Mito's right hand, heading for the blue rim. Success! Himuro rejoiced internally. However, the next second, his pupils dilated in shock. With a swift motion, Mito retracted his right hand and swatted the basketball away with his left. Monster! Himuro exclaimed. How is this possible? Alex gasped. So this is how it is, Murasakibara remarked. Murasakibara, what do you want for dinner tonight? Himuro will treat, Mito asked, turning toward Murasakibara after landing. I want sushi. Murasakibara replied eagerly. Hearing this, Mito smirked. All right, sushi it is. You all continue. I have to step out for a bit. But I'll be back soon. Be careful on your bike. Mito called as Mito turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he raised his right hand in a wave. Okay. As he watched Mito depart, Himuro exchanged a helpless glance with Alex, who was fixated on Mito's retreating figure. Don't take it to heart, Himuro. If it weren't for Mito, no one else could defend against you. By the way, that move you just performed was impressive. What is it called? Murasakibara asked, feeling quite cheerful as he consoled Himuro. The sunlight shot. Simultaneously, at the Akashi residence, Akashi Seijiro remained in his room, engrossed in a game of shogi, yet the atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. Although he was engaged in the match, he simultaneously muttered to himself, I cannot possibly concede to him. Suddenly, Akashi erupted with a fierce shout, only for a softer voice to emerge from his lips moments later, but by relying solely on yourself. You will never triumph over Mito Ryosuke, will you? Shut up, you pathetic loser. Akashi bellowed once more, as if ignited by dynamite. After his outburst, he fell silent again. However, after a brief pause, he spoke tenderly once more. Haven't you also faced defeat? Don't you think my previous suggestion was rather astute? You must understand that alone. You cannot possibly succeed. While Mizuho and the others are commendable, they simply fall short, don't you agree? With these words, Akashi once again sealed his lips, and the room descended into a profound silence. Meanwhile, Mito Ryosuke remained, leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette. The ground around him was littered with cigarette butts. The last time he felt such inner turmoil was years ago. In truth, he had already considered Aomon Daiki and Momoi Satsuki as friends, much like the current bonds he shared with Aomon and Alex. Yet, ultimately, he succumbed to the insidious nature of wealth. Even more vexing was the fact that with so many affluent individuals in the world, why could it not include him as well? With this thought, Mito let out a long sigh. You cannot do without me, can you? He murmured, extinguishing the smoldering cigarette, but underfoot and gazing toward the baseball field. The stars above painted the night sky with a stunning tableau. In a sushi restaurant, Aomon chewed on his sushi and asked, Mizuho, why are you so quiet? The other two also lifted their heads, questioning the unusual silence, having barely consumed a single piece. This isn't suitable for drinking, Mito remarked, observing his sushi for a moment before setting it down. Just as they were about to speak further, Mito's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and apologized to the trio. I'll step outside to take this call. With that, he exited the restaurant. The three exchanged glances. And ultimately, Alex spoke up. My sixth sense tells me that Mito is definitely involved in something. After a while, when Mito finished his shower and joined his sister for a drink, Alex halted him as he was about to ascend the stairs. You go wash up. I'll prepare some snacks before I shower. Mito acknowledged her and headed into the kitchen. Watching his retreating figure, Alex thought, I told you this guy is up to something. If it were any other time, he would definitely be charging me. She cast a long look at the busy Mito in the kitchen before turning and heading upstairs. After a while, when Alex emerged with her hair dried, she found Mito already seated at the dining table, drinking alone. Noticing this, she approached and sat beside him, saying, "Why didn't you wait for me? How many times have I told you? That's my pair of shorts." Mito frowned at her attire, a pair of shorts that reached her knees. "Please, I only have one suitcase. Where would I find so many clothes? Besides, what's wrong with wearing them just once?" Alex stuck out her tongue and poured herself a glass of beer. "Then remember to buy me a new one," Mito replied after taking a sip of his beer. Picking up a peanut. "You little brat, are you looking for trouble? How dare you complain about me?" Alex waved her fist at him. "No, it's just that if you wear that, I plan to sell it." Simultaneously, in a spacious villa in Akita, several girls were chattering excitedly in an empty room. "What? You want to form a support group?" Mikami Yulu looked incredulously at her classmates who were having fun. "Yes. Yulu, do you want to join? I heard that the seniors from over a decade ago, who played basketball, had support groups." Yes. Especially one named Rukawa Keed. His support group was remarkable. I've heard of that too. They reportedly won the national championship for 2 consecutive years. I'm just imagining it. What's wrong with that? Yet, for some reason, such a glorious legacy had not been passed down. Observing her classmates' animated chatter, Mikami Yulu cautiously raised her hand and timidly asked, "So, have you decided whose support group you want to be part of?" Chapter 60, Support Team? Upon hearing this, the girls fell silent, turning their gazes toward Mikami Yulu. "Huh? What's wrong?" Mikami Yulu asked, shrinking back at their intense stares. "Yulu, I didn't expect you to see through the surface to the essence." "Yes, I agree with Yulu. Whose support group should we form?" "Random girl, you go first. Who do you support?" "I support random person A," one girl shyly admitted. "Oh, that's your first elimination. Why? Just because he's not a starter." "Exactly. Yuki is right. Next, it's your turn, Xiaolan." "I support Mito Ryosuke." Xiaolan's voice diminished, but her classmates' eyes widened in astonishment. Moments later, they all wore expressions akin to wide-eyed dolls. "Xiaolan, how dare you?" "Yeah, who gave you the courage? Are you suicidal?" "But Mito is quite impressive," Xiaolan exclaimed, her face flushed as she spoke loudly. The others jumped in surprise, and just as they were about to respond, Mikami Yulu interjected, "I think Mito is not bad either." "Wait, Yulu, what's wrong with you? Aren't you afraid of that delinquent?" "But after getting to know him, I find him rather pleasant," Mikami Yulu replied honestly. "So you support Mito Ryosuke now?" "No, I support Aemon Daiki." Mikami Yulu's face turned as rosy as a peach. Distinct from the others. "I knew it, but I support Himuro Takuya. I support Fukui." After a while, the girls slumped to the ground, deflated, as they realized their support varied greatly. "Why don't we just become the cheerleaders for Yanchuan?" Mikami Yulu clapped her hands, coming to an epiphany. "Yes, Yulu, that's a great idea, but, Xiaolan, but what?" Mikami Yulu asked, puzzled by Xiaolan's hesitance. "But I don't want to support Senior Okamura." At this, the girls jumped in unison. "Me too. Count me in. Me too. What should we do?" Ultimately, the group of girls found themselves back at square one, mired in indecision. Meanwhile, the Yanchuan players were drenched in sweat, training vigorously at the basketball court. Akio. Just as Okamura Kenichi prepared to dunk, he suddenly sneezed, spraying Lu Wei in front of him. Days later, in Okinawa, Yanchuan and Feinzu trained together. Inside the gym, 2 figures, both unfamiliar yet familiar to Yanchuan, sat above, observing their practice match against Feinzu. "Masaki, do you know which team has the best chance of reaching the finals in the winter selection tournament?" A stylishly dressed woman with large, wavy hair inquired. "I don't know," replied a boy with a bowl haircut, muttering inwardly, "Sis, just say it. I don't want to be like last time, getting it right and having you dock half my salary." The two were the reporters familiar to Takubo Masaki, Mudo Mei, and Endo Masaki. After the Middle School National League, they were reassigned to cover college basketball. On their first day back, they eagerly rushed to Akita High School, only to find the basketball team training in Okinawa with Feinzu. Thus, they hurriedly made their way to Okinawa. However, the two were utterly unprepared for the fact that Ryosuke Mito and Atsushi Aemon had not participated in the collective training. The first was at Kaicho High School. Mei Mutu observed the players on the court and slowly extended a finger, saying, "Oh?" In response, Masaki Danzaki transformed into a supportive role and inquired further. They possessed the prodigious talent of the generation of miracles, Kuriko Tetsuya. Yet, they had not only lost to a school named Shirogane, but also, Denzaki, while recording the practice match, added, but next, they lost to the second team I am about to mention, Toho Academy. This year, Toho boasts another prodigy from the generation of miracles, Aemon Daiki. Seeing that Denzaki had fallen silent, Maemuda nodded with satisfaction and continued. The third is Shoot High School, who also has a terrifying shooter from the generation of miracles, Midorima Shintaro. The fourth is the captain who leads the generation of miracles, Akashi Sejiro. Why not just say that the teams with the best chances are from the generation of miracles? Denzaki recorded with his head down. No, this time there's a dark horse. Maemuda shook her head. Which school? Denzaki inquired, closing his notebook out of curiosity. Shirogane High School. Shirogane High School? I haven't heard much about it. Who are its members? Denzaki admitted honestly. As he had previously accompanied Maemuda between middle schools and had been an intern at the time, one of the untitled five. Although he couldn't participate in this year's National High School League due to injury, he was back now. The captain, Junpei Hinata, is a key shooter. There's the playmaker with eagle eyes, Shunizuki. And then there's the newcomer, Taiga Kagami, who can rival the generation of miracles. Maemuda finished her explanation in one breath and took a sip of water before continuing. Lastly, there's the phantom sixth man, Tetsuya Kuriko, who stands shoulder to shoulder with the generation of miracles. This is the dark horse, Shirogane High School's basketball team for this Winter Cup. After she finished, Denzaki hurriedly asked, So are you saying that the champion of this Winter Cup will be one of these schools? No. Maemuda shook her head and replied. Then who is the champion? The teams I just mentioned only have a chance to play against the champion team. Maemuda's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and before Denzaki could respond, her eyes turned into hearts as she exclaimed, The champion of this Winter Cup is Aoyama High School. Chapter 61, Left Eye Jumping Wealth. Right eye jumping disaster. The holidays are lengthy, yet they feel short for students. For instance, the soon-to-be million-word author, the great demon King Satania. Are you heading to Akita tomorrow? Alex leaned against the doorway of Ryosuke Mito's room, watching him pack. What else? What about you? Aren't you going back to the beautiful country? I'll return after the Winter Cup. I've been overspending lately, so I just found a part-time job. Someone's rent is quite steep. Alex folded his arms and raised his head to complain. I left the spare key on the coffee table. Ryosuke zipped up his suitcase and turned around. Are you finished? Come take a walk with me. All right, Ryosuke agreed. Due to Atsushi Aemon and Tatsuya Himuro participating in collective training for the basketball club recently, Alex found himself with plenty of free time. Ryosuke was even more relaxed, as it was merely a change of company. On the street, they chatted and laughed. What? That guy Himuro can actually cook. Of course, and he cooks exceptionally well. But not as good as you do, Ryosuke chuckled. Haha, hey Ryo, your smile is quite terrifying. Don't worry, I won't do anything to your apprentice. Upon hearing this, Alex looked at Ryosuke's fierce expression and inwardly thought it was hard to believe. Bang, bang. As they crossed the street, the sound of dribbling echoed. Hey, Ryo, someone is practicing. Alex pointed towards the sound and saw a blue-haired boy shooting hoops. Oh, is that Kuriko practicing? Ryosuke greeted the boy energetically. Ryosuke. Kuriko looked surprised upon hearing his name. You know him? Alex asked, astonished. Yes. He is known as the Phantom Sixth Man, on par with the generation of miracles, Ryosuke introduced. Then why do you call him Kuin? Upon hearing Alex's question, Kuriko paused, curious. It's just a habit. He resembles an old friend. Ryosuke laughed awkwardly. An old friend? Kuriko inquired, intrigued to know if he truly resembled this person. Yes. He also played basketball, had a middle part, and loved wearing overalls. But enough about him. Why are you practicing alone? Where's your partner? Ryosuke swiftly changed the subject. Kagami. He is probably at home, Kuriko replied honestly. Kagami. Is he Taiga Kagami? Alex asked, surprised. Yes, do you know him? Kuriko shifted his gaze to Alex. I do. He is my teammate. You're also from Shirogane. Yes. Watching the exchange between the two, Ryosuke found it dull and wandered off to a nearby corner, slowly crouching down. At the Mito Villa, beneath the dining table, empty beer cans were strewn about. What did you talk about with Koen? After taking a sip of beer, Ryosuke asked. Do you want to know? Alex leaned closer and whispered. Go ahead, Ryosuke replied nonchalantly, inching closer with a smile. The distance between them mirrored how they acted when they first met. Do you know Taiga Kagami? Perhaps due to the alcohol, this time. Alex did not shy away but continued softly. I know, your son. I'm serious. Alex retorted, quickly pulling back, pouting. What is so mysterious? He just like Himuro. Your apprentice. Ryosuke scoffed and continued. How do you know? With you asking like that, how could I not know? But what if you guessed wrong? Guessed wrong? What? Is he your brother? Stop joking. You want him to have an identity that's both mysterious and surprising? Besides being your apprentice, it could only be a husband or boyfriend. But I doubt you'd be into someone younger than you. Ryosuke laughed as he analyzed. Hey, Ryosuke, I realize you're quite difficult to bully. Alex shot back. And then suddenly, as if realizing something, he grabbed Ryosuke's collar and pulled him close. How dare you call me an old cow? You're the old cow. I'm only 26. How am I old? The distance between them closed further. What? Do you want to prove something? Ryosuke smirked, displaying a mischievous grin. Watching the boy's charming demeanor, Alex found his gaze somewhat dazed, his mind momentarily blank. Then, he leaned in and kissed him. The next day, when Alex awoke, he found himself in an unfamiliar room and sat up abruptly. He threw off the covers and took a moment to breathe a sigh of relief. The next moment, he noticed a note by the pillow. Above, there was a message from Ryoji Mito. I went to Akita, breakfast is in the pot. Upon seeing the crooked letters, Alex couldn't help but chuckle, that rascal from the Akita basketball team. As Tatsuya Himuro received the ball, he swiftly leaped to take a shot. However, in the next moment, Atoji Shiera waved his left hand and swatted the basketball from Himuro's grasp. The crowd gasped. Wow, Shiera is impressive. Yet, Shiera paid no heed to their astonishment and walked past Himuro with a stoic expression. I'm tired. You truly enjoy being contrary, Himuro remarked with a smile. Oh, Shiera paused, seemingly taken aback. Although you constantly complain, you invest more effort in practice than others, Himuro stated candidly. Yet, I still detest practice. Shiera wiped the sweat from his brow and continued, but I loathe losing even more. Oh, do you wish to defeat Mito? Himuro asked with sudden interest. Before Shiera could respond, the voice of Masako Araki resounded. Everyone, stop practicing and come welcome our basketball consultant. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned. And once they recognized the newcomer, their expressions shifted to shock. Notably, the most astonished was Himuro, who had just been laughing. Hello everyone, I am Alex Garcia. From today onward, I will be the special consultant for the Yangchuan High School basketball team. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. After finishing, Alex winked at Shiera and Himuro. Meanwhile, Ryoji Mito, who was in the restroom indulging in smoke, felt a twitch in his right eye. Why do I have an ominous feeling about today? He murmured, quickly rising, discarding his cigarette, and heading out of the restroom. Chapter 62. The phone is charging Dinkling. After a long day of classes, Ryoji Mito returned to his house in Akita and spotted a familiar figure. What the hell are you doing here? Hi. Long time no see, Ryo. Upon seeing Alex turn around, Mito's face was filled with confusion. Are you saying you are now our team's consultant? Mito asked while eating. Indeed. Alex replied nonchalantly, continuing his meal. So, you plan to save money by staying with me again? Yes. Get out of here. This isn't Tokyo, or a villa. And this house is too small for two. Mito slammed the table and exclaimed. No worries, you can sleep on the couch tonight. And we'll buy a bunk bed tomorrow. Alex had already devised a plan. Nonsense. Absolutely not. The next day, the weather began to turn cold. Aren't you going to practice today? At the school gate, Alex inquired of Mito, who was lethargically yawning. What do you think I should practice? Mito replied. You should work on your coordination with your teammates. When attacking, is it better to score in 1 second or 2? After saying this, Mito took a few quick steps and waved his hand. Class is starting. That little brat, Alex thought, watching his retreating figure, hesitating to speak. He had to admit that unless someone capable of restraining him appeared, this infuriating brat would never attend practice. Time swiftly approached the Winter Cup selection matches. At the Yangchuan training ground, everyone was diligently training. However, just as they were about to return to Akita, Mito declined to join the journey 2 days later, citing his reluctance to run back and forth. Masako Araki intended to refuse, but Alex assured her he would keep an eye on Mito. Since they could collect data during the preliminary matches, Araki chose not to argue further. This day marked the last before the Yangchuan team members' return, and extraordinarily, Araki allowed the players to relax and enjoy themselves. Amidst the cheers, everyone left the gym to explore Tokyo. Meanwhile, first-year players from Siren had already arrived at the street basketball competition venue, filling out registration forms. At the same time, Tatsuya Himuro also made his way to the venue. Meanwhile, after finishing his morning routine, Mito descended the stairs only to find Alex clad in nothing but a towel, sipping milk. Habitually, he reached for his pocket, only to realize his phone was upstairs charging. "Good morning. You woke up quite early today," Alex playfully remarked upon seeing Mito. Observing Alex's perfect physique, Mito smirked. "Next time, wake up even earlier." Alex raised an eyebrow for a moment. Then, after getting dressed, they both sat down to enjoy breakfast. "Aren't you planning to go out today?" Alex asked, glancing at Mito, who was still in his pajamas. "What for?" "It's so cold outside," Mito replied. "You're right. Then I won't go out either," Alex nodded. "Oh, so what shall we do?" Mito raised an eyebrow. "Do you have any suggestions?" Alex returned the gaze and winked. After a brief pause, they drew the curtains and settled onto the sofa. "Ready?" Mito rubbed his hands in anticipation. "Wait," Alex said, starting to take off his outer coat. "Is the door locked?" "Yes, I even unplugged the doorbell," Mito assured him. "That's good. I can't believe I'm doing this with you," Alex admitted nervously. "It's fine. Such things become familiar after the first time," Mito replied, locking eyes with him, and they both nodded. "To the small path." "Hurry," Mito shouted. "I've been killed. Rio, avenge me," Alex yelled back. Today marked the day of the winter selection matches, the preliminary round. Mito had already been dragged out by Alex and was walking down the street. 8 schools participated in the preliminaries, with only 2 earning the right to compete in the winter selections. The matches today would select 4 schools for a round-robin tournament, with the top 2 proceeding to the winter selections. Alex held a form, reading aloud. And then? Mito yawned dismissively. "Pay attention. The participating schools are the top 8 from the national tournament preliminaries. They're all formidable schools that have achieved impressive results in the National League," Alex said earnestly, studying the documents in his hands. "Their best result can only be 8th place, but Yanchuan can win the championship because the season's limit is only the champion," Mito scoffed. "You need to take this seriously. They've been training every moment for the past 6 months. Their strength has improved dramatically," Alex said, exasperated, tapping Mito's arm. Yes. Keep going. Today, we will watch the match between Seishin and Siren," Alex said, casting a sidelong glance at the yawning Mito. Due to it being the preliminaries, the audience was sparse. As Mito and Alex entered the arena, the match had already commenced. After finding an empty row of seats, Mito reclined against his thigh as a pillow. "Hey, what are you doing?" Alex scolded. "Just watch. I have no interest." "I'm taking a nap," Mito replied. And soon soft snores could be heard. "I can't deal with this brat," Alex sighed helplessly, shrugging off his jacket and draping it over Mito. This year, Cheng Chung has just joined the first-year center, yet he possesses considerable talent. For Siren, he is undoubtedly a formidable opponent. At this moment, Kimiyoshi Shuchi, who had just entered, paused mid-sentence. "What's wrong?" asked Sakurai Ryo, noticing Kimiyoshi's sudden silence. "Isn't that the beauty we saw at the hot spring?" Kimiyoshi pointed towards the distance at Alex. "Oh, I think her name is Alex," Sakurai remarked, following Kimiyoshi's gaze. "There's a spot next to her. Let us go over." "All right." As the two approached Alex, their pupils widened. Mito Ryasuk. "Hello. What brings you here to watch the game today?" After regaining his composure, Kimiyoshi greeted him. However, Alex quickly turned her head, placing a fair finger on her lips, signaling them to be quiet. Chapter 63. Winter Cup preliminaries on the court. Chung had possession of the ball. But in the next moment, their pass was intercepted by Hinata Junpei. After securing the ball, Hinata swiftly passed it to Maki Tetsupei. It seemed that Chung was not at a complete advantage, which surprised Sakurai. "Indeed, the game is worth watching," Kimiyoshi smiled and continued. "Pay close attention to Siren's number 7. His movements are incredibly unpredictable." Maki grabbed the ball with one hand and leaped quickly. "A hook shot," Sakurai exclaimed. Seeing this, Chung Cheng's center, Nami-Omi, quickly raised both hands to jump. "Watch me block it." In the next second, Maki flicked his wrist, changing the shot into a pass. Hinata received the pass, positioned himself, and made a 3-point jump shot. Swish. It was a successful basket. Indeed, Siren's number 7 had a firm grip on the basketball. Unlike most players who would have shot by now, he still had the freedom to choose between passing and shooting. Alex nodded, observing Maki on the court. He decides on his shooting method after analyzing his opponent, possessing the ability to choose the timing of his actions, Kimiyoshi continued. However, before he could finish, Mito Ryasuk's murmuring interrupted. "Backdoor? What backdoor?" Thud. Alex, Unable to contain herself, lightly punched his forehead with her small fist. Get some sleep. There's a mosquito, Mito murmured with his eyes closed, followed by soft snoring. Mito is quite the character, Kimiyoshi remarked with a smirk, his expression somewhat abstract. Don't mind him, Alex frowned. Sister, what's wrong with Mito? Sakurai sweetly asked. As you can see, this guy refuses to train. Rather than letting him disappear all day. It's better to keep an eye on him, Alex replied coolly. Not training? We thought Mito fell asleep from training too hard, Sakurai awkwardly chimed in, mirroring Kimiyoshi's earlier expression. Apparently, he hasn't trained since middle school, Alex sighed. What? How is that possible? You mean he was that strong back in middle school? This revelation astonished both of them. I've asked him why he doesn't train, Alex furrowed her brow. Hearing this, Kimiyoshi and Sakurai transformed into curious children, eagerly awaiting Alex's next words. But Alex remained silent, leaving the two anxious. They even lost interest in watching the game. On the court, as Hinata scored again, Kuriko Tetsuya was utterly infuriated. How dare you assign two people to guard me? Don't go too far, you two fools. Let me attack and shoot. Kagami, there's no saving that idiot. He can't hear a word, Kuriko thought. At that moment, Kuriko flicked his wrist, sending his armband into Kagami's face. You bastard. Kagami turned angrily towards Kuriko. Please, be reasonable. What are you talking about? Because you draw the opponent's players to defend against you, the seniors will have an easier time scoring, Kuriko explained. But Kagami was too enraged to listen. Kagami, do you see over there? Kuriko gestured with his eyes. Kagami followed his gaze and instantly felt struck by lightning. Hey Alex, what is she doing here? Kagami stuttered upon seeing the blonde beauty smiling and waving at him. Kagami, I'm not talking about Alex, but the two beside her, Kuriko continued. Those two are from two. Wait, how do you know Alex? Kagami realized and asked. The point is, they should inform Aomen of today's game. So I need you to calm down. I'll leave the declaration of war to you, Kuriko said expressionlessly. Isn't that something you don't need to calm down for? But, leave it to me. I will definitely dunk. Kagami declared with fiery determination surging through him. Moments later, Kagami obtained the ball, observing the two defenders closing in on him. He calmly assessed the situation. These people have already lost their will to win. They are merely continuing with their previous tactics. No matter how many of you there are, you cannot stop me. With that, Kagami swiftly broke through the two defenders, charging toward the basket while shouting, a defense that doesn't wish to win cannot stop me. You want to get through. At that moment, Chungcheng Center approached to defend, closely following Kagami and shouting, how could we not want to win? Nami. The Chungcheng players shouted. So you're in the team too? But sorry, today's winners. Before Kagami could finish, he suddenly leaped from the free throw line, hands clasped together, soaring toward the hoop. Airwalk. Kimiyoshi and Sakurai exclaimed in astonishment. How can a high school student jump that high? The Chungcheng Center wore an incredulous expression. Thus, under the gaze of the entire crowd, boom. Kagami shouted as he slammed the ball into the hoop. The basket was good. Meanwhile, all members of the Generation of Miracles suddenly heard a piercing sound. The sound of the door. The sound of a door that only a select few overwhelming geniuses could enter, being forcefully pried open. The game is over. Incredible. Siren might just ride this momentum straight to the winter finals, Sakurai remarked in amazement. What nonsense are you spouting? That's not the point. Because of that monster. Kimiyoshi began but cast a glance at the person lying on Alex's lap and sighed. Never mind, let us go. Outside the gym. The Siren team was preparing to find a place to celebrate their victory. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to a female voice. Kagami, I missed you so much. As everyone looked in astonishment at the blonde girl rushing towards Kagami, suddenly, the blonde girl leaped into the air, her legs flailing comically. For in their eyes, that blonde beauty was being lifted into the air by a hand that had suddenly appeared from behind, grabbing her by the collar. I said that's enough. A voice devoid of emotion came from behind Alex. At that moment, the crowd transformed their astonishment into shock, their pupils quivering. For they had finally seen the owner of that hand. Chapter 64. Do you live by the sea? Mito Ryasuk. The crowd at Siren gasped in astonishment. With the exception of Kuriko Tetsuya, their gazes were fixed upon the young boy with the yellow and black hair. Including the battle-ready Kagami Taiga. Is that the pinnacle of all high school players, the light of Teikō? What should I do? I really want to play a game with him. As for Alex? Kagami Taiga replied, sorry, I'm not familiar. Who are you guys? Oh, Kubo. Hearing his name, Mito Ryosuke extended his right hand to the side and spotted the Siren team. Upon seeing Kuriko Tetsuya, Mito slightly crouched down, extended his left hand, and greeted him with a knife-like gesture. For reference, think of Crow's dog head. Nice to see you again, Mito-kun, Kuriko Tetsuya smiled in response. The Kagami residence. How beautiful, Shinji Kagane exclaimed, amidst the incredulous expressions of the crowd. Please come in. Kagami Taiga looked at the astonished team, utterly perplexed. Taiga, do you live here all by yourself? Sachida Satoshi asked in surprise. It turns out I live here with my dad, Kagami explained. Taiga is such an annoying guy. I don't want to be your shadow anymore, Kuriko Tetsuya remarked with a slight frown. Why not? Kagami turned to Kuriko, a mix of tension and confusion on his face. Taiga, nothing has changed here, Alex said as he walked past the Siren team to grab 2 cans of beer from the fridge. Then, with a swift motion, what are you doing? The group instinctively raised their hands to shield their faces from the beer cans hurtling towards them. Bang! Just as the last of the group, Mito Ryosuke extended his hand to catch the beer can, it popped open with a hiss. He then casually crossed over the group and plopped down on the couch. Thud 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 thud. The crowd. Mito-kun, how can you drink beer? Mito-kun, you can't drink if you're under 20. Hearing Kagane Shinji's words, Mito Ryosuke shot him an impatient glance, his tone icy. Does your family live by the sea? No, my family lives with magazines. Izuki Jun picked up a magazine from the floor, flipped through a few pages, and exclaimed in surprise. What is this? What's wrong? Maki Tetsuya glanced over as well. Alex Garcia, he asked from the American Collegiate Basketball League. Just as he finished explaining, the other Siren players gasped in astonishment. Is that true? ISNT, the WNBA, the Women's Basketball League? He retired long ago and was a coach at a basketball club in beautiful country. Now, Alex plopped down next to Mito Ryosuke, and they exchanged a knowing clink of their beer cans. What is going on? Kagane Shinji asked curiously. Alex, you're not with the basketball club anymore? Kagami Taiga asked, surprised. Now, I'm the special advisor to the basketball team at Yosen High School. Alex replied with a smile, then thud thud thud. What? You actually became a special advisor at Yosen? Nakanishi Junpei exclaimed, but before he could finish, he remembered something even more shocking. Wait, where's Riko? Riko? She went into the kitchen with the ingredients she bought, Kagane Shinji said. The Siren team was in shock. This was on par with their previous astonishment at Mito Ryosuke. What the heck? Have you forgotten about that summer? Why didn't you stop her? The group began to blame Kagane Shinji. What is wrong with you guys? Alex looked curiously at their state. Our coach. Before Nakanishi Junpei could finish, Ida Riko's voice rang out. It's done. This is the nutritious Riko Special Sumo Hot Pot. Clad in an apron, Ida Riko emerged from the kitchen holding a clay pot. Oh no, it's actually cooked. The Siren team instantly lost color. It looks good. Why do you all have such expressions? Alex observed the dish and the pot, astonished. It's surprisingly normal. Seeing the shocked reactions, Ida Riko angrily crushed a potato in her hand. What's with your reactions? Al, aren't you eating? Alex and the Siren team grabbed disposable chopsticks and turned to ask. Not eating. Mito Ryosuke dismissed with a sentence, stood up, and walked toward the balcony. As he passed the balcony, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse near the cabinet. As expected, Mito Ryosuke wore a knowing expression as he stepped out onto the balcony. Ever since the cooking of Momoi Mayu made him realize one thing. In this anime, women-esque cooking is absolutely off-limits. What a peculiar person, Kagane Shinji muttered as he watched Mito's retreating figure. A moment later, why are there bananas in the hot pot? Why are there strawberries? They're actually quite tasty. Oh, there are oranges, and peaches, and cherries. 10 minutes later. Hey, Mito Ryosuke, let us have a game later? Kagami Taiga had already reached the balcony, addressing Mito who was leaning against the railing. Not interested. Are you afraid of losing? Kagami employed a provocation tactic reminiscent of his interactions with Murasakibara at sushi. 10 minutes have passed. Mito Ryosuke ignored him, glancing at the time on his phone. What do you mean 10 minutes? Kuriko Tetsuya inquired. When did you arrive? Kagami Taiga exclaimed in surprise at Kuriko. Oh, I was calculating when you would pass out. Mito Ryosuke replied, then glanced at his phone again, softly adding, 11 minutes. You, what do you mean by that? And what's your relationship with Alex? Kagami Taiga asked excitedly. Us. I suppose we can be considered friends, Mito Ryosuke said, gazing at the starry sky with a light laugh. Kuriko, what's wrong? Just as Kagami was about to ask another question, Kuriko Tetsuya suddenly collapsed onto him. Kagami shook him a couple of times, then noticed the other teammates had already fainted inside the house. Everyone, how could this happen? Is it really possible for such a thing to happen? It's as if they were poisoned slowly. Kagami Taiga suddenly felt dizzy, and just before losing consciousness, his gaze fell upon Mito Ryosuke, who was smiling at him. The shape of his lips clearly formed the words, 13 minutes. Chapter 65. The cheerleading squad is established. Thunder rumbled. At that moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Soon after, the heavens began to weep like a heartbroken old man. After a while, the group finally regained their senses. My head hurts. Upon waking, they realized how late it had become. Everyone, make sure to get some sleep once you get home, Nakanishi Junpei said, squinting. I thought I was done for. Izuki Jun adjusted his clothes. Was it only 2 hours? Looking at the listless group and the resentful Ida Riko in the corner, Mito Ryosuke murmured, You little brat. Why didn't you remind me earlier? Just as Alex, who had just woken up, sought out Mito Ryosuke to settle the score. If you're not dead, then just leave. Otherwise, I'll be going first, Mito Ryosuke said as he stood up and stretched. What? You didn't drink all the beer in the fridge, did you? No, this amount is more than just from the fridge, Alex exclaimed in surprise, staring at the table piled high with beer cans. You didn't finish all my dad's beer, did you? Kagami Taiga was equally astonished. So that last sip. If you guys hadn't woken up, I would have left, Mito Ryosuke declared as he stood up. Meanwhile, in a grand villa in Akita, a dozen girls were chattering away in matching uniforms. Yulu, I never expected you to finish the team uniforms so swiftly. The onlookers gazed at Miura Yulu, who was adorned in a white top and a light purple skirt, expressing their delight. I wonder if you all like this design, Miura Yulu murmured, her gaze fixed on the purple thread that embroidered the name Atsushi Kurahara on her uniform. I love it. This way, we can support the players we admire. A girl named Hyuko cheered. They devised a plan that not only allowed them to support Yokan, but also their favorite players. Thus, they became Yokan's cheerleading squad. Although their chants shouted Yokan, the names of their favorite players were stitched on the front of their uniforms. To Miura Yulu's astonishment, it was Amamiya Tatsuya who garnered the most support. So, who will be the captain? Upon hearing this, the group of girls fell into silence. Truth be told, each of them yearned for the captaincy. After an extensive discussion lasting half an hour, it was decided that the captain would be the ordinary girl. All right, I hereby declare today as the founding day of our Yokan cheerleading squad. As soon as the ordinary girl finished speaking, the others erupted in excited cheers. Following their spirited discussion, the 5 essential rules of the Yokan cheerleading squad must not be forgotten. The ordinary girl continued. The other girls raised their hands in agreement. Witnessing this scene, Miura Yulu smiled, her joy radiating. However, mere seconds later, an elderly man with white hair entered, causing her smile to vanish. The old man leaned closer to Miura Yulu and whispered, Miss, the master insists you must attend the event tonight, no matter what. The next day, Alex and the others had arranged to watch the match between Shud and Darren. Ryosuke Mito, having a rare day of leisure, slept in until he woke naturally and then dressed up before heading out to search for food. Cook for myself? Don't joke around. The ingredient supplier is absent. Who will wash the dishes? Who will clean up? Ridiculous. Hinata, where are you? Many elders inquire which anime Hinata is from. Of course, it is one I created. Even Raimura Takaichi was originally based on a famous basketball player from Sakura Country, named Raimura Yu. But I found it unsuitable and thus changed it to Takaichi. I'm in Kanagawa. The voice of Hinata came through the phone. Beep beep beep. After the call was abruptly disconnected, Hinata was left bewildered. What happened to Hinata? At this moment, a delinquent named Takizawa turned to ask, I suspect Mito is missing us. Hinata replied. Then his expression darkened as he stared at the group of ruffians before him. I told you before, this territory belongs to us Kawasaki. In Tokyo. Brother, what brings you here today? Upon entering the arcade, Jiro Yamashita spotted a familiar figure and hurriedly approached to inquire. Am I not allowed here? Ryosuke Mito raised an eyebrow while engrossed in a game. Of course not. My brother can go wherever he pleases. I was merely curious why you'd come during the day. Jiro scratched his head, grinning foolishly. With nothing to do, just wandering around aimlessly. Mito finished the last of his soda, tossed the can into his mouth, and continued playing. Observing this, Jiro waved toward the back. A subordinate promptly ran to the vending machine to fetch the same soda. Once Jiro received the soda, he exchanged it for the empty can and spoke, "By the way, there's a match tonight. Are you interested? What's the prize?" Ryosuke Mito inquired after exhaling a puff of smoke and taking a sip from the newly opened soda. "Tonight, it seems Night Angel is making a comeback. Though it's less of a comeback and more of her seeking some fun. The prize isn't substantial, as everyone believes Night Angel is the obvious winner. It's merely 100,000 yen, Jiro explained. After hearing this, Ryosuke extinguished his cigarette and replied nonchalantly, "What time?" Meanwhile, in the gymnasium, I thought aside from those few from the generation of miracles, the rest would be of average skill. It seems I was mistaken. As Alex observed the warming-up players, he expressed his interest. "That's Kobayashi Keisuke from Darren High School, which reached the top 4 in the LH last year," Izuki-jun explained. "He is an exceptionally rare tall point guard in Sakura country, standing at 188 centimeters. Not only can he control the ball, but he can also score, making him a versatile player," Nidhi Junpei added. "This kid must be quite skilled," Alex said, resting his chin on his hands, intrigued. However, his opponent today is the sharpshooter from the generation of miracles, Midorima Shintaro. Just as Nidhi Junpei finished speaking, Alex was taken aback by the presence of Midorima Shintaro, who had just taken the court. The aura radiating from him was one Alex had only felt from Atsushi Kurihara and Akashi Sejiro. As the match concluded, the score read 109-71, with Should emerging victorious by a significant margin. As the crowd departed, night had already fallen. Honestly, no matter how many times I watch a match from the generation of miracles, it never feels familiar. It truly frustrates me, Nidhi Junpei complained. Chapter 66, Secret Training. All participating teams were strong squads selected from various prefectures. How could their strength possibly be lacking? Yet, teams featuring the generation of miracles indeed stood out significantly, as national champions would dim in comparison before them. Listening to Kiyoshi Teppei's words, each member of Siren bore a heavy heart. Even the usually lively Alex was rendered silent, contemplating. So, the generation of miracles truly is that formidable? But even members as formidable as those from the generation of miracles can only toy with you. Ryosuke Mito. Just how strong are you? I genuinely look forward to witnessing you play earnestly. Alright, the most important thing now is the next match. We must thoroughly study Tsubota's data once we return. Ida Riko turned around and shouted. She disliked the lifeless atmosphere among her teammates. Wait, excuse me, can I borrow this kid for a moment? Alex abruptly seized Taiga Kagami's collar, his lenses glinting, as he addressed the crowd. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the Siren members, she continued earnestly. I will ensure he is ready for the next match, I promise. What is going on, Alex? Kagami queried as he followed Alex to a deserted baseball field. The generation of miracles you mentioned earlier truly represents the pinnacle of high school basketball in Sakura country. They are not just monsters, even if you give it your all. It will be difficult to claim victory against them, Alex stated seriously. Kagami nodded in acknowledgement, not denying it. Even if you triumph over a few of them. If you face Mito and Tatsuya and Yokan, you stand no chance of winning. Upon hearing this, Kagami's expression shifted. Alex turned his back to Kagami, closing his eyes as he continued. Besides, one of them is also a monster, and Tatsuya has now received my true teachings, honing his skills intensely during this time. He is now nearly on par with those monsters. As he finished speaking, Kagami's expression revealed not only shock, but also a sense of despondency. Moreover, above Chun and those monsters, there exists a veritable monster among monsters, Ryosuke Mito. Taking a deep breath, Alex continued, I initially intended to refrain from intervening. But the current situation is rather unjust to you. Although I am unaware of the extent of your training during this time, I have yet to impart certain knowledge to you. Kai's looked at his master with a serious countenance. However, it is somewhat ironic that even if you have indeed learned something over these past few days, should you face Yanchuan, if Akio takes the court, your chances of victory would be non-existent. Upon concluding his statement, Alex's mind conjured the image of that match between Yanchuan and Loshan. That nonchalant figure, clutching the ball and presenting it before Sejiro Akashi. Was Mito truly that formidable? Why, upon merely hearing his name, do you all hastily reach such conclusions? Kai suddenly exclaimed. Pausing for a moment, his expression somewhat despondent, before continuing, Kuriko as well. Matsu too. And now even you, Alex. It is quite simple, Alex remarked. Turning to face Kai's, a smile gracing his lips, because his name is Ryosuke Mito. A decade ago, a motorcycle roared through Akita, consistently reaching speeds exceeding 200 km/h. She was the leader of Akida's most notorious motorcycle gang, known as the Night Angel and the fastest legend in Akita, capable of gathering over 100 gang leaders solely by her own prowess. Today, she was set to make her appearance in Tokyo, igniting excitement among the motorcycle gangs. As the night deepened, on a deserted road in the outskirts, blinding lights suddenly illuminated the path. One by one, motorcycle gang members arrived, swiftly filling the streets. At that moment, a figure clad in a tight leather suit and black helmet, riding a black motorcycle, glided down the center of the road. It was the Night Angel. Wow, she's real. The crowd erupted in cheers. Wait, there's another one behind her. That bike is the Ghost Fire. Is he the spirited young man who surpassed the Night Angel's record? What a lame name. Upon hearing the crowd's chatter, the Night Angel turned her head with interest, glancing at the motorcycle shimmering with ethereal lights that followed her. What's this little brat doing here? The Night Angel muttered under her breath. Before long, they reached the starting line. As she removed her helmet, Ryusuke Mito gazed in astonishment at the Night Angel. Surprised? Thrilled? The Night Angel grinned, cradling her helmet. Coach, you're in your 40s. Aren't you a bit ashamed? Mito remarked, a smile curling at his lips upon recognizing the familiar figure, none other than his basketball coach. Masako Araki. Can one not ride a motorcycle in their 40s? By the way, when did you join the motorcycle gang? Araki retorted, rolling her eyes at Mito. The onlookers were taken aback. Clearly, they shared a good rapport. Could there be something more between them? Nonsense. This is clearly a teacher-student relationship. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Mito inquired, aren't you afraid the school will find out? Rest assured. As long as you don't say anything and I don't either, who would know? Araki replied with a smirk. That line sounds quite familiar. That night, hundreds of motorcycle gang members collectively revved their engines, racing from the outskirts into the urban alleyways, ultimately arriving at a straight coastal road. Vroom vroom. They were set to race down the coastline at full throttle. The following day, Ryusuke Mito, sporting dark circles under his eyes, returned to the villa. Upon entering his room, he tossed the 100,000 yen he had in his pocket onto the bedside table and collapsed onto his bed, drifting off to sleep without even washing up, oblivious to the sticky note Alex had left on the shoe cabinet. Meanwhile, Alex was practicing dribbling and running with Kais in a large plaza. After 3 days of preliminary rounds, the final teams representing Tokyo were determined: Shitoka High School, Izumizaka High School, Sujinami High School, and Seirin High School. Thus, all 50 participating schools had emerged as representatives from their respective prefectures after fierce preliminaries. They would soon determine the victors of the second round following the opening ceremony. The teams that triumphed in the second round would advance to the finals of the Winter Selection Tournament. Chapter 67. The thoughts of Ryuichi Kawamura. Time flew by like a bullet, and before long, the day of the opening ceremony arrived. In the vast gymnasium, teams from 50 schools stood ready. Ryusuke Mito leaned against Atsushi Shihoin, dozing with his eyes closed. The broadcast promotional words occasionally caused him to furrow his brow. Other schools cast curious glances at the sleeping figure from Yanshuan High School, for his name resonated loudly in the basketball realm of Sakura High. Alex too observed his silhouette. Recalling the events from the day before their departure, advisor, the chairman wants you to visit his office. Kenichi Okamura had said as soon as he arrived at the basketball court. Understood. Make sure to organize their training schedule, Alex replied, heading straight for the chairman's office. At the chairman's office of Yanshuan High School, upon entering, Alex was greeted by two familiar figures, Masako Araki and Shoyuta Tobu. What brings you both here? Alex inquired first. We're not sure. The chairman just called me over, Araki explained. I suspect he intends to discuss a salary increase, Tobu added earnestly. Absolutely not. Both women exclaimed in unison. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Ryuichi Kawamura. I have a request to make of you all, he said solemnly as he took a seat. What is it? I intend to send Mito to the United States to play in the NCAA as a foreign aide for a year, Kawamura stated firmly. What? Araki gasped. I have already spoken to the president of St. Francis University. After this Winter Cup, he will be allowed to play as a foreign aide for a year, Kawamura asserted, his tone leaving no room for refusal. The NCAA is a basketball event organized by the American Collegiate Athletic Association. But Mito is still in high school, Alex interjected, fully aware of the American basketball scene. I agree. After all, Mito is only a first-year high school student. Would it not be somewhat overwhelming for him to compete against those D1 level college students in the U.S.? Tobu pondered, stroking his chin. Does Mito know about this? Araki sighed. Recently, she has been sneaking off to races with Mito at night, and their bond seems stronger than with others. We've already mentioned it to him, and he said he is still considering it. The purpose of calling you here is to encourage him. After all, in Sakura, even in collegiate basketball, no one can truly bring out his full potential. It would be better to throw him into a den of monsters to fight. After taking a sip of hot water, Kawamura continued, what is crucial now is that if Mito truly agrees to go, Alex, I implore you to look after him in the States. Of course, the salary will also be increased. Kawamura raised his gaze to the three individuals. I concur with your perspective. America does not prioritize skill, even in the top-tier NBA. They only focus on talent, and Mito's talent precisely meets that criterion. Alex nodded, contemplating for a moment before speaking. The situation has unfolded as follows, and I have expressed my thoughts. Who is in favor? Who is against? The recollections have concluded, as has the opening ceremony. The first match of the afternoon is between Toho Academy and Siren High School. Consequently, neither Toho Academy nor Siren High School departed after the opening ceremony. Other schools remained as well, eager to witness the clash between these two formidable teams. On the Siren side, while Riko Ida was briefing everyone on the afternoon's match, the phone of Tetsuya Kuriko suddenly vibrated. He hurriedly retrieved his phone from his backpack, glancing at the message with surprise before turning to say, excuse me, may I step out for a moment? Where are you going? The group turned to Kuriko, who was met with Riko's half-smiling, half-serious expression. It's someone who wants to meet me, Kuriko quickly clarified, raising his hands. Someone is looking for you? Teppei Kiyoshi inquired. I need to meet with Akashi, Kuriko admitted. The Siren team paused momentarily, taken aback. He is the captain of the Generation of Miracles, Junpei Izuki remarked with a frown. All right, but you must return before the match starts this afternoon, Riko sighed. Understood, Kuriko nodded and turned to depart. I'll go too, Daiki Aomon declared, eager to follow. Very well. Riko nodded in agreement. As they watched the two leave, concern creased the faces of the Siren team. Meanwhile, in the Aoyama lounge, while the group passed time, Atsushi Shin, who was snacking, suddenly felt his phone vibrate. Yasuko, I need to step out for a moment, he said, returning his phone to his pocket. Where are you headed? Asked Masako Araki, wielding a wooden sword with a fierce expression. Akashi wants to see me, Shihoin replied without hesitation, glancing at Ryusuke Mito, who was dozing on a bench. Very well, but do return before the match, Araki stated after a brief pause. Of course, Shihoin answered and left the lounge. Simultaneously, the other members of the Generation of Miracles received similar messages, all heading towards the same destination, the exit behind the gymnasium. When Kuriko and Aomon arrived, the others were already gathered. Apologies for the wait. Kuriko approached the group with a calm demeanor. Aomon, taken aback by the scene, thought, is this the entire Generation of Miracles gathered? What's going on? Kuriko, did you bring a bodyguard? Daiki Aomon asked lazily while spinning a basketball. Isn't Aomon followed by Mayuzumi? Shihoin retorted, munching on chocolate. This isn't about Mayuzumi, you fool. Aomon shot back. Hey, Green, why do you have scissors with you? Ryota Kai's inquired, glancing at Shintaro Midorima. Because they are my good luck charm for today, you simpleton. Midorima replied, playing with the scissors. That sounds dangerous, Kai's remarked just as his phone rang. Your phone is quite noisy, Kai's. Is it Akashi? Aomon complained. This is. Kai's exclaimed, surprised by the message. It's a supportive text from a female fan. Go away. Aomon yelled in frustration. Chapter 68. Akashi has something to say after finishing his chocolate. Shihoin pulled out a bag of chips. However, after struggling to open it, he muttered, strange. Not wanting to exert too much force, he asked, Hey, Midorima, can I borrow your scissors? My answer is a firm no, Midorima sighed. Oh, Kuriko, do you have scissors? Shihoin inquired, looking at Kuriko. I did not bring any, Kuriko replied honestly. Why does the atmosphere feel so heavy? Aomon wondered, frowning at the group. Apologies for my tardiness. A voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Is this the captain of the Generation of Miracles? Aomon thought in surprise. Akashi surveyed the gathered individuals before speaking. Aomon, Kai's, Midorima, Shihoin, Kuriko. It is a pleasure to see you all again. It truly stirs a sense of nostalgia to have everyone assembled like this. With the butterfly now poised to take flight, Akashi Sejiro was no longer as imposing as before. Nonetheless, he scrutinized Aomon, stating, You must be the light that Kuriko has sought. You don't seem particularly impressive. Upon hearing this, Amon's temper flared, and he retorted, "What did you just say? I have brought you together today not only to greet you, but also to discuss a matter of importance," Akashi stated, his expression turning serious. "What is it, Akashi?" Amon asked, his tone impatient. Akashi surveyed the group, his expression shifting before he continued, "I retract my previous statement." The group stood in stunned silence before turning to Akashi, awaiting his next words. "You heard correctly. I retract my claim that we could not defeat him without the generation of miracles." The revelation astonished everyone, as they all understood whom Akashi referred to. "I believe that over time, you have come to realize that none of us can defeat him alone." Akashi paused, allowing his words to resonate. The individuals contemplated this, as Akashi remained patient, waiting for their thoughts to settle. Though reluctant to agree with Kuriko, Akashi recognized it as the best course of action at present. "Akashi, what do you mean? You can't be suggesting." Amon began, struggling to comprehend anything beyond basketball. However, Mayuzumi, observing from a distance, seemed to grasp the situation. Noticing the expressions of his peers, Akashi continued, "You are correct. I wish to unite us once more to defeat him. If you agree to transfer, I will ensure your paperwork is handled." The group was taken aback. "I realize you may feel discontent with this proposal, so I will grant you time, a chance to confront that monster. Once you face him on the court, you will understand the truth of my words." With that, Akashi turned to leave. "What? Are you joking, Akashi? You called us here just to deliver this nonsensical message?" Amon shouted, rising to confront him. "Oh, and I almost forgot. One of us seems to be a teammate of that monster. Shihoin, would you prefer to remain by his side? Or shall we return to our former selves and defeat him?" Akashi turned, casting a knowing smile at Shihoin. With a crack, Shihoin crushed the chips in his hand. The others stared at the stunned Shihoin. "Fear not. Like the rest, you will have until the Winter Cup to consider your options," Akashi concluded before departing for real this time. Yet, after his departure, the group did not hasten to leave, each lost in their own thoughts. In the Aoyama lounge, since Araki had drawn a bye for the first round, they did not have to compete today. However, they chose to stay, eager to watch the match between Toho and Siren. To be precise, whenever there is a match from the Generation of Miracles, they would gather information. "Atsushi, you're back?" asked Tatsuya Ebisuzawa as he approached when he noticed Atsushi Shihoin's return. However, Atsushi did not respond. "Atsushi, what's wrong? Has something happened?" Not only Tatsuya, but all the team members could see it. Atsushi's face was inscribed with thoughts and concerns. "I'm fine, Tatsuya. Where's Murasakibara?" Atsushi glanced around, failing to spot the familiar figure. "Alex had something to discuss and stepped out," Tatsuya replied honestly. Atsushi simply acknowledged this with a soft "oh" and continued to eat his chips with his head lowered. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Ryota Mizuho leaned lazily against the wall, observing Alex with a casual demeanor. "So, you call me out for this?" he remarked. "What are your thoughts?" Alex asked earnestly. "What thoughts can I have? There's still time, isn't there? Besides, isn't your disciples' match about to begin? Aren't you going to watch?" Ryoichi stretched lazily. "Sigh. Then accompany me to watch the match," Alex sighed. "No, watching their match would be a waste of time," Ryoichi rejected. Just then, members of the Yozen team approached. And before they could speak, they heard Alex's agitated voice. "What do you mean, waste of time?" "Because they're all weak. Please. I really have no interest in a match where inexperienced players face each other," Ryoichi replied with a look of exasperation. "You." Alex was left speechless. However, Ryoichi's words caused Atsushi, who had been expressionless, to suddenly lift his head, staring intently at the languid boy before him. Time swiftly moved to the afternoon, and the first match of the Winter Cup, featuring Kodo Academy against Siren High, was about to commence. Spectators flocked into the gym, filling the stands as they awaited the game. Soon, the players from Siren appeared. "They're here. Go, Siren. Go, go, go." The audience erupted in cheers as the team took the court. "Wow, what an exaggerated cheer. It's on a whole different level compared to what we encountered before," remarked one spectator. "It's only the first day, and the stands are nearly full. Could it be that we are actually quite popular?" Listening to the discussions, Junpei Hyuga interjected. "You fool. How could that be possible? The cheers are likely directed towards the opposition. Unfortunately, most of the spectators likely wish to cheer for the opponents," Teppei Kiyoshi added, dousing the enthusiasm. "Wow, here they come. How many points will they score today?" The new tyrants, Kodo Academy. As the players from Kodo took the stage, the audience became electrified. "That blue-haired one is the genius scoring machine from the Generation of Miracles," Teikō. I doubt anyone can win against him one-on-one, someone remarked. Naturally, very few can anticipate what actions Kimikage will take next. And among the centers, I've never seen someone run like Wakamatsu. Listening to the cheers, the Siren team was also taken aback. Incredible. Kodo Academy truly lives up to its reputation, they exclaimed. Don't panic. Everyone knows this. Riko Ida attempted to calm them, but her words faltered as she witnessed her teammates brimming with fighting spirit. At that moment, a loudspeaker announced, "Time's up. Please have the players from both schools line up." Shortly, the players from both sides gathered on the court. Taiga Kagami approached Teikō and greeted him high. As Teikō looked up, his pupils constricted, realizing that Taiga's aura had changed significantly since they last met. "You seem to have improved a bit," he commented. "Not bad," Taiga replied, suppressing his competitive spirit. At that moment, Tetsuya Kuriko also approached Teikō, stating, "I absolutely won't lose to you this time. All right, let us settle this once and for all." Teikō responded with a smile. On the Kodo bench, Mayuzumi Satsuki watched the two with a conflicted expression. With Ryoichi's appearance, the butterfly effect had been set in motion. Teikō had never missed a practice, while Taiga had learned various techniques, including the Lu Xing dunk, ahead of time. The outcome of their match remained uncertain. "Coach, I'm heading to the restroom," Ryoichi announced as he bent down, slowly making his way to Masako Araki. "Go ahead, it's not like you enjoy watching. Just make sure to return before the match ends," Masako replied with a roll of her eyes. "Got it," Ryoichi nodded. On the court, the referee blew the whistle, and with a swift motion, tossed the basketball high into the air. Teppei and Takafumi Wakamatsu leaped simultaneously, striving to reach the ball. Ultimately, Teppei's skill allowed him to tap the ball into Junpei's hands. Once he had possession, Junpei organized the attack. Keeping Riko's earlier advice in mind, take advantage of the opponent's underestimation and strike hard from the beginning to seize control. Approaching the opponent's basket, Junpei activated his eagle eye to assess the situation. However, he found himself unable to pass due to Kimikage's impenetrable defense, ultimately forced to pass to Hinata. Yet, Sakurai swiftly intercepted the ball. In a flash, he initiated a fast break, soon reaching the three-point line to take a shot. But Hinata was quick to recover and soon caught up, jumping high to try and touch the basketball. Suddenly, the ball was released, but it veered to the left of the hoop. Not a shot, Hinata thought, sensing trouble. In the blink of an eye, a dark figure soared high, extending a hand to slam the ball into the hoop. It was Teikō. Boom. Point scored. The crowd erupted in cheers. "Wow, an alley-oop dunk. That's so cool. Kodo, Kodo, Kodo." The stands were alive with excitement. After landing, Taiga finally arrived to defend. "Is this your defense? You're awfully late," Teikō quipped with a smile. "What a pity. We scored before you could catch up," Kimikage remarked with a grin as he glanced at the Siren team. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Ryoichi, having just finished smoking, showed no intention of returning to the court and instead headed towards the locker room. At that moment, a figure blocked his path. "Ryoichi Mizuho," the person exclaimed. "You've mistaken me for someone else," Ryoichi replied, attempting to walk past. "Oh, don't be rude." The individual quickly stepped in front of him, pointing a finger at Ryoichi's nose. Is that you, Captain?" Ryoichi remarked, recognizing the person. It was none other than Tomohiro Takagawa, the former captain of the Miko basketball team, astonished to encounter him here, garbed in the Nanami Middle School uniform. As they met, Mito Ryosuke spoke and then slowly walked toward the resting area. "Hey, wait. What do you mean, Mito? Don't be so aloof." Takagawa Tomio quickly caught up, realizing his mistake. At that moment, a wave of murmurs erupted from the crowd. The two halted in their tracks. The audience was collectively criticizing Kuriko Daigo for voluntarily conceding his one-on-one against Aemon. "Bip, Siren High School requests a timeout." From the stands, Takao Kazunari remarked. "That kid is getting roasted." "It seems you've noticed too," Midorima Shintaro replied calmly. "Yes, I've picked up on it." Takao smiled slightly. To outsiders, it appeared that Kuriko had merely fled the scene. However, in those fleeting seconds, they had engaged in a high-dimensional battle of wits, an intellectual skirmish. It involved feints and predictive maneuvers to simulate an authentic offensive and defensive scenario. This kind of simulation could only be executed by those truly capable of comprehending each other's strengths, Midorima asserted gravely. In the Kaijo viewing area, Kasumatsu Yukio analyzed. In a one-on-one during a match, it's not solely about strength. One must also consider the game's dynamics. Kuriko must have sensed that his attack would inevitably fail. Thus, his concession was a preemptive measure, Aemon Ryota realized. In the Aemon viewing area, Himuro Tatsuya remarked, for Kuriko, accepting an unsuitable outcome and making a calm judgment can sometimes hold more significance than winning or losing. It appears Daigo has indeed matured, Alex noted with satisfaction while observing Kuriko. Meanwhile, Aemon Atsushi rested his head on his hand, lost in thought. Himuro, noticing this, turned and asked, Atsushi, what exactly happened? You've been so distracted since you encountered Akashi. Chapter 70. I will not step on the cordo. Himuro, I'm fine, Aemon replied, snapping back to reality. As Siren took the court again, their momentum was markedly different. The crowd erupted with cheers upon the player's entrance. Siren possessed the ball. Izuki Jun dribbled past half-court and directly passed the ball to Hyuga Junpei. Are you sure it's alright to stand that far back? Hyuga smirked. Just as Sakurai Ryu was caught off guard, Hyuga quickly stepped back. He leaped and shot. Swish. 3 points. No way. Did he just take a step back to shoot? That was way too fast. Sakurai exclaimed in astonishment. It's not just the first years who are growing. I apologize for underestimating you, Shitake. Hyuga struck a pose he deemed cool, addressing Sakurai. From the Siren bench, unassailable shot, barrier jumper. Meanwhile, by the way, that habit has resurfaced, someone noted. That habit? Did he just make his neck crack? The captain only does that when he is in peak condition. In the Kaijo viewing area, Kasamatsu remarked, I can't believe he has learned such a troublesome move. It seems growth isn't exclusive to us, Hayakawa Michihiro chimed in. On the court, Sakurai, unwilling to be outdone, attempted a shot after Hyuga scored another three-pointer. Result, score. That quick release under pressure actually went in? Izuki was amazed. Don't get it twisted. It's not just his shooting speed that got him on the starting lineup. The stronger the opponent, the higher his shooting percentage becomes, Miyoshi Sho explained with a smirk. Over here, I'm the one who will win, Sakurai declared, turning to Hyuga, panting heavily. Huh, that's because I shoot better. Hyuga replied, bewildered. Izuki, you can pass me the ball as much as you want, Hyuga said, observing Sakurai's retreating figure with a serious expression. Sure, you've reignited your fighting spirit. Haven to you? Izuki replied with a resigned expression. I just find him really annoying. The two exchanged three-pointers back and forth. One in, then the other. This truly was a three-point battle, rendering the match rather tedious. Aemon Ryota closed his eyes, shaking his head. They're right. If they recklessly attack the paint now, it will backfire, Moriyama Yutaka stated, to which Kasamatsu added, though it's not a commendable strategy, retreating equates to defeat for both Siren and Toho. Bip. The first quarter ends. Wow. Siren is incredible. They tied the score with a buzzer beater. Cheers and encouragement erupted from the stands. In the Aemon viewing area, Siren truly is remarkable. Their strength seems to be earned rather than a stroke of luck, Himuro remarked with a smile. The strongest spear battle? I can't wait to see who we face next. Okamuru Kenichi was fired up. Do you mind keeping it down? Plus, we haven't even played our first-round match yet, Lu Wei said, casting a glance at the captain beside him. On the bench outside the tunnel. I really didn't expect you to continue playing basketball. You know, when I found out you joined Aemon's basketball team, I was quite surprised, Takagawa Tomio said. Observing Mito Ryosuke engrossed in a video game. You should probably be more concerned about your upcoming opponents, Mito replied nonchalantly. It's fine. As long as it's not Aemon, we'll definitely give it our all, Takagawa chuckled. Don't forget about those little brats, Mito shot him a look. That's nothing. After all, I've beaten them before when they were all together. Besides, they've already scattered now, Takagawa said with a smile before taking a sip of water, his hand shaking slightly. Oh right, Mito agreed. Mito, after finishing his drink. Takagawa's expression turned serious. Speak. Seeing Mito's earnest demeanor, Mito reluctantly set down his game console and met his gaze. If we face Aemon this time. Could you? Takagawa clenched his fists tightly, as if uttering the next words would drain all his strength. All right, I'm going back to watch the match, Mito said after a brief silence, standing up and walking towards the court. Mito, Takagawa murmured, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. As expected. I still can't utter such words. Just then, his pupils dilated as he saw Mito raise his left hand and wave. Don't worry, Captain. If we face Nakagami, I want to step on the court. Thank you, Takagawa thought, clenching his fists tightly, struggling to hold back the tears welling in his eyes. I'm sorry, Mito. Please forgive my selfishness. I truly, truly cherish my current teammates. In the Kaijo viewing area, what is he doing here? Kobori Hiroshi exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the person who had suddenly appeared beside him. Upon hearing the words, the members of Haichong stared in astonishment at the figure before them. Did you take a wrong turn? Mizuto Ryuka, engrossed in his video game, looked up and was momentarily stunned. Mizuto, are you lost? The Yosen section is over there, said Kai's Ryuta, his expression somewhat conflicted as he pointed toward the direction of the Yosen viewing area, offering a resigned smile. No, I came here on purpose. The lighting is excellent. Mizuto Ryuka replied earnestly. The Haichong crowd thought, how much pride does he have? Actually, I came to find you, Mizuto Ryuka said, noticing the disbelief on Kai's face. He set down his game console and turned to Kai's Ryuta, inquiring, what do you need me for? Kai's Ryuta, taken aback, wondered if Mizuto genuinely sought him out. With that, Mizuto Ryuka fell silent, gazing intently at Kai's. A strange pressure filled the air, causing the members of Haichong to sense that something was amiss. Even Kai's Ryuta's previously languid demeanor became serious, and the atmosphere grew heavy. The crowd held their breath as they witnessed the intense exchange of glances between the two. After a prolonged silence, Kai's Ryuta finally spoke. I just wanted to ask about the current state of the match. The crowd reacted with disbelief. What? All that tension for this? It's clear he's just lost. Hearing Mizuto's words, although they internally scoffed, the Haichong team exhaled in relief. While they had never faced off against him, the saying a person's shadow, a tree's name held true. There's nothing much to report. It's just that Midorima is taking things seriously, Kai's Ryuta remarked, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Oh, Mizuto Ryuka replied dismissively. At that moment, the audience erupted in cheers. Drawing everyone's curiosity to the court, they beheld Kuriko Tetsuya passing to Aemon Daiki, who, despite Akashi Seijira's leap, managed to score. Have the ace players finally clashed? Kasamatsu Yukio observed calmly. The court had transformed into a solo duel between Aemon Daiki and Kuriko Tetsuya. Whenever the team of the generation of miracles faced off, such developments were inevitable. Kasamatsu was astonished that Aemon could match up like this against Kuriko. What an impressive competition. Others might wish to assist. But the skill gap is too vast, Kobori Koji remarked gravely. Yet, this balance may soon be disrupted. Although both are firing on all cylinders, they have yet to reach their full potential, Kasamatsu continued. But even when they do, I honestly do not believe Midorima will lose, Kai's Ryuta stated with calm assurance. On the court, the battle between Aemon Daiki and Kuriko Tetsuya raged fiercely. However, in the next instant, as Aemon executed his unpredictable shot, Kuriko leaped, extending his hand towards the ball's trajectory, slapping it away with a resounding thud. The crowd erupted in cheers, astonished. How is this possible? Kasamatsu exclaimed. Did Aemon's fully unleashed shot truly just get blocked? Kai's Ryuta gasped in disbelief. Is it conceivable that Kuriko is even more skilled than Aemon? The members of Haichong pondered in astonishment. What's the big deal? He just blocked a shot. Why is everyone making such a fuss? The Haichong players grumbled. Mizuto Ryuka, still engrossed in his game console, paid them no mind. Meanwhile, in the Yosen viewing area, I see now, Aemon has already encountered Alex, Himuro Tatsuya mused, quickly realizing the situation as he glanced towards Alex, murmuring, you really are quite impartial, master. Upon hearing this, Akashi Seijira turned to Himuro Tatsuya. After a moment, he inquired, Tatsuya, do you wish to compete against Mizuto as an opponent? Himuro Tatsuya, taken aback, responded, why the sudden question? This inquiry left him more astonished than the ongoing confrontation on the court. It's nothing. I was just curious, Tatsuya replied. Are you serious? Yes, Tatsuya nodded earnestly. Please, spare me. I don't want to face that monster again. Himuro Tatsuya chuckled helplessly, fully aware that despite having faced Mizuto twice in one-on-one matches, he would be ruthlessly crushed by the latter's true abilities, even if he revealed his trump card. Although he had never witnessed Mizuto's serious side, contemplating the possibility of becoming his opponent sent a shiver down Tatsuya's spine. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed a seriousness in Akashi's expression that he had never seen before. He then withdrew his smile and asked, are you referring to training or a real match? A real match, like the one currently underway, Tatsuya replied, gesturing to the court earnestly. Should I ever have to become his adversary? Himuro Tatsuya said, a resigned expression crossing his face. I fear I might lose my passion for basketball. At that moment, the announcement echoed, beep. The The halftime break is over. The third quarter will commence in 10 minutes. In the Haichong viewing area, this person is truly peculiar, Moriyama Yoshitaka murmured, watching Mizuto Ryoka depart. In the Yozen viewing area? Mizuto, why did you take so long in the restroom? Fukui Kinsuke asked upon Mizuto's return. I was playing a game, Mizuto Ryoka replied, taking his seat and closing his eyes. Beep. With the sound of the whistle, the second half of the match commenced. Cookie Show, dribbling past half court, began to assess the situation. Upon noticing, Izuki Shun immediately stepped up to defend. Hey, don't look so terrifying. Cookie Show chuckled, though inwardly he thought. The defense is quite impressive. Everyone's fundamental skills have indeed improved significantly. However, this is none of my concern. With that, he swiftly passed the ball to Aomon Daiki. As soon as Aomon received the ball, cheers erupted from the stands, for Kuriko Tetsuya had already closed in on him. The two faced each other, expressions serious. Behind them, the shadows of a black panther and a tiger materialized simultaneously. Suddenly, Aomon's expression sharpened, while Kuriko's pupils widened. In the next instant, Aomon bent low and accelerated. And by the time he reacted, Kuriko had already broken through from his right side. How did he manage that? Hadn't he already exerted all his effort? Yet, his speed has increased. How is that possible? Aomon thought. At that moment, Maki Teppei rushed to provide support, but it was too late. Just as everyone believed the shot was certain to score, a petite figure abruptly appeared in front of Aomon. With a thud, the figure was knocked down. Beep. Number 5 in black, ball handler fouled. How is this possible? Even if I wanted to help after being beaten, it wouldn't have been in time. Did this guy truly predict Aomon's offensive route? Cookie Show thought in surprise. If you can anticipate my moves, then I too can foresee yours. As I have known Aomon Daiki for quite some time, we indeed have a remarkable synergy on the basketball court. Kuriko Tetsuya, struggling to rise, addressed Aomon Daiki. You certainly have quite the skill, Asia. Aomon Daiki replied with a smile. I apologize and thank you, Kagami Taiga said, approaching Kuriko Tetsuya with a look of concern. Together, they turned their gazes towards Aomon Daiki's retreating figure. In the next moment, thanks to Kuriko Tetsuya's swift pass, Hinata Shunpei scored another three-pointer. Thus far, our strategy has been progressing smoothly. Although Kuriko has just entered the game, this is somewhat cruel for him. Coach Naozumi of 2 Academy observed the scene with a nonchalant demeanor. Meanwhile, a pensive Momoi Satsuki gazed at Kuriko Tetsuya's figure, her expression filled with remorse. Chapter 72, Flourish. Yes, Momoi Satsuki responded, her thoughts echoing, I am sorry, Asia. On the court, 2 scored again. Siren regained possession. Just as Izuki Shun dribbled past the halfway line, all of Siren's players were rendered speechless by the sight before them. Kuriko Tetsuya was now facing off against Koga Shinichi. Do you know? I've heard that some things can only be seen through a mirror, Koga Shinichi remarked, looking at the incredulous Kuriko Tetsuya. Consequently, due to Koga Shinichi's defense, Kuriko was rendered nearly ineffective. The skills of Siren's other players were swiftly countered by the predictions and data provided by Momoi Satsuki. Thus, Siren had no choice but to entrust the ball to Kagami Taiga for a one-on-one against Aomon Daiki. However, just as Kagami Taiga pondered his approach, Aomon Daiki snatched the ball away. The latter immediately pursued the ball, launching a fast break. It was hard to believe, although he hesitated for just a brief moment. That fleeting instant allowed Aomon to seize the opportunity. On the bench, Ida Riko expressed her disbelief. At that moment, Aomon Daiki had already approached Siren's basket. Suddenly, Hinata Shunpei darted out from his right, shouting, "Stop right there." Upon noticing this, Aomon Daiki abruptly halted and, in the next second, swiftly broke through on his right side. No way, Kai's Ryota exclaimed from the spectator area. Such incredible speed. Moriyama Yutaka marveled. What is this? Kasamatsu Yukio inquired. This is reminiscent of the time Mito faced off against Aomon, where Mito executed a similar breakthrough. Kai's Ryota remarked in awe. On the court, due to Hinata Shunpei temporarily obstructing Aomon Daiki, Kagami Taiga managed to catch up. Faced with Kagami Taiga, Aomon Daiki instantly leaped. Don't even think about it, Kagami Taiga shouted as he followed suit. But just as his hand was about to block the shot, Aomon Daiki suddenly retracted the ball, spun midair, bypassed Kagami Taiga, and slammed the ball into the hoop. Thud. It was a score. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? A vertical leap followed by a spin to evade. When I witnessed this, I was also astounded. Wow, what was that just now? That was beyond human capability. Aemon Daiki. Aemon Daiki. Aemon Daiki. 2. 2. 2. The audience erupted in excitement. In the Shitoku spectator area, could it be that he hasn't exerted his full strength in the first half? Takao Kazunari wondered in astonishment. It's quite simple, Midorima Shintaro replied casually. Huh? Takao questioned. What Kagami has learned is often referred to as raw instinct. However, the trait of instinct is not unique to Kagami. Midorima Shintaro continued to explain. In the Aozen spectator area, looks like Aemon is serious now. The score is widening. Murasakibara Atsushi remarked, resting his chin on his hand. Impressive, Himuro Tatsuya noted, this time remaining silent while observing Aemon Daiki's figure. How dull. When shall we leave? Mito Ryasuke inquired. Upon hearing this, the others collectively displayed signs of exasperation. Mito, don't you think Aemon's recent maneuvers were remarkable? Okamuri Kenichi questioned. Flourish and flourish. But of no real consequence. When are we leaving? Mito Ryasuke raised his gaming device. It was then that everyone noticed his device had run out of battery and switched off. Indeed, a member of the Aozen team remarked, Mito, I still wish to watch. Can we return after this? Murasakibara Atsushi suggested. Given that they had come to Tokyo, dining on Mito's culinary creations was a cherished tradition. Fine then. I'll wait for you in the lounge, Mito Ryasuke replied before rising to depart. Okamura Kenichi watched his retreating figure and mused. Mito truly cannot resist. Fukui Kinsu commented. Is it possible that this so-called exciting match is only exhilarating to us? The upcoming matches would undoubtedly prove to be the most thrilling. Aemon Daiki and Kagami Taiga both entered the zone, propelling the game to a fever pitch. The shouts and cheers of the audience resounded endlessly. In the end, they achieved a tie. Since there is no concept of overtime in Sakura country, both teams advanced together. However, to maintain the integrity of the tournament, the organizers arranged for Tuu Academy to face off against the next competing team, Kazusaki Bunri High School. This meant both teams would have to play an additional game. Thus, the next match was Tuu Academy versus Wakai High School, while Siren High School would compete against Kazusaki Bunri High School. The following day, unsurprisingly, both Tuu and Siren advanced to the second round. On the other side, Aozen High School welcomed their first opponent, Yamanu High School, in the corner of the Aozen bench. Mito, will you be playing today? Tsubaki Shoyuta asked cheerfully. Yes, you can arrange for the upcoming matches. I'll play, but I will only participate for one quarter. Mito Ryasuke replied earnestly as he examined the match schedule. Huh, has Mito gone mad? Tsubaki expressed shock, ignoring the lewd old man's musings. Mito Ryasuke began counting the number of matches on his fingers. 1, 2. Only 5 matches. After tallying the rounds, Mito Ryasuke appeared quite disheartened. What do you mean 5 matches? Tsubaki inquired with curiosity. Old man, you wouldn't understand. Mito Ryasuke sighed deeply after glancing at him. How would I understand if you don't explain? Tsubaki pressed for answers. When you reach my age, you will comprehend, Mito Ryasuke stated. Tsubaki paused for a second before turning away and suddenly slapped himself. Why am I so foolish? Before long, as the third quarter concluded, Aozen led Yamanu by an overwhelming score of 103-14. Upon witnessing this, Mito Ryasuke clamored to play center. Ultimately, Murasakibara Atsushi was reluctantly substituted out. Alas, even with Mito Ryasuke's disruptive presence on the court, Aozen managed to maintain their dominance, as Yamanu failed to score even a single point in the fourth quarter. They had already surrendered and substituted in their reserves by the end of the third quarter. As the final whistle blew, Mito Ryasuke finally stepped away from the basketball hoop he had leaned against. Next up was the third round of matches, Aozen High School versus Harada Nishi High School. This match promised to be exhilarating. Even if Mito Ryasuke merely floated through the final quarter, Araki Masako, having learned from prior experience, decisively chose to field Murasakibara Atsushi while pulling Fukui Kinsuke. Thus, Aozen secured a resounding victory, shutting out their opponent by a staggering 75-point margin. This remarkable achievement left other high schools in shock upon hearing the news. Simultaneously, the match between Siren and Nakami South, home to Tanigawa Tamahiro, also concluded. Although Chugu Nen initially took the lead, the moment every player from Siren bore the marks of a slap upon their faces, they succumbed to defeat. Soon after, the third round concluded in its entirety. Following this, the final 8 teams were confirmed. Yosen High School, Rikuzen High School, Shudo High School, Tuu Academy, Kaijo High School, Siren High School, Fukuda Comprehensive High School, and Iwakura High School. The fourth round of the competition commenced at this juncture. At the two Academy Gymnasium, what? Our next opponent is Yosen. Chapter 73, each with their own thoughts. It is unavoidable. If we do not encounter them this time, we shall meet them in the next. Kimura Sho pushed up his glasses, his expression grave. But what about Aemon? Wakashimizu Takafumi grumbled. Aemon? He just said he was heading back. Sakurai Ryo gestured towards the entrance. Heading back? Perhaps he is seeking a secluded spot to practice in secret. Kimura Sho remarked with a sly smile, then turned to the others. Let us return as well, rejuvenate our spirits. Soon we shall face a formidable battle. Yes. The others responded in unison. Yet, none made a move to leave. Meanwhile, at the basketball court, bang! A shadowy figure dashed towards the hoop, soaring into the air for a resounding dunk. Not enough, not enough. This won't suffice. Upon landing, Aemon Daiki glared at his palm in frustration. This is insufficient to defeat him. Damn it. Beside him, Momoi Satsuki, witnessing Aemon's intensity, swallowed her encouraging words. Indeed, Aemon must unleash his full potential to match Kagami. Moreover, there is also the formidable Atsushi Shihoin and Tatsuya Wamura on the opposing side. As for Aemon, he is likely to play just one quarter. Yet, facing Yosen's current lineup, even I cannot discern a path to victory. Time swiftly passed, and the match between Yosen and Tu was on the horizon. The night before the match. At the Kinkawa Izakaya, why are you here instead of training your disciple? Mito Ryosuke frowned at the audacious Alex, who had come to mooch drinks. Oh, both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh, aren't they? Besides, I am now an advisor for Yosen. It's all about fate, Alex replied, taking a sip of his drink with a satisfied expression. If you're leaving it to fate, why are you following me? Since you're getting a free ride. Not drinking would be a waste. As for the match, I can't intervene. Uncle Kubo is in charge of everything. Alex refilled his glass. No wonder Araki has been so free lately. Ah, the carefree manager is quite enviable, Mito Ryosuke remarked. Wherever, it's none of your business. TCH. But Kubo is truly cunning, always playing mind games, Alex said, gazing out at the scenery from the glass. Shouldn't you be more concerned about your beloved disciple and teach him a few more moves? Otherwise, should nothing unexpected occur, we might face each other in the next match, and I want to go easy on him. Mito Ryosuke both encouraged and threatened. That will be his fate then. Alex replied with a smile that suggested he had confidence in his position. You can't possibly have lost your teaching ability, can you? You're still aiming for the WNBA, right? Mito Ryosuke teased. Unfortunately, your provocation is ineffective. However, the match is tomorrow, and you're consuming so much now? Aren't you worried about unforeseen events? Alex remarked, sitting beside Mito Ryosuke. Even if I don't play, there's still the purple-haired player, right? Besides, your disciple is also present. If he struggles against one of your disciples, how will he fare against us with an additional player? Mito Ryosuke chuckled. Alex did not respond but turned away, lost in thought as he gazed at the ambient lights outside. The following afternoon, the much-anticipated match was upon many. On one side stood a collective of elite members from prestigious schools across the nation, featuring the ace Aemon Daiki from the Generation of Miracles. On the other side was the champion of the Summer Cup, possessing not only the center from the Generation of Miracles, but also the light of Teikō. In the audience, Rikuzen, Kaijo, Shudo, Sirin, and other powerhouse schools had already taken their seats, eagerly awaiting the match. There are even more spectators than when we faced Tu. Hirajizawa Mitsuki marveled as he surveyed the crowd. Of course, this Winter Cup marks the first encounter of the Generation of Miracles, Miki Tetsu replied, though still astonished. Kaijo, little AO, are you finally going to face him? Kai's Ryota mused. Rikuzen, Rei, who do you think will win? Yase Kotaro called out loudly. You're so loud, Imitsu Rei retorted, refusing to answer. At this moment, the players from both teams had yet to arrive, and the audience was already packed to capacity, with many outside waiting to get in. After a brief while, they're here. Suddenly, someone shouted, and the crowd turned their attention to the entrance. Yosen's players, led by Araki Masako wielding a wooden sword, strode into the arena. Why do they all appear so relaxed? Do they look down on Tu? Maya, look. That purple-haired player is carrying the number one. What number one? That's our light of Teikō. Shudo's viewing area. Tu is quite an influential team. Why do they all wear such relaxed expressions? Takao Kazunari commented. Because those who allow them to appear this way are also participating in the match, Midarima Shintaro noted, holding a lighter with a calm demeanor. Yozen's entrance ignited the atmosphere like a fuse. The audience erupted in cheers. Yozen, Yozen, Yozen. All right, if I win the championship in the winter selection, I should finally gain the attention of the girls, right? Okamura Kenichi beamed at the cheers from the audience. That one T just garner the girls' attention, will it? Fukui Kinsuke chimed in. Really? Okamura Kenichi asked excitedly. Perhaps they'll call you the basketball-playing gorilla, Fukui Kinsuke quipped. Am I being treated like a rare animal? Okamura Kenichi exclaimed. At that moment, in the front row VIP section, a group of young ladies in short skirts suddenly stood up. They removed their outerwear to reveal matching outfits. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, they shouted, Go Yozen! Yozen fighting! Oh no, them again. I heard they formed a new support group for Yozen. Are they making a comeback? Memories of the past are attacking me. Wait, upon closer inspection, some of those girls are indeed quite attractive. All right, our cheerleaders are here. Fukui Kinsuke smiled widely upon spotting a girl wearing a shirt with his name. Why is my name absent? Have they forgotten me? I'm the captain. Okamura Kenichi lamented upon realizing none of the girls wore his name. That shouldn't be the case. Look, Iwamura has 4, and even Mito has 1, Fukui Kinsuke teased. Chapter 74. 2 versus Yozen. They're here. The Rising Tyrants. 2 Academy. 2. At this moment, another team clad in black jerseys emerged from the tunnel, proudly representing 2 Academy. Yuanze Kuda and Tao Iwuyu walked ahead, with the other team members closely trailing behind. However, in stark contrast to the relaxed expressions of Yang Quan, the countenance of the Tong Huang team was notably grim. During the warm-up, both teams adhered to a rather conventional approach. Was this the calm before the storm? After the warm-up, from the bench of Tong Huang, Yuanze Kuda solemnly remarked, I believe everyone is already aware of the strength of our opponents today. Relying solely on our previous strategies will undoubtedly prove ineffective. He observed the starting players with a serious demeanor. Although a GM may not play in the first 3 rounds, Zi Yuan is exceptionally formidable, and now with the addition of the equally talented Ice Room Chenyi, this battle will be challenging. Tao Iwuyu echoed his sentiment. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the Tong Huang players grew even heavier. Indeed, they are not merely reliant on that singular monster. Yang Quan also possesses another player on par with Aomen, a member of the Generation of Miracles. In contrast to the somber atmosphere of Tong Huang, the bench of Yang Quan was lively. I told you not to drink so late last night, Alex exclaimed, slapping Mito Ryokai's arm, who merely murmured a few sounds before drifting back to sleep. The style of play for Tong Huang would initiate a fierce onslaught from the very beginning. What we need to do is simply what we have always done. Intercept all their advances and demonstrate the strength of Yang Quan, Araki Masako remarked. Observing the calm demeanor of her teammates, her brows furrowing slightly. As she spoke, Okamura Kenichi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Then, let us take the court, he declared. The starting players had varied expressions upon hearing this. Done. Are you ready to face your old teammates? Ice Room Chun-Yi inquired suddenly. Yes. Okay. Ziyuan Dun replied nonchalantly. The starting lineups of both teams remained unchanged. Moments later, as both teams stood on either side of the center court, the announcement rang out. Now, the second match of the top 8 in the winter selection tournament begins. Yangquan High School versus Tong Huang High School. Let the game commence. Both teams saluted each other, bowing. Please guide us well. Kyuso Yoshinori looked up and was taken aback to see Okamura Kenichi standing before him, exclaiming internally, wow, he's quite tall. Soon, the others took their positions, all eyes shifting to the center where Ziyuan Dun and Wakamatsu Takafusa stood. With a swift motion, the referee tossed the ball high into the air. Ziyuan Dun and Wakamatsu Takafusa leaped together. So high. Even though Wakamatsu had jumped with considerable effort, the disparity was evident. With a resounding clap, Ziyuan Dun struck the ball to Fukui Kenji, who, upon receiving it, displayed a resigned expression. Beep. Huh. What is going on? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Seeing this, Ziyuan Dun wore a look of dismay. Oh no. On the bench, Araki Masako slapped her forehead in frustration. Here we go again. Number 9 in white, a jump ball violation. The referee announced. Hey, enough already. Fukui Kenji protested toward Ziyuan Dun. With a slouched posture, Ziyuan Dun appeared adorably clueless. I messed up again, he admitted. You touched the ball too early. Lu Wei chimed in, pointing an accusatory finger at Zi Yuan-dun. Be more careful next time during the jump ball, Ice Room Chun-Yi gently advised. He's a habitual offender. Ice Room, don't enable him. Okamura Kenichi exclaimed, his face stern. I threw the ball as high as I could. And to think he managed to touch it before it reached its apex. The referee, astonished, placed the whistle between his lips, pondering in disbelief. In the Siren viewing area? Is this for real? If we consider only the highest point reached, he jumped higher than Aemon. Ida Riko exclaimed, astonished. How terrifying. Truly deserving of the generation of miracles. Koike Shinji remarked. I hadn't noticed this before while watching his games. That guy is not just tall, his wingspan is extraordinary. How long is his wingspan anyway? Kai's Ryota mused silently, glancing at Zi Yuan-dun on the court. His physique is already a foul in itself. Not to mention his limbs that are remarkably longer than those of the average Sakura Nation citizen. Ida Riko observed Zi Yuan-dun with a look of amazement. On the court, due to Zi Yuan-dun's jump ball violation, possession shifted to Tong Huang. Upon receiving the ball, Jing Guixiang immediately initiated an offensive play. This is frustrating. There's nothing to be done. We must first block this one, Okamura Kenichi stated, as the Yongquan players assumed defensive positions. The pressure was astonishing. Despite Jing Guixiang wearing a smile, his brow furrowed as he assessed the opposing formation. Nevertheless, he passed the ball to his ace, Aemon Daiki. As Aemon received the ball, Okamura swiftly moved to defend. Faced with an opponent a head taller than himself, Aemon scoffed lightly, performing a subtle shoulder feint as a test. However, Okamura remained unfazed. After all, when it came to feints, he believed no one could rival Ice Room Chun-Yi's proficiency. Seeing his opponent unperturbed, Aemon squinted and suddenly broke through from the right. His speed was blinding, and in the blink of an eye, he had bypassed Okamura. Yet, Okamura reacted quickly, taking 2 steps to close the gap, only to find himself outmaneuvered once again by Aemon in a split second. With Aemon now free, he showed no intention of slowing down and leaped to attempt a slam dunk. However, Zi Yuan-dun suddenly appeared before him, soaring high into the air. Humph. Aemon let out a cold huff, swiftly retracting the ball to his abdomen as he soared outward. Just as he passed the rim, Aemon flicked his right hand upward. The basketball soared over the backboard and descended straight toward the hoop. Swish. He scored from that angle. How is that possible? What an incredible move. Truly the ace of the generation of miracles. The crowd supporting Tong Huang erupted in cheers. In the Kaijo viewing area, I can't believe it. Tong Huang scored first, Kasamatsu Yukio expressed, somewhat surprised. On the Yongquan bench, I didn't expect Aemon Daiki to be this formidable. Even Zi Yuan-dun would find it difficult to defend against such a shot, Araki Masako remarked in astonishment. It's fine. He just hasn't played against someone called Aemon in a while. He probably forgot how to defend against him. Let's give him some time, Tobsho Yuta said, calmly sipping from his teacup, exuding an air of composure as if everything were under his control. In the Siren viewing area, here comes that move again. Kuriko Tetsuya's eyes were fixed intently on Aemon's figure. This is the style of street ball, Ida Riko noted, her brows furrowing. Chapter 75, Aemon Daiki vs. Zi Yuan-dun. On the court, possession belonged to Yongquan. It seems I must unleash some real power, Fukui Kinji thought as he dribbled the ball past half-court, glancing at Jing Guixiang with a smile. If you can manage it. Jing Guixiang surprisingly did not smile this time. After attempting to break through twice without success, Fukui Kinji passed the ball to Ice Room Chun-Yi. Receiving the ball, Ice Room Chun-Yi faced Sakurai Ryo and unhesitatingly lifted his hand to feign a move. He quickly pulled back the ball and surged forward. Sakurai Ryo, realizing the situation, hurriedly retreated to cover, while Kuso Yoshinori also moved to assist. Seeing this, Ice Room Chun-Yi executed a swift breakthrough, jumping to take a shot just as the 2 defenders were still recovering their stance. Swish. The ball went in. Possession switched back to Yongquan instantly. Wow, Ice Room is so cool. Go, go, Yongquan. Fighting, Ice Room. As soon as Tatsuya Ehara scored, the girls in the VIP section promptly chanted their cheers in unison. How infuriating, Ehara. Upon hearing the shouts, Kenichi Okamura shot a glare at Tatsuya Ehara. Just then, Shogo Jinji made a sudden long pass, sending the ball soaring toward Daiki Aemon. Before the players from Yozen could react, Aemon had already received the ball and reached the 3-point line of the opposing team. However, Atsushi Shoin was already in front of him within 2 steps. Hey, Aemon, why did you stop? Shihuin inquired, gazing at Aemon. Huh, you're still the same, Aemon replied, pausing his dribble to seek an opportunity. Jinji watched in astonishment, thinking to himself, that guy intends to stay back on defense and not participate in the offense at all. If that's the case, it could be quite troublesome. The two players faced off. So quickly, it was ace against ace? I am curious to see who will prevail. In the stands, the elite schools in the top 8 began to murmur among themselves. Fast breaks are of no use to us, for we possess the absolute defensive prowess of Shihuin. Masako Araki remarked, observing the scene on the court. Just when everyone assumed that Aemon would pass the ball, he suddenly bent down and charged directly at Shihuin. In an instant, amidst the tense gazes of the spectators, Aemon executed several feints, but failed to break through Shihuin's defense. Seeing that the defenders were closing in, he squinted his eyes and suddenly took a shot. Shihuin was taken aback, witnessing the basketball vanish from Aemon's hands. Bang! By the time Shihuin reacted to the sound, it was already too late. The basketball had bounced off the ground behind him. The next moment, with a resounding slap, Aemon caught the ball mid-jump and executed a one-handed dunk. Thud! The basket was good. Tokuwadai! 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 Aemon, you're so cool. The crowd erupted in cheers. They were astonished that he could score consecutively even while facing Shihuin. On the bench for Yozen, that kid, he didn't even give it his all when playing against me, Alex remarked, watching Aemon's figure in surprise. Where are you going, Mito? Araki inquired, glancing at Ryuka Mito, who had just awoken and abruptly stood up. The others turned to look at the figure rising. Is he going to enter the game? Wow, why am I suddenly so excited? The audience, upon seeing Mito stand, also became fervent. Even the players from Tokuwadai were nervously observing this figure, except for Aemon, whose face displayed a fierce determination. Eiki and Mayuzumi also regarded Mito with complex expressions. Before this match, she had analyzed for the entire team that Mito wouldn't possibly appear in the first half. Thus, they needed to exert full effort to score from the beginning. However, she hadn't completed her thought. If that were the case, the final score wouldn't be too dismal. Yet, the current situation seemed to exceed her expectations. I need to use the restroom, Mito declared before swiftly darting toward the tunnel. Everyone, the game continues. Yozen's possession, as Kenji Fukui controlled the ball across half-court. Shihuin was already positioned in the opposing team's paint. In the Siren viewing area, what? Shihuin is participating in the offense? Isn't he solely focused on defense? The crowd began to speculate. Even during the Generation of Miracles, Shihuin was known for his aggressive style. He merely lacked interest in basketball and despised complications. But Shihuin's offensive capability was formidable. He once set a record of scoring 100 points in a single game. 100 points. The crowd gasped. Indeed. Whenever facing the Generation of Miracles, he would actively engage in offense, Araki murmured while observing Shihuin's figure. On the court, are you finally going to take this seriously? Shihuin? Aemon smiled. Even if you are Aemon, I will crush you, Shihuin retorted. Just as Shihuin finished speaking, the ball landed in his hands. In an instant, Kusuke Wakatsuki and Yoshinori Asako were already guarding him closely. Bang, bang, bang. Shihuin opted for a back-to-the-basket move, putting the two defenders behind him under immense pressure. With each collision, they were forced back a step until they reached the basket. Shihuin leaped high, knocking both players down, and then, with the ball in both hands, he spun a full 180 degrees before forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. Thud! It was a successful basket. Destruction hammer. The basketball hoop emitted a painful creaking sound, yet it did not collapse this time. My apologies, I didn't expect you two to fall so easily. I thought you were just floppers, Shihuin remarked as he landed, glancing back at the two. You've learned that phrase, huh? It seems you've made a decision. Aemon approached Shihuin, his eyes filled with fighting spirit as he smiled. Not yet, Aemon. I plan to think about it after the Winter Cup, Shihuin replied, gazing blankly at Aemon. Go. Yozen. Fighting, Shihuin. The girls in the audience began to chant once more. This time, it was evident that Yuri Mikami's voice was the loudest. I must admit, I am envious. You're not alone. Shut up, you're insulting me again. I'm not. They're so loud. Shihuin frowned at the cheers directed at him. Damn it. Shihuin, go die? Okamura grumbled, thinking, I must score at least once this quarter. On the court, Tokuwadai's possession. This time, when Aemon received the ball, he noticed that his defender was no longer Okamura, but rather Shihuin. Shihuin, let us see if you can keep up with me, Aemon declared, beginning to dribble incessantly, his movements growing increasingly erratic. Shihone's expression grew serious as he concentrated all his attention on Aemon. But in the next moment, whoosh. Aemon shot past him like a bolt of lightning. By the time Shihone regained his focus, Aemon had already surged into the paint. As Okamura rushed in to assist on defense, Aemon executed a layup. Whoosh. The basket was good. Chapter 76. He 1T passed the ball. These two truly are terrifyingly strong. Shunji Kagane remarked in astonishment, listening to the cheers from the audience. During middle school, while they participated in ordinary matches in the Generation of Miracles, everyone had not played at full strength, so the outcomes could not be considered data. However, this is a formal competition, and thus, it is quite challenging to determine who is superior. Kuriko Tetsuya gazed at the two players on the court and remarked blandly. The Siren players, unbelievably impressive. As the remarks settled, Siren's players turned their attention to Aemon and Shihone on the court. Although these two may not be the strongest, one thing is certain, they are undoubtedly the most skilled in offense and defense within the Generation of Miracles. Once more, Aemon seized the ball. His gaze remained fixed on Shihone. Aemon quickened his dribble, attempting to break past his opponent. Shihone, focused intently on Aemon, narrowed his eyes and took a decisive step forward, instantly blocking Aemon's impending breakthrough. In that moment, Aemon felt an invisible pressure rushing toward him. However, rather than labeling this sensation as pressure, it would be more apt to call it motivation. His expression grew increasingly animated, and in the next moment, his movements shifted abruptly as he executed a rapid spin and lunged towards the left. This sequence transpired so swiftly that Aemon Daiki had yet to react before his opponent had already surged past him. However, at this moment, Aezura's instincts triumphed over his intellect. He pivoted and took another step, arriving beside Aemon, who had already leaped to take a shot. How fast? Aemon marveled inwardly as he exerted his wrist and swiftly released the ball. In an instant, a large hand appeared in the trajectory of the basketball, extending forcefully. Whack! The ball was deflected out of bounds by Aezura. Aezura, you're quite skilled, Aemon remarked with a subtle smile, undeterred by the block. On the contrary, the exhilaration within him intensified, nearly bursting forth. Aemon, your speed is remarkable, Aezura responded, equally impressed. With the ball now in the hands of Kozai, the ensuing match devolved into a one-on-one showdown between Aemon and Aezura. Aemon either scored or was blocked, while Aezura did not miss a single shot. Even when three defenders converged, they could not halt this prodigy. Beep. The first quarter concluded with a score of 26-20, with Yozen leading by 6 points. The intensity was palpable between the two players. Indeed, this is a display solely between them, one remarked. On the Kozai bench, as Aemon stepped off the court, he covered his head with a towel, engaging in self-reflection. The others, witnessing this, approached the coach with a sense of resignation, accustomed to Aemon's solitary disposition. Is Aemon going to be all right? Wakatsuki Takafumi voiced his concerns rather openly. No need to fret. Aemon indeed showcased his true prowess earlier, Yoshikawa Sho interjected. However, he hasn't unveiled all of his abilities yet. Is it possible the opposition has already revealed everything? Wakatsuki retorted. Upon hearing this, the others turned their gazes towards Aezura. They understood that the Generation of Miracles surely possessed more than what was currently displayed. Aemon had not exhausted his potential. Could it be that Aezura had? Though unspoken, the Kozai team acknowledged Wakatsuki's assertion. Rest assured, Aemon is saving his full strength for that beast still caged. Yoshikawa expressed confidence in Aemon. It's a rare opportunity to compete against Aemon. I imagine he's overjoyed, Momoi Satsuki remarked, her brow furrowed with concern as she looked at Aemon. Meanwhile, on the Yozen bench, Aezura inquired, Coach, where's Mito? He went to the restroom. Araki Masako responded with a hint of exasperation, instinctively stepping back. As the second quarter commenced, their primary focus would remain on Aemon. You all simply need to support Aezura. If he is breached, you must assist in defense. I refuse to believe we cannot wear him down, Kotobuki Shoyuto proclaimed, approaching with a thermos in hand. After a habitual blow to the tea inside, he continued, rest assured. He is like Mito in that he won't pass the ball. But don't worry, he lacks Mito's prowess and monstrous stamina. While this strategy is sound, it feels as though Coach Kotobuki's plans often disrupt team morale, Okamura Kenichi remarked. Be confident, discard those feelings, Himuro Tatsuya added. I too feel Coach Kotobuki's tactics can be rather underhanded, Fukui Kinsuke chimed in. You all should stop overthinking. Having such a coach is our fortune. Just imagine if Coach Kotobuki were on the opposing team. The three shuddered at the thought. 2 minutes swiftly passed. On the court, Kozai held possession. The moment Aomen received the ball, the Yosen players sensed an indescribable unease. Observing Aomen, the members of the Generation of Miracles displayed expressions of astonishment. The unstoppable Aomen Daiki seemed poised to return. Aozura's demeanor turned serious as he spread his arms wide, fixating intently on the youth before him, who had yet to make a move. With a soft exhale, Aomen began dribbling swiftly. Thud, 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 thud. In an instant, a flash of azure lightning danced in his eyes as he transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing at Aozura's right side. Ah! The crowd gasped in surprise. This individual's speed had indeed escalated. Himuro was astounded. With his violet eyes flashing, Aozura matched Aomen's pace. Seeing this, Aomen switched hands and abruptly changed direction. However, Aozura mirrored his movements, positioning himself once more in front of Aomen. Thus, Aomen switched hands again, yet Aozura remained steadfast. Akin to a relentless tracker, the two exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. Are they even human? I ask you, are they truly human? Bakayuru. If you ask again, I shall commit seppuku. While Aomen's speed was comprehensible, Aozura's ability to keep up was astonishing. Slow it down tenfold. Spectators gasped in disbelief at the two figures embroiled in combat. Both teams wore expressions of shock, rendered helpless in the face of such athleticism. Chapter 77, Aomen Unleashes Zone. Their duel persisted, with Kozai's coach and Momoi Satsuki anxiously observing. I never expected that giant to be so agile, Onodera Kaku remarked gravely. Aozura's reflexes far exceed the ordinary. During previous practice matches, even Aomen struggled to score against him, Momoi noted. Onodera appeared taken aback at this revelation. Indeed, they are both monsters. On the court, as the violation loomed, Aomen surged forward, executing a sudden retreat, leaving Aozura in disbelief. He then leapt backward. Aozura, realizing this, leapt in pursuit. Yet, Aomen had transitioned to a one-handed grip on the ball, releasing it with a swift motion toward Aozura's right side. Aozura thought alarmingly, hastily extending his left hand to block. But whoosh! The ball sailed past his fingers and struck the hoop with a resounding thud. Wow! A no-look shot is indeed terrifying. Excuse me, you're a student from the Dragon Kingdom, aren't you? How did you know? Just a guess, came the reply amidst the audience's cheers as possession shifted to Yosen. Solid defense. But alas, you cannot contain me, Aomen declared, landing gracefully and flashing a bright smile at Aozura. Little Aomen, I warned you, I will crush you. Aozura's expression transformed, emanating an ominous purple aura. With his hair billowing, he appeared almost demonic as he fixed his gaze on Aomen. What a terrifying presence. The Kozai players exchanged astonished glances at Aozura. Is that so? If you think you can, then do give it a try, Aomen shrugged nonchalantly, unfazed. As possession changed hands. Oh, such an intense match. At this moment, a returning Mito Ryuka observed the scoreboard, chuckling. Score, 38-36, Yosen leads. Awake now? Alex grumbled. Yeah, I'm a bit hungry, Mito replied, patting his stomach. After all, I skipped breakfast and lunch. Alex, with a knowing expression, unzipped his coat and presented a chicken wrap. Isn't this a bit dry? Could you not have prepared some kanji? Mito Ryosuke remarked disdainfully upon receiving it. If you don't like it, don't eat it. Alex retorted, irritation flaring up within him. Just as he was about to snatch it back, a thermos appeared before his eyes. Mito, premium tiguanyan, would you like some? Alex scoffed. May the sycophants meet their demise. With just 2 minutes left in the second quarter, the situation on the court remained unchanged. A one-on-one duel between Aomen Daiki and Akashi Sejiro ensued. After Aomen was knocked down by Akashi and forced to score, he fell silent, muttering, seriously, it seems I need to take you all more seriously. With a composed demeanor, Aomen approached Kiyoshi Teppei, signaling for the ball. Kiyoshi, surprised by Aomen's current demeanor, seemed to have made a realization and promptly passed the ball. However, as soon as Aomen received it, Akashi was already defending him. In an instant, Aomen had maneuvered behind Akashi. The sound of dribbling followed by a swish echoed as he scored. Akashi turned in disbelief to face Aomen, and not just him. The star players on the court also looked on in astonishment at the figure clad in black. Has Ayamin entered the zone? Midarima Shintaro exclaimed. This is Ayamin's true form. Akashi noted joyfully. Ayamin's zone never ceases to amaze, no matter how many times one witnesses it. The bench of Siren erupted in cheers. Zone. As Araki Masako suddenly stood up, she accidentally bumped into Mito Ryosuke, who was holding the chicken wrap. What the hell? Mito gazed blankly at the ground. Where a piece of the chicken he had bitten off lay, his words muffled. The zone is a state devoid of extraneous thoughts and emotions. A pinnacle of concentration solely focused on the game, attainable only by a select few, explained Tobu Shoyuda. What are you talking about? Mito exclaimed in surprise. Ayamin has entered the zone in previous games too, but you defeated him, Tobu remarked dismissively. Alex, Araki Masako substitutes, huh? Mito interjected. Hey, Tobu, are you sick? I never asked you about this. Wait. Araki, compensate me for the chicken wrap. Araki replied, I only knocked off a piece. Do you have any idea how much a piece diminishes the integrity of the wrap? Without that piece, it's no longer a complete chicken wrap. Fine, I'll compensate you. Araki huffed, feeling both annoyed and drained. In the midst of the game, Fukui Kinsuke had just crossed half court when Kiyoshi was already on him. With no other option, he swiftly tossed the ball to Akashi. Yet, a figure like a blue lightning bolt not only intercepted the ball, but also dashed toward the basket of Ayamin. Wow. That reaction speed is astonishing. Oitake Taisuke exclaimed in disbelief. This is no joke. He's truly a monster, Takao Kazunari added in awe. Ayamin's full strength remains an unknown territory, with the speed perceived feeling more than double that of the past. Just as Midarima finished speaking, Ayamin effortlessly maneuvered past Okamura Kenichi and Liu Wei, scoring with a dunk. Unbelievable. Those two couldn't even react to defend? Fukui gasped. Beep. The first half concluded, leading into the halftime break with the third quarter poised to commence in 10 minutes. The announcer's voice echoed, and the score stood at 42-49, with Kaijo in the lead. They've turned it around. Incredible. In just 2 minutes, Ayamin scored 13 points. Truly the era of miracles. One cannot predict the outcome until the very last moment. Though the players had retreated to their locker rooms, the audience remained engrossed in lively discussions. In the locker room of Ayamin, Tobu approached Mito, inquiring, Can you play in the third quarter? The others turned to look at Mito, who was engrossed in a video game. Let him be. Look at Ayamin, still unwilling to concede. Let him play, Mito replied without looking up. After a moment of contemplation, Ayamin said, Mito, you should go in. I think Ayamin is eager for a match with you. Chapter 78, The Serious Mito Ryosuke. But I just started this round. Mito protested reluctantly. I'll play for you, Ayamin offered, momentarily pausing his game. Can you even? When have you ever beaten me? This isn't a competitive game. No worries. I'm the best at Snake. The others chimed in. Let's go. It's time to get ready to hit the court. Mito, do you need to warm up? Shortly after, Araki asked. He doesn't need to. Let's go, Tobu interjected. Mito replied, Just as the game was about to commence, Ayamin halted his gaming and called out to Mito. Mito, can you play seriously this time? The atmosphere in the locker room shifted as everyone turned their attention to Mito, even Tobu, who had been sipping tea. They had never witnessed Mito play with such seriousness before. Aren't you worried about the psychological impact on your bond? Mito was taken aback, pondering. Is this what the bond in anime feels like? Don't worry, Ayamin will be thrilled, Ayamin assured, returning to his game of Snake. All right, Mito replied. However, as soon as he spoke, the gaze of those around him shifted from curiosity to anticipation. Since Mito is playing in the third quarter, we must adjust our strategy. Mito replaces Ayamin, and you all know the drill. Pass the ball to Mito, Tobu instructed, casting a deep sigh towards Kaijo's direction. On the court, with a sharp whistle, the second half and third quarter of the game commenced. However, a scene unfolded that left everyone slack-jawed. Wow, Ayamin number 1 has finally taken the court. I think he is quite mediocre. He was a slacker in the last 2 games. Dude, you've only seen 2 games. How would you know? Haha, Mei-chan. Mito's on the court. The audience erupted with enthusiasm, startling the Kaijo side. How did that monster get on the court so quickly? Naru's Kaku frowned. How can this be? Momoime said, slightly astonished. You finally made it, Mito. Ayamin's eyes sparkled with a hint of lightning. What? Want to lose that badly? Mito stretched lazily, responding nonchalantly. You're still the same. So are you. Always avoiding laundry. Ayamin noted, watching Mito pinch his nose, his demeanor turning serious. The game commenced with Ayamon's possession. Fukui received the ball, not dribbling at all, and passed it directly to Mito, who was poised at half-court. All eyes were on Ayamon #1 as he caught the ball. Even Ayamon paused his game to watch. "Are you really this brazen in your laziness?" Mito frowned. "I'm just afraid of getting the ball stolen." Fukui Kensuke, in a state of despair, gestured towards the fierce-looking Ayamon Daiki across from him. "Are you serious?" Mito Ryosuke murmured, and to the astonishment of everyone present, he single-handedly grasped the ball and mimicked the motion of throwing a grenade. Whoosh! The basketball soared towards the hoop at a normal speed. Thud! Before anyone could react, the sound of the ball striking the backboard echoed through the air. The crowd, initially poised to ridicule his sanity, was abruptly silenced as a figure leaped high beneath the basket. His hand intercepted the rebounding ball, forcefully slamming it into the hoop. Bang! The crowd erupted with excitement as the rim swayed violently. My goodness, is this truly a human being? Just moments ago, I thought Ayamon was extraordinary. Now I humbly acknowledge my own ignorance. When did he reach the basket? Haha. In ancient times, there were those who raced against time. Today, we have those who race against basketballs. Surely, he must have consumed some dubious spirits. Go, Yozen. Fight. Fight, Mito. This slam dunk ignited not only the audience, but also the Yozen support team, who cheered louder than ever before. Their earlier disappointment from trailing in the first half was completely erased. On the Yozen bench, Araki Masako, how many more surprises will you bring me? Alex, what a monster. Substitutes. La, first note. La 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 la, second note. La 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 la, third note. La 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 la, fourth note. Others familiar with Mito Ryosuke. Ayamon Ryota, indeed. Even now, Ayamon's speed is unmatched. Mitarima Shintaro, perhaps he speaks the truth. My destiny is mine to shape. Momoi Setsuki, Ada, Kagami Taiga. Kuriko Tetsuya, truly impressive. Mito. Akashi Sejiro. Ayamon, are you feeling hopeless? Toba Shoyuta, what a trivial scene. Murasakibara at Sushi lowered his head, contemplating the restart. This play, though only worth 2 points, shattered the fragile spirits of the other players from 2. Kozu Yoshinori, this. Sakurai Ryu, what terrifying speed. Wakamatsu Kofu, a monster. Kimikagami Shuchi, I'm done, I'm leaving. The game continued with 2 in possession. This time, Wakamatsu Kofu bypassed Kimikagami Shuchi and directly passed the ball to Ayamon Daiki. Everyone. Wakamatsu Kofu, I'm still just a 17-year-old kid. I harbor no ill intentions. Upon receiving the ball, Ayamon swiftly dribbled past half-court. I've been waiting for this moment. Mito, he exclaimed with excitement, flashing a grin. What a coincidence. I promised the purple-haired one to be serious for these 10 minutes. Just as Mito Ryosuke finished speaking, a flash of blue light darted past him. In an instant, Ayamon had already maneuvered around him, positioning for a layup on the right. Had he gotten past Mito? My heavens, he actually managed to evade him. Could it be that Mito is not invincible after all? As the other formidable teams watched in astonishment, a hand, suddenly appearing, gripped the ball destined for the basket. Surprising someone unawares is not commendable. Mito Ryosuke unexpectedly appeared before Ayamon Daiki, sporting a mischievous smile. What? How is this possible? Ayamon's eyes widened in disbelief. Thud, 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 thud. Upon landing, Mito Ryosuke launched an immediate counterattack. By the time 2's players attempted to defend, it was too late. Their basket stood defenseless. Even as Ayamon sprinted back in pursuit, he was unable to catch up. Bang! Mito Ryosuke leaped from the free-throw line. Bang! Oh my! A two-handed windmill dunk. Ah! The light of Teikō! The light of Teikō! The light of Teikō! Go! Yozen! Fight! Fight, Mito! This moment, after such a long time, reaffirmed that many still favored the presence of a heroine. Perhaps I have simply grown accustomed to leaving clues, leading many new readers to leave poor reviews after just a few chapters. Alas, do not fret, old readers. I will fulfill my promises, even if this book may not be the best. Chapter 79. Thank you for your warm support, esteemed readers. Oh my, Chimu I and Lu Na from Hungyueling Mountain. Have you received scholarships? Lychee perhaps? Dear readers, feel free to offer gifts, but let us not let life become too burdensome. Truly deserving of the title the strongest high school basketball player in the land of cherry blossoms. But what is there to regret? Compared to the Dragon Kingdom's Huaying Long, he still falls slightly short. This play once again left the entire arena in shock. On the court, am I handsome? Mito Ryosuke asked, turning to face the newly arrived Aemon Daiki after landing. You, of all people. Aemon furrowed his brow. Two now held the ball. Aemon, after briefly glancing at Mito's retreating figure, turned to Aemon Daiki. He longed to suggest that they play as a team like Siren, but he understood that the opposing player would never consent. Aemon, now ablaze with fighting spirit, received the ball and disregarded whether his teammates could keep up, charging towards Yozen's basket. Just as he reached half-court, Mito Ryosuke stepped up to defend. How could this be? Momoi Satsuki exclaimed in disbelief. What happened? Hirasawa Kaku asked. Turning to her, Akaika actually assumed a defensive stance. Momoi's hand covered her mouth in astonishment. Hirasawa Kaku. This scene even astonished Tobu Shoyuda, seated on the Yozen bench. He abruptly pressed his left hand against his right, his thumb itching to rise, thinking, Mito actually adopted this stance. In the past, Mito Ryosuke never spread his arms while defending, yet now he had done so. Such a simple action, however, instilled a sense of dread in Aemon Daiki, compelling him to halt. He felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Mito. For the first time, he sensed his body sending frantic signals of danger. Aemon inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm. But the next moment, a voice that shocked him reached his ears. Do you remember how many times I intercepted your passes during the inter-high? This time, Aemon Daiki was alert. Yet it was merely his mind that reacted, for in his vision, Mito Ryosuke's sinister smile loomed. Bang, 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 bang. By the time Aemon fully comprehended the situation, Mito Ryosuke had already stormed towards the two basket, dribbling the ball. Stop him. The two substitutes yelled. Kimikagami Shuchi and the others positioned themselves defensively, prepared for the impending threat posed by Mito Ryosuke. Just as he reached the three-point line, Mito abruptly halted, raising his hands high. Even as Kimikagami and Kozu rushed to jump alongside him, they were just a moment too late. Whoosh! The ball sailed through the air. A perfect three-pointer. What just transpired? How did the ball get intercepted? You ask me? 1 against 5. Truly deserving of the Teikō light. Incredible. Ever since Yozen's number 1 took the court, 2 has been utterly defenseless. Teikō's light. Teikō's light. Teikō's light. Go, Yozen. Fight. Fight, Mito. The audience erupted in cheers. How could this be possible? On the bench of the Toho team, Arizawa Kakeru suddenly rose, his expression one of disbelief. Damn it. It's all the chairman's fault. Why didn't he invite Mito Ryota to Kanbashi, the massage parlor, back then? Indeed, both teams were present in Tokyo, and their coaches certainly attended that interscholastic championship match. Unfortunately, every individual cent was turned away by the chairman of Teikō, under the pretext that his nephew had no interest in basketball and only wished to pursue further studies. Shoda, even with Aemon having activated his zone, he still can't stop that monster? Takao Kazunari inquired. He has grown stronger, or rather, he has always been formidable. It's just that during middle school, we couldn't draw out his true potential, Midorima Shintaro remarked, having just recovered from his shock. Are you suggesting he didn't play seriously against your generation of miracles back then? What a joke! Takao exclaimed in astonishment. Though I hate to admit it. The reality is as such, Midorima responded, gripping his pants tightly. On the court, Toho had possession. At that moment, Aemon Daiki was panting heavily. He had attempted numerous times to break through Mito Ryosuke's defense, but to no avail. He dared not take a risk with a shot. Experience told him that would only lead to being rejected with a resounding block. While being blocked is one thing. The problem lay in the fact that Mito would snatch every shot he attempted and immediately initiate a fast break, leaving no room to catch his breath. Should he pass the ball? Aemon glanced at his unoccupied teammates, internally conflicted. Yet, just that fleeting glance brought forth the nauseating taunt. Hey, Aemon. Still dawdling while trying to take me on one-on-one? How dare you? Unsurprisingly, the ball in his possession vanished yet again. This time, Aemon couldn't muster the energy to chase it down, instead watching, like the other players, as the figure leaped for a dunk. Beep. The third quarter concluded, releasing Toho from their torment, with the score frozen at 93-49. What? How did we fall behind by such a margin? They lamented. Scoring a staggering 51 points in a single quarter was insurmountable, with Aemon scoring 13 points in the first 2 minutes and Mito amassing 50 points in 10 minutes. Toho had failed to score even a single point this quarter. Go, go, Yozen. Fight on, Mito. The audience buzzed with fervent discussions. On the bench of Toho, the 5 players sat like zombies. Aside from the exhausted Aemon, who was fervently drinking water to regain his strength, the other four wore a single expression, dazed. The moment Mito sank his third basket, their coach had already called for a timeout to devise a strategy, should Aemon be intercepted or breached. The remaining four must quickly assist in defense. Yet, Mito consistently shot from the three-point line. Were they expected to mark him the entire game? Setting aside whether Aemon would even agree, the thought of defending that monster for the entirety of the match would surely leave them exhausted within minutes. Let us not forget, they still had a quarter remaining. However, for the team, the news was a double-edged sword. That monster was leaving the court, but Atsushi Shihoin would soon enter. There was no possibility of closing a 40-point gap against Shihoin. As for Aemon, whether he could return to the court in 2 minutes remained uncertain. With this thought, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped the hearts of the Toho players. Chapter 80. The weak must band together in the viewing area of Kaijo. The current predicament of Toho was dire. Why do I say this? Isn't Mito going to take a break soon? Kobori Hiroshi asked, snapping back to reality. Don't forget, Yozen has more than just Mito Ryosuke. There's also the long-rested Shihoin, Kasamatsu Yukio interjected. On the Yozen bench, hey Mito. Shihoin handed over the game controller. Why the low score? Mito frowned at the device. What do you think of Aemon right now? Shihoin inquired, observing Mito restart the game. Him? He is too much of a lone wolf. He might do okay against you guys, but against me? He is 100 years too early, Mito replied, prompting others to frown in agreement. Indeed, if Aemon had passed the ball instead of playing solo, Mito wouldn't have scored so many points. You shouldn't criticize him when you're no different, Alex remarked, handing Mito a water bottle with a teasing smile. It's different, Mito retorted, taking the water and reflecting for a moment before speaking again. The weak must band together. The group responded with confusion. Aemon is weaker than Mito yet chooses to go one-on-one. That's not bravery, it's foolishness, Hobushoda chimed in with a chuckle. Shihoin remained silent, his gaze fixed on Mito, who was engrossed in the game. 2 minutes passed on the Toho bench. Aemon, Aemon, Aemon. Matoe Itsuki called repeatedly until Aemon snapped out of his stupor. He slightly raised his head, looking at her. Huh? What is up? What is up? The game is starting. Everyone else is on the court. Didn't you hear the call? Matoe exclaimed, glancing at the players already on the floor before looking back at Aemon, who had lowered his head again. Sorry, I didn't hear, Aemon replied as he stood, yanking the towel from his head and slowly making his way onto the court. Aemon, Matoe thought to herself, tightening her grip on the pen in her hand, lowering her head. This match, already decided, continued, and it was a significant blow to the players. Both Matoe and Arizawa understood this all too well. Yet, they had no choice. If they only sent in substitutes now, the score would widen even further. Let us not forget, they still had Shihoin to contend with. If the score exceeded 100 points, the team's morale would be irretrievably shattered. On the court, Shihoin approached Aemon directly. Are you here to declare victory? Aemon's expression was devoid of emotion, neither joy nor sorrow. I'm here to inform you that Mito claims you are too weak. The weak should band together. To recklessly attack a stronger opponent is foolish, Shihoin declared before sprinting toward his basket without waiting for Aemon's response. Aemon was momentarily stunned, unable to react. After a pause, a glimmer of understanding sparked in his eyes as he watched Shihoin's figure, and he smiled, murmuring, You, my friend. The game commenced. Aemon received the ball, looking at Shihoin with a smile, and then, to the astonishment of everyone present, passed the ball to Sakurai Ryo. As the match concluded, despite Aemon's significant changes and his teammates regaining their footing in the final quarter, Toho was unable to overturn the score due to Aemon's earlier exhausting efforts. Ultimately, the score settled at 118-101. Shintaro, what should we do when we face Yozen next? Do you have any strategies? Teikō asked, and the other players turned their gaze to Midorima. Do what you can, he began, recalling something suddenly, pausing for a moment before adding, let us return and train diligently. As the game came to an end, not just the players but even the audience began to depart, with the exception of Siren High School. At this moment, they were shrouded under the oppressive cloud named despair. Our next opponent is that monster, Jiang Qiguang murmured, his lips trembling. Can we win? Even the formidable Tong Wang seems like a group of children who have just learned to play. Shinji Kagane's face was as pale as paper. For a moment, one could hear a pin drop. After a while, Ida Riko stood up and turned to everyone, exclaiming, What is wrong with you all? How can you contemplate giving up before the game even begins? Despite her own uncertainty, she remembered her role as coach, the pillar of the team. If she faltered, hope would be lost. Riko is right. We have come this far. How could we possibly concede so easily? Miki Tetsuhira added. Indeed. And that monster may not play the entire game. Hinata Shunpei attempted to reassure everyone, but halfway through, he realized his words were poorly chosen and quickly fell silent. Your expression seems somewhat stiff, Hinata, Miki Tetsuhira remarked. Regardless, we must face it. Let us simply enjoy playing when the time comes. Though they spoke bravely, all were acutely aware of the overwhelming strength of Aoyama. Not only was there the monstrous Mito Ryosuke, but also the center Atsushi Shihoin from the Generation of Miracles. Furthermore, Kuriko Tetsuya, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Then we must grow stronger. Yes, Kuriko is correct, Kagami Taiga affirmed with a resolute gaze. In the Aoyama locker room, Coach, what's for dinner tonight? Yes, I've seen a great barbecue place. Barbecue again. What else can we eat in this cold weather? Araki Masako sighed, rubbing her forehead as she surveyed the noisy team. To her surprise, Atsushi Shihoin did not join in the discussion this time. Mito, can I speak with you for a moment? Atsushi approached Mito Ryosuke in the Tongwang locker room. And so, we seniors retire, Kimiyoshi Shuchi said, addressing the others alongside a few third-year players. Thank you all. The new captain will be Wakatsuki. I leave everything in your hands from now on. Wait, what? This is surprising, Wakatsuki Kusuke exclaimed. It's fine. What matters more than learning to be captain is getting accustomed to it, Shuchi waved dismissively. That's not what I meant. The atmosphere shifted too quickly, Wakatsuki replied earnestly. What are you talking about? We've already lost. If you have time to be sentimental, you should practice instead. The others turned their gazes toward Shuchi, and Sakurai Ryu felt bitter inside. Of course, the seniors are in their third year. This is their final competition. How could we not feel anything? Chapter 81. Atsushi Shihoin's first drink, however, if I had to interact with Aemon like you do. I couldn't manage it, Wakatsuki stated. Do you dislike Aemon? Shuchi asked with a smile. Yes, Wakatsuki replied candidly. Then who do you think is the most suitable to be the ace of this team? Shuchi continued. After a moment of contemplation, Wakatsuki answered, Aemon. As long as you understand that, there's no issue. I have never worried, Shuchi smiled at Wakatsuki. Speaking of which, where is that kid Aemon? He is nowhere to be found. Classmate Momoi is out looking for him. Wakatsuki exclaimed angrily. Meanwhile, on the steps at the back of the gymnasium, Aemon Daiki lay there. Pondering, am I really that weak? He gazed at the setting sun in the sky, sighing. Found you. A breathy voice called out. Huh. Aemon was startled by Momoi Satsuki's voice, but made no move to rise. Stop running around. Come on, Aemon, let us go back to everyone else, she complained, panting as she approached him. Satsuki, are you free tomorrow? Aemon changed the subject. I suppose I am, she replied, taken aback. Could you accompany me to buy something? Sure, but why the sudden request? Before she could finish, Aemon interrupted. I want to buy a new pair of basketball shoes. He sat up, stretched, and added. It's been a while since I practiced with the team. Hearing this, Momoi's eyes widened in disbelief, which soon transformed into a smile. All right, let us go, Aemon. But you have to treat me to a meal. That night, under a moonless sky, at the Mito Villa, after dinner, Alex excused himself, claiming to be tired, and went upstairs to take a bath, knowing the other two had something to discuss. Tonight, Atsushi Shihoin and Mito Ryosuke did not join the Aoyama team for the celebratory dinner. Naturally, Alex did not attend either. He regretted not following the group to the barbecue. At the dinner table, only Mito Ryosuke, sipping beer, and Atsushi Shihoin, absent-mindedly staring at his juice glass, remained. After a moment, Atsushi finally spoke up. Mito, may I ask you a question? Go ahead, Mito replied, opening another bottle of beer. What if next year we are no longer teammates, but rivals? Atsushi looked up, gazing earnestly at Mito. Well, Mito said, taking a sip of his drink before continuing, I would naturally strive to defeat you. What? Mito, you knew? Atsushi asked, surprised. Of course, I was nearby smoking when you all discussed it, Mito smirked. However, even if you all join forces, I doubt we will meet on the court next year. As Atsushi was about to respond, Mito interrupted him. Listening to Mito's words, Atsushi swallowed his reply. They exchanged glances. What do you mean, Mito? After a pause, Atsushi inquired further. I initially didn't want to tell you so soon, but since you shared your feelings with me today, I will reveal my secret. I will be going to the United States next year as an overseas player for the NCAA, Mito declared in one breath, downing an entire bottle of beer. Atsushi's previously dazed expression turned to one of astonishment. But Mito, don't you dislike playing? Why? His question trailed off as Mito poured a new beer into a fresh cup. He filled it only slightly before handing it over. Just try it. Mito, I don't drink. Atsushi declined. I didn't say you had to drink. I just want you to taste it. Huh. Eventually, under Mito's insistence that not drinking would be unbrotherly, Atsushi took a sip from the cup. He frowned and stuck out his tongue. Mito, this tastes terrible. What does it taste like? Mito asked with a grin. Bitter, Atsushi replied, smacking his lips. Can I ask you a question now? Mito inquired, still smiling. Sure, Atsushi nodded. Why don't you like drinking, yet you drank just now? Because you forced me to. Well, I am quite like you. Although I do not particularly enjoy playing basketball, there are still those who compel me to engage in it. After saying this, Ryoka Mito sighed, stood up, and placed a cigarette between his lips. Who is making you do that, Mito? Atsushi Aomon, hearing this, also rose to his feet. His face etched with anger. Heh, Ryoka chuckled lightly before moving to the window to ignite his cigarette, exhaling. Ah, such is life. At that moment, Atsushi felt a wave of agitation wash over him. The certainty he once held began to waver again. The two fell silent, each lost in their thoughts. Alongside them, in quietude, was Alex, who was eavesdropping from the staircase. The following evening, the team from Yukoin did not attend practice, opting instead to watch Shoud's match. Naturally, Ryoka Mito was absent as well. However, to everyone's surprise, Masako Araki did not attend either. After the match concluded, everyone meandered through the streets. At that moment, on a particular street, hello, what's with the sudden summons, A's? Daiki Aomon looked at Tetsuya Kuriko with a hint of resentment. I'll get straight to the point. Aomon, please teach me how to shoot. Kuriko replied earnestly. Meanwhile, at the Siren High School gymnasium, what? Kuriko is seeking Aomon's guidance on shooting? Kuriko mentioned that besides Mito, Aomon is the best he knows. Indeed, Mito is our next opponent, so this must remain confidential. But is it truly feasible? The Siren players murmured among themselves. Even if Aomon is willing to instruct Kuriko, it's not something that can be mastered in just a few days, right? Junpei Hinata frowned. It's not just a matter of days. In fact, Kuriko has been practicing with my father since the preliminary rounds ended. He said that Kuriko's greatest obstacle is his shooting, replied Riko Ida. Indeed, if his shooting ability remains poor, his dribbling skills will eventually become ineffective. Tekpi Mukai nodded in agreement. Why is that? Shunji Kagane inquired. Because Kuriko relies on dribbling to break through defenses, taking advantage of gaps when opponents double team. However, if opponents do not double team, he must rely on his own shooting skills, Mukai explained. Upon hearing this, Kagane finally understood. If opponents discern that Kuriko's shooting accuracy is abysmal, they will undoubtedly neglect him, because overflow is essentially our trump card. Aside from not being able to use it against the same opponent twice, its effectiveness diminishes against teams that have witnessed it before. Although it may be late to practice now, Kuriko must enhance his shooting percentage in future matches, Riko stated. Simultaneously, Kuriko and Aomon were at a baseball field practicing shooting. Kuriko, with utmost seriousness, assumed his stance and launched the ball. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. How was that? Kuriko asked, retrieving the ball, his expression calm as he looked at Aomon. How would I know? You dragged me out here to showcase such a pathetic shot. What more can I say? I haven't even agreed to teach you yet. Aomon exclaimed, transforming into an irate sprite. Why? Kuriko inquired, feigning ignorance. Coming to me the day after a match to ask for shooting lessons? Have you lost your mind? Aomon retorted angrily. Hearing this, Kuriko lowered his head in a display of innocence, remaining silent. Observing this, Aomon felt a pang of sympathy and plopped onto the ground, murmuring, I haven't slept since that match. When I returned home, I ate, took a shower, and lay in bed, despite being utterly exhausted. No matter how long I lay there, sleep eluded me. Every time I closed my eyes, scenes of facing Mito resurfaced. That sense of helplessness tightened around my chest. Aomon continued, gazing up at the starless sky. I began to wonder, when my previous opponents faced me, did they share similar thoughts? Although I feel discontent, it is precisely because of Mito that I recall the time I first joined Teikō and played basketball with all of you. After Aomon finished speaking, Kuriko remained silent, merely staring at him, a flicker of compassion crossing his mind. Talking about this feels much better. I suddenly feel like playing basketball again. Huh. Noticing Kuriko's dazed expression, Aemon stood up, shedding his outerwear. It seems I must accompany you after all, he declared with a touch of pride. Kuriko responded, huh? Implying that Aemon was going to teach him to shoot. As Aemon passed by, he affectionately ruffled Kuriko's hair. In that instant, Kuriko reminisced about their past together. A smile breaking across his face. What are you smiling about? Aemon asked. Nothing. I was just thinking about how we used to practice like this back in middle school. Kuriko replied. Aemon, feeling suddenly awkward, retorted, stop rambling and shoot already. We're running out of time. Meanwhile, Ryoka Mito and Alex were at another basketball court, standing at the three-point line. Why did you bring me here? Mito furrowed his brow. Of course, to play basketball with you. You fool, Alex said, taking a couple of quick steps before turning and tossing the ball to Mito. If you can make a shot here, then I... But before she could finish her sentence, Mito, holding the ball in one hand, flicked his wrist from the three-point line. Swish. It went in. What are you doing? Mito asked, extending his left hand and flicking his bangs with 2 fingers, his mouth twisted with curiosity. Hey, I didn't say start yet. Alex protested playfully. Then what do you say? Mito shrugged, grinning. Then I'll treat you to ice cream. Alex stammered before biting the bullet and choosing the smallest consequence. TCH, Mito remarked, turning to leave, as if resolved to something. Wait, I'll clean the house from now on. But you have to defend me, Alex declared, also resolute. This doesn't count. You can only use one hand. No way, you can't jump. How about you let me use just 1 foot? Mito replied. Ultimately, this one-on-one match concluded, with no one knowing the victor of this extraordinary battle. As night deepened, at the Mito villa, Alex, clad in a bathrobe, watched television while Ryoka Mito sat nearby, sipping on a drink. After a while, during a commercial break, Alex said, Mito, although your skills are quite commendable now, if you aspire to play in the NCAA, you undeniably lack certain elements. If you're about to spout some cheesy lines, I'm not interested. Mito retorted with a scoff. What cheesy lines? Alex asked, perplexed. I fear you might criticize me, Mito replied. You lack a sense of teamwork. If you continue to play this solitary style in America, you will find yourself warming the bench for an entire year. Alex spoke seriously, having already devised a strategy to persuade the young man. Really? Is it that good? Mito suddenly turned to her, excitement gleaming in his green eyes. Huh. This plot doesn't seem right. Did he grab the wrong script? The day before the match, Masako Araki had informed everyone. Even Mito Ryosuke was dragged by Alex to the exclusive basketball court in Yanchuan. However, they were not there for training today, but rather to watch a film. I acquired the footage of Siren's match from the intelligence group. After saying this, she led everyone into the screening room. Before long, the film ended. Araki Masako pressed the pause button and turned to the group. Okamura, what do you think? This opponent is rather formidable, displaying considerable tenacity, especially during critical moments. One cannot tell that this team is primarily composed of first and second-year players. They managed to draw against Kirihara in terms of offensive capability. They are certainly on par with Kirihara. I am quite eager for tomorrow, Okamura Kenichi remarked. The others remained silent, each absorbed in their thoughts, gazing at the Siren players on the screen. Mito, where are you going? Suddenly, Fukui Kensuke's voice broke through, and everyone turned to look. It's nothing, just taking a call. You all continue. Mito Ryosuke indicated towards his vibrating phone before stepping out of the screening room. Meanwhile, the previously drowsy Aoi had narrowed his eyes, observing Mito's departing figure. Chapter 83, Mito's strategy simultaneously at the baseball field. Swish. A goal. Kuriko Tetsuya was practicing shooting alongside Aemon Daiki. Scoring 7 out of 10 shots would suffice in a real match. That's more than adequate, Aemon remarked nonchalantly. Before Kuriko could respond, Momoi Satsuki jumped in. Ah, Tetsu. You're amazing. That hurt, Momoi-san, Kuriko replied. If you're just here to disrupt, then please leave. Aemon glared at the two, gritting his teeth. But how did you manage to do that in such a short time? Momoi inquired curiously. It's not that complicated. Tetsu's shooting percentage is low due to the side effects of specialized passing. Once we rectify that, he should return to the average level. If we can integrate that with misdirection, it could become a highly effective weapon, Aemon explained. Aemon, thank you for teaching me how to shoot, Kuriko said, bowing in gratitude. Observing Aemon's bashful demeanor, Momoi also smiled. You fool, why are you thanking me? I only couldn't stand watching your terrible shooting. Aemon scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Noticing Kuriko's beaming expression, Aemon suddenly grew serious. Aoi is quite strong. Even for me, scoring against him is a challenge. Moreover, if you wish to win this match, you must widen the score gap by more than 20 points before Mito takes the court. Witnessing Kuriko deep in thought, Aemon sighed. Don't wear that expression. It's possible Mito may not even play. Let us go, Satsuki, Aemon declared, turning to leave. Momoi hurried after him. Wait, Aemon. Watching their retreating figures, Kuriko smiled softly. Thank you. The following night, due to the frigid weather, there were few people outside the gymnasium. However, the interior was packed to capacity. Today marked the basketball match between Yangchuan and Siren. In the corridor, the Siren players were heading onto the court. Is everyone ready? It's time to take the stage. Wow, they're here. A remarkable new star that has consistently achieved outstanding results since their second year, Siren High School. The audience erupted with thunderous applause. At the entrance of the corridor, flashes lit up the scene. Shortly thereafter, they arrived. The champions of this summer's league. The strongest high school basketball team in Sakura Country, Yangchuan High School. The light of Teikou. The light of Teikou. The light of Teikou. Yangchuan. 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 Yangchuan go. Yangchuan. Fighting. On the Yangchuan bench, Siren, I've watched several recordings of their matches. This team is the type that excels when faced with strong opponents. They had a 50-50 chance against Kirihara and nearly faltered against Nakagami Nan. Just as Kubo Shoyuta began to outline the strategy in front of the players, Mito Ryosuke approached and interrupted. Can I start the first quarter? I have something to attend to shortly. The others thought to themselves, is it related to that phone call earlier? They had noticed that Mito's phone had been ringing intermittently, and each time he answered, he would furrow his brow. Kubo glanced at Aoi, who remained silent, then looked at Mito, who had returned to his corner, and slowly replied, all right. Since Mito wants to start the first quarter, let us continue as before. If you cannot effectively breach the opponent's defense, pass the ball to Mito, and he will resolve the issue. Henceforth, this strategy shall be known as the Mito strategy. Upon hearing this, Araki Masako's eyes lit up. This strategy is indeed commendable, as it is irreplicable by the opponent. The only prerequisite is that your team must have a Mito Ryosuke. Coach, why don't we just pass directly to Mito? Okamura Kenichi asked. Didn't we do that before? Because this time, Aoi has not allowed Mito to play seriously. Rather than worrying that Mito might slack off, it's better to let you all play normally in the first quarter. Lu Wei, take a break. Hearing Kubo shift the responsibility onto him, Aoi looked up in confusion. Huh? At that moment, Araki Masako turned her head and noticed a glum Alex. She stepped forward and teasingly asked, what's wrong? Haven't you decided which disciple to cheer for yet? No, I'm just contemplating how to comfort the one who loses, Alex replied with a stiff smile. On the Siren bench, every player wore an expression of utmost seriousness. Akiyama Riko outlined a strategy. This time, we are up against the most formidable foe in history. Yangchuan High School. We will send out our strongest 5 to seize the first ball. Ultimately, we must strive to widen the gap by 20 points before that monster takes the court. After she finished, the players responded. Understood. Kagami, Tetsuya. I've been looking forward to seeing the results of your training, Izuki-shun said, smiling at the two. Of course, Kagami Taiga replied. We're ready, Kuriko Tetsuya affirmed. I expect you both to perform splendidly on the court, Izuki added. Please stop with the demoralizing jokes, Kagami retorted. Let us go, Siren. Fight. The players gathered in a circle, shouting together. Oh. Beep. The match began. Both teams saluted. On the court, everyone was taken aback. Wait, did I just see that correctly? The light of Teikou is actually playing in the first quarter? The light of Teikou. The light of Teikou. The light of Teikou. Yangchuan go. Yangchuan fighting. Hearing the audience's screams, the expressions of the Siren players instantly soured. How is it possible that that monster is playing in the first quarter? Akiyama Riko also looked on in disbelief at that languid figure. Soon, the jump ball commenced. Aoi and Kiyoshi Teppei faced off. It's been a while since our street basketball match last summer. This time, I haven't forgotten, Aoi remarked to Kiyoshi. The latter felt increasingly alarmed, yet managed to smile. I'm glad you remember me. But let us see if you can actually do it. On the other side, Jean, to be honest, I don't want to go head-to-head with you. I wish to remain as I was back then, yet now, I shall no longer dwell on such trivial matters. If you intend to stand in front of Siren, I shall have no choice but to confront you with all my might, declared Taiga Kagami earnestly. A sense of relief washed over me as I witnessed your unreserved participation in this match. Taiga, I genuinely fear that our family's monster may frighten you away. Remarked Tatsuya Himuro, just as seriously. Chapter 84. Has the vanishing dribble truly disappeared? Beep. With the sound of the whistle, Atsushi Shihoin and Teppei Kiyoshi leaped together. Without any suspense, Atsushi deftly directed the ball into Kenji Fukui's hands. Swish. Kenji, showing no hesitation, swiftly passed the ball to Ryosuke Mito. As Ryosuke received the ball, all eyes in the arena focused intently upon him. He waved to his teammates from Aomen's side, who, upon seeing this, could only smile wryly before retreating to their basket. This included Atsushi Shihoin. What? Is he going to take on Siren one-on-one? How is that possible? How could it not be? Did you not see that the rest of Aomen's teammates have all retreated to defend the paint? Do they truly have such faith in their number one? You must have missed Aomen's last game against 2, didn't you? No, I did not. Then, there is nothing to worry about. Bang, bang, bang. My apologies, Brother Koen. But I am in a rather foul mood and must vent, Ryosuke declared as he began to dribble slowly towards Siren's basket. Tetsuya Kuriko paused for a moment. Taken aback. What did you say? Taiga had already positioned himself in front of Ryosuke, his tone slightly irate. Since you cannot comprehend human speech, let the basketball convey it to you. Boom. The sound of the ball striking the floor echoed. What? Taiga's face was a mask of shock. For at that moment, Ryosuke had already surpassed himself, rapidly advancing towards the basket. Block him. The other 4 members of Siren rushed to defend. However, Ryosuke executed a swift back dribble, passing 2 defenders before leaping from the free throw line, ball held firmly in one hand. Boom. The resounding sound of the dunk reverberated through the arena, while Teppei was knocked down, landing on the floor in disbelief as he gazed at the silhouette hanging from the rim. Wow. He just dunked over Teppei right from the start. How magnificent. 1 against 5, 1 against 5. Go Aomen. Fighting Ryosuke. The cheerleading squad erupted into collective screams, seemingly drowning out the cheers from the audience. Is it just my imagination, or have the numbers in the Aomen cheer squad increased? How could this be? Is this the same monster that 2 faced previously? An immensely oppressive atmosphere enveloped everyone in Siren. In the stands. No wonder that old man was willing to become an assistant coach at Aomen. Kagetora Ida murmured as he glanced at Ryosuke on the court and then at the Aomen bench. On the court, Siren had possession of the ball, yet they appeared dazed by that previous play, even forgetting to inbound the ball. However, one cannot blame them. Ryosuke's sudden appearance in the first quarter had disrupted their plans, rendering their bombardment strategy ineffective, as the other 4 teammates simply remained stationed at their own basket. Beep. Siren called for a timeout. Reluctantly, Riko Ida had no choice but to use one of her timeouts. Using a timeout so early? What on earth is Siren doing? The game has barely begun. Indeed, it's like reading a gripping novel and suddenly encountering a foul-smelling interruption. How infuriating. Complaints from the audience began to pour in. Siren's bench, due to the opposing team's ace entering the game so aggressively in the first quarter. Riko Ida had not finished speaking when Tetsuya Kuriko interjected. Can you pass the ball to me later? We must score a basket. Aomen's bench, Ryo. After handing Ryosuke a water bottle, Alex wore a somewhat dejected expression. I told you, I will not go easy on you. Ryosuke replied before taking a sip of water. That was not my intention, Alex sighed after much internal conflict. So, do you want me to go easy on you? Ryosuke raised an eyebrow in inquiry. No. If that were the case, Taiga and the others would find it even more distressing. Alex firmly rejected. Then it's settled. Rest assured. They are not as fragile as you think, Ryosuke said with a smirk. Upon hearing this, Alex seemed to recall something and smiled. Indeed. The match resumed. Siren had possession. Jun Izuki dribbled past the half-court line and passed the ball to Tetsuya Kuriko. Little Kuriko has the ball. Ryota Kai's exclaimed in disbelief. Once he has the ball, that overflow will be rendered useless. Could it be that however, he seemed to have forgotten that even if he could get past, he still needed a shooting opportunity. Little Kuriko, do not forget that Aomen's interior still has little Shihoin, Kai's continued. Facing Kenji Fukui, Kuriko remained unfazed, his gaze resolute. Suddenly, he bent slightly, and in an instant, he vanished from Fukui's line of sight. What? By the time Kenji regained his senses, he had already been surpassed. What was that? The vanishing dribble, which he had used in the previous match against 2. Quite impressive. The audience gasped in awe. After passing Kenji Fukui, Kuriko did not lower his guard, as Ryosuke had already approached him. Bang, bang, bang. Kuriko's eyes were determined as he executed the vanishing dribble once more, swiftly breaking past Ryosuke. Excellent. Did he make it past him? Riko Ida watched the unfolding situation with excitement. At that moment, Seijiro Akashi widened his eyes, observing the scene with a familiar feeling of emptiness. Kuriko surpassed Ryosuke, yet he did not relax, wary of the possibility of Ryosuke closing in on him again. Although he noticed that Sushi was only 2 steps away, he felt no fear. He had a trump card, a move that could prevent Atsushi from blocking his shot. Yet, just as he prepared to shoot, where's the ball? Did the vanishing dribble truly make the ball disappear? Bang! In that instant, the sound of the basketball hitting the backboard echoed from behind him. Quickly, Kuriko turned, his pupils widening. Ryosuke was already racing towards the rebounding basketball. Then, from the free throw line, he leaped powerfully. Thud! The basketball touched the ground, rebounding perfectly into Ryosuke's awaiting hands as he soared towards the hoop. Boom! The resounding sound of a spectacular dunk reignited the atmosphere in the arena. Aw! The light of Teikō! The light of Teikō! The light of Teikō! This is unbelievable. How did he achieve that? You ask me again? I'm in love. I want to join Amon's cheer squad. Bro, you're a guy? It's fine. Wearing women as clothing is just a first-time experience among many. Amon. Go Amon. Fighting Ryosuke. Are his dunks always of such high difficulty? Not only have I never played, but I haven't even tried. Taiga gazed at the figure hanging from the rim, frowning as he murmured,